100 years ago, the Blue Star Sakura Country discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean, causing a large-scale ecological disaster and almost extinction of marine life. Countries strongly protested against this, tensions escalated rapidly, and eventually triggered a war that swept the world. In the midst of the war, it was unknown which country used nuclear weapons first. A chain reaction ensued, and nuclear-armed countries joined the war one after another. The blue planet suffered a devastating blow. In just half a month, the world's population of billions dropped by half. Water pollution, land pollution, and air pollution are everywhere. 100 years have passed, and despite mankind's efforts to recuperate, the Earth is still riddled with holes, and the ecological environment has never been able to recover. The people of Kyushu are united and have devoted all their national strength to survive, but the population is still decreasing. Now there are only 400 million left, and the country is always on the brink of collapse. The situation of other countries is equally grim. Except for a few superpowers such as the United States, many small countries have already been declared extinct. 100 years after the collapse of the blue planet, the ocean survival game suddenly arrives. 10,000 people are randomly selected from countries around the world to be teleported to the ocean world to survive. The supplies obtained by the chosen ones in the ocean world will be brought back to reality with 100 times the increase. And I, as one of Kyushu's chosen ones, had just stepped into the ocean world when the system exploded. However, fate did not abandon me. I unexpectedly gained the ability to communicate with all things and even salvage the system's legacy-exclusive black technology. At this moment, I looked down and saw that I was standing on a piece of floating stone about 2 meters square. There was nothing but the old fishing net. All around me was the endless ocean. The scene before me made me feel desolate. 1.5 million people from 150 countries entered the ocean world, but the world before me was nothing but sea water. Suddenly, I felt a burning sensation in front of my eyes, and then a translucent panel appeared in front of me. 5 options flashed at the bottom of the panel: information bar, chat bar, inventory bar, exchange bar, and synthesis bar. I immediately clicked on the information bar. Chosen one, Chin Fan. Island area, 4 square meters. Skills, none. Weapons, none. Black technology, none. I don't have any skills? I couldn't help but frown. Is this panel unique to me? Or is it the same for all chosen ones? I opened the chat bar again, and it seemed to be a mechanism for the novice protection period. Currently, only communication within the country's chat room is allowed. Everyone was chatting animatedly, as if everyone was sharing their own confusion. Where is everyone now? I'm a little scared. I've suddenly become the chosen one. I'm really afraid of dying here. I'm confused. Now I can only figure it out on my own. We're all in this together. If anyone knows something, please share it with me. I'm really afraid of holding the country back. I want to go home. The entire chat room was filled with confused voices, as if everyone was frightened by the sudden change and didn't know what to do. Fear and curiosity intertwined, and the only thing left seemed to be confusion. I opened the inventory, and it was empty. The exchange was where everyone exchanged resources, and the synthesis column was used to make items, but it required a production blueprint. It seemed that everything had to be synthesized after finding the blueprint and materials. Could it be that all these materials had to be salvaged through that broken fishing net? However, where were the resources in this boundless ocean? My mood became increasingly heavy, and Chin Fei's figure suddenly appeared in my mind. I didn't know if she could survive in this strange world. All kinds of negative emotions surged into my heart, and I couldn't help but kick the pumice stone under my feet fiercely. Damn it! My waist! Almost at the same time, an old voice sounded. Who? I suddenly became alert and looked around. You Fuyi! The voice became more and more violent. Then I realized that the one speaking was actually the pumice stone under my feet. You, a piece of stone, can actually speak? I couldn't believe my ears. Isn't this too magical? Is it weird? Old Pumice replied impatiently. You hurt my waist as soon as you got on me. I won't be able to have a good chat about life with young female pumice stones anymore. The corners of my mouth couldn't help twitching, and I thought, this pumice stone is really a bit indecent. Come here, grab me, grab me! I have a can, I have a can! What's a jar? I have a bra, I have a bra! Hood? Just then, a series of slight noises came. I looked carefully and found that they were several half-meter square yellow wooden boxes floating in the distance. Wooden boxes can talk? However, according to the rules of ocean survival, these things must be salvaged. Every item obtained will not only bring benefits to yourself, but also allow your country to gain additional growth, or even 100-fold reward. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the broken fishing net and cast a net. Although my posture was not very standard, I still caught a wooden box. Seeing that the pumice was about to pass by the group of wooden boxes, I didn't even bother to check what was in the boxes and hurriedly cast the net again. When the group of wooden boxes gradually moved away from the salvage range, I finally succeeded in salvaging 3 wooden boxes. "Old pumice, take me after those boxes!" I shouted anxiously. "They're about to run away!" "Master Fu has always gone with the flow, what are you chasing after?" Old Fusher said in an unhappy tone. "You broke my waist, and I haven't come to settle the score with you yet, and you dare to order me around?" I was speechless, so I gave up and started to open the wooden box in my hand. With a slight movement of his mind, the wooden box instantly turned into 3 wooden boards, and the items in the box also appeared one by one: 2 canned fish, 1 bottle of mineral water. Food and water! How lucky! Open the second wooden box. Inside are 3 wooden boards, 1 bread. The third wooden box was the one that kept shouting, "I have a bra." It sounded like it might be the exclusive equipment of a female chosen one, but I thought it would be better to trade it for something else. So I opened it without hesitation. Super Protective Shield *1, Super Protective Shield, can protect the pumice stone in the shield, immune to all physical attacks, effective for half an hour. Fuck! I almost got it wrong. I thought it was something exclusive for big-breasted girls, but it turned out to be a protective shield. However, recalling the parts fragments mentioned when the system collapsed turned into various black technologies, this super protective shield should be one of them. Anyway, it can at least temporarily resist the attacks of some sea beasts, which is quite practical. I didn't hesitate any more and took out the bread to eat. I hadn't eaten for 3 days and almost fainted from hunger. I didn't expect that I could find food so easily as soon as I entered the ocean world. It really is true that there is always a way out. At the same time, the countries of Blue Star are nervously watching the movements of the chosen ones. The top leaders of Jiuzhou are also investigating the identities of these chosen ones. Every chosen one is a hero of the country and must be remembered. Just when everyone was nervously paying attention to their chosen one, suddenly, a voice came from the sky. "Jiuzhou Qinfan, obtain 2 canned fish, 1 mineral water, 9 planks, 1 bread. For items, Jiuzhou will get 100-fold increase." In an instant, the people of Jiuzhou burst into enthusiastic cheers. "Oh my god! Qinfan has harvested so many supplies so quickly! Is he lucky or strong?" Qinfan didn't start the live broadcast, so we had no way of knowing his specific situation. "We are so lucky! 100-fold increase! Jiuzhou will surely rise!" Netizens from other countries were full of envy and disdain. "It's just good luck, it's nothing great, maybe he will be killed by a sea monster tomorrow. We, the beautiful country, have sent out the elites of the Sea Seal Special Forces. In the future, we will surely rule the entire ocean world. The people of Kyushu are nothing but the sick men of East Asia." The war of words quickly spread. At the same time, the head of Jiuzhou was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He didn't expect that in less than an hour, he had obtained so much food and wood from Qinfan. This was a godsend for Jiuzhou. After the nuclear war, there is almost no green on the entire earth, and wood is extremely scarce. These wooden boards are simply a symbol of hope. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the ears of the head of state. "Qinfan, the chosen one, has developed a bug-level black technology, Super Protective Shield *1, Super Protective Shield, 100 times amplification, can protect the country within the protective shield, immune to all physical attacks, effective for half an hour." The head of the state was shocked, and he could not believe his ears. Then, on the virtual panel in front of him, an inventory of 100 super protective shields appeared, which made him so excited that he almost pinched himself. This was just like a dream. This black technology can make Jiuzhou invincible. Especially in the current situation of global turmoil and post-nuclear war, this protective shield is undoubtedly Jojo's strongest support. Headmaster, these things. An officer interrupted his thoughts. Issue a notice immediately to temporarily store the food and distribute it when the chosen ones have enough supplies. Make sure every citizen can get food and water. The head of state instructed. Also, investigate Chen Fan's identity as soon as possible, find his family, and bring them to the capital immediately. Yes. The officer immediately saluted and ran to carry out the order. Guizhou continued to study the virtual panel and found that it had no other functions except the chat room, inventory, and synthesis bar. After thinking for a moment, he decided to send a message in the chat room. Excuse me, is Chen Fan here? At this time, I had just closed the chat room and was muttering to myself, the situation of other chosen ones is really complicated. I guess it was because of the system's special care that I was able to enter this rich and dangerous sea area and get these supplies so quickly. However, I couldn't help but wonder, if this sea area is so dangerous, why haven't I felt any threat until now? Crow Mouth, can you shut up? As soon as the words fell, old Pumice roared. The shark is coming! I was stunned and turned my head suddenly, and sure enough, I saw triangular dorsal fins swimming towards us quickly. Run, damn it! Why aren't you running? I was so anxious that I was spinning in circles, feeling restless. I don't have legs, how can I run? Old Pumice replied to me unhappily. Go up and fight it. If you win, you eat it. If you lose, it eats you. Fuck! I was so angry that I kicked the pumice stone hard. My waist! Old Pumice screamed suddenly, his voice even harsher than that of the old eunuchs in the palace. The super protective shield is hard to come by and cannot be used lightly, but I don't have the strength to fight it alone at the moment, and if I don't use it, I'll probably die. Seeing the shark about to hit the pumice stone, according to the weight and shape of the pumice stone, it would most likely flip over. At this critical moment, I could only use the super protective shield. Bang! With a loud bang, the shark hit the pumice stone hard, and the pumice stone shook violently. My head! The shark screamed. Sharks can talk? I was stunned. Can you understand me? The shark showed its small eyes and sneered. Why don't you jump down and let me have a good meal? Keep hitting it, is your head made of dough? I rolled my eyes. Fuck, get down here! Keep hitting! I'm going to hit you to death! The shark was furious and went completely berserk, slamming into the pumice stone again. It screamed in pain and a big bump suddenly appeared on its head. Wait! It circled the pumice stone 5 or 6 times, uttered a harsh word like a gangster, and turned away. It's finally safe! I breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the transparent protective shield, I felt a little safer. It would be perfect if it could be retracted. Thinking about it, I tried it immediately, and sure enough, the super protective shield was successfully retracted. I glanced at my inventory. Super shield, 27 minutes. It is indeed the system's black technology. Compared with it, Blue Star technology is nothing. I am so happy just thinking about it. The sky gradually darkened and the ocean temperature dropped below 10 degrees. I gave myself a hug, looked around, and thought to myself, the temperature will probably be lower at night, so I have to quickly prepare some warm stuff. Just then, I heard a faint voice from a distance. Someone help me, I have pieces. I have tutu. I have food. My eyes moved and I suddenly became excited. Another wooden box was floating over. I picked up the fishing net without hesitation and started to salvage. Although these wooden boxes came floating towards me one after another as if vying for my favor, I still treated them equally and salvaged them one by one. The harvest was indeed rich. 18 wooden planks, 5 canned fish, 3 mineral waters, 2 pumice blocks, 1 wooden house manufacturing plan. At the same time, the system broadcast sounded again in the sky above Blue Star. Jiuzhou Chenfan obtained 18 wooden planks, 5 canned fish, and 3 mineral waters. These 3 items will increase Jiuzhou's power by 100 times. This news immediately caused an uproar throughout the entire Blue Star. Only 3 hours had passed, and this man named Chen Fan had actually obtained so many resources. His luck was simply incredible. The chosen ones from other countries have joined forces, but what they have salvaged is far less than what I have salvaged. If this continues, Won't Jeojo be far ahead, leaving other countries behind by several blocks? Some major countries have already begun to secretly plan. Among them, the wooden box containing tutu turned out to be a plan for making a wooden house. This is simply what you want. I was worried about having no place to keep out the cold. Once the wooden house is built, won't it solve the problem? I looked at the log cabin manufacturing diagram and found that it takes 50 planks to build a log cabin, but I only have 27 planks on hand. If I want to build it as soon as possible, I can either wait for more wooden boxes to float over, or trade with other chosen ones. I thought it was better to take the initiative than to wait, so I immediately opened the trading panel, but there was nothing for the time being. I guess no one got anything good now. I glanced at the public chat room. I'm hungry, thirsty, and tired. Just now, a shark swam near me for a while. Fortunately, it didn't hit the floating island, otherwise I would have been eaten by the shark. Can someone give me some water? I'm dying of thirst. You can use broken fishing nets to salvage floating wooden boxes. There is a high probability that there is food in the boxes. My expression changed. Sure enough, someone had salvaged the wooden box. So I quickly divided the 3 cans of fish into 9 portions, and exchanged each portion for 3 wooden boards. This transaction instantly caused a commotion in the chat room. Look, someone is actually exchanging food for planks. I saw it too. 1 piece of food is only 100 G, but it costs 3 wooden planks to trade. Isn't that too shady? What do you know? In the vast ocean, food and water are the most important things. If I had a plank, I would definitely change it. Soon, 5 cans of fish were exchanged. This was a promising development. Just then, I received a private message. Boss, I don't have a wooden board, can I exchange it with something else? No planks? That means he didn't salvage the crate, so what could he use to exchange? I asked out of curiosity. The other party immediately put a mace about 1 meter long on the trading column. I'll use this mace to exchange for a can of fish and a bottle of mineral water. Mace? I was stunned. Who was this guy? He even brought a mace with him when he teleported here? However, in this dangerous ocean world, the mace is indeed a good self-defense weapon. At least against sharks, although it is not fatal, it is enough to drive it away. I immediately replied. I can exchange canned fish with you, but forget about mineral water. You know, in the ocean world, water is much more precious than food. The mace is a self-defense weapon. If I hadn't been hungry for several days, I would never trade with you. The other party responded quickly. Then it's your choice. Think it over carefully. I said this and put a can of fish into the trading column. Everyone says that we need to unite and help each other for the sake of the country, but when supplies are tight, we must first ensure our own survival. It is understandable to be a little selfish. A minute later, the other party finally clicked on the transaction. I agreed immediately and took the mace in my hand. It was 80 centimeters long and weighed about 5 kilograms. The front end was covered with spikes, and it felt very powerful when I swung it. With this mace, if the shark comes again, I can give it a good fight. Just as I was thinking about it, I received another private message. I glanced at it and found it was from a person with the same name as my country's head of state. Excuse me, are you Chin Fan? It's me. I didn't want to reply, but after all, I have the same name as the head of state, so I couldn't refuse directly, so I replied symbolically. Unexpectedly, the head of the country was delighted, and he obviously didn't expect me to respond to him. He asked tentatively and got a response. After all, I am the only chosen one who can harvest so many supplies in just a few hours. I am the head of Kyushu. Thank you for everything you have done for Kyushu. Especially for you being able to obtain such high tech, and this technology only belongs to Kyushu. It will play a key role in the rise of our country. I was stunned. It was unbelievable that I could receive news from the head of state in this ocean world. However, if this is the case, it also means you're welcome. Since I'm the chosen one, it's my duty to serve my country. I will continue to collect advanced technologies, and they belong only to me and Jeojo. In the future, Jeojo will surely become a technological powerhouse on the wasteland of Blue Star. After I boasted about myself, I suddenly changed the subject and said, but I have a request that I hope you can agree to. Just say it. The head of state's tone remained gentle. I have a sister named Chin Fei. We have always depended on each other. Now that I have come to the ocean world, she may not survive. I hope you can send someone to take care of her. She is in Zaitaping village, Dong-o, and she should be the only one left now. No problem. I will immediately arrange for someone to take her to the capital and take good care of her. The head of state agreed and began to give orders. This is such an unexpected surprise. The only person I was worried about has finally been settled. I feel relieved and no longer have any worries about the next thing. I will just go all out and do it. During this period of private chat, I sold 2 more cans of fish, and I am getting closer and closer to my goal of building a log cabin. At the same time, private messages kept coming in, but most people didn't have any supplies and just wanted to get something for free. One of the male chosen ones actually asked me to do a striptease in exchange for a can of fish. I was so angry that I blocked him. Who wants to watch a man dance? I'm not interested. There were only 2 planks left to build the hut, but it was already late and the canned fish had not been sold. It seemed that among the tens of thousands of chosen ones, only a few could salvage the wooden boxes. However, it is also possible that they understand the value of the planks and do not intend to sell them easily. Old Pumice, help me find the wooden box quickly. If you freeze to death tonight, you will be useless. I couldn't help but urge him. Well, forget it. I can only go with the flow. I can't float on my own. Old Fusher responded impatiently. If you want to go faster, give me a propeller and I'll take you to the sky. Get lost! I couldn't help but curse. This guy is such an unreliable bastard. Suddenly, ding, sound came from the virtual panel, and I was delighted. Finally, I sold the 8th can of fish. I can build a wooden house now. I quickly put the cabin manufacturing plan and 50 wooden boards into the crafting column. With a flash of light, a small cabin appeared on the pumice stone 2 meters * 2 meters, compact but sufficient. Just when I was about to go in, I found that the pumice stone was completely occupied by this cabin. There were wooden walls on 3 sides, and there was no space for the fishing box. Fortunately, I still had 2 pieces of pumice to expand the area of the floating island. I used them without hesitation, and the floating island immediately became larger, becoming 2 meters * 3 meters, with a total area of 6 square meters. Uncle Fu can finally move. Otherwise, if he doesn't grow up a little bit, the wooden house will crush me and how will I survive? Old Fusher let out a long sigh, and it was obvious that he was in a better mood. At this moment, a young voice suddenly came from the wooden house. Why don't you turn over and take a look? This wooden house may not agree. Can the wooden house talk? I was stunned. You are Chen Fan? Old Fusher suddenly screamed. Your name is unlucky. How can you call yourself Chen Fan when you keep sinking and capsizing on the sea? It would be better to call yourself Fu Wen, which can both float on the sea and stay stable. You are unlucky. I felt a headache. Shut up. Old Pumice looked like he had seen something new and actually started laughing. He, Moa's laugh is even more evil than mine. You are the evil one, I said helplessly. What kind of monster are you? At this moment, Old Pumice suddenly made a strange cry. No, it's not me, it's the octopus. The octopus is sucking me. Octopus? I was startled. Where is it? How big is it? It's right under the wooden house. There are 8 tentacles, each about 1 meter long. Old Pumice explained. This is a big octopus. If I can catch it, it will be food delivered to my door. However, I can't go into the water for the time being, and I have to be careful of the sharks lurking in the water. However, since it came to my doorstep, I decided to try to catch it with a fishing net. It depends on my luck. I had an idea and tentatively cast out the fishing net. A miracle happened. As soon as the fishing net was cast, the octopus got in. I pulled and felt a heavy force. The octopus was pulling the fishing net down hard. Fuck! I yelled, and tried my best to pull it up, but I found that Squidward was so strong that I felt like I was being pulled into the water. This octopus is so fierce. It's so strong? I couldn't help but mutter in surprise. After living in the wasteland for so long, I have developed strong muscles. Lifting 100 kilograms is as easy as pie. How come I can't even pull up against an octopus? You idiot, if you don't let me go, do you believe I will stab you to death with my tentacles? A threatening voice suddenly came from the octopus in the water. Oh? You dare to resist? I couldn't help laughing. The more you resist, the more excited I get. As I said that, I increased the strength of my hands. The shark is coming! Use your strength! Hurry up and use your strength! Old Fusher shouted anxiously. A grown man can't even beat an octopus. I can't stand it anymore. Fuck, if you can do it, then do it. I rolled my eyes and almost laughed out of anger. Although I was confused, I still gritted my teeth and pulled the octopus up with all my strength. Then, I swung the mace and hit the octopus on the head. The octopus body instantly changed into colorful colors. I threw the octopus and the fishing net into the cabin, held the mace tightly, and stared at the shark with cold eyes. This guy must be dealt with today! After all, the night was long, and who knew when the shark would attack again? I couldn't stay up all night just staring at it, could I? How much do you think you can hurt me with a club? The shark laughed and said mockingly. You have lost all your defenses, just let me eat you. As soon as the words came out, the shark slammed into the pumice stone. I gripped the mace tightly with both hands, my eyes flashed, and I burst out with all my strength and smashed it down hard. Bang! With a dull impact, the mace hit the shark's head. It screamed in pain and turned to run. However, the spikes on the mace had already embedded deeply into its head, and it fled away with the floating island. Oh my God, it's too fast! I feel dizzy and I'm going to vomit! Moa screamed. Chun-fan, make it stop quickly! I'm really going to vomit! Why are you vomiting in a wooden house? Don't make it look real! I rolled my eyes and almost laughed angrily. It's really exciting, it feels like flying, I like it! Old Pumice also looked intoxicated over there. You shut up too! I had a dark face, but I was thinking of a countermeasure quickly in my mind. I couldn't let go, or I would lose all the weapons I worked so hard to get. I couldn't jump off the floating island, because who knows where the shark would take me. What if I encountered a few more sharks? Would I be dead? After searching around, I finally spotted the octopus and the fishing net that I had knocked unconscious. I quickly hooked up the fishing net with my foot, and after some effort, I finally completed the feat of casting the net with one hand. Fortunately, the fishing net accurately caught the shark's head, which made me breathe a sigh of relief. I pulled the mace out with all my strength, blood splattered, and the shark screamed again. Fuck! It hurts so much! If you hadn't provoked me, you wouldn't have ended up like this! I sneered, holding the fishing net in one hand and swinging the mace in the other, smashing it madly on the shark's head. The shark screamed in pain and swept its tail, causing the pumice stone to shake violently. Old Pumice Stone cursed angrily. Why is this shark not dead yet? My old waist, ouch! You deserve it. Didn't you just say that you felt like flying? Keep going! Moa laughed in relief. You have taken up most of Mr. Fu's body, and yet you still dare to laugh at me. Do you believe that I will disintegrate in anger, and we will die together? Old Fusher responded angrily. Come on if you have the guts. Whoever doesn't disintegrate is a grandson. The wooden house showed no sign of weakness. Shut up! Shut up! I finally couldn't help but yell, and hit the shark's eyes hard with the mace again. This time, the shark slowed down significantly and finally sank weakly to the bottom of the sea. This guy! The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. I dropped the mace, tightly grasped the fishing net, and started to pull it up. This was an E-class mackerel shark, weighing 300 kilograms. Fortunately, the buoyancy of the water allowed me to pull it back to the floating island. Panting, I finally sat down in the wooden house. Although this shark was only 2 meters long, which is considered a relatively small shark, it still took me a lot of effort to defeat it. If I had encountered a larger shark, I really couldn't guarantee that I would be safe and sound. It makes me feel overwhelmed when I think about the countless unknown dangers hidden in the ocean. Don't think too far ahead, just deal with the problem at hand first. Old Pumice's voice suddenly rang out. The floating island will soon be level with the sea level. If we don't do something, not only will we not be able to salvage the wooden box, we will also sink with it. I was stunned, and when I looked down, I saw that the top of the floating island was less than a fist away from the sea surface. If I didn't act quickly, I would not even have time to disintegrate the shark. I hit the octopus with a stick and quickly threw it and the shark into the inventory. The floating island began to rise slowly. It seems that I have to find a way to expand the area of the floating island and make it a real floating island, so that it can continue to survive. Forget it, let's take a nap first. The threat of sharks has been resolved for the time being. Just as I was thinking about it, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Tom Lux from the United States was killed by a shark attack. Hanako Yamekawa of Sakura Country, strangled to death by an octopus. Tom Lux of the Bear Country was killed by a shark attack. Kim Chung-suk of East Korea was attacked by a shark and had one leg torn off. For a moment, all the countries in Blue Star were shocked. So many people died from attacks by marine creatures on the first day? This ocean survival is too cruel. People from all over the world angrily discussed. How could these people be so careless as to provoke marine life without protecting themselves first? Fortunately, several chosen ones from each country died. Our East Korean chosen ones are actually pretty good. The death of a few chosen ones is no big deal. There are tens of thousands of chosen ones in every country anyway. Finally, Jojo's voice came on the radio. Jojo Chun-fan, kill a shark, the fresh shark carcass will be amplified 100 times. Jojo Chun-fan, kill a giant octopus, and the fresh giant octopus corpse will be amplified 100 times. This voice was like thunder piercing through the darkness, shaking everyone and making them look at each other in disbelief, unable to believe what they heard. The people of Kyushu were instantly excited, and all sleepiness disappeared. Oh my God, others were either eaten by sharks or injured, but he actually killed the shark and the giant octopus? Who is this Chun-fan? He's so powerful! I feel like I haven't seen him live today? God bless Jojo. With a strong man like Chun-fan, Jojo's rise is just around the corner. At the same time, people in other countries were shocked and angry, typing away on their keyboards. There must be something fishy going on. These sick men of East Asia from Kyushu can kill sharks with their bare hands right after entering the ocean world. It's impossible. Our Sea Dog Special Forces member was bitten by a shark. Is this Chun-fan stronger than the Special Forces member? I don't accept it. Why was our chosen one killed by the shark, but Jojo's chosen one was able to kill him back? Jojo must have bribed the mastermind behind the game. People from all countries were discussing this heatedly, and in Kyushu, where I was, the head of state was looking at the dead sharks and octopuses on the ground with mixed feelings. Once upon a time, he was worried about the people's food, but he didn't expect that on the first day of survival in the ocean, I gave him such a surprise. Head of state, what should we do with these foods? A leader came forward and asked excitedly, suppressing his inner excitement. Mix shark and octopus, add water and some whole grains, and make it into canned food. The head of state pondered for a moment, and immediately replied. Start immediately, and strive to make sure that all citizens of Kyushu have a can of fish by tomorrow night. Yes, the leader answered excitedly and quickly gave the order. As the lists of casualties continued to come in my ears, I couldn't help but sigh. It seems that almost every chosen one has been attacked by a shark or octopus. Since I was in the outer dangerous waters, these monsters obviously all came to me. But, thanks to the mace. If you want to thank me, just say it directly, don't keep it in your heart. At this time, Mace said unhappily. I won't appreciate it if you do that. The mace can actually talk? Okay, thank you for being there. I immediately replied with a smile. Go to sleep, and we'll fight together tomorrow. Well, Brother Bang, I accept your thanks, said Mace contentedly. Old Pumice, don't forget to be alert. I don't have time to sleep. Chun-fan, I'll help you keep watch, you take a good rest. What do you mean by inside me? I glared at the wooden house, feeling suddenly inexplicably embarrassed. Okay, I'm going to sleep, you go on guard. I responded, and immediately built a simple bed with a few wooden boards. I lay on the bed and couldn't help but check the messages in the public chat room. I was bitten by a shark. Can anyone give me some bleeding medicine or a bandage? I can trade it for a board. The first day was so bad, what should I do next? If I hadn't been lying on the pumice stone and refused to move, I would have been eaten by the sharks by now. Who can give us something to eat? I've been hungry all day and couldn't even sleep well. Everyone complained. In addition to having no gains, most people were also looking forward to the refresh of the wooden boxes after midnight. But don't worry about that for now, let's go to sleep. Ah! In a daze, I heard a burst of ghost howling, which scared me so much that I suddenly shuddered. Then I realized that it was old Pumice who was howling. Are you sick? Why would you die so early in the morning? I frowned and looked at the time. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm warming up my voice. Don't you think I sing very well? Old Fusher responded impatiently. Do you understand art? Feel my artistic aura. I know your sister's art. I grabbed the mace and smashed it hard on the stone's surface. My waist! Old Pumice screamed, and the sound was like someone's tail was stepped on. Hee hee hee! A burst of gloating laughter came from the wooden house. I was too lazy to care about them, so I took out the canned fish and mineral water I caught last night and started eating. Although I caught some food, it was consumed quickly, leaving only 2 canned fish and 3 bottles of mineral water, so I had to save some. After eating and drinking, I immediately activated the decomposition function and decomposed the shark and giant octopus. I obtained 1 shark skin, 1 shark tooth, 200 shark meat, and 100 octopus meat. This decomposition function is simply magical, labor-saving and efficient. It's great. There are humans. Charge, brothers. I have some meat, get me out. I have tutu. Just as I was about to put the shark meat on the market, a few more wooden boxes floated over. Could I let them down? Of course not. I started salvaging immediately. Although the torn fishing net didn't look impressive, it was very practical. Soon all the wooden boxes were fished out, and they started opening them immediately. Pork can *1, metal sheet *2. Barbecue grill manufacturing diagram *1, wooden board *2. Cloth *2, plastic *2. Mineral water *1. Jiuzhou Chen Fan obtained 5 items, 1 can of pork, 1 bottle of mineral water, 2 wooden boards, 2 metal sheets, and 2 plastics. Jiuzhou's resources increased 100-fold. Almost all the people had just woken up and heard the news that I had obtained such abundant supplies, and they were immediately excited. Although other chosen have also gained something, I am the only one who can bring surprises every time. Everyone really wants to see my live broadcast to know how I do all this. This time it was perfect. They even gave me the manufacturing plan for the grill. Wouldn't that mean we can have a seafood barbecue dinner? I immediately put the grill manufacturing diagram into the crafting column and saw that I needed 20 metal sheets to make the grill. I only had 2 metal sheets at the moment, so it seemed that I could only trade shark meat. So, I immediately started to put supplies on the shelves. Considering that there were not many Kyushu chosen in the novice protection zone, my prices were very fair. Each portion of shark meat only required 2 basic supplies to trade. This was great news for the other chosen ones. The chat room was immediately buzzing with excitement. Everyone, hurry up and go to the exchange to grab some shark meat. Boss Chen Fan is giving us benefits. We can exchange 2 basic supplies for 1 serving of shark meat. Shark meat smells like urine, which is disgusting. I don't want to eat it. Don't be picky. Look at where this place is. Can you eat good food on the blue planet? At the same time, a large number of freeloaders sent me private messages asking for a few pieces of shark meat, and some even wanted mineral water, which really left me speechless. Even if the chosen ones of Kyushu want to keep each other warm, I sell the most precious food so cheaply, and you are still not satisfied? I simply closed the chat room and missed the news released by the country. Fuck, it's crashing! It's about to crash! At this moment, old Fusher suddenly screamed. Chen Fan, paddle, run! Another shark? I was stunned and immediately clenched my mace. Box! It's a box! Where? It's at 12 o'clock, 2 meters away from me. Could it be a wooden box underwater? It's reached down there, rubbing against my body. It's so slippery, it's about to come out. Old Pumice's voice was strange, as if he had been hit by something. It's really absurd to treat a box like this. I was speechless, turned around and jumped onto the wooden house, and cast the net casually. Soon, the heavy net was pulled and the fish was fished out. It turned out to be a bronze box, almost the same size as the wooden box, and only weighed about 10 pounds. No wonder it was flush with the sea level. If it wasn't for the old pumice stone reminding me, I would have missed it. Uncle, please let me go. There's nothing in it. It's just an empty box. The bronze box suddenly spoke. You'll know what's inside after you open it. I smiled and opened the box impatiently, and found a windproof lighter, 500 times, inside. Fuck my phone! Fuck you! The bronze box let out a scream and was immediately disassembled into 3 metal pieces by me. It's a bronze box. The things inside are extraordinary. I was planning to bake something, and the lighter came in handy. What a great luck! However, if we look at it this way, since there are wooden boxes and bronze boxes, then there must also be silver boxes and gold boxes. Wouldn't the contents inside be even more awesome? I don't know how much black technology the system can decompose, and when I can get the second piece? Just as I was thinking about it, a voice suddenly came from the wooden house. Chen Fan, you pressed my hair! Why did you jump on me without saying hello? The floating island is too small. The wooden house takes up 4 square meters. The remaining 2 square meters are not enough. Even the barbecue grill can't be placed there. It's really embarrassing. I immediately posted a message in the chat room. Collect pumice stones, 1 pumice stone for 5 portions of octopus meat, or 10 portions of shark meat. As soon as the message was sent, the chat room immediately exploded. A 4 square meter floating island is not big enough. Is Boss Chen planning to expand the floating island? 5 servings of octopus meat? This is too tempting. I have no pumice stone, only a plank, which I have already traded. Soon, a private message popped up. Brother, I have 2 pumice stones, which can be exchanged for 5 portions of octopus meat and 10 portions of shark meat. I looked at the trading column and was stunned. Did you salvage the bronze box? What bronze box? Zhang Xingjia was confused. I just removed 2 pieces of pumice from the floating island. Oh my god, this guy is really desperate for food. Are you sure you want to trade? I quickly replied. Hurry up, I'm starving, Zhang Xingjia said urgently. I just want to eat. I didn't hesitate and completed the transaction immediately. Check the exchange. The shark meat has been traded. I still need 6 metal pieces to synthesize the barbecue grill. Almost there. After finishing all these, I opened the news from Guizhou. He sent me several messages in the morning, and also some photos of Qin Fei eating breakfast. Seeing her changed into new clothes, I was excited. The country is really efficient. They took Qin Fei in just one night. I finally feel relieved. Brother, are you okay in Ocean World? Are you injured? At this time, Qin Fei sent a message. I'm so worried about you. Don't worry, little sister, I'm fine, don't worry. I replied excitedly, and took a selfie with the dialogue box. It's a pity that there is no video function, otherwise wouldn't it be more convenient to just video? That's good. Take care of yourself, brother. I will never have to live without food and clothing again. Qin Fei replied with confidence. The two chatted for a while, and suddenly the national press sent a message. Qin Fan, why don't you broadcast live? You can let everyone see how you survive, enhance the confidence of the people, and crack down on those arrogant foreigners outside. I haven't had time yet. I'll study it later. I agreed quickly. However, even in this rich sea, although there are many wooden boxes, there are still not many that can be encountered. Should we take the initiative to attack? If you make a paddle, can you push such a large floating island? This is a question. With nothing to do, I casually checked the chat room. A message stunned me. Boss, can I trade you a bottle of mineral water for the sail-making plan? Do you know that water is the most precious resource now? I replied. But this is a sail manufacturing diagram. The other party continued. Great stuff. I was just thinking about how difficult it is to make a paddle, and the sail was delivered directly to my door, even faster than takeout. But I still replied. The sail manufacturing plan is not needed for the time being, and it will take several months to build a ship now. Besides, what if I salvage the sail plan in the future? This is the most precious thing I can give you right now. I can add a piece of pumice stone. The other party responded urgently. 200 milliliters of mineral water, 5 pieces of shark meat. I replied. I have a use for the pumice stone, so consider these resources as support for you. Okay, thank you. After 3 seconds of silence, the other party put the item into the transaction column. I confirmed the transaction immediately, fearing that the other party would go back on their word. I made a lot of money this time. Put the sale manufacturing diagram into the synthesis column and find that the sale requires shark skin *1, wooden board *20, and cloth *20. I have all of these. After making them and attaching them to the wooden roof, it's perfect. But let's wait until we make the paddles. It was almost noon, so I immediately made a barbecue grill, temporarily placed it on the pumice stone in front of the cabin, lit the wooden boards, put a pound of octopus meat on it, and started grilling. While I was grilling, I turned on the live broadcast. The live broadcast was one way, and the audience on Blue Star could see what was happening outside the cabin, but I couldn't see any interface. My live broadcast room suddenly opened, and many people immediately rushed in, but when they saw the live broadcast, they were all stunned. On the huge floating island, there is an exquisite wooden house, and in front of the wooden house, there is a handsome young man grilling an octopus. Is this really SeaWorld? Why does it look like his home? This is not ocean survival, it's simply an island barbecue competition. Chapter 8: Purify everything and get only pure water. The chosen ones in other live broadcast rooms were either staring at the water without blinking, looking for the floating wooden boxes, or busy exchanging survival experiences in the live broadcast rooms. They were all in a miserable state, and didn't even sleep at night. But this big brother actually looked like he was on vacation, and even had a barbecue. Why is the gap between people so big? My brother is such a jerk! Chen Fei finally felt relieved after seeing Chen Fan's condition. I thought Chen Fan was having a hard time and was deliberately comforting myself, but it turns out that he is living a happy and carefree life. Soon, the octopus was grilled. I took a piece and chewed it. It melted in my mouth and was very delicious. And because it is a marine creature, the unique salt in the octopus's body also makes the octopus meat slightly salty, which increases the deliciousness of the meat. Chen Fan could swear that this was the most delicious food he had ever eaten in his life. The people on Blue Star who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw Chen Fan wolfing down his food. One has to know that in 100 years after the nuclear war, although animals and plants were artificially cultivated, they tasted like chewing wax and could only fill the stomach. Charcoal grilled octopus, the most classic food 100 years ago, must taste great. Thump. In the distance, a seabird flew over quickly and landed on the wooden house. It stared at the octopus with its hooked eyes and kept calling. Fish, fish, fish! Albatross? If you want to eat fish, catch it yourself. You want to steal it from me? Chen Fan said immediately. Boss, eat fish, fish! Albatross looked at Chen Fan in surprise, and then kept calling out. In this vast ocean, it's fate that you can fly here. I'll give you a small piece. The cry was annoying, so Chen Fan had to tear off a piece and throw it to the albatross. The albatross opened its mouth wide and swallowed it all. Then, as if it had discovered a new world, it said, Fish, fish, delicious. Eat more fish, fish! It's fine if you want to eat fish, but you need to exchange with me, Chen Fan said immediately. Go and have a look around now to see if there is a drifting wooden box. Just tell me the location of the wooden box and I'll give you a piece of fish. What a joke. What's the difference between this and an unmanned reconnaissance drone? I'm worried about not being able to find the wooden box. If there is an albatross to help me find it, how can the wooden box escape? Give me $1 first as a deposit, the albatross shouted as soon as he heard it. You can bargain? That's great. Chen Fan nodded and threw another piece of grilled octopus to albatross. Anyway, we have plenty of octopus meat. Exchanging a piece of octopus meat for a wooden box is such a good deal. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan immediately made a sail and installed it on the wooden house. Since there were no oars at the moment, he had to use wooden boards instead. At least with the help of the sail, using wooden boards was also labor-saving. Everyone in Kyushu was confused. Why did he suddenly make a sail? Does Chen Fan still plan to leave here? If he runs out of energy and is attacked by a shark while dragging such a large floating island, he will be finished. Is it because the early development was so good that I am inflated? This is in the ocean world, and every step must be carefully considered. I think they are just bored. They need to maintain stability in the early stage. It won't be too late to leave once they have enough capital. Other countries became excited. No matter what, Chen Fan had become a threat to them, and his suicidal behavior would definitely speed up his death. By then, Kyushu will still be just the sick man of East Asia. More than half an hour later, the albatross came back, and at the same time, he stood on the cabin and shouted, "There's a wooden box! There's a wooden box!" "Where?" Chen Fan asked immediately. "Here, here," said the albatross, and immediately flew in one direction. "It's so fast that it only took half an hour to find the wooden box. Is this really a sea area rich in resources?" Chen Fan scratched his head, immediately adjusted the sail, and rowed in the direction pointed by the albatross. You know what, with the help of the sail, Chen Fan rowed quite easily. More than an hour passed and the floating island rushed out 20 nautical miles before finally seeing a wooden box more than 100 meters away. Then Chen Fan was delighted. This is not just one wooden box, it is simply a group of wooden boxes. There are 7 or 8 wooden boxes. The albatross has made a great contribution. However, when Chen Fan was about to row quickly, he found that he could not row anymore. The sails seemed to be pushing in the opposite direction. What was going on? "I see you're paddling, so I want you to use more force," Chuan Fan suddenly said. "We are a team now, why should I come out while you keep paddling?" "But if I don't paddle, how can the floating island move forward?" Chen Fan said angrily. "This stroke is not that stroke. Adjust yourself, or I'll tear you apart right now." "Then you tear one down, and I want to see how you get through." "Hee hee." Hearing this, old Fusher immediately laughed with gloating. "Chen Fan, you also have this day?" "My face!" As soon as the words fell, Chuan Fan suddenly screamed. It turned out that the albatross had defecated on Chuan Fan. "Wash it for me quickly. It's so disgusting." "Ugh! If you come over here obediently, I will help you wash, otherwise I will let the albatross pull you every day in the future." Chen Fan sneered and threatened immediately. "Little guy, can I control you?" Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't say anything more. This shit is going into my mouth, ugh!" Chuan Fan said, and immediately adjusted the angle. Chen Fan finally came to the group of wooden boxes and began to salvage them enthusiastically. The people on Blue Star were stunned. It was like a face-slapping scene. No wonder Chen Fan came here. It turns out that he already knew there were supplies here. And there were 7 wooden boxes at once. It's amazing! I take back my doubts. Chen Fan is a master of planning and is definitely a survival expert. Chen Fan is so great, and he's so handsome. I unilaterally declare that he is my husband now. The foreign people went crazy instantly. They had just sentenced Chen Fan to death, but someone found the wooden boxes. You know, even if all the chosen ones worked together in a day, they might not be able to find 10 wooden boxes. What kind of luck is this? Several major countries, led by the United States, immediately held a secret meeting to discuss countermeasures against Kyushu. Chen Fan excitedly began to open the wooden box. Bread 2, wooden board 2. Seawater purifier manufacturing diagram 1, purifies everything, only pure water is obtained, pumice stone 1. Canned fish 2, plastic 2. Instant noodles 2, paddle manufacturing diagram 1. Jojo Chen Fan, get 3 pieces of bread, for canned fish, 1 piece of mineral water, 4 pieces of wood, 3 pieces of metal, 3 pieces of plastic, 2 pieces of cloth, 1 seawater purifier manufacturing diagram, purify everything, only pure water, 8 things, Jojo will be amplified 100 times. As the voice resounded throughout the entire Blue Star, almost everyone was stunned and stood there, dumbfounded. Chapter 9, Trading of Seawater Purifier, Contract Documents. Purify everything, only pure water. No one knows what this means. You must know that since the outbreak of the nuclear war, all the water in rivers, lakes and seas has been polluted. Human beings can only exploit deep groundwater 1 kilometer below the surface, and after 100 years of consumption, the reserves are not much left. It is no exaggeration to say that water is far more precious than food. Now Jojo has obtained 100 seawater purifier manufacturing drawings, which means that Jojo will no longer lack drinkable water. This alone has surpassed all the countries on Blue Star. The people of Kyushu cheered and rejoiced, while the people of other countries envied and hated. Long live Chin Fan! Chin Fan is my Kyushu hero! My husband is awesome. He's not only handsome but also capable. Who wouldn't love a man like him? A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Gyoujo Chin Fan is too high profile. He will probably die before he can live for too long. Don't be too proud. Humph, you are just jealous. We, the people of Gyoujo, are about to live a good life, but you still have to eat coarse food. Isn't that shameful? Looking at the 100 seawater purifier manufacturing drawings, the chieftain was extremely excited and could not wait to take one out and put it in the synthesis column. To make a seawater purifier, you need 1 seawater purifier manufacturing drawing, 10 pieces of cloth, and 5 pieces of metal. Note: the seawater purifier can purify 100 milliliters of seawater into 60 milliliters of fresh water per hour, with a maximum carrying capacity of 2,000 milliliters, and can be upgraded. 1,440 milliliters of fresh water can be purified in 1 day, and 100 purifiers can produce 144 L of fresh water. Although it is far from enough for the daily drinking water of the people of Kyushu, it is definitely a turning point for Kyushu. It's a pity that my virtual panel is a bit backward. A manufacturing drawing in the synthesis bar can only produce one thing. If the program of the manufacturing drawing is directly written into the synthesis bar like Chin Fan, and it no longer disappears, I can make it unlimitedly. But this is also very satisfying. At that moment, the head of state immediately put aside all other matters and began to concentrate on making the seawater purifier. A seawater purifier and ores, aren't these what I need most right now? What a great harvest! Chin Fan snapped his fingers with a smile and started making it immediately. He then scooped 2,000 milliliters of seawater into the purifier and placed a mineral water bottle at the water outlet before he started doing other things. Fish, fish, fish! The albatross shouted while jumping on the wooden house. Here you go, take your time to eat! Chin Fan immediately threw 7 pieces of octopus meat to Albatross. If you find wooden boxes near me in the future, you can notify me at any time. 1 piece of meat for each wooden box. It's a fair trade, no cheating. Great, great, the boss is a good man, a very good man! The albatross suddenly shouted happily. In the virtual panel, private chat notification sounds kept ringing. Chin Fan opened it immediately, and the first message immediately caught his eye. Brother Fan, can I trade a seawater purifier with you? I'll trade you 2 pieces of pumice. You know, water is so scarce nowadays. 2 pieces of pumice. My most valuable things are these 2 pieces of pumice. The rest are just some basic supplies. People from Kyushu don't cheat people from Kyushu, otherwise I will never let you suffer any loss. Seeing Chin Fan say this, the other party immediately replied. Okay, after all, we are all from Gyoujo, so we should stick together for warmth. Chin Fan said, and immediately made a seawater purifier and traded 2 pumice stones with the other party. Now, Chin Fan had a total of 6 pumice stones in his hand. Without hesitation, he immediately added 2 pumice stones on each of the 3 sides of the wooden house. The area of the floating island finally increased from 6 square meters to 12 square meters. Chin Fan, you finally did something! Old Fusher shouted excitedly. I feel stronger now, my waist strength is amazing! What's the use of having amazing waist strength? Aren't you still an old bachelor? Moo immediately sneered. You have strength but nowhere to use it, are you going to do it by hand? Why do I feel like you're looking for trouble again? Old Pumice said angrily. Where is the shit? I don't want shit. Chuan Fan seemed to be stimulated. When he heard this word, he immediately screamed. Chin Fan, I listen to your command. Don't feed me shit. I am so. Chin Fan was extremely speechless. Couldn't these 3 old men talk about something serious? On a pumice stone nearly 1,000 miles away from the sea, Zhou Wenliang had been thirsty for 2 days. Although he had fished out some supplies, he had not found any mineral water. Listening to the voice from high above, after careful consideration, he sent a message to Chin Fan. Chin Fan, I'm Zhou Wenliang. Can you lend me a seawater purifier? Chin Fan had already traded for some good stuff using the seawater purifier, but after just a glance, he was about to block him. The other party immediately sent another message. I haven't caught anything good yet, and I've eaten the only bread. If you can give me a seawater purifier, I can sign a contract with you and promise you one thing unconditionally in the future. Can we still sign a contract in the ocean world? How come I don't know how to sign the contract? Chen Fan replied immediately. I got a contract document. I'll give it to you after I sign it. You also sign your name, and the contract will be concluded. You can ask me to do something for you at any time. Zhuo Wenliang explained immediately. If I don't do it, the contract will backfire and I will bleed to death. There is also this kind of contract. Could it be that this guy got a bronze or silver box? Although he was not sure whether what Zhuo Wenliang said was true, he was from Jiuzhou after all, so he was willing to take a gamble and directly made a seawater purifier and put it in the trading column. A few seconds later, a parchment scroll wrapped with silk thread appeared in the other party's transaction column, and the two agreed to the transaction at the same time. When he opened it, he saw the word contract written on it, and below it was Zhuo Wenliang's promise and signature. Chen Fan immediately wrote his name, and saw the contract document began to heat up and soon burned to ashes. Oh my God, there are such magical things! This ocean world is really extraordinary, Chen Fan said to himself in disbelief. That's nothing. I've been drifting on the sea for so long, I've seen everything. Seeing Chen Fan making a fuss, old Fusher boasted. You must have never seen a mermaid, right? There are mermaids in the ocean world? Chen Fan said in surprise. Of course. Do you think the ocean world only has those ordinary fish? There are many indigenous people there, Old Pumice said unhappily. If you meet them, your life will be in danger. Chen Fan frowned slightly. It turns out that in addition to the threats from marine life, the ocean world also faces threats from indigenous people. It seems that before we become strong enough, we still have to pray not to encounter them. Chapter 10. Dolphin comes into the house, wants to stay overnight? Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately stood up and shouted to Albatross. Ah, one, have you rested enough? Why don't you check where there are other wooden boxes? Just go, just go! The albatross that was resting on the wooden house immediately screamed, flew high into the sky, and left quickly. Old Pumice, do you see anything worth fishing in the water? We can't just sit here and wait. After sending the albatross away, Chen Fan continued to give instructions. Beg me! Cried Old Pumice like a scoundrel. Old Fusher, don't you understand yet? We are one. We prosper together and suffer together, Chen Fan said seriously. You idiot, even if only a tiny piece of me is left, I am still alive, Old Fusher said disdainfully. Would I be afraid of you? What the hell? Chen Fan was stunned. This old thing is just like a stone in the toilet, smelly and hard. Forget it. Since you made me stronger, I'll help you. Old Fusher's tone suddenly softened. There is a school of sardines at 3 o'clock. They will soon swim over to me. You have some conscience, Chen Fan said, holding the fishing net and jumping onto the pumice stone over there. Are you coming over? Cast the net. After 5 seconds of silence, Old Pumice shouted. Chen Fan immediately cast the net down and then began to pull it up. As expected, the net was very heavy and he caught 13 sardines at once. More than 20 centimeters long, 2 of them are enough for a full meal. Does Chen Fan have the ability to predict the future? He was able to jump onto the floating rock at the perfect moment to catch the fish, as if he had eyes underwater. We have all witnessed his magic, but he always talks to himself and seems mysterious. Could he be a spirit medium? Humph, my husband will always be the best. He will lead our Jiuzhou to become the #1 country on Blue Star. Seeing Chen Fan's amazing operation, the people of Jiuzhou were stunned and started discussing it. However, several major countries, led by the United States, have held a secret meeting and have made a final decision to attack Kyushu at night. Jiuzhou's Chen Fan is extremely lucky. If this continues, Jiuzhou will definitely surpass all countries. Since the ocean world is in a novice protection period and the waters of various countries are different, and they cannot interfere with Chen Fan, then let's solve it from within Blue Planet. At night, if Sakura Country directly launches all its missiles to bomb Kyushu, then even if Chen Fan obtains more supplies for Kyushu, Kyushu may not be able to enjoy them. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. After the albatross left, it never came back. No one knew whether it had never found the wooden box or had been eaten by its natural enemy. Chin Fan had no choice but to deal with the 2 sardines and throw them on the grill to grill. Seeing Chin Fan's carefree appearance, the people who had received the canned food were happy and grateful. This canned food is so delicious. Without Chin Fan, we don't know when we can eat canned food again. Thank him so much. He was eating, and I was eating, and it felt like we were on a date. You clamoring foreign dogs, Chin Fan can bring us food, but what can your chosen one bring to you? Those foreigners stayed in their rooms and starved, watching the comments from the people from Jiuzhou in the live broadcast room, and they were so angry that their teeth were itching, but they could not refute. As the night deepened, a voice was heard from high in the sky. Sakura Kunemura rose in socks and died of dehydration after being thirsty for 3 days. Will Brown from the United States was attacked and seriously injured by the chosen one from his country. Jiuzhou Zhulin was attacked and killed by the chosen one. Along with a series of names and omitted statistics, nearly 10,000 people died in 150 countries today, and more than 700 people died in Kyushu in 2 days. This is enough to show the cruelty of the ocean world. Shouldn't the chosen of our country stick together for support? Why would someone attack? This is human nature. The premise of banding together for warmth is to survive first. If you can't survive, you will definitely go to extremes. It's unbelievable. Everything is so fragile in the face of life. It seems that someone has already thought of moving the floating island, but I don't know whether they used wooden boards or made sails. But it seems a bit shameless to do it to their own people. I hope I won't encounter this situation, otherwise I will definitely not show mercy. After eating and drinking, Chin Fan stood up and stretched, then went back to the room, curled up on the bed and started browsing the chat room. How was your day, everyone? I caught a few small fish with my fishing net and had a seafood dinner tonight. It was great. We only managed to get 2 wooden boxes today, both of which are basic supplies. It's another day of starvation. Oh my God, I saw a ship, at least 30 or 40 meters long. You must be starving. This is the ocean world where we survive. How could there be a big ship? Hey buddy, where are you? The chosen one did not respond after saying that. I wonder if he encountered any danger, but there was no voice announcing the death. Perhaps he was counted on tomorrow's death list? That big ship should be the native of the ocean world, right? Oh my God, the danger is increasing. Be careful. Seeing that it was getting late, Chin Fan was about to go to bed, but he heard the quiet old pumice suddenly shouting. Run, sail, raise the sail and leave quickly, or we'll hit you. I'm already starting to paddle. Tell Chin Fan to row quickly, Chuan Fan said hurriedly. It's coming, it's rushing towards us on the waves. The wooden house also shouted. Chin Fan, open the door. What's going on? Who's here? Chin Fan muttered in confusion. He immediately opened the wooden door to find out what was going on, but he heard a loud shout and immediately hid to the side. Boom! The next second, a huge monster jumped out of the water, pushing a bronze box in front of it, and dived into the wooden house. Dolphin? Chin Fan was still confused. Brother, I'll lend you my room to hide in first. That box will be your lodging fee, Dolphin said quickly. You are a marine creature, why are you hiding on land? Chin Fan slapped his forehead. This dolphin is about 2 meters long, and the wooden house can just fit it. If you cover it with a quilt, people who don't know would think they married a fat wife. I don't care. I've already paid you for the night, Dolphin shouted. You won't leave, no matter what. Here it comes again. Before he could figure out what was going on, old pumice started howling again. Oh no, I'm going to be sunk. Come again? Chin Fan's eyes almost popped out. Through the gap, he saw a marine creature nearly twice as big as a dolphin ramming fiercely towards the floating island. Chapter 11, Outsmarting the Killer Whale. Will it strike back? What the hell is this thing? Chin Fan yelled, no longer thinking about anything else, and immediately used the super protective shield. Bang! In less than a second, the huge monster had crashed into the protective shield, and the huge floating island began to shake violently. Chin Fan staggered and nearly fell to the ground, and immediately jumped out from the gap between the dolphin and the door frame. Only then did he notice the marine creature outside, which turned out to be a killer whale. Boy, hand over the dolphin! The killer whale circled the floating island and shouted in a deep voice. Otherwise I will destroy your floating island. You bastard, you dare to destroy me? Old Fusher was unhappy at the time. I think you are looking for shit with a lantern in the toilet? What are you looking for? Why are you looking for shit? Are you going to throw it on me? Chuan Fan was startled and screamed again. Chen Fan stared at the killer whale coldly, his expression becoming increasingly solemn. Killer whales are social creatures. Since there is one here, there must be other killer whales lurking around. In addition, they have extremely high IQs, so you never know when they will launch a surprise attack on you. Then I have to scare this guy to drive them away. After removing the protective shield, Chen Fan took out the mace and hooked his finger at the killer whale. Come on, let's see which is harder, your head or my weapon. Are you challenging me? The killer whale laughed. This is the first time I've encountered a human challenging me. I'm very pleased. Come on, Chen Fan, smash it to death. Mowu immediately cheered. Watch me sprint and knock over your floating island. The killer whale laughed, retreated for more than 10 seconds, and then dived towards this side. At 12 o'clock, 30 centimeters underwater. Old Pumice stopped being pretentious and started giving orders immediately. Looking at the dorsal fin in the distance, when the killer whale was 1 meter away from the floating island, Chen Fan immediately used the super protective shield, and at the same time, holding the mace in both hands, smashed it hard on the water surface. Bang! At the same time as the killer whale's head hit the protective shield, Chen Fan's mace also smashed down, leaving 5 or 6 deep dents on its neck. At the moment when the killer whale retreated, the super protective shield was withdrawn. Chen Fan waved the mace and said with a smile, The first round was a little short. Next is the second round. Shall we start? Right, let's start the second round. Old Fusher saw that nothing was wrong and immediately laughed. Keep going, if you don't continue you are not a tiger. The killer whale's head was dizzy and its back was aching, so it circled the floating island several times. It seems that there is no obstruction, but when I bump into it, it feels like I hit glass. It's really weird. Behind! At this time, Chuan Fan suddenly shouted. Chen Fan ignored it and opened the super protective shield again, and then the floating island was hit hard again. Sure enough, in addition to this killer whale, there are other killer whales in hibernation. Don't hide, just come out and attack together, Chen Fan said disdainfully. With people like you, you can't knock over my floating island even if you keep crashing into it all night. The killer whale was so angry that he almost vomited blood. We finally found a dolphin for dinner, but it was protected by this human. The key is that we can't do anything about this human. After a few seconds, the killer whale turned around and prepared to leave. Old Fusher started to yell. Tiger, you are so cool! First, I'm not arrogant, I'm angry. Second, my name is not Tiger bitch, my name is Killer Whale. Third, I don't have time to play such boring games with you. The killer whale turned around suddenly, said word by word, then dived into the water and disappeared. Huh! It was not until this moment that Chen Fan finally sat down on the ground weakly and gasped heavily. This is one of the most intelligent creatures in the ocean. Fortunately, I used the super protective shield to scare it. Otherwise, if it really confronted me, I would have to wait for the shield to run out, and then I would have just waited for death. Fortunately. Wow! Warm applause broke out across the Blue Star, especially in Kyushu. Many people were almost fainting from nervousness and excitement. It was so thrilling just now. I felt like I was there. It's incredible that Chen Fan was able to drive away that big fish. Yes, Chen Fan is both brave and resourceful. He is truly a rare talent that is only seen once in a century. We should congratulate him. He's lucky this time. The ocean world is full of dangers. Sooner or later, some creature will kill him. Nonsense, foreign dogs, get out of our Chen Fan live studio. As negative remarks entered the live broadcast room, a war of words broke out between China and the West once again. Several heads of state of major countries had planned to raise their glasses to celebrate, but their celebration was in vain. They once again felt that the plan of a night attack was correct. After tonight, Kyushu should be almost gone, right? Damn it, luckily that bastard ran away, otherwise I would definitely teach him how to be a whale. Old Fusher snorted coldly and immediately started shouting loudly. "How dare you mess with me, you are so brave!" "But I can't say it anymore." Chen Fan's mouth twitched, and he immediately lowered his voice and said, "They probably won't give up. Be alert. If they attack you underwater, don't say anything, just cough." "You are so cunning, but I like it." Old Fisher laughed when he heard that. "Dolphin, you can go away now." Chen Fan sneered in his heart, then turned to look at Dolphin. "I want to rest too." "Let me stay for a while, I'm small and can't take up much space," the Dolphin said pitifully. "Brother, can you pour some water on me? I feel so thirsty." "You're not done yet, are you?" Chen Fan kicked the Dolphin's tail. "How the hell can I lie down and sleep after being poured with water? You're so stupid." 10 minutes, I'll leave in 10 minutes, Dolphin said quickly. "At worst I can get you another box." Ahem! Bang! As he was speaking, Old Pumice suddenly coughed. Chen Fan immediately cast a super protective shield and attacked violently at the same time. The killer whale actually made a comeback. "You bastard, you're looking for death!" Old Fisher was furious. "I don't want to play with you anymore." Seeing that it really couldn't break through the defense, the killer whale said this and really disappeared. They really left this time. "If you don't leave, I will cut you into pieces." Looking at the motionless dolphins, Chen Fan said with a bad face. I'm leaving now. The dolphin laughed, struggled back into the water, and disappeared in a dive. "Might as well just kill him, this guy hit my waist when he rushed over." "What do you know? I'll keep it for a great use," Chen Fan said unhappily, and immediately went into the room to look at the bronze box. Last time, a lighter was found in the bronze box, so he wondered what good things would be in this bronze box. "Brother, be gentle to me." Seeing Chen Fan staring at him with lustful eyes, Bronze Box pleaded shyly. Chapter 12. The horrific blow turned into a fireworks feast. Chen Fan froze, and then he felt a chill. How could opening a box be like losing a virgin? Could it be even more disgusting? I ignored it and opened the box directly. Smart, fully automatic toilet 1. Instructions: no need to flush, the smell will disappear automatically. No need for toilet paper, just rinse with water. No need to diffuse air, it will emit a fresh fragrance. Oh my god, they actually found something so amazing? I'd been on the island for 2 days, and I haven't been able to relieve myself due to some water and climate problems. Because I was so nervous when confronting the killer whale just now, I finally felt the urge to defecate. I was even considering turning off the live broadcast and facing my butt to the sea. But now I have this thing, and I can do it even in the cabin. After rubbing his stomach, Chen Fan immediately closed the wooden door and started to defecate while sitting on the toilet. Just as it says in the instructions, clean and hygienic. However, after finishing the job, he felt uncomfortable just leaving the toilet next to the bed. In the end, Chen Fan put the toilet into the inventory and would take it out only when he needed to use it. The room is still too small. When can we make the floating island and the wooden house bigger so that we can live more comfortably? Chen Fan muttered as he lay on the wooden bed and soon fell asleep. It was quiet in the deep night of Kyushu, and even the mutant dogs that were retamed after the nuclear war fell asleep. An air raid alarm suddenly sounded above the capital, and then spread to the entire Kyushu. The head of state was also awakened from his sleep, and immediately received the following report. The 88 missiles hidden by the Sakura Country have been launched, and will hit Kyushu in 10 minutes. This news was like a thunderclap in the ears of the head of state. You should know that after the end of World War III, all countries signed an armistice treaty. If anyone violates the treaty, they will be sanctioned by all countries. However, the Sakura Country blatantly violated the treaty and is simply going against the entire blue planet. Head of state, this happened too suddenly, an officer said anxiously. 88 missiles, we have no way to counter them. Please give us the order, what should we do? Immediately announce to the entire Kyushu that we are not afraid of attacks, and this attack will not cause any harm to us. After being shocked, the head of state immediately said calmly, "Do what needs to be done, and we will talk about everything tomorrow." Head of state, these are 88 missiles. The officer was stunned to see the head of state so calm. "Just do as I say, your military doesn't need to take any measures," the head of state continued to emphasize. Seeing that the head of state was so sure, the officer immediately retreated. All the people of Kyushu have come to the open space. They have even seen the missile group coming from the east. However, after hearing the government's announcement, they are confused but also filled with endless despair. What does this mean? Has the country given up on us? We are just living a good life because of Chinfan. It must be that the Sakura Country saw how good Chinfan was in the ocean world, so they attacked us. The Sakura Country is really a piece of shit. Are we really going to die on this beautiful night? Fear and despair permeated the entire Kyushu. Why did someone want to kill hope when there was already hope? The people of Sakura Country are worse than pigs and dogs, a bunch of living beasts. However, the moment they saw the missiles falling, they felt relieved and liberated. At least they were with their loved ones before they died, so what was there to regret? Boom, boom! As one missile exploded, all the missiles began to explode. What no one could have imagined was that these missiles exploded at an altitude of 500 meters above Kyushu. The people of Kyushu only saw the brilliant fireworks caused by the missile explosions, as if it was a beautiful fireworks show being performed in the night sky over the entire Kyushu. Not only did the missile not explode on Kyushu soil, but even the shock wave and smoke did not fall down, but were directly blown away by the wind. After a brief moment of stagnation, the people of Kyushu suddenly cheered. It's amazing. Could it be that God has mercy on us and is protecting us? Didn't you hear the announcement made by the head of state himself? The head of state must know the inside story. Anyway, we have survived, and we don't have to fear attacks from the enemy anymore. The horrific blow turned into a fireworks feast. The people of Sakura Country must be pissed off to death, haha. The entire Blue Star is watching Gyojo. The head of the beautiful country was stunned by this miraculous scene, and he quickly found the head of the Sakura Country and said, "You idiot, you have sent out all the inventory, and you just showed the people of Kyushu a fireworks display and that's it? I don't know what's going on." The king of Sakura Country was confused. Could it be that under the rules of ocean survival, countries cannot attack each other? You'd better find out the reason for me, otherwise I will strangle you to death with my own hands. The head of the beautiful country said this and immediately hung up the phone angrily. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone was discussing the attack from the Sakura Country. While despising the Sakura Country's meanness, they were also very curious about Kyushu's defense. What kind of defense could withstand the attack of 88 missiles in an instant? Chinfan slept soundly that night. It was not until the albatross chirped outside that Chinfan came out sleepily. "You haven't come back yet. I thought you were eaten." "Fish, fish, I want fish." The albatross kept calling as it jumped. "Why, did you find the box?" Chinfan asked with a smile. "Boxes, boxes everywhere!" The albatross screamed immediately. Chinfan then discovered that there were more than a dozen wooden boxes scattered around, and the floating island was no longer in its original place. He was afraid that the sails were forgotten to be retracted last night, causing the floating island to drift all night. But it is really rare to be able to float right into the group of wooden boxes. "Don't fish me out, I don't have tutu." Bad guy, I won't allow you to save me." "Run, brothers! The bad guys are trying to get us." As Chinfan picked up the fishing net, the surrounding wooden boxes immediately began to scream. Chinfan was not going to tolerate them, so he immediately spread out the fishing net and started a beautiful day. It took Chinfan half an hour to pick up all the dozen wooden boxes, and then he opened them all. Wooden board 2, metal sheet 1. Pumice stone 2, beer 2. Spear gun manufacturing diagram 1, plastic 2. Cotton 3, wazi 2. Oh my god, this time we got a huge harvest. There are 4 pieces of pumice, which can fill the gaps in the 4 corners of the floating island. There are also beer and cigarettes, which were once the most popular things on the blue planet. "Brother Fan, good morning!" At the same time, the flattering voice of old Fusher suddenly came, making Chinfan shudder. This old six has never been so polite before. Why did he change his nature today? Chapter 13. Come to Genhuazi. As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Chinfan immediately asked, "What are you doing?" "Give me some huazi," old Fusher said with a laugh. After all the fuss, he actually wants to smoke. "You've been against me all day, and you still want me to give you cigarettes?" Chen Fan said in disbelief. Are you dreaming? Beating is love, scolding is love, we are true love, old Fusher explained quickly. As your most loyal partner, you won't be reluctant to give me even a cigarette, right? Don't forget, we prosper together and suffer together. You're such a jerk. Chen Fan immediately returned what Lao Fusher had said to him. If you keep doing this, I won't warn you when there's danger. It doesn't matter. The worst that can happen is death. Brother, I was wrong, please give me one. Finally, Chen Fan lit a huazi and inserted it into the hole of the pumice stone. The old pumice stone immediately made an ecstatic sound. Chen Fan was happy. Old Fusher, this guy with a bad temper, actually had a special liking for huazi. He could use huazi to control him in the future. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, get 2 pieces of bread, 1 bottle of mineral water, 10 pieces of wood, 8 pieces of metal, 5 pieces of plastic, 3 pieces of cloth, 3 pieces of cotton, 2 pieces of beer, 2 pieces of huazi, 9 things. Jiuzhou will be amplified 100-fold. At the same time, a voice was heard in the sky above Blue Star. In the live broadcast room, everyone has already seen Chen Fan's achievements, and when they heard the announcement, they were once again extremely excited. Now our Jiuzhou can not only resist the attacks of enemy countries, but also receive supplies salvaged by the chosen ones every day, especially those salvaged by Chen Fan. It is only a matter of time before we rise. Kyushu will win. First, 4 pieces of pumice were added to the 4 corners of the floating island, and the floating island finally became a square of 16 square meters. Then Chen Fan started to have breakfast. The albatross was still chirping non-stop. Chen Fan couldn't help but droop his eyelids and said, Didn't I tell you before? If there is a wooden box, there is food. If there is no wooden box, there is no food. There are a lot of wooden boxes around, and I also found a white box, Albatross said immediately. A white box? Could it be a silver box? Where is it? Chen Fan asked hurriedly. Fish, fish, fish! The albatross jumped up again. Chen Fan immediately threw a few pieces of the dried octopus he had stored in his warehouse to it. The albatross then said, It's over here. I flew for 2 hours before I found it on a small island. There are islands? It took 2 hours to fly. So if I row there myself, wouldn't it take 5 hours? But the silver treasure chest is still quite exciting. Are there many wooden boxes in this direction? After thinking for a while, Chen Fan asked. Anyway, it's more than what you just caught, the albatross replied immediately. Okay, then I'll row in that direction. If we deviate from the route, tell me immediately, Chen Fan said without hesitation. From now on, you'll follow me and be my reconnaissance plane. I'll treat you to delicious food and drinks every day. Okay, okay. Well, from now on you will be called Wonkai. Okay, I have a name now. My name is Wonkai. The albatross immediately flew up happily. Chen Fan had been rowing for the entire morning, during which he salvaged a few wooden boxes. The probability of finding cotton was surprisingly much higher, which made Chen Fan a little confused. After all, it was just after the summer solstice, and the temperature at sea at night was about 10 degrees. How could so much cotton be found for no reason? Old Fusher, do you know what's going on? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask Old Fusher. I'm not quite sure, but according to the rules of the ocean world, there is a high probability that an extreme cold wave is coming. Old Pumice analyzed. Extremely cold tide? Chen Fan was stunned. This news is worth a lit cigarette, Old Pumice said with a laugh. I hope a lit cigarette will be stuck in my hole. This information is indeed valuable. Without saying anything, Chen Fan immediately gave Lao Fusher a cigarette. Old Pumice took a deep breath, groaned in ecstasy, and then answered. It should be about a week before a cold wave rushes out of the eye of death. Although its power will be much weaker when it reaches the edge of the river basin, the temperature can reach about minus 30 degrees Celsius and last for nearly half a month. Fuck, so cruel? Chen Fan couldn't believe it. Where is the eye of death? The ocean world is roughly divided into 4 areas. From the outside to the inside, they are the Edge Basin, the Forbidden Sea, the Eye of Death, and the Life Forbidden Zone. Old Pumice explained. The Edge Basin has the lowest risk factor and is relatively safe. When you reach the Forbidden Sea, you will know what horror is. How do you know so much? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. After these words were spoken, old Pumice suddenly fell silent, and Huazi burned even faster. I wonder if my question touched upon something that hurt him. Could it be that this guy also had a past that he couldn't bear to recall deep in his heart? Without disturbing old Fusher anymore, Chen Fan began to prepare lunch. At the same time, he opened the virtual panel and took a look at the content on it. The head of state sent several more messages, all in Chen Fei's tone. Only then did Chen Fan know that Kyushu had been suddenly attacked by the Sakura Country last night. Fortunately, we have developed a new technology called Super Protective Shield, and there are as many as 100 of them, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Cherry Blossom Country. When the novice protection period is over and the waters of all countries are interconnected, I will definitely kill all the chosen ones from the Sakura Country and let them know how cruel survival in the ocean is. I just don't know how long it will take for the novice protection period to end, and this is just the ocean world where Gyoujo is. I have been rowing out for 3 days and have not encountered any chosen ones. If the sea areas are connected, won't the farthest distance between the chosen ones reach tens of thousands of nautical miles? Live in the present. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and immediately started to eat lunch. From a distance, he saw a bronze box flying rapidly towards the floating island. It went without saying that it was the dolphins coming to seek refuge again. He immediately put away the grill and hid in a place, and helped Dolphin open the door. Dolphin entered the wooden house with a swoosh, and screamed, "Brother, help! Did you provoke those killer whales again?" Chen Fan asked with a dark face. No, it's not a killer whale this time, it's a shark," the dolphin said pitifully. "It wants to eat me as lunch." Chen Fan was startled and immediately turned his head to look, and saw a huge dorsal fin flying towards him. Chen Fan immediately used the super protective shield and threw the spear gun manufacturing diagram into the synthesis column, quickly making a spear gun. This spear gun is divided into 2 parts, with a triangular frame about 1.5 meters high. The 1-meter-long spear gun is located on the launching device above. The reinforced fishing line at the tail is about 20 meters long, with a hit rate of 90. Seeing the huge shark coming towards him, Chen Fan was on high alert and had no intention of letting it go like he did with the killer whale last night. After all, he has already made an enemy with the killer whales. If there is one more potential enemy, he will be unable to move forward in the ocean world. Chapter 14. Sir, it was the killer whale who forced me to do this. The people of Blue Star were all in a panic at this moment, and the people of Kyushu clenched their fists, not daring to breathe. Although Chen Fan's side has more supplies, the danger is also doubled. That's a legendary great white shark. He just chased away the killer whale last night. Is he planning to kill this great white shark this time? It might be difficult with just a spear gun. Gyoujo Chen Fan, do you really think you are the king of the sea? How dare you fight a great white shark? If Chen Fan faces a great white shark, he will definitely die. Shoot quickly! Old Pumice had already come out of the haze and was now yelling hysterically. Shoot into the great white shark's body! You bastard! Chen Fan's mouth twitched, and he wished he could shoot the spear gun at the floating island. This Lao Lu would be unruly as long as he was normal. Who can control him? Puff! Seeing that the great white shark was less than 5 meters away from the floating island, Chen Fan opened the super protective shield and pulled the trigger at the great white shark. The spear gun shot out like an arrow and hit the great white shark on the back. Bang! The next second, the great white shark crashed into the floating island, but not only was the floating island 4 square meters larger than last night, but the great white shark was also smaller than the killer whale, so the crash into the floating island only caused a slight bump. But the great white shark screamed and turned around and ran away. You bastard, you sneak attacked me! You attacked me first! Chen Fan snorted coldly and grabbed the tripod. After the great white shark escaped 20 meters, the fishing line became taut, and the huge force immediately drove the entire floating island to swim rapidly. Oh my god, this great white shark is really powerful, it has already run at 40 miles per hour! Chen Fan laughed and shouted immediately. Sail, change course, don't let this guy just paddle! Okay. The sail immediately turned against the wind, increasing the resistance of the great white shark by nearly half. Dolphin, are you ready to go? After feeling that the tripod was relatively stable, Chen Fan let go of his hand and turned to look at the dolphin. Brother, can you please let me stay a little longer since I brought you a gift? Dolphin said quickly. It seems impossible. You are too big and my floating island is too small. Chen Fan hugged his shoulders and said, Besides, this bronze box is the reward for helping you deal with the shark. It has nothing to do with you being a guest here. Stingy! The dolphin rolled his eyes. I will be back. As he said this, he squirmed his body, jumped back into the sea and ran away. Just lie down outside obediently next time you come back. The whole house smells fishy, how can you sleep? Chen Fan said with disgust, then looked at the bronze box with a chuckle. Afraid that the bronze box would say something shocking again, Chen Fan immediately opened the box. One marine electric propeller. How come there is a propeller? Do you want me to build a big ship? Where's the electricity? Where's the electricity? Chen Fan was a little speechless. Although the items in this bronze box were very good, the question was whether he could get something useful from it. Without electricity, the propeller is useless. Chen Fan directly threw the propeller into the system inventory, and just waited to get electricity before worrying about the propeller. In just a moment, the great white shark had already rushed out more than 10 nautical miles. With the help of the sail against the wind, the great white shark's speed had slowed down, and it seemed that it was about to run out of energy. This great white shark is 3 times bigger than the last mako shark. It must weigh more than 2 tons. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and said, I'm rich now. That mako shark is only a sea-level creature, and this great white shark is a B-level creature. It can almost kill the mako shark in seconds. There is no comparison between the two, Old Pumice said unhappily. Besides, the meat of B-level creatures is not only delicious, but also has some benefits such as enhancing physical strength. I didn't ask last time, what is this level? Chen Fan finally humbly asked Lao Fusher. The following popular science is worth a Chinese coin, Old Fusher said with a laugh. Chen Fan didn't hesitate, and immediately lit another cigarette for Lao Fusher. Lao Fusher puffed out smoke and said with a smile, In the ocean world, all creatures are divided into levels. The higher the level, the stronger the combat power. For example, if you are facing a B-level creature now, you can still fight, but if you encounter an A-level creature, I advise you to run. Chen Fan nodded slightly. I learned a lot today. It seems that Huazi is quite useful. 2 Huazi, even if they ask 2 or 3 questions a day, are enough for the old pumice stone to absorb for several months. This guy has been running away for so long, it should be about time, right? Chen Fan muttered to himself as the great white shark was about to stop, and planned to retrieve the spear gun. He's trying to elude you. The spear gun actually spoke. Man, he probably still has half of his strength left. If you pull him up now, you'll be fooled. We can't just stand there like this, Chen Fan said, and began to retract the harpoon while casting a super protective shield. The great white shark did not struggle and allowed Chen Fan to pull it. When the two were less than 5 meters apart, the great white shark suddenly turned around and rushed towards Chen Fan on the floating island. Bang! Just like before, the big head hit the super protective shield again. Chen Fan held the mace in both hands and hit it hard, leaving several small holes on its head. Damn human, you've hurt me twice! The great white shark was furious. I'm going to kill you, I must kill you! If you could kill me, you wouldn't be shouting here, Chen Fan said jokingly. Brother, prepare to die. As he said that, he raised the mace and hit it on the head again. After 5 or 6 consecutive hits, the great white shark's head was bleeding and it immediately began to beg. Stop hitting me, I was forced to do this, otherwise I would never come to trouble you. What do you mean? Chen Fan frowned. Killer whale, there are 5 killer whales forcing me to hunt down that dolphin and to cause trouble for you. The great white shark directly confessed everything. Uncle, please spare me, I am the victim. Chen Fan looked extremely ugly. I originally thought there were only 2 killer whales, but I didn't expect there were 5, and they never gave up on me. Aren't killer whales good friends of humans? Brother, don't blame me, blame those killer whales, Chen Fan said, and hit the great white shark's head hard until the great white shark really stopped moving. Jojo Chen Fan, kill a great white shark. The fresh great white shark corpse in Gyojou will be multiplied 100-fold. At the same time, a voice came from the void of Blue Star, making all the people watching the battle excited. I can't find any other words to describe Chen Fan except strong. We are in for a treat again. My husband is so great, I really want to go to Sea World and give him some babies. Without that spear gun, he's nothing. You have a spear gun, so go and try it. Chen Fan was sitting in front of the wooden house at this time, and he said to himself with a serious face, These killer whales are definitely a huge threat to me. I will never have peace until I get rid of them. Master Fu, I have an idea. What is the solution? This method is worth 10 huazi. Chapter 15, Toiletry Set, Fruit Feast. Whether it's worth it or not, you have to tell me first so I can judge. Chen Fan pinched his chin and said, Otherwise, what the hell are you talking about? My solution is to become friends with them, Old Pumice said seriously. Although this killer whale is also a B-level creature, it is already considered top-level among B-level creatures. If you can become friends with the 5 of them, I think it will be very helpful in your journey to survival. Grass. Chen Fan was speechless. If he had a way to make friends with them, would he still think of killing them? This guy kept people in suspense for a long time, but in the end he farted. Let's think of a way to deal with those guys after we get to the island. After thinking it over again and again, Chen Fan said, Killing this great white shark will also have a deterrent effect on the killer whales. They will definitely not dare to cause trouble for a while. That's right. After all, Master Fu, I have been keeping watch for you. Old Fusher analyzed seriously. Where are my 10 huazi? Your method was not adopted, no huazi. Damn, then Master Fu, I should get some reward for giving you advice, right? I give you a little red flower. You are the best in kindergarten. Chen Fan, he's sinking and capsizing. Chen Fan, he's a fool. Grass. Ignoring the old pumice stone, Chen Fan immediately dissected the great white shark and obtained 1 piece of high-quality shark skin, 2 pieces of shark teeth, and 4,000 pieces of shark meat, which was 20 times more than that of the mako shark. 100 units of shark meat were left, and the remaining shark meat was all put on the exchange. As grade B shark meat, 5 units of basic materials can be exchanged for 1 unit of shark meat, but only 3 units of cotton can be exchanged. This shocked all the chosen ones of Kyushu. Oh my god, isn't this also shark meat? Why do you need 5 basic units of supplies to exchange for 1 unit? Didn't you only need 2 units last time? Is Mr. Chen Fan too proud of himself? Is he raising the price? Is he still a native of Gyojou? What do you know? I've already exchanged it. This time the shark meat not only doesn't smell like urine, it even exudes a light, milky aroma. You get what you pay for. Don't talk nonsense. Really? Then I have to go and exchange some units. Chen Fan just glanced at the message in the chat room and ignored it. After all, these big brothers haven't even figured out the rules yet, and I don't have time to explain them one by one. It seems that I should find an opportunity to introduce the ocean world to them. It doesn't matter if they don't understand, but it would be bad if I, Brother Fan, don't get hurt and scolded. Fuck, the great white shark has deviated from our route. Chen Fan was about to move forward when he slapped his forehead and said, Wonkai, lead the way. Here. Wonkai fluttered up and immediately led Chen Fan. After rowing for more than 3 hours, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan finally saw the small island in the distance. This made the somewhat tired Chen Fan immediately excited. It was worth it to row for so long. Now I can see the light of day. There's actually someone, I'm going to be rescued, hee hee. Pick me up, I have pollutants. I have condoms. As they were about to reach the island, another 7 or 8 wooden boxes came to greet Chen Fan. Although the pollutants scared Chen Fan, the wooden boxes that shouted that they had condoms made Chen Fan a little confused. Are they condoms? Brother Fan, I can't use them either. However, except for the wooden box with pollutants, Chen Fan salvaged all the other wooden boxes and opened them immediately. 1 toiletry set, 3 metal pieces. Pumice stone 1, wooden board 2. Fruit set 1, plastic 2. Cotton 3, glass 2. Chen Fan's expression changed. It turned out to be a toiletries set and a fruit set. These are extremely scarce items on the sea. I opened the toiletries set and took a look: 1 toothbrush, 1 toothpaste, 1 soap, 1 shampoo, 2 towels. I guess I can only wash my face and brush my teeth for now, and taking a shower is impossible for the time being. The fruit set includes 1 apple, 2 bananas, 1 grape, and 2 oranges. You know, fruit is a delicacy that only high-ranking officials can eat. Although he often heard about it, he had never dreamed of it. I never expected that I would get things in ocean world that I never dared to imagine. It really makes me sigh. Chin Fan immediately took a bite of the apple. It was fresh, juicy, and extremely sweet. It was simply the legendary fairy fruit. Today, the voice about Chin Fan was heard for the 3rd time in the sky above the blue star. Chin Fan from Jiuzhou received 1 fruit set, 9 metal pieces, 8 wooden boards, 6 plastics, 5 cotton, and 2 glass. Jiuzhou will be multiplied by 100 times. Fruit set. The head of state looked at the vast amount of fruit in front of him, and his eyes became moist. Since he ascended the throne, he could only eat fruit once a year, and he was reluctant to eat it. He had never seen so many fruits in his life. Chin Fan is truly a gift from God. The head of state immediately took out a set meal and ordered it to be sent to Chin Fei. He asked that the rest be made into canned fruits. After getting a few more batches of fruit sets, he would try to ensure that all the people could have a meal. More and more people are turning their attention to Chin Fan's live broadcast room, and Chin Fan is bringing more and more surprises to everyone. First he killed a smaller mako shark, and then he killed the huge great white shark. Not only was he extremely lucky, but he was also very powerful. One person was almost as powerful as all the chosen ones from other countries combined. And he is about to land on the nearby island, which will surely bring more shock to everyone, right? Chin Fan had already arrived next to the island. He hammered his harpoon into a tree on the island and fixed it there. Then he jumped onto the island with his mace in hand. The island was not very big, about the size of 2 football fields, but it was lush and green with many trees, which made Chin Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Compared with Blue Star, this island is simply a paradise. I wonder when I will be able to own an island of my own. Wakai, where is the silver treasure chest? Chin Fan shouted immediately after he finished sighing. Here, here! The albatross immediately flapped its wings and took Chin Fan towards the depths of the island. After walking for 5 minutes, Chin Fan finally arrived at his destination. As expected, he saw a silver box about half a meter square placed on a huge rock. Just as Chin Fan was about to go up to get it, he heard a "Hey, hey, hey!" cry. It turned out to be a wild boar, staring at him fiercely, and then quickly ran towards him. "Wakai, you idiot! Why didn't you tell me there was a wild boar?" Chin Fan yelled and turned around and ran away. This wild boar looks to weigh at least 300 kilograms. He doesn't think he can be a match for it. Chapter 16. There is a chosen one before us? Seeing the distance between the wild boar and Chin Fan grow larger and larger, the people of Jiuzhou were all worried. Run to the floating island. Why is he still on the island? Isn't he deliberately letting the wild boar catch him? What do you know? The only weapon, the spear gun, was shot into the tree and used as a cable. If the wild boar is lured to the floating island, the wooden house will be smashed to pieces. There are only 10 meters left. My husband is about to be caught up. What should I do? Run, husband, run! It's so scary, I can't bear to watch it anymore. Fuck! Chin Fan also frowned, but when the two sides were less than 5 meters apart, and Chin Fan was about to turn around and hit the wild boar on the head, the wild boar suddenly stopped, turned around and ran away. What's going on? Chin Fan was stunned and immediately ran back following the wild boar. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. This guy would never give up on me for no reason. Soon returning to the silver treasure chest, Chin Fan discovered that there were several coyotes there, trying to snatch the silver chest. However, when the wild boar rushed back, all the coyotes were scared away. Although this island is not very large, it has not only wild boars but also coyotes, forming a complete ecological chain. Chin Fan immediately analyzed. This wild boar and the coyote are considered the top predators in this ecological chain. As long as I avoid them for a while, everything will be fine. After figuring this out, Chin Fan planned to explore the island first. Perhaps in addition to the silver treasure chest, there might be other gains.
Boss, there is a wooden house over there.
Wakai, who had walked around the island, suddenly came back to Chin Fan and reported. Chin Fan was shocked. Could it be that the natives of the ocean world were living here?
Lead the way and don't make any noise.
After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Chin Fan immediately gave the order in a low voice. At that moment, the man and the bird immediately walked forward quickly, and soon found a wooden house in the dense forest. It was 3 meters square and more than 2 meters high. The door was locked, and no sound could be heard. I quietly walked to the front of the house and looked inside through the window, but didn't see anything. It seemed that the owner of the house was not there. Chin Fan then came to the main entrance, clenched the mace, and kicked the door open. Immediately, a thick cloud of dust blew in his face. This was a wooden house that had been abandoned for a long time. There was a skeleton lying on the bed in the corner. It was unknown how many years the body had been dead. But he doesn't look like a native. Could it be that other chosen ones had entered the ocean world before? Why was there no record of this on Blue Planet? Or do these chosen ones come from other worlds? Without thinking too much about this question, Chin Fan searched around and finally found a bronze box under the bed. The bronze box immediately shouted,
"Brother, let's talk it over. Don't use force."
"This guy on the bed found you, but he didn't open it?" Chin Fan asked suspiciously.
"Because you are all good people, you can't bear to take my virginity away."
Bronze box flattered.
"Brother, I am afraid of pain."
"He died because he was a good man and didn't open you.
Otherwise, he might have lived well."
Chin Fan smiled and opened the bronze box without saying a word. There were actually 2 manufacturing drawings: crossbow manufacturing drawing 1, primary trap manufacturing drawing 1. These are all good stuff. Let's not talk about the crossbow manufacturing diagram, just talk about this elementary trap manufacturing diagram. Isn't it easy to kill the wild boar and grab the silver treasure chest? Chin Fan immediately threw the crossbow manufacturing diagram into the synthesis column, and took a look. To manufacture a crossbow, one needs a crossbow manufacturing diagram 1, 5 wooden boards, and 3 metal sheets. Without hesitation, Chin Fan immediately made a crossbow, and then used 2 wooden boards and 2 metal sheets to make 10 crossbow arrows. He pulled the trigger towards the wooden wall, and the crossbow arrow actually shot directly into the log.
It's quite powerful.
After another search, there was nothing good left, so Chin Fan left the cabin and returned to where the silver treasure chest was. The coyote had been driven away, leaving only the wild boar lying next to the treasure chest, seemingly tired. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening, but Chin Fan still planned to wait until night when the wild boar's eyesight was poor before taking action. After returning to the floating island, Chin Fan took out a piece of shark meat and started to grill it. The rich aroma attracted the coyotes. More than a dozen green eyes stared at Chin Fan. If he was not 5 meters away from the shore, they would have pounced on him long ago. The people on Blue Star who saw this scene were immediately shocked.
"Oh my God, how can there be so many wolves? How can Chin Fan deal with them all by himself? Although the distance is 5 meters, they can still jump onto the floating island if they sprint. Why don't you run faster, husband?" "Humph, the spear gun is tied to the tree. Jiuzhou Chin Fan's only weapon is gone. He will definitely be eaten by the wolf. Isn't he crazy? Isn't he awesome? Now there's no time to untie the ropes. I wonder how he can survive."
Everyone was either worried about Chin Fan or gloating over his misfortune, as if Chin Fan had already become a corpse. Chin Fan laughed and shouted,
"Are you guys here to die?" "No, we are here to eat you,"
a coyote yelled, took a few steps back, and then took a running start and pounced towards Chin Fan.
"Puff!"
Chin Fan sneered, stretched out his hand towards the coyote, and the crossbow arrow shot directly into the coyote's heart. The coyote made a whoosh sound in midair, fell into Chin Fan's arms, and became motionless.
"Look, your friends have all become friends with me. Why don't you come down?"
Chin Fan held the coyotes and waved at them with a smile.
"Why did the boss jump into his arms like a dog and stay still? Is a human's embrace really that comfortable? Why does it feel like the boss doesn't move at all? Is he hypnotized? Should we try that too?"
Several coyotes immediately began to communicate with each other, and one of them even seemed eager to jump down.
These idiots deserve to be killed, Old Fusher said disdainfully. I'm afraid they'll have to count the money if they're sold. If they were smart, the silver treasure chest would have been taken away by them long ago. How could we have a share? Chen Fan said disdainfully. This is a good thing. Hey guys, if you don't come over soon, I'm leaving. Seeing a few coyotes hesitating, Chen Fan immediately shouted loudly. Brothers, go! Seeing that the coyote leader had been in Chen Fan's arms, they just thought that the human embrace was too warm. After hearing what Chen Fan said, they no longer hesitated and rushed towards Chen Fan. Puff, puff, puff! Chen Fan cursed inwardly, raised his crossbow, and started attacking several coyotes. Chapter 17. Outsmarting the wild boar, the silver box ran away with long legs. Fuck, we've been fooled! The leading coyote yelled. He had been hit in the throat by an arrow. He screamed and curled up at Chen Fan's feet. By the time the rest of the coyotes discovered the problem, it was already too late. Except for the only one left that survived at the back, the other 5 coyotes were already dead when they hit the ground. I want revenge for my brothers! The last coyote saw this scene and suddenly became angry. It opened its bloody mouth with bared fangs and claws and bit Chen Fan's neck fiercely. No more crossbow arrows? Chen Fan took out his mace without panic. No, no, no! Seeing this scene, the coyote's face changed drastically. He wanted to stop in midair, but the huge inertia did not allow him to stop just because he wanted to. With a howl, the coyote watched the mace hit his face, then flipped 5 or 6 times in the air and fell to the ground, dying with his eyes open. Exciting! Old Pumice burst into laughter. Sure enough, after getting the weapon, my fighting power has skyrocketed, Chen Fan said with a smile while playing with the crossbow. If I were to fight alone, I really can't imagine how many bites I would get when I kill all the coyotes. Chen Fan of Jiuzhou killed 7 coyotes. With these 7 fresh coyote corpses, the power of Jiuzhou will be amplified 100-fold. At this moment, another voice sounded above the void. The people of Blue Star were all excited. I didn't expect Chen Fan to have a crossbow, a lethal weapon. He hit it too well. Other chosen ones haven't even figured out the supply boxes yet, but Chen Fan has already started killing great white sharks and coyotes. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. My husband is the best. I will definitely meet him in my dream tonight. What are you thinking about? My husband is dating you in a dream? Chen Fan immediately dissected the 7 coyotes and obtained 7 wolf skins, 7 wolf teeth, and 200 wolf meat. It's a pity that it's a D-level coyote. Not only is its combat power not strong, but its quality is also not good enough, otherwise the 3 things would probably be doubled. But this is not bad either. Isn't the extreme cold wave coming soon? Then getting a wolfskin coat will definitely keep you warm and very considerate. Now, the only one left is the wild boar. Looking up at the island, Chen Fan couldn't help but sneered. Why don't you rush up and kill that wild boar? Old Pumice shouted. If someone else gets there first, the silver treasure chest will be theirs. If someone attacks the wild boar, we will definitely hear the sound here. Besides, if we don't set a trap, do you really think we can kill it with crossbows and maces? Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, Let's eat first, and then we can make a long-term plan. Chen Fan is able to plan and win the battle from a distance. It's amazing. Boss is mighty, boss is mighty. Fish, boss, I want to eat fish. The wooden houses and the others started to fawn on Chen Fan. Chen Fan ate shark meat and drank purified water with a smile on his face. It was not until around 9 o'clock in the evening that he set a trap 100 meters away from the wild boar. Then he picked up a mace and slowly walked towards the wild boar. The wild boar was well fed and snoring loudly, and had no idea that danger was approaching. Those who were watching the live broadcast felt their hearts rise to their throats. They stared at the virtual screen in silence, fearing that any noise would disturb Chen Fan. Crack! When Chen Fan was less than 2 meters away from the wild boar, he suddenly stepped on a dead tree. The crisp sound was particularly harsh in the quiet jungle. The wild boar's snoring also stopped abruptly. It turned its head and stared at Chen Fan. It was estimated that it had not yet figured out the difference between dream and reality. After all, how could a human being dare to run up to me and disturb my sleep? Good evening, little piggy! Bang!
Chin Fan gave the wild boar a pure and flawless smile, and then smashed its head hard with the mace, causing it to scream in pain and jump up. Chin Fan didn't hesitate. He turned around and ran after hitting the wild boar with the stick. This made the wild boar very angry. He was just taking a nap, but this hateful human still wanted to harass him. Even if he had to give up the box today, he would kill this human. "Boy, don't run if you have the guts!" The wild boar roared and chased after Chin Fan. Fueled by pain and anger, its speed was so fast that it could easily break a tree as thick as a bowl. "Boss, hurry up! We're catching up! We're catching up!" Wonkai landed on the wild boar's back and kept shouting at Chin Fan. Everyone on Blue Star was also sweating. Shoot it with a crossbow. Why just run? Can a human outrun a wild boar? If you can't beat the wild boar during the day, can you beat it at night? Chin Fan is really overestimating his own abilities. I was so nervous, as if the wild boar was chasing me. Boy, you're dead! In a blink of an eye, the wild boar had run 100 meters away and was about to touch Chin Fan's butt. Looking at the big, round and somewhat perky butt, the wild boar grinned, opened its big mouth and bit Chin Fan's butt. But in the next second, Chin Fan actually jumped up. The wild boar also felt weightless, as if the road in front of it had collapsed, and then it fell into a 2-meter-deep trap. The 1-meter-long and 10-centimeter thick sharp wooden sticks below pierced into the wild boar's body, causing it to scream in pain. With my speed, even Bolt from 100 years ago would be ashamed of himself, right? Chin Fan laughed and said while sitting on the ground, panting heavily, "I'm so awesome! Jiuzhou Chin Fan, kill a wild boar, and the fresh wild boar corpse of Jiuzhou will be increased 100-fold. At the same time, the voice sounded again. "Wild boar meat, I heard from my grandfather that pork is very delicious, and it is not comparable to the mutant pigs we eat now. In just one day, Chin Fan brought us so much food that even the chosen ones from other countries can't catch up. Chin Fan, you are my god!" The people of Jiuzhou, who were about to fall asleep, became excited again because of Chin Fan. Chin Fan also smiled and said to himself, "Today, this is the 5th time, now the people of the entire Kyushu can have a full meal." Returning to the trap and looking at the wild boar that had been killed, Chin Fan immediately dissected it and obtained 1 wild boar skin, 2 fangs, and 200 wild boar meat. According to Lao Fusher, this wild boar is of grade C, and its taste is much better than that of grade B great white shark. So you can keep it for now and enjoy it slowly. Now, the silver treasure chest is finally mine. Chin Fan rubbed his hands with a chuckle, and then came to the silver treasure chest. "No way you can get me!" The silver treasure chest, which had been quiet all this time, suddenly spoke and ran in one direction. Chin Fan was confused. How could the silver treasure chest grow legs and run away on its own? Chapter 18 Black Technology, Controlled Nuclear Fusion. "Don't run!" The next second, Chin Fan immediately chased towards the silver treasure chest, and at the same time made 5 crossbow arrows and shot them all into the silver treasure chest. The silver treasure chest kept screaming, and finally hit a rock with a bang, rolled directly to the seaside and stopped moving. "Run, run again!" Chin Fan laughed and kicked the silver treasure chest and shouted. "Even if you get my box, you can't get my heart!" The silver treasure chest snorted coldly. "I would rather die than surrender. What I want is the box. What's the use of your heart?" Chin Fan said unhappily, and directly opened the silver treasure chest. Cold nuclear fusion reactor 1, energy output of 10 billion joules per second. "Oh shit!" Chin Fan trembled, unable to believe this fact. Isn't this the legendary controlled nuclear fusion? Moreover, the legendary controlled nuclear fusion will produce a large amount of light and heat, but this palm-sized cold nuclear fusion reactor can carry out nuclear reactions at room temperature, and the energy output per second, converted into electricity, is 10 million kilowatts, which is enough to power 30 aircraft carriers. What is this concept? The electrical energy output in 1 second can power the propeller you got for thousands of years. System, oh system, your legacy is so shocking. Even if you build an aircraft carrier in the future, I won't have to worry about energy supply. So cool. What did Chin Fan get from the box? Why was he so happy? And why didn't he make any announcement? Seeing how excited he is, it must be something special. Could it be a weapon like a gun?
I'm so curious. I really want to know what that is.
Everyone on Blue Star was bewildered, except the head of Kyushu, who was even more excited than Shinfan. You know, nowadays, electricity is definitely one of the biggest problems on Blue Planet. Even though Gyojou has overcome all difficulties and built several large power stations, there are still many people in Gyojou who cannot use electricity. After all, in order to prevent threats from hostile countries, Gyojou's military industry has never stopped developing, and the electricity it needs already accounts for nearly half of the country's electricity. But now we have cold nuclear fusion reactors. Even if we only take out one, the people of Kyushu could not use up all the electricity even if they wasted electricity every day in 100 years. Shinfan is simply the savior of Gyojou, the god of Gyojou. When Shinfan put away the reactor and returned to the floating island cabin to sleep, the head of state had already summoned a dozen scientists from Kyushu, as well as top leaders from the military and political circles. Everyone was somewhat confused, wondering why the head of state had summoned everyone here so late at night.
Headmaster, I am researching the technology to purify nuclear radiation from soil. As long as there is electricity, I can basically generate the formula. It's just that you called me over. I want to ask you for more electricity. Then the new equipment designed by our military industry still needs electricity for mass production. We need electricity even more. The head of state didn't summon us here to hear us talk about this. Let's hear what the head of state has to say. Look everyone, what is this?
The head of state smiled slightly and directly took out the cold nuclear fusion reactor.
This looks like a miniature reactor, but it can perform nuclear reactions at room temperature and can be held in the hand. Is this controlled nuclear fusion?
After coming to this conclusion, a top scientist couldn't help but shudder and screamed in disbelief.
How is this possible? This technology is at least 100 years ahead of Blue Star. This is a cold nuclear fusion reactor. It can output 10 billion joules of energy per second. Do you know what this means?
Guizhou said with a smile.
Even if we waste electricity as much as we can, it can still be used for decades.
When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked beyond words. After the nuclear war, the development of Blue Star was set back by several decades. To be able to obtain such a heaven-defying thing under such circumstances is really...
Head of state, where did you get this thing? It's too shocking.
A top scientist couldn't help but ask in a low voice.
Don't ask any more questions. Take it now and distribute the electricity across the country. The head of state said seriously. In addition, everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement. No one is allowed to leak this matter, otherwise it will be considered treason.
Yes. For a moment, everyone stood up straight and saluted the head of state. In the second half of the night in the ocean world, all creatures fell into a deep sleep, except for a floating island of approximately 16 square meters, which was slowly moving towards the island where Shinfan was. This floating island also has a sail. A man is paddling quickly. Although he is out of breath, he has never given up. At this time, he has seen Shinfan's floating island. He can't help but change his expression and row harder. Lan Xing, who got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, was about to casually scan the live broadcast room, but happened to see this scene, and his face suddenly changed. This bastard has already killed 2 of Kyushu's chosen ones, and he actually found Shinfan? This guy is simply a scum of Gyojou. Shinfan must be sleeping soundly now. What should we do? How should we remind Shinfan? Husband, don't sleep, someone wants to kill you. Kyushu Shinfan loves to show off, isn't he awesome? But in the end, he was killed by his own people. What a irony! Without Shinfan, I wonder how you and Kyushu can fight against me in Sakura Country. Although it was already the second half of the night, there were still tens of millions of people watching Shinfan's live broadcast room, either frightened or gloating. It seemed that Shinfan had once again died in everyone's cognition. Zhou Zhongchen also thought so. Although I don't know that this is Shinfan, no matter who is in the wooden house, they will die today. Who made me born a robber? With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, the floating island had gently touched Shinfan's floating island. Zhou Zhongchen quietly and slowly climbed onto Shinfan's floating island, holding a dagger in his hand, and slowly walked towards the wooden house. Shinfan, you idiot, why don't you go out and fight him? The old floating stone woke up the moment it was touched by the floating island.
After yelling at Chen Fan, he immediately called out gently. Floating Island sister, how are you? Bah, you old thing, don't touch me! The other Fudao immediately cursed with disgust. This is an emergency, all of you shut up! Chen Fanmao snorted in the wooden house. I have to concentrate on killing him first. My master is unrivaled, he should be the one to kill you! The other Fudao said disdainfully. You will become food for fish like those chosen ones before. This guy has already killed 2 fellow Kyushu people? After hearing this, Chen Fan frowned. He had been thinking about how to deal with this guy, but he ended up killing even his own people. He was afraid that he would have to be killed. Bang! Just as he was thinking, the other party had kicked open the door and rushed towards Chen Fan at lightning speed. Chapter 19: Kill the Chosen One and Get Equipment. Bang! Chen Fan did not hesitate at all. At the same time the door was kicked open, he swung the mace hard. Before Zhou Zhongchen could figure out the situation, the dagger had been smashed away. His entire right hand was covered in blood and he could not muster any strength. Zhou Zhongchen's face changed drastically, and he looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Who could have thought that it was already the middle of the night, and this kid hadn't gone to bed yet? Why, you want to kill me? Chen Fan said with a smile. Now I'm afraid I'm going to kill you, right? Zhou Zhongchen gritted his teeth, turned around and ran away. He originally wanted to launch a surprise attack, but now it was obviously impossible. So, he might as well use the 36 strategies and run away. It's not too late to come find him when you are ready. Puff! Chen Fan sneered and shot 2 crossbow arrows, hitting Zhou Zhongchen's knees. Zhou Zhongchen fell to the ground in pain before he even walked out of the wooden house. I heard that it was you who killed those 2 chosen ones? Chen Fan asked calmly, looking at Zhou Zhongchen. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Since I'm already in your hands, you can kill me or chop me up as you please, Zhou Zhongchen said coldly. Why are you saying so many useless things? We are both from Jiuzhou, and I don't want to kill you, but you even kill our own people, and I really can't stand it. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and said lightly, Don't be a traitor in your next life. As he spoke, 2 crossbow arrows shot at Zhou Zhongchen's forehead, sending him on his way. Congratulations to Jiuzhou Chen Fan for killing the hostile chosen one, and obtaining 116 square meter floating island, 128 wooden boards, 86 metal sheets, 72 glass sheets, 68 plastic sheets, 66 cloth sheets, 32 cotton sheets, 2 barbecue ingredients, 1 contract document, and 1 equipment upgrade book. At the same time, a series of voices came to Chen Fan's ears. Can I get equipment? Chen Fan suddenly shouted excitedly. 16 pieces of pumice can double the area of the floating island, so that even if the killer whale attacks again, it will not be too bumpy. There are also 2 kilograms of barbecue ingredients. My current food is mainly barbecue. Now that I have barbecue ingredients, won't the taste be even better? But this equipment upgrade book. Chen Fan immediately researched and found that anything can be upgraded. In simple terms, anything can be made stronger and bigger. For example, a spear gun can be upgraded to an automatic spear gun, a wooden house can be upgraded to a single apartment, and the area of a floating island can be doubled. This is simply a bug-level good thing. Little sister, can you let me wrap you up? I'm very gentle. Get lost, don't you know you stink? This is called manliness, girls like it. Are you sick? I think you want to die, you old pumice stone. Do you want your brother to force himself on you, little sister? Outside, Lao Fusher was communicating with the other floating island, but Chen Fan stretched himself and saw that Zhou Xingchen's body was disappearing automatically. He immediately lay back on the wooden bed and fell asleep. Go to sleep first, and we'll talk about everything tomorrow. That night, Chen Fan's life and death became a mystery to the people of Blue Star. Except for the people of Kyushu, everyone in other countries hoped that Chen Fan would die. Netizens from various countries even started a fierce war of words on the internet in the early morning, and some netizens even started organizing gambling games. It was not until the next morning that Chen Fan stretched and walked out of the wooden house. The people of Jiuzhou, who had been suppressed all night, finally became excited. I was wondering how Chen Fan could possibly die, but in the end, Chen Fan killed the other person, haha. Humph, who dares to curse my husband to death? Isn't that too much? Chen Fan, never double up. Chen Fan, double the supplies. Chen Fan was not dead. Some were happy and some were worried. Chen Fei, who had not slept all night due to worry, burst into tears excitedly. The big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Chen Fan studied Zhou Zhongchen's floating island. The two floating islands had quarreled all night last night, and were still chattering. Chen Fan simply broke up the floating island. This made old Fusher very angry. Why did you kill my wife? It can't be your wife. You still have the nerve to not be able to deal with it in one night? Chen Fan said in a deep voice. I am going to continue to expand your area. Do you want to become more powerful or have a wife? I want a wife, Old Pumice answered without hesitation. Fuck, you're so stubborn. Chen Fan was stunned. I'll find you a wife next time. This time, let's expand the area first. As he said that, with the addition of the 4 pumice stones he had salvaged earlier, the area of the floating island directly became 36 square meters, which made Old Pumice almost scream with excitement. Chen Fan, I love you so much, it's more than doubled in size, it's so cool, haha. Don't be anxious, the fun is yet to come, Chen Fan said immediately. He has made a decision now. Since he is targeting the floating island, he will be more ruthless, and use the equipment upgrade book on it. Chen Fan immediately used the equipment upgrade book on the floating island. With a faint flash of white light, the 36 square meter floating island was directly increased to 72 square meters. It makes me feel better and better, hiccup. Old Fusher laughed excitedly and couldn't help but hiccuping. Chen Fan, you are my god! I'll be grateful if you can talk back to me less, Chen Fan said unhappily. Yes, but we need a Huazi to celebrate, Old Fusher laughed and said. It went from 16 to 72 in an instant. This is simply a miracle. Okay, today is indeed the harvest season, so I'll reward you with a firecracker. Chen Fan laughed, and immediately lit a firecracker and stuck it into Old Pumice. Chen Fan then turned to the wooden house and said, You have to move too. Our area is not small now. If you stay in the middle, it will be detrimental to future development and construction. We must have a plan. As he spoke, Chen Fan moved the wooden house to one side, 2 meters away from the seashore. The sail was still on top of the wooden house, so there was a large open space in front. Only the fishing gun was placed in the front corner, 1 meter away from the seashore. Chen Fan, you feel very safe, Manhwa said with a smile. Of course, when the floating island becomes larger, you will upgrade it again. Chen Fan nodded with a smile. Now, it's time to speed up the floating island. As he spoke, Chen Fan directly took out the cold nuclear fusion reactor. As long as it is connected to the electric propeller, the floating island will become a speedboat, and he will no longer need to row with oars. So cool. Chapter 20 Killer Whale, are you planning to end things with me? How do I install this thing? Looking around, Chen Fan muttered to himself in confusion. It's so smooth, and it doesn't look like there are any wires or anything like that. After placing the electric propeller in the water behind the cabin, it was unclear what to do with the cold fusion reactor. Oh my god, is it possible that after all this time, it still doesn't work? Scratching his head, Chen Fan was emo. The key point was that he had no detailed understanding of these things, otherwise he would not be completely in the dark. He was at a loss. If someone could light 3 fireworks for me, I think I might know everything, Old Pumice said suddenly at this time. Chen Fan was stunned and became more curious about the past of Old Pumice. This guy even knew about controlled nuclear fusion. Did he encounter it in the Forbidden Sea before, or was it given this ability before the system exploded? But after all, he needed a favor from the stone, so Chen Fan didn't say anything. He obediently lit 3 cigarettes and stuck them on the pumice stone. The old pumice stone immediately made a series of soul-stirring sounds. Fuck, can you please stop making such disgusting noises? If someone doesn't know, they would think you hit the target, Manhwa said unbearably. Isn't it disgusting? Hee hee. Old Fusher laughed non-stop. Find the middle of my body, chisel a hole as big as this thing, and then embed it. Then, anything on my body that uses electricity can be used. So simple? Chen Fan said in disbelief. This thing is suitable for a hole. As long as it is anything in the hole, it can be charged, Old Pumice said seriously. No need to thank me. If I had known it was so simple, why would I have wasted 3 cigarettes? Chen Fan muttered unhappily and immediately ran to operate it. As the reactor was embedded in the middle of the floating island, Propeller suddenly said excitedly, I got it, I got it! There's electricity, so let's start moving forward, Chen Fan said, looking up at Wang Kai. Wang Kai, have you figured out the route? We've checked. We've found 2 groups of wooden boxes in this direction. Wang Kai immediately pointed in a direction. Chen Fan, don't you plan to stay here to survive the extreme cold wave before leaving? Moa asked doubtfully. 30 degrees below zero is not something you can survive easily. There are still 5 days left, no rush, Chen Fan said with a smile. At worst we can come back the day before the extreme cold wave arrives, otherwise we will miss so many boxes of supplies. Yes, then I'll set off, said the propeller, and with the help of the sail, it immediately moved in the direction pointed by Wang Kai. However, what made Chen Fan speechless was that with the help of the propeller, the speed was only 30 nautical miles per hour, which is equivalent to 54 kilometers per hour. Of course, it was still much faster than rowing with a paddle. The propeller and the sail work together, so Chen Fan doesn't need to operate it all the time to move forward in the specified direction. It couldn't be more convenient. Oh, it would be great if every day could be this wonderful. Sitting on the floating island and looking at the sea scenery, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. With nothing to do, Chen Fan looked at his information again. The Chosen One, Chen Fan. Island area, 72 square meters. Skills, none. Weapons, mace, spear, gun. Talent, none. Black technology, super protective shield, 20 minutes, cold nuclear fusion reactor. There are 2 weapons and 2 black technologies, but there is an additional talent column. Mainly, whether it is skills or talents, it seems that they should not have much to do with me. What changes will occur with the subsequent development? It would be great if we could have some offensive black technology. After the novice period is over, we can directly sweep away the chosen ones from other countries. That would be so cool. Boss, help me, help me. Me, I have tutu. Get me first. Soon, 5 or 6 wooden boxes floated over. Listening to the chirping sounds, Chen Fan smiled and salvaged all the wooden boxes. Wooden boards 3, metal sheets 2. Fertile black soil 100 kg, plastic 2. Flower bed manufacturing drawing 1, metal sheet 1. Iodized sea salt 2, glass 2. Oh my god, am I seeing things? There are so many good stuff this time? Chen Fan looked at these good stuff in disbelief. Those fruit seeds can be planted in the flower beds, so he can achieve fruit freedom in the future. The most important thing is that there are 2 kilograms of sea salt, which is what I need most. From now on, even ordinary food can be made delicious. In the sky above Blue Star, a voice came over immediately. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, obtain 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, 2 iodized sea salt, 12 wooden boards, 8 metal sheets, 5 plastics, 3 glasses, 6 items. Jiuzhou will be increased 100-fold. Almost everyone on Blue Star trembled. Fertile black soil is soil without nuclear contamination, and there are 10 tons of it at once. What a concept! It is simply a priceless treasure. What's more, it is pure natural sea salt, and its quality is many times higher than the industrially produced salt nowadays. It's so exciting. Chen Fan, you are my god! I must give birth to a large litter of monkeys for you. With unpolluted soil, we can grow all kinds of plants. Soon we will be able to eat the food we grow ourselves, right? Perhaps the nuclear pollution in Kyushu will eventually be covered by several meters of fertile black soil and disappear completely. This will be a huge project. Chen Fan immediately threw the flower bed manufacturing plan into the synthesis column, used 14 wooden boards to make a 12 square meter flower bed, then spread 100 kilograms of fertile black soil evenly in the flower bed, threw in the 2 seeds left from the apple he had eaten before, and waited for them to germinate. Who would have thought that what was originally just a matter of survival would actually turn into a matter of health preservation? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Brother, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Suddenly, the propeller asked loudly while gurgling the air. If you have something to say, say it. If you have to fart, fart, Chen Fan said immediately. I saw a huge monster following us underwater, and there was more than one, Propeller said seriously. I'm afraid they are here with bad intentions. Killer whale? Chin Fan narrowed his eyes, knowing that the killer whales would not give up so easily, but he did not expect that they would continue to follow him. If it were not for the propeller warning him, he would still be kept in the dark. It seems that they want to end their lives with me before the extreme cold wave comes. They are coming from all directions. Just as Chin Fan was thinking about this, the propeller roared in fear. Chapter 21, Speculation, Using Cotton to Threaten Me? Fuck! I was just thinking about when they would attack, but they attacked right away. Chin Fan's face turned cold. But right now, it's not the best time to kill them. Just say that you can't beat them now. Don't pretend to be cool at this time. Old Pumice said immediately in annoyance. What do you know? Chin Fan shouted angrily. There are 5 killer whales now. This spear gun can only take down 1 killer whale. If the remaining 4 really fight us to the end, we will have no choice but to wait for death when the super protective shield expires. Young people are just hot-tempered. Old Pumice sighed helplessly. I wanted to teach you how to deal with them, but you yelled at me. Forget it. So, your idea is to make friends with them? Chin Fan snorted coldly. No, let me tell you this. The speed of those killer whales is about 48 kilometers per hour, and my speed is 54 kilometers per hour. There is a big difference. If you put up 1 sail, wouldn't it be easy to escape the killer whales with 2 sails? An old man who refuses to die is a thief. This old Fusher has quite a lot of life experience. Chin Fan immediately installed the sails seized from Zhou Zhongchen on the other side of the wooden house, and then said, Hurry up and adjust the sail. Let's go at full speed. If you asked me to adjust, I will. Wouldn't that make me lose face? Chuan Fan said immediately with disdain. Besides, you killed my master, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. What? Are you planning to refuse my toast and drink the wine as punishment? Chin Fan frowned. Brother, you'd better not mess with my boss. Sailing boat number 1 also advised. Otherwise you will die miserably. Brother, they are about to catch up. The propeller immediately warned. Wankai, pull it for me. Chin Fan narrowed his eyes and immediately yelled. Forget about prosperity, even if it's wealth and good fortune, your grandpa Chuan Fan won't give you this face. Ouch. Before he finished speaking, Chuan Fan number 2 screamed. How dare you shit on my head? Wankai, make it full of shit. Chin Fan yelled. Today, Brother Fan, I will risk my life to show you who is the boss here. I'm going to poop too, Chin Fan said, intending to throw the shit on sail number 2. Adjust direction immediately and go at full speed. Sail number 2 lost its temper at that moment and began to adjust the direction automatically, making the speed start to get faster and faster. The 5 killer whales were about to complete the encirclement of the floating island, but the floating island passed through 2 of the killer whales with a whoosh, and 1 killer whale even almost bit the pumice stone. Damn it, how come this guy's floating island suddenly became so fast? The killer whale said, almost gritting his teeth as he looked at the floating island that was moving away quickly. The cold wave is coming soon. If we don't kill him before the cold wave, we will never have a chance to do anything, said a killer whale in a deep voice. Our mission is to kill him before the novice period ends. There is still half a month before the cold wave ends, said another killer whale calmly. So, as long as we kill him before the novice period of these chosen ones ends, that person won't say anything more. Follow him for now, and look for an opportunity to attack at any time. The leading killer whale said this, and the 5 brothers immediately chased forward again. Chin Fan lit a firecracker and stuck it on the floating island, then said with a smile. As long as everyone works together, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. If anyone dares to fail again in the future, the worst that can happen is that he will be eliminated. Yes, Chin Fan is the best. Mowu immediately flattered him. With nothing else to do for the time being, Chin Fan also had the rare leisure time to browse the chat room, which made him stunned for a moment. Have you noticed that someone at the exchange is using other basic materials to collect cotton? That's right, and the price is quite fair. We exchanged cotton with him, and then used basic supplies to buy shark meat. It's cheaper than buying shark meat directly. That's right, it's a sure win.
Oh my god, someone is actually competing with me for cotton. Could it be that other big guys also know about the extreme cold wave? This is the first time for everyone to enter this strange ocean world. I have old pumice to give me some general knowledge, but where do the others get their information? Just as I was thinking about it, the private chat notification tone rang. But a man named Mr. Chi sent him a message. Boss, I have a lot of cotton here. Are you interested in buying it? Chen Fan was stunned and immediately looked at the exchange. The guy who was competing with him for cotton was this guy. How to acquire it? Chen Fan asked immediately. 2 units of cotton can be exchanged for 1 unit of shark meat. Master Chi replied immediately. Are you crazy? This sentence almost scared Chen Fan to death. Since when has the value of cotton been equal to that of food? Since you are buying a large amount of cotton, it must be useful and valuable to you. Master Chi immediately replied. In that case, it is reasonable for me to buy 1 unit of shark meat from you for 2 units of cotton, right? Then you keep it for yourself. I can't afford it. Chen Fan was speechless. After saying this, he ignored Master Chi. Do you really think Brother Fan is a sucker? Brother Fan, I have enough cotton for making cotton-padded clothes. I buy cotton only to sell it at a high price when it gets cold. Besides, you don't have the cotton-padded clothes manufacturing plan, so even if you have cotton, you'll be at a loss. Master Chi, aren't you awesome? Then let's wait and see after the extreme cold wave comes. It's almost noon, and we can't even get a single crate. As it approached 11 o'clock, Chen Fan looked at Wang Kai speechlessly. Wang Kai, are you kidding me? Didn't you say there are more crates on this route? Yes, boss, this route has more. Wang Kai nodded very seriously and said, I guarantee that I will never eat 4 dishes in my lifetime. So cruel? Well, I'm lost and deviated from the route. At this time, the propeller said embarrassedly. We got confused as we were walking. The 2 sails said awkwardly. We can't tell the direction. Grass. Chen Fan was speechless. Without a compass, it would be common to get lost. This was indeed a problem. Forget it, let's wait until after lunch, and then choose a new direction. As he spoke, Chen Fan set up the barbecue grill, took out the wild boar meat, and started grilling it directly. The sea-grade wild boar meat was already very fragrant, and after sprinkling it with barbecue seasoning and sea salt, the smell could be smelled hundreds of miles away. Chen Fan can guarantee that this is the most fragrant smell he has ever smelled in his life. Even Wang Kai was drooling while standing on the wooden house, making the wooden house look disgusted. It's bad, the barbecue smells so good that it attracted the deep-sea killer. The barbecue was just finished when old Pumice suddenly shouted in fear. Run, propeller, are you dead? Start it, run! Their breath is so terrifying. I feel numb and can't run. Even the sound of the propeller began to tremble. What on earth could scare you like this? Chen Fan's heart was in his throat as he listened to their conversation. Chapter 22, The Mermaid Tribe, A Gift for My Brother. But in the next second, old Pumice pretended to be dead, and even the propeller gradually lost power and pretended to be dead along with old Pumice. Fuck! Chen Fan's face changed drastically. He picked up the crossbow and was about to fight the so-called deep-sea killer. Crash! Just accompanied by the sound of water, 2 rugged-looking men emerged from the water, their hands resting on the pumice stone, their eyes fixed on the barbecue, their saliva constantly falling into the water. It smells so good. What kind of food is this? Why does it smell so good? How about we each take 1 piece? He shouldn't dare to resist, right? But haven't we been told that we can't interfere with anything in the marginal sea? The 2 of them chatted in silence, unaware that Chen Fan had heard their conversation. As the story became more and more outrageous, Chen Fan finally couldn't help but said, 2 brothers, don't just stand there, have lunch with me. As he spoke, he took out a few pieces of barbecue from the inventory and placed them on the grill. Since they could scare a shameless guy like Lao Fusher into silence, these 2 people must have something extraordinary. If we can win them over by using barbecue, that would be perfect. Can you understand what we are saying? One of them shuddered and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. You can still communicate with us smoothly? This might be fate. Chen Fan shrugged and said, Come up quickly, the water is very cold. The 2 looked at each other, said no more, and immediately jumped onto the floating island. Chen Fan's face changed drastically. These two guys have the upper body and head of ordinary humans, but below the waist they have the tail of a fish, and only the tail fin can move like a foot. Aren't they mermaids? Old Pumice just called them deep-sea killers. Are they very powerful? The people on Blue Star were even more shocked than Chen Fan.
Oh my god, what's going on? Are there still mermaids in the ocean world? Their mouths are moving. Could they be talking? Can Chen Fan communicate with the mermaids? It would be best if these two mermaids could kill Jiuzhou Chen Fan, and see if he dares to be so high-profile again. You guys in the beautiful country are so shameless. Why don't you say you killed someone from your beautiful country? Little brother, what kind of food is this? How can it be so delicious?
Yujia stared at the barbecue and couldn't help asking again.
This is the barbecue I carefully prepared. It tastes extremely delicious. These two pieces are cooked. You can try them,
Chen Fan said as he picked up the barbecue and gave it to the two of them. The two looked at the barbecue in confusion, took a deep sniff, and then put it in their mouths. They both moaned.
Delicious, delicious, so delicious, I'm going to bite my tongue. This is the first time in my life that I've eaten something so delicious. It's simply indescribable.
Yui was also extremely excited. He swallowed the barbecue in just a few bites without even chewing it.
Brother, this barbecue is so delicious. We haven't had the chance to experience it before we swallowed it. Look,
Yujia said embarrassedly, licking his lips.
This is the right attitude to treat delicious food, I understand.
Chen Fan laughed.
I'm grilling it right now, just be patient.
As he said that, he took out 2 cigarettes, lit them, and handed them to the mermaid.
As the saying goes, a cigarette before a meal is better than being a living god. Let's have a cigarette first. Huazi?
The two looked at each other and looked at Chen Fan suspiciously.
Take a breath, then exhale the smoke, then take another breath, and repeat this cycle over and over again,
Chen Fan explained. The two of them immediately started to learn from him, and soon felt the essence of Huazi. They were so excited that they puffed out smoke and didn't even have time to speak. He lit a cigarette for Lao Fusher and threw a few pieces of meat to Wang Kai, and the rest of Chen Fan and the other two enjoyed it all. After the two mermaids exchanged whispers, Fish B flipped over and jumped into the water, which made Chen Fan a little confused. Just as he was about to ask, Fish A smiled and waved his hand.
Nothing, let's continue eating.
Half an hour later, a gurgling sound was heard, and Yui actually jumped onto the floating island pushing a silver treasure chest. The silver treasure chest had been beaten out of shape. It was probably because Yui tried to escape while trying to catch it, but was beaten by Yui.
This is?
Chen Fan asked in a puzzled manner, suppressing his inner excitement.
My dear brother, thank you for hosting us. We have nothing to offer you in return. You, the chosen ones, prefer things like these boxes. Just take this as a thank you gift, Yujia said with a smile. Let's just consider it as making friends and visiting each other often in the future. Brother, you are too polite.
Hearing this, Chen Fan immediately smiled and waved his hand.
I don't have any other hobbies, I just like making friends. Since you call me your brother, then I won't be polite and recognize you as my big brother. That's right.
Yujia burst into laughter.
It's a pity that this is our first meeting, but I'm afraid we will be separated forever.
Sighing, Chen Fan said with some sadness.
This is a pity. What do you mean?
Yujia was stunned.
Brother, if you have any problem, just tell me. How can I not help you? I'm afraid no one can help me with this matter,
Chen Fan said seriously.
Not long after I entered the ocean world, I was spotted by several killer whales. They have been tracking me and want to kill me. How can you say that? Is there anyone who dares to mess with my brother?
Yui also snorted coldly.
Those beloved little brothers of killer whale have stood up in the marginal basin. Two big brothers, you are not even afraid of killer whales?
As soon as these words came out, Chen Fan immediately asked in confusion.
To be honest, in the Forbidden Sea, we mermaids have always treated killer whales as coolies.
Fish Armor laughed and said,
Since they dared to provoke our brother this time, wouldn't it be too unfair to our brother if we don't kill them? Brother, there are as many as 5 of them,
Chen Fan added immediately. Looking at the two mermaids, I always feel that they are unreliable. Don't brag too much. If they fail at the critical moment, It would be bad if they die, but it would also be bad if they drag me, Fan, into the water.
It's just a drizzle, Yujia said nonchalantly. Okay, let's go find those killer whales now. Your second brother and I will kill them directly. It will be another gift for you. It's such a vast ocean, and I don't know where they are, but they will definitely come to find me, so as long as we wait here, we will be able to find them soon.
Chen Fan pursed his lips and said with some entanglement.
Okay, let's go to the bottom of the sea and wait for them. If they dare to come, we will definitely kill them all.
Fish Armor said proudly.
Brother, just put your mind at ease. Good.
Chen Fan's expression changed and he gave a thumbs up to the two of them. This time, all our hopes are placed on mermaids. Chapter 23, Super Radar, can detect everything.
Finally they left. I was so scared.
Old Pumice heaved a sigh of relief until the two mermaids entered the seabed.
Damn it! They are obviously erased from the Forbidden Sea and are not allowed to enter the marginal sea area. How could they come here? The mermaids, are they very strong?
Chen Fan asked suspiciously.
How could they scare you like this? What do you know?
Old Pumice snorted coldly.
Even among the A-level, they are one of the most powerful. It's easy to deal with these killer whales, right? Yeah, when I sensed their presence just now, my whole body went numb, as if I had received an electric shock, and I almost fainted.
Propeller also said in horror.
That feeling, it was really, Why don't I feel anything?
Chen Fan scratched his head, still a little confused.
In short, if you can make friends with them, even if you enter the Forbidden Sea in the future, it will definitely be of great benefit. After all, they are.
At this point, Old Pumice suddenly stopped talking, as if he had touched upon some kind of taboo.
Bang, bang.
Just when Chen Fan wanted to continue asking, a voice came. It was the silver treasure chest limping out of the wooden house. The moment it saw Chen Fan, it immediately ran towards the water.
Still want to run?
Chen Fan grinned, rushed forward in 2 steps and hugged the silver treasure chest in his arms.
This is indecent assault. Help! This is not allowed between men!
The silver treasure chest screamed. Chen Fan didn't spoil it either, and immediately gave it to him to turn on. Super Radar 1 can detect any existence within a radius of 100 kilometers, and will alarm if there is danger, and can be upgraded. This can also be considered a black technology product. After all, this kind of radar is much more powerful than ordinary radars. Chen Fan immediately took out the radar and took a look. It was a circular device with a diameter of 50 centimeters. There was an origin in the middle, which represented Chen Fan's floating island. It could spread out 100 kilometers. The islands, reefs, and even everything on the seabed within this range would be marked. It was so thoughtful. Chen Fan even saw a bronze box floating in the water, about 5 meters below the floating island, which could just be salvaged by the broken fishing net. Ding ding ding! Just when Chen Fan was about to salvage them, the super radar suddenly sounded a loud alarm. The 5 killer whales had actually come to a place more than 10 nautical miles away and would be here in less than half an hour. This super radar is a bit insensitive. It didn't detect it until it was right over? Chen Fan asked speechlessly. The radar has just been activated, so there must be a reaction process. Mu explained. People will be dazed for a while after just waking up. Okay, it's still early, let's fish the bronze box out first. Chen Fan thought about it, and realized that it was indeed the case. He said no more and immediately threw the fishing net towards the bronze box. At this time, the head of state also heard that voice. Chen Fan, the chosen one, has developed a bug-level black technology. Super Radar 1 can detect any existence within a radius of 100 kilometers, and will sound an alarm if there is danger. It can be upgraded. Looking at the super radar in the system inventory, the head of state fell into ecstasy again, mainly because this black technology can be upgraded. That is to say, the current detectable range is 100 kilometers, and after the upgrade, the detectable range can be increased to 1,000 kilometers, or even further to 10,000 kilometers. This is simply a huge bug. If an enemy attacks in the future, the radar will immediately alarm. Who else can pose a threat to Kyushu? Head of state, what are you laughing at? A leader who was reporting on his work could not help but ask. Now that the chosen ones of Kyushu, led by Chen Fan, have brought us a bright future, how can I not smile? the head of state replied calmly. So, our treasured corn seeds have been planted in the fertile black soil?
Yes, and it is also irrigated with water purified by the seawater purifier. I believe it will take root and sprout soon.
The leader nodded quickly and said excitedly.
No high-tech is needed, and naturally grown crops will become a reality again after 100 years. This is definitely a major change in the history of our Gyozho. Chen Fan has made a great contribution.
Yes, that's right. The head of the country nodded with a smile.
It's only a matter of time before Kyushu is ahead of other countries.
Under the command of old Fusher, Chen Fan fished the bronze box out 3 times before finally pulling it up. The bronze box was so angry that it said,
You shameless human, why don't you let go of your box, Grandpa? Do you want to die? Oh my God, you are so arrogant! How dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe me? I'll call all my brothers to come and kill you. I couldn't ask for more.
Chen Fan laughed and immediately opened the bronze box. Mount I aged wine 2, treasure map fragment 1, 1/12. Treasure map fragments? Chen Fan was stunned, and immediately picked up the treasure map fragment and took a look. It seemed that 12 treasure map fragments could be combined into a complete treasure map. I just don't know what good things are hidden in this treasure trove. Even though it was just a fragment, Chen Fan was still looking forward to it very much.
I'm dirty, I'm not clean anymore, you shameless human, you took my virginity.
Bronze Box immediately started crying loudly.
I'm going to find my brothers to fuck you. Go, I'll wait for you,
Chen Fan said, kicking the bronze box back into the sea. Just thinking about it would be so exciting if there were countless bronze boxes lined up for you to open. It's settled now, no regrets. As the radar alarm sounded again, the killer whales were less than 1 kilometer away from the floating island, and even old Pumice could sense the impact of the killer whales. To be on the safe side, Chen Fan opened the super protective shield. After all, the 2 mermaids might not rush up in time, and he couldn't let them hit the floating island directly, right? However, these killer whales did not hit the floating island, but simply surrounded it. The leading killer whale said jokingly,
Human boy, run if you dare. Sorry, before I become strong enough, I think I should kill you first,
Chen Fan said politely.
Otherwise, you will always be a nuisance to me. You still want to kill us? I really don't know where you get the courage.
The leading killer whale sighed.
Forget it, brothers, let's work hard and kill you first. Look, who is that?
Chen Fan couldn't help laughing and pointed to a place not far away.
I really don't know who you can ask to help you in this huge marginal basin. Don't you know that we are the boss in the entire marginal basin?
The leading killer whale said jokingly, glanced back casually, but his body trembled as if struck by lightning. Chapter 24. There were so many treasures for me to choose from, but I chose a duck. It never dreamed that it would meet the mermaids here, their archenemy that had enslaved them for 500 years.
I heard that you want to kill my brother?
Yujia asked with a smile.
We don't want to kill him, someone wants his life,
the leading killer whale said immediately.
If we don't kill him, our killer whale tribe in the marginal basin will be destroyed. Then have you ever thought that my brother is a friend of our mermaid clan?
Yujia's voice became colder and colder.
Sorry, we don't want to, but... Then you will just have to accept death.
Yujia nodded slightly and said no more. The 2 mermaids instantly flew high into the sky. The 2-meter-long harpoons in their hands flashed dazzlingly in the sun, and they stabbed a killer whale fiercely.
Let's fight them!
The leading killer whale shouted, and 5 killer whales attacked at the same time. Soon the entire sea surface was dyed red with blood. 5 whales and 2 mermaids fought in the sea. Apart from the bright red blood and the constantly rising bubbles, nothing else could be seen. Blue Star, at this moment, nearly hundreds of millions of people are watching Chen Fan's live broadcast room. No one expected that Chen Fan has developed to the level of dealing with mermaids and killer whales. This is too cruel.
Am I blind? Those 2 mermaids are helping Chen Fan attack the killer whale. This is too scary. How does Chen Fan communicate with the mermaid? Will Chen Fan find a mermaid as his wife next? Gyozho Chen Fan, as the saying goes, the strong are easily broken, he won't live long. Humph, this bastard, what's so great about him? It's so exciting. As expected of the brave and skilled warriors of the mermaid tribe, The 5 killer whales were beaten so hard that they cried for their parents. Old Pumice said with excitement, spitting all over the place and laughing loudly. I'm about to pee, and I urgently need a cigarette to relieve my excitement. Let's go together later. Chin Fan was extremely anxious, but he finally felt relieved after hearing what Lao Fusher said. This wave is stable. It has been detected that the number of viewers of the Chosen One Chin Fan's live broadcast room has exceeded 100 million. A lucky gift package of your choice will be awarded. Please keep up the good work. Suddenly, this voice came to Chin Fan's ears. Chin Fan's expression moved, and he saw a gift package-like logo appear in the inventory. After opening it, several options appeared. An adult duck couple can lay 2 eggs a day and give birth to babies every 3 months. Pumice stones 20. Plant super nutrient solution 5. 1 bottle can equal 1 month of growth. Seawater purifier upgrade manufacturing diagram 1. Pumice, Pumice, I want Pumice! Old Pumice shouted excitedly. Chin Fan, you are my god! 20 pieces of pumice, I'm rich, haha! Chin Fan pursed his lips. Since these things have appeared, it means that they all exist in the ocean world. He actually doesn't need the pumice, nutrient solution and seawater purifier upgrade manufacturing diagram for the time being, but as for the duck couple, who can resist the temptation of eating 2 duck eggs for breakfast every day? Chin Fan came up with a plan and immediately chose the adult duck couple. 2 ducks immediately appeared on the floating island and ran away happily. I'm a little duck, yay yay, I'm a little duck, yay yay. Chin Fan, you're a fool. 20 pieces of pumice stones are 20 square meters. Old Pumice was so angry that he almost fainted. Why did you choose 2 ducks that can only quack? What on earth were you thinking? What do you mean we can only quack? We can swim, lay eggs, sing, and poop. Aren't these all advantages? The drake shouted, and with a poop, he took a pile of shit on the floating island. Fuck, that's disgusting. Old Fusher's face changed drastically, and he cursed angrily. From now on, when you poop or pee, either go into the water or into the flower bed. You're really disgusting. Chin Fan's mouth twitched, and he immediately ordered. Okay, my brother Fan. The male duck immediately threw a wink at Chin Fan, and then the 2 ducks splashed into the sea and started swimming. On Blue Star, after everyone saw the ducks in Chin Fan's live broadcast room, a voice was heard. Jiuzhou Chin Fan, if you get a pair of adult duck couples, who can lay 2 eggs a day and give birth to babies every 3 months, Jiuzhou will be multiplied by 100 times. Wow! With just one sentence, the people of Kyushu suddenly roared with excitement. 100 pairs of duck couples can lay 200 eggs a day, which means 18,000 eggs after 3 months. If all the eggs are hatched, that's 18,000 ducks. They will continue to lay eggs, and in just 1 year, all the people in Kyushu can eat duck eggs and even duck meat. This is a real duck from 100 years ago. It tastes many times better than the mutant duck spread today. After 5 minutes, the 2 ducks seemed to sense danger and ran back to the floating island. Then the bodies of the 5 killer whales floated to the surface of the sea. 2 mermaids also jumped onto the floating island. It was not easy. We finally killed them. Ha! 2 big brothers, you are really brave. Chin Fan gave them a thumbs up, then directly dissected the killer whale and obtained killer whale skin 5, killer whale teeth 25, killer whale meat 30,000. Big fortune. 30,000 units of grade B killer whale meat, which tastes very delicious. If you don't sell it and just eat it yourself, you won't be able to finish it in 2 years. Chin Fan from Jiuzhou, you have killed 5 killer whales. The supply of fresh killer whale corpses in Jiuzhou will be increased 100-fold. Before the people of Jiuzhou could recover from their excitement, the voice appeared again in the sky above the Blue Star. This time, all the people in Kyushu almost jumped up with excitement. 500 killer whales should be able to produce several million pounds of whale meat, which can be made into canned fish. Each of us can get a portion. Chin Fan, you are my god! When it comes to ocean survival, you still have to look to Chin Fan. Humph, when the novice period is over, Jiuzhou Chin Fan will definitely die. Our beautiful country will definitely issue a hunting order for Chin Fan. You stupid beautiful country! My husband alone can pick all the chosen ones in beautiful country. You are the ones who deserve to die. Yujia smiled and waved his hand, saying, My brother, this is our gift to you, but we sneaked here from the Forbidden Sea, so we can't stay here for long. I'm afraid we have to go back. Don't you want to have dinner? Chen Fan was stunned. I also got 2 bottles of good wine. Let's not go home until we are drunk. Keep it and drink it next time. We have rules that we cannot interfere with you, the chosen ones. Yu Jia waved his hand and then became serious. But I have to ask you a question, brother. Did you offend a big shot when you first entered the ocean world? What do you mean? After hearing what Yu Jia said, Chen Fan's expression also became serious. Chapter 25, An Unexpected Surprise. Cotton-padded jacket manufacturing diagram. These 5 killer whales must have been ordered by someone to kill you, Fish Armor explained. As for who it was, they dared not mention it until they died. Is there such a thing? Chen Fan frowned. Since entering the ocean world 4 days ago, I have always abided by the rules and never made enemies with anyone. I have even only met one person, Zhou Zhongchen. He can't be a big shot who can mobilize killer whales, right? Could it be that the other party is coming for the system? But the system has been killed. On the seabed, a crack has appeared in the barrier between the marginal waters and the Forbidden Sea. We were ordered to enter the marginal waters to investigate this time, and we actually came through the crack. Yui also spoke at this moment. Since we can come here, other powerful marine creatures can also find the crack and come in. I'm afraid the marginal waters will also become dangerous. What are you going to investigate? Chen Fan asked. This is not something you can touch yet. Knowing too much will do you no good. Yu Jia waved his hand and said, We will go back first. See you in the Forbidden Sea. As he said this, as if he was afraid of encountering something terrible, he dived into the water and disappeared. Running so fast? This scene really confused Chen Fan. They are obviously a race from the Forbidden Sea, but they ran to the marginal sea area to investigate. Did something terrible happen in the Forbidden Sea that affected the marginal sea area? Could it be? Old Pumice seemed to have thought of something, but hesitated to speak. Old Fisher, do you know something? Chen Fan asked suspiciously, pinching his chin. I am just a stone, what can I know? If you tell me what you know, I can give you 5 huazi, and I can give you 1 huazi every day from now on. The key point is that I really don't know. You give me all the huazi. I don't know what you can ask me to say about this matter. Old Pumice screamed until his voice was almost hoarse, and it was unclear whether he really didn't know or just didn't dare to say it. Chen Fan stopped thinking about this matter for the time being. After all, as Yu Jia said, knowing too much would not do him any good. He should just live in the present. However, Chen Fan still lit a cigarette and gave it to old Fisher, which caused old Fisher to moan with pleasure again. After taking a look at the items on the exchange, I saw that Master Chi was still buying up cotton in large quantities. It seemed that this guy was really sure of his own advantage. Chen Fan directly took out 10,000 units of the 30,000 units of killer whale meat. Except for cotton, other basic materials were directly exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio, while cotton was exchanged at a 1-to-2 ratio, that is, 1 unit of cotton could be exchanged for 2 units of killer whale meat. You've got me in your hands, right? Anyway, there are still 5 days before the extreme cold wave comes. I don't believe you can sit still with so much cotton in your hands. This action caused an uproar in the chat room, and Chen Fan became the focus. Oh my god, Master Chen Fan is offering a free promotion. The other materials are 1:1, but cotton is 1:2? No matter who is among our 9 provinces chosen, I unilaterally declare that Chen Fan is the leader of the 9 provinces chosen. Chen Fan's spirit of selfless dedication is so touching. This is the great benevolence, great justice, and great love that we in Jiuzhou value. Not long after it was put on the shelves, a private chat notification sound came. Chen Fan thought that Master Chi couldn't sit still and came to find him, but it turned out to be a girl named Lian Peipei who sent a message. Master Chen Fan, can I exchange other things for killer whale meat? Although you may not need this thing. Send it and take a look. Chen Fan replied immediately. Lian Peipei immediately put a cotton-padded jacket manufacturing diagram into the trading column, which made her feel very embarrassed. After all, it was a scorching sun, and she was actually using the cotton-padded jacket manufacturing diagram to trade for food. She was afraid that she would be scolded by Chen Fan. However, after seeing this manufacturing drawing, Chen Fan was so excited that he almost fainted. The extreme cold wave was about to come,
and he was still considering how to use cotton to make cotton clothes for the winter. As a result, the cotton clothes manufacturing drawing was delivered to his door. It really was God's pity on me. Chin Fan immediately took out 20 units of killer whale meat and a bottle of mineral water and put them in the trading column. Only these things can be traded. Lien Pei's uneasy mood immediately turned into excitement, and she immediately pressed the transaction button, fearing that Chin Fan would go back on his word. This also made Chin Fan very happy, and he immediately added Lien Pei as a friend. If you have any strange things in the future, you can trade them to me, and I will give you the highest price. Thank you, great master Chin Fan. Lien Pei's expression changed, and she kept thanking Chin Fan. I should be the one thanking you. Chin Fan immediately threw the cotton-padded jacket manufacturing diagram into the synthesis column. It turned out to be a complete set of cotton-padded jackets, which required 40 pieces of cloth, 20 pieces of cotton, and 5 pieces of plastic, and could withstand the severe cold of -30 degrees Celsius. Isn't this specially prepared to fight against the extreme cold wave? Moreover, a cotton coat can be sold at a high price. It's a pity that I can't trade with the chosen ones of all countries, otherwise I would definitely make a fortune. I just don't know. Chin Fan threw a few wolf skins into the synthesis column with an attitude of giving it a try. With a flash of light gray light, a wolf skin coat appeared in front of him, and it fit him perfectly when he put it on. But just as he put it on, the wolfskin coat felt like it was burning him like a furnace, so he quickly took it off. This thing is much warmer than a cotton coat. When the extreme cold wave comes, walking outside in just such a wolfskin coat will definitely be warm and considerate. What's more, the remaining wolfskin can be made into a coat. The cost effectiveness is simply amazing. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Until this moment, Mr. Chi's private message finally came. Boss, I have a huge amount of cotton here. Let's exchange it for killer whale meat at a 1-to-1 ratio. It's absolutely worth it. Sorry, I have harvested a lot of cotton here, so I don't need yours. Chin Fan answered mercilessly. 1-to-2, this is my limit, otherwise I will have to pay a huge loss this time. Mr. Chi's words were full of pleading. He really bought too much cotton this time, and wanted to make a profit from the price difference from Chin Fan. Who knew that the other party actually got so much killer whale meat, and he even exchanged one portion. The taste was much better than great white shark meat. If he doesn't take the initiative to lower the price and sell the cotton, it will all be stuck in his hands. After all, it was so hot in this fucking day, who would buy cotton except for that idiot Chin Fan? 1-to-5. If you're willing, then let's trade. If not, forget it. After 3 full minutes, probably when Master Chi was getting extremely anxious, Chin Fan finally replied. Why don't you go and rob? After seeing Chin Fan's message, Master Chi jumped up in anger. Chapter 26. Chin Fan is targeted by the local natives. We are just doing normal business. If you are willing, we can trade. If you are not willing, it doesn't matter. There is no need for you to slander me, right? Chin Fan replied. Think about it carefully. If you are willing to trade, then put it on the trading list. If you are not willing, forget it. It's not a big deal. Having said that, Chin Fan stopped paying attention to the other party and started looking at the 2 ducks. They had finished having fun and were now hanging out on the floating island. However, these are new lives on the floating island besides myself. It's already evening, and I can't let them live outside, right? We can't let them into the cabin either, wouldn't it stink in the middle of the night? Someone is coming to rescue us. Get me, I'm good, I have the goods. I have rocks. As I was thinking about it, a few wooden boxes floated over again. Chin Fan quickly fished them out and opened them immediately. 5 pumice stones, 3 wooden boards. Cloth 3, glass 2. Cotton 3, huazi 1. This wave was pretty good. Not only did I get a huazi, but I also got 5 pieces of pumice. This was much more satisfying than fishing them out piece by piece before. When did SeaWorld become so generous? However, Chin Fan suddenly had an idea. He immediately stood up the open wooden box, put a dozen cotton balls inside, and placed it next to the wooden house, turning it into a simple duck shed. The 2 ducks knew at first glance that it was a nest made for them, so they immediately ran in and started to nestle in it again. Be sick of it, right? If you're not sick of it, how can you lay eggs and hatch ducklings? It looks like 2 duck eggs for breakfast tomorrow are a done deal. After finishing all this, Chen Fan glanced at the chat bar again. Master Chi compromised and put more than 500 cotton balls in the transaction bar. Chen Fan also generously took out 113 units of killer whale meat and clicked the transaction. The extra 3 units are given to you by me. Let's have a happy cooperation. TMD! Looking at the message, a sturdy man on a 20-square-meter floating island thousands of kilometers away couldn't help but curse out loud. But he was helpless because he couldn't possibly smash this thing in his hands, right? Chen Fan, I'll bear this. Time flies, and it is already evening. Chen Fan is grilling wild boar chops while reading the messages in the public chat room. It's been a great day today. I actually caught 3 pieces of pumice. What a great harvest! I also got a full 5 yuan. It was a really happy day. Don't be too happy, don't you realize that your floating island is being eroded? Now that you mention it, I really discovered that the entire floating island is being corroded. If we count the entire area that has been corroded, a whole piece of pumice has been corroded. Oh my god, how could this happen? Purchase pumice. Purchase pumice for 5 units of basic supplies. I'll give you 6 units. These words immediately caused panic among everyone. Everyone was looking to buy pumice. Some chosen ones even took the initiative to raise the price. Pumice became a hot commodity in an instant. Old pumice, is your body being corroded? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. It corrodes slowly, corroding about 1 pumice stone in 24 hours. It's just a drop of rain for us. Old pumice said nonchalantly. This is not something we should care about. Chen Fan was speechless. Although he really doesn't need to care, but for those who don't have pumice in their hands, once the pumice is corroded, it means death. He doesn't know how many chosen ones will be eliminated in this wave. So by the time the extreme cold wave arrives, I'm afraid not even half of the original 1.5 million chosen ones will be left, right? Survival in the ocean is really cruel. However, looking at the exchange, many people were selling pumice stones desperately, and some even sold 2 pieces at a time. Although the price was a bit inflated, Chen Fan adhered to the principle of not wasting anything, and by the time the pork chops were cooked, he had already purchased 50 pieces of pumice stones. Together with the pumice stones he had salvaged, the total number reached 58 pieces. After adding all the pumice stones on the floating island, the original 72 square meters of the floating island suddenly expanded to 130 square meters, becoming a rectangular floating island of 10 meters 13 meters. Chen Fan, you really do love me. You've grown nearly twice as big. Old Fusher was like a eunuch who had not been circumcised cleanly. His voice was so sharp that it was outrageous. You are my god! It's so dangerous, but there are still people selling it. Anyone who doesn't buy it is a fool, Chen Fan said with a smile. Let's harvest another wave before going to bed. I estimate that our area can be expanded by nearly half. Great! Old Pumice hummed a little tune happily. Chen Fan, should I grow bigger too? Moa asked with a grin. On such a large floating island, a humble little wooden house like mine seems a bit out of place no matter how you look at it. Be patient, and when we find an opportunity, I will help you upgrade your weapons, Chen Fan said calmly. Ding ding ding! While eating grilled pork chops, the super radar suddenly issued a sharp alarm. Chen Fan immediately took a nervous look and found that a wooden boat that was 100 meters long had entered Chen Fan's 100-kilometer range and was heading towards Chen Fan's floating island. Last time, a chosen one also said that he saw a big ship, and then there was no news from the chosen one. Could this be the big ship? Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself nervously. Now the big ship is coming towards me, won't I be in trouble too? Change course immediately and try not to let the big ship catch up with us. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately shouted loudly. The propeller and the sail also changed direction at the first moment and continued to move forward quickly. However, what made Chen Fan speechless was that the big ship was heading towards Chen Fan. After the floating island changed its course, the big ship also changed its course. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Chen Fan's face turned green. Everything was going in a good direction. If the local natives want to deal with me at this time, then I will definitely die. Chen Fan suddenly remembered what the mermaid had said to him. Could it be that some big shot was really targeting him, and even a native driving a big ship had taken action? The ship was traveling very fast, and almost every time the radar refreshed, the distance between the ship and the floating island would be shortened so much that Chen Fan couldn't even eat.
Boss, can you give me your steak?
Seeing Chen Fan holding the pork steak but not eating it, Albatross finally couldn't help asking. Chen Fan immediately threw the steak to the albatross and stared at the ship without blinking. Old Pumice and the others surprisingly did not speak, as if they had sensed Chen Fan's nervousness. Seeing that there was less than a kilometer between the big ship and the floating island, Chen Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath and strode towards the spear gun.
It's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, we can't avoid it. At worst, we can fight them.
Chapter 27, Harvesting the Ice Sliding Device, Dolphins Seeking Help. Ding ding ding. As the alarm of the super radar became increasingly sharper, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and finally saw the big ship. It was indeed over 100 meters long, and was heading straight for the floating island. Chen Fan's heart was in his throat. Compared with him, the difference between him and him was like heaven and earth. How could he fight like this? Just when Chen Fan was about to use his super protective shield to resist, the alarm suddenly disappeared, and the big ship disappeared when it was nearly 100 meters away from the floating island. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened.
What's going on?
Chen Fan asked in confusion, looking around.
Isn't this the rule of the ocean world? After all, you have just entered the ocean world and everything has not developed yet. How could the rules allow you to meet those natives so soon?
Old Pumice said with a chuckle.
Then why didn't you say so earlier?
Chen Fan asked angrily.
Are you here to laugh at me? I was just guessing just now and I wasn't sure. I explained it to you only after I became unsure.
Old Pumice replied with a laugh.
Damn it!
Chen Fan was so angry that he kicked Old Fusher hard.
My waist!
Old Pumice screamed miserably, causing the people in Mawu and others to laugh in glee. The danger was over, and Chen Fan started to make barbecue while humming a little tune. He also took out a bottle of beer to celebrate his survival. Seeing that it was already late at night, Chen Fan planned to harvest another wave of pumice. Sure enough, many chosen ones were still selling pumice on the elevated shelves. Chen Fan harvested about 50 pieces in this wave. Just as he was about to close the panel and go to sleep, Lian Peipei sent a message.
Master Chen Fan, do you have any extra pumice? I want to trade pumice with you. You don't have pumice?
Chen Fan asked in surprise.
In the early stage, I used pumice to exchange for food and water. Now the price of pumice they sell is too high. Moreover, I asked a few chosen ones about it, but not only did they not accept it, they scolded me.
Lian Peipei replied.
If there is no other way, I would be embarrassed to trouble you again. What? Ice gliding device.
As he spoke, Lian Peipei put the thing into the trading column. It looked like a slightly more complicated electric traction device, which could allow objects weighing less than 100 tons to slide on the ice at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. My own floating island is currently 130 square meters, which is equivalent to a combination of 130 pieces of pumice. One piece of pumice weighs about 450 kilograms, and 130 pieces of pumice are 58.5 tons. Add 40 pieces of pumice and other miscellaneous items on the floating island, and the weight will not reach 80 tons. Chen Fan made a rough calculation and was instantly ecstatic. This thing must be tailor-made for him. He was just worrying about how to move around on the ice at minus 30 degrees Celsius, and this girl brought him such a treasure. Lian Peipei is simply his mascot. At that moment, Chen Fan immediately gave Lian Peipei 10 pumice stones and said,
In a few days there will be an extreme cold wave. The temperature at sea will drop to minus 30 degrees Celsius or even lower. Try to build a place to avoid the cold and store enough food.
Ah? Lian Peipei's face changed drastically after seeing these words. She couldn't believe it.
When the time comes, I will provide you with a set of cotton clothes that can withstand the severe cold of minus 30 degrees Celsius. Don't forget to ask me for it,
Chen Fan said, and then closed the panel. On a floating island of only 4 square meters thousands of miles away, a beautiful woman wearing only shorts and a belly-exposing outfit suddenly felt warm in her heart.
Master Chen Fan is such a good man, he is willing to provide me with cotton clothes. It's a pity that I don't know where he is, otherwise I can repay him well. By integrating 40 pumice stones into the floating island, the 130 square meters became 170 square meters, which once again aroused cheers from the old pumice stone owners. It's been a thrilling day, time to go to sleep. After listening to Ocean World's summary of the death toll in various countries, Chin Fan couldn't help but stretch himself and began to fall asleep. The next morning, Chin Fan woke up and heard a noise outside. He walked out sleepily. It turned out to be a mother duck bragging about the eggs she had laid. Look at this duck, it's beautiful and cool. Look at this egg, it's big and round. Oh, eggs laid? Chin Fan's expression changed, and he immediately took out 2 eggs. Today's breakfast is settled. Brother Fan, my eggs are so beautiful, can you bear to eat them? The duck asked pitifully. You should keep them as treasures. Eggs are meant to be eaten, otherwise they will go bad, Chin Fan said as he threw 2 eggs onto the grill. I don't have any oil at the moment, so I can only grill it. It will definitely taste just as delicious. Just like that, in the eyes of everyone on Blue Star, a young man was facing the rising sun, enjoying the purest roast duck eggs, drinking the cleanest pure water, and enjoying life quietly. Wow! As they were eating, they heard the sound of water, and a bronze box was pushed up, followed by a dolphin that jumped onto the floating island. Brother, you are developing too fast. It's only been 3 or 4 days, and the floating island has grown so big. You came here just to praise me? Chin Fan asked unhappily. He didn't have any good feelings towards this dolphin. Although it came with gifts, it was definitely not good news. I'm here to give you a treat. Dolphin laughed and said. You may not know yet, but the extreme cold wave is coming soon. I already know, Chin Fan said with a dark face. What do you want to do? There is an island 300 nautical miles away. It is rich in resources and has a hot spring. It is the best place to survive the extreme cold wave. Dolphin was startled and explained quickly. Are you so kind that you come all the way here to give me a treasure chest and provide me with information? Chin Fan walked slowly to Dolphin and took out a dagger. Now either you speak frankly or I will skin you alive. There's something. I want to ask you a favor. Seeing that Chin Fan was getting impatient, Dolphin immediately shouted loudly. Chin Fan then took a few steps back. We, the Dolphin clan, are now facing a great crisis. We need a peerless hero, riding on a colorful cloud. Pick up the most important thing and tell me. We, a small family, have been trapped by several killer whales in a small cave beneath the island I just mentioned. We must leave before the extreme cold wave arrives, otherwise we will be frozen to death inside. So we can only ask you for help. The dolphin said pitifully. Chin Fan, this might be a trap. As soon as these words came out, old Fusher immediately said. Do you remember what the mermaid said? Chapter 28, Signing a Contract, Magical Super Nutrient Solution. You mean, the killer whale did this just to lure me over and then kill me? Chin Fan's face changed, and he immediately understood what Lao Fusher meant. It's better to be safe than sorry. Old Fusher snorted coldly. What if I get so excited that I end up getting killed? What will happen then? Old Biden, what are you thinking? Listening to Old Pumice's analysis, Dolphin was so angry. Big Brother saved me twice, how could I possibly cheat on Big Brother? The dolphins may also be threatened. Old Pumice continued to analyze. Just like the great white sharks were threatened by killer whales. I'll get involved. The dolphin looked confused and lashed the floating island with its tail in anger. My waist! Old Pumice suddenly screamed loudly. Everything is possible. Chin Fan pinched his chin and analyzed. Dolphin, I can help you, but if you don't show some sincerity, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to believe you, right? As long as my people can be saved, anything is fine. Dolphin gritted his teeth and immediately made a boast. I have a contract document here. I think we can sign a master-servant contract. You become my contracted beast and follow me from now on, Chin Fan said immediately. In this way, we become a master-servant relationship. Then it is only natural for me to help you save your people. No problem. Dolphin was not vague and immediately agreed to Chin Fan. Chin Fan immediately took out the contract document and signed a master-servant contract with the dolphin. He immediately understood everything about the dolphin. This guy was an unlucky bastard. He was born alone and often encountered bad luck.
He finally found a family willing to accommodate him, but he was surrounded by killer whales. No wonder this guy would rather become a contracted beast to save his people. He really lacks love.
Now, can I save my family? The dolphin asked weakly. Of course.
Chun Fan took a deep breath and said seriously.
We can reach the island you mentioned this afternoon. We still have 48 hours to rescue those dolphins before the extreme cold wave arrives. Propellers, sails, what are you waiting for? Go at full speed in the direction the dolphin points. Okay.
The propeller and the sail immediately set sail after the dolphin entered the sea. After finishing breakfast, Chun Fan looked at the bronze box.
It's over, it's over. What's coming will eventually come.
Bronze box looked hopeless.
Don't come over here.
Chun Fan rubbed his hands with a smile, then opened the bronze box. One exquisite small stove, throw a wooden board in and light it. It will release enough temperature, and a wooden board can continue to burn for 1 hour.
Forehead.
Chun Fan scratched his head. It seemed that he would not be able to use this thing. It was a bit regrettable. The people watching Chun Fan's live broadcast were also somewhat puzzled.
Why are there so many cotton flowers blooming recently? I also saw many people opening small stoves. Do you still need a fire in the hot summer? I guess there must be something going on here. Maybe winter will soon come to the sea world? I wonder where that dolphin is leading Chun Fan to. Speaking of which, there have been several times when the things Chun Fan harvested were not amplified to the real world. Don't worry, there are always surprises to come. Boss, there are a lot of boxes in other directions. Do you want to pick them up on the way?
After walking for more than 2 hours, Wang Kai suddenly stood on Chun Fan's shoulder and asked.
Let's go!
Chun Fan agreed immediately. Although we are going to rescue dolphins, we don't have strong strength. It would be useless to just go there. If we can get weapons for attack from the box, wouldn't all the problems be solved? With the help of dolphins, 11 wooden boxes were salvaged in less than an hour. Chun Fan opened them all at once.
3 wooden boards, 2 pumice stones. 100 kilograms fertile black soil, 3 pieces of plastic. Plant super nutrient solution 1. 1 bottle is enough for 1 month of growth, cotton 2. Contract document 1, cloth pieces 3.
What a great harvest. It's really great to have Wang Kai leading the team, otherwise we would have missed out on so many good things. And above the blue star, a voice was heard again. Jiuzhou Chun Fan, obtain 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, 1 plant super nutrient solution, 1 bottle can be used for 1 month of growth, 5 mineral waters, 25 wooden boards, 17 metal sheets, 15 plastic sheets, 10 cloth sheets, 7 cotton sheets, 8 items. Jiuzhou will be increased 100-fold. Another 10 tons of fertile black soil, and this time there is also a super nutrient solution that can be equivalent to a 1-month growth cycle of plants. That is to say, after using it on the plants, the corn seeds that have not yet sprouted will become corn seedlings with 4 leaves and 1 heart? This should be considered a kind of high technology, right? The head of state immediately took out 20 bottles of super nutrient solution and told his subordinates to dilute them with water and apply them to the cornfield. He wanted to see how magical this agent was. If the country could research it, it would definitely be a milestone for crops. The people of Kyushu were even more excited. See? Master Chun Fan has got this super nutrient solution again. It can greatly shorten the time it takes for crops to mature. Didn't Chun Fan and the other chosen ones enter the same ocean world? Why does it feel like Chun Fan is so much ahead of the other chosen ones? Jiuzhou Chun Fan will definitely die at the hands of the members of my beautiful country's Sea Dog Special Forces. Humph, after the novice period, all of our Sakura country's chosen ones will go out in full force to attack and kill Chun Fan from Jiuzhou. Chun Fan had no time to care about the things on Blue Star at the moment. He made a flower bed and put fertile black soil in it. Then he ate a peach and planted the peach pit in the flower bed. He then diluted the super nutrient solution and poured it on the peach pit and the 2 apple seeds he had planted before. Only a rustling sound was heard, and in just 5 minutes the seeds had sprouted and emerged from the soil, eventually growing into 10-centimeter tall seedlings. This is hope. Looking at the 3 seedlings, Chun Fan couldn't help but say with emotion, if there is no super nutrient solution for plants, it is not certain whether the seeds can germinate. And the dolphin actually pushed a bronze box onto the floating island. Chen Fan frowned and was about to get angry, but he saw a huge dorsal fin exposed on the sea surface, crashing towards him.
Great white shark! Old Pumice screamed immediately. Protective shield! Bang! The next second, the great white shark had hit the floating island, causing it to shake slightly. The great white shark was also dizzy and glared at Chen Fan angrily. The great white shark is about to land on the floating island, but the super radar didn't give any warning. It seems that the legacy left to me by the system is not very useful. Fuck, this great white shark isn't coming for you. Why should I call the police?
As soon as the words fell, Super Radar's exasperated voice came over.
I won't take the blame for this. You're not coming for me?
Chen Fan was startled and couldn't help but look at the dolphin. Chapter 29. Signing the contract and trading with the great white shark.
That guy was coming for me.
The dolphin replied awkwardly.
Brother, you know me well. In my life as a dolphin, there was indeed a great white shark that was always looking for trouble with me. Boy, you only have two choices now, either hand over the dolphin or die in my sharp teeth.
The great white shark shouted frantically.
Although you think you are very strong, in our great white shark family, humans are just snacks after meals. Is it so awesome?
Looking at the great white shark in surprise, Chen Fan couldn't help but pinch his chin and asked.
Then I want to know, how many do you have? 15 or 16?
The great white shark shouted confidently.
Even if one of them hits you, your floating island won't be able to hold out for long. Dolphin, how many killer whales are blocking you?
Chen Fan seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked the dolphin.
3 killer whales,
the dolphin replied immediately.
They blocked my 5 family members.
Chen Fan smiled, sat directly opposite the great white shark, pointed at the fishing spear and said,
A few days ago, I killed a great white shark with a spear gun. I was not very strong at that time, but now, I definitely have the strength to kill you. But I am going to give you a chance now. Let's make a deal. What do you mean?
The great white shark looked at the harpoon with some fear and couldn't help but ask seriously. It was only staring at the dolphin and did not notice the harpoon. Even if it turned around and left now, the human might not avoid hitting it.
Damn, I was careless. I need to kill 3 killer whales now, but I don't have such strong strength for the time being. You can bring your brothers to help me kill the 3 killer whales, and their meat can be yours,
Chen Fan said decisively.
In this case, I will not attack you. Let's sign the contract now and make a fair deal. We are old enemies of killer whales,
the great white shark shouted immediately.
Besides, we are no match for killer whales. You have 5 great white sharks against 1 killer whale. Can't you handle them?
Chen Fan said, already standing in front of the fishing gun.
Besides, I'll help you. The natural enemy of the great white shark is the killer whale. I have killed 5 killer whales before, and now I can kill 3 more. This will only benefit your great white shark family. Why don't you take the initiative to cooperate with me and still worry about so many things?
The great white shark stared at Chen Fan with its small eyes, then looked at the dolphin, constantly calculating the feasibility of this matter. Chen Fan directly took out the contract document, wrote down the contract for the great white shark to help kill the killer whale, and signed his name.
Hurry up, I don't have any other skills, I just like cooperation. This evening, we will be able to easily kill the killer whale. With the meat of 3 killer whales, you can also survive the extreme cold tide, right? Okay.
Having said this, great white shark felt that this was indeed the case. The key point was that he was within the other party's shooting range. If he didn't agree, he would die. At that moment, the great white shark spit a small spray onto the contract document, and the contract was concluded. Then the great white shark turned around and waved its man away.
You idiot, do you really think that 15 or 16 great white sharks are a match for 3 killer whales?
Old Pumice said.
Although both are B-level creatures, great white sharks can only be considered at the bottom of B-level, while killer whales are at the top of B-level. There is no comparison between the two. This is called the fisherman benefits from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam,
Chen Fan said with a smile. Turning the great white shark into a thug, even if the great white shark dies in the end, it will be much easier for us to deal with the killer whale. At the very least, we can rescue the dolphin's family. Isn't this just completing the mission?
You are still more shameless, but I like it, hee hee.
Old Pumice was stunned, and then he laughed excitedly. There were no more wooden boxes on the route, so Chen Fan ordered the propellers to return to the normal track, and then looked at the bronze box pushed up by the dolphin.
Brother, there is a contaminated piranha inside me. It will attack you if you open it.
The bronze box immediately shouted.
For the sake of your own safety, you'd better kick me back into the sea. No, I finally got you out of here. What's the point of kicking you back?
Chen Fan said with a grin.
My favorite game is opening blind boxes. You should just accept your fate.
Having said that, he directly opened the bronze box. Fishing Robbery Upgrade Manufacturing Diagram 1. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Ordinary fishing guns can deal with great white sharks, but it is not very realistic to deal with killer whales. However, if it is upgraded, it can at least hold a killer whale for a short period of time, which can also buy enough time for the great white shark to fight. After coming up with a plan, Chen Fan immediately made an upgraded version of the fishing gun. Although it was still just a 1.5-meter high tripod, its toughness was nearly 3 times higher. The reinforced fishing line was also increased from 20 meters to 50 meters. There was also a 1.5-meter long spear gun. As long as it was hit, the barb that was more than 10 centimeters long could firmly lock the target.
It was so thoughtful. Isn't this safe?
Chen Fan couldn't help but smile as he stroked the spear gun.
With an accuracy of 95, what prey can escape? Please give your orders to the spear, master.
The charming voice that suddenly came out of the spear made Chen Fan shudder. It was actually a delicate little loli.
Hey there, gun girl, I'm your pumice brother, come over and play. I'm Uncle Woodhouse, handsome and mighty. Damn, you're taking advantage of me?
The old pumice stone immediately started quarreling with the wooden house, which made the fishermen laugh so hard that all the men on the floating island fell for it. Time flies, and it is already afternoon. According to the radar, the island is less than 3 nautical miles away. Sure enough, there are 3 killer whales circling a cave. According to the super radar, only existence that poses a threat to itself will be displayed. This means that the 3 killer whales are indeed coming for him. At this time, the killer whale had already discovered Chen Fan and turned its spearhead towards the floating island. Chen Fan immediately activated the super protective shield and managed to withstand the impact of the killer whale. Only then did Chen Fan realize that this killer whale was much larger than the 2 previous killer whales he had encountered. Even though the floating island was 170 square meters, he still felt slight bumps. The killer whale's huge head slowly emerged from the water, staring at Chen Fan with a sneer, and shouted,
Chen Fan, right? We finally meet. It seems that I have no grudge against you. Why are you targeting me?
Chen Fan took a deep breath and finally asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Chapter 30, Chen Fan vs. Killer Whale.
A dying person, do you need to know so much?
Killer Whale said disdainfully.
Even if you knew, you can't change the status quo. You can't do anything but wait to die. Are you so sure that I will be the one to die?
Chen Fan sneered.
Why are you talking so much nonsense to it? Just kill it!
Old Pumice shouted at the top of his voice.
I'll have some pan-fried killer whale meat later. It's so delicious! Looking for death.
The killer whale was furious and suddenly turned around, lashing out at the floating island with its huge tail.
Puff!
It happened in a flash. Chen Fan strode forward and fired the fishing gun directly. The fishing gun immediately shot into the killer whale's tail. The pain at that moment made the killer whale scream, and it rushed out with a whoosh. Upon seeing this, the other 2 killer whales immediately rushed over, intending to rescue the killer whale leader. Unexpectedly, more than a dozen great white sharks rushed over from a distance and rammed the killer whale fiercely.
Brothers, kill these 2 killer whales, and we will have food to survive the winter. Are you looking for death?
Seeing this scene, the 2 killer whales were somewhat unprepared.
Since when did our food dare to take the initiative to attack us? Humph, we, a dozen brothers, may not be your opponents,
the leading great white shark said confidently.
You too, prepare to die. Kill them!
The 2 killer whales also shouted loudly, like wolves entering a flock of sheep, and began to counterattack the great white sharks. The dolphin quickly entered the cave and shouted in a serious tone.
Family, we are saved, leave quickly! It was you who called those great white sharks and humans here.
The older female dolphin couldn't help but ask.
In order to get that human to save us, I signed a master-servant contract with him. It was he who tricked those great white sharks here, the dolphin explained. You. When these words came out, the 5 dolphins were stunned. This silly pig who had just integrated into his family was actually willing to become a contracted beast of humans in order to save everyone. The older female dolphin burst into tears. You silly child, why are you so silly? How can we repay you? We are all family, there is no need to talk about repaying or not repaying. In the future, please make some boxes for my master. If he is well, then I will be well too. Dolphin laughed. What are you all still standing there for? Run away! The 5 dolphins finally realized what was happening and left the cave, fleeing far away from the sea area. Although the 2 killer whales were very powerful, they were still somewhat powerless when facing more than a dozen great white sharks at once. Although they had killed several great white sharks, they were also injured. Even if they killed all the great white sharks, it could only be said to be a miserable victory. This made them look at the killer whale boss on the water. The killer whale boss is now in a difficult situation. Under the dual effects of the propeller and the sail, it couldn't swim even if it wanted to. The key point was that it was too close to the floating island. Even if it wanted to turn around and attack the floating island, it became a very difficult task. Chin Fan made a large number of crossbow arrows and continuously shot at the killer whale's body from the edge of the floating island. Although the killer whale's fat was 3 or 4 centimeters thick, the distance between the 2 sides was too close, and the crossbow arrows were still able to penetrate the fat and penetrate into the killer whale's flesh. On the blue planet, everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. They couldn't believe that a tiny human dared to challenge a killer whale. Master Chin Fan is amazing. He can even fight with a killer whale. The scene of him killing that great white shark last time is still vivid in my mind. A member of the Sea SEAL Special Forces of the United States killed an ordinary shark. He was so proud that he thought he was the king of the ocean. Compared with Chin Fan, he is nothing. If he can kill this killer whale, he will definitely become the god of the ocean world. Humph, Jojo Chin Fan will be brutally beaten to death by the killer whale, just wait and see. Chin Fei also clenched her fists tightly, not noticing that blood had seeped out of her bitten lips. Brother, you must hold on. Chin Fan, you don't think such an attack will hurt me, do you? The killer whale boss was in so much pain, but he still joked. Although I can feel the pain, this kind of injury is not fatal. Besides, after my brothers kill those great white sharks, they can knock you over and complete the final kill. Then you have to see if you can hold on until then. Chin Fan raised the corner of his mouth, took out the mace and smashed it at the crossbow arrow. The nearly 20-centimeter long crossbow arrow exposed outside was instantly smashed into the killer whale's body. Oh my god, it looks painful, a 25 centimeters arrow. Old Pumice laughed. Hit it a few more times, it will hurt enough to kill it. You bastard, you are simply a scum among humans. The killer whale was furious. Kill me if you have the guts. I'm killing you right now, don't be anxious. Chin Fan laughed and swung his mace continuously. Soon, more than 20 crossbow arrows smashed into the body of the killer whale, and the blood dyed the nearby sea red. It's still a little bit short. Our weapons are not enough to deal with such a big creature. Old Pumice shouted. Even a grenade at this moment can kill it. You also know about grenades? Chin Fan looked at Lao Fusher in shock. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's think about how to kill this guy. Old Fusher was stunned and immediately changed the subject. This is indeed a problem. Chin Fan couldn't help but look at the dagger he had seized from Zhou Zhongchen. It was so sharp that it could cut through iron like mud. If he were to fight against the killer whale. At that moment, Chin Fan immediately released the restraints on the killer whale. The 50-meter-long fishing line was instantly stretched straight by the killer whale. Then he turned around and hit the floating island at the fastest speed. You bastard, I will kill you! Chin Fan smiled coldly and had already retreated more than 10 meters away. Then he bent his body and rushed towards the killer whale quickly. This scene made everyone gasp, and many people even screamed and covered their eyes. What is Chin Fan trying to do? No matter how strong humans are, how can they possibly face off against a behemoth like a killer whale? Is he crazy? Oh my god, it's too scary. I can't bear to watch it. I've said it before, Jojo Chin Fan is too arrogant. He just subdued a great white shark and thought he could wrestle with a killer whale. I think he's just courting death. Jiuzhou, you can mourn for Qinfan now. He will definitely die today. Amid everyone's exclamations, Qinfan jumped high, gripped the dagger tightly in both hands, and stabbed it hard into the killer whale's head. The 30-centimeter-long dagger was completely inserted into the killer whale's head. The killer whale wailed, turned around, and rushed towards the deep water with Qinfan. Chapter 31: Fighting in the Sea, Narrow Victory. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Due to nuclear pollution of water sources, few people are familiar with water. Qinfan is in the vast ocean, and entering the water means losing his life. Could it be that Qinfan would really perish just like this? Qinfan held his breath, holding the dagger tightly with both hands, and let the killer whale carry him into the water for 50 meters. Just when he felt the pain in his ears, the fishing line finally straightened and the killer whale began to shake violently. Qinfan looked around, trying to find a leverage point to continue his attack, but in the water, the killer whale was obviously much more agile than he was, and was trying to throw him off its body and swallow him in one gulp. Brothers, let's do it! At this moment, several dolphins that were supposed to leave came at high speed from a distance, and crashed into the killer whale like an arrow. The long and sharp beak hit the killer whale fiercely, causing the killer whale to scream in pain. You bastards, you should have been my food, and now you dare to attack me? You trapped us in the cave and tried to trap us to death. We haven't settled the score yet. The older female dolphin snorted coldly. Now you are making things difficult for my child's master. We are determined to fight you to the death. When I get out of this trouble, I will kill all of you. The killer whale roared and gnashed its teeth, trying to bite the dolphin, but it was unable to do so because of the fishing line pulling it. Qinfan pulled out the dagger with force, and a stream of blood immediately gushed out from the killer whale's head. Although the killer whale was in great pain, it still turned around suddenly and tried to bite Qinfan. However, the dolphin rushed out from the side, pushed Qinfan and swam quickly towards the surface of the sea, and finally pushed him back to the floating island. In just 3 minutes, Qinfan felt like his brain was depriving of oxygen. He lay on the floating island gasping for breath. Just when the killer whale turned around and tried to rush onto the floating island, he used his super protective shield and was able to block the killer whale's powerful attack. It was such a close call. I thought Qinfan had died in the sea water just now. It's so scary. Qinfan always does these horrific things. Can humans fight against a monster like a killer whale? It's like hitting a rock with an egg. If Jiuzhou Qinfan can kill this killer whale, I will eat shit live. Then you have to eat this pile of shit. If you don't, your country of East Korea will be embarrassed. More and more people are watching Qinfan's live broadcast. Jiuzhou even started a war of words with other countries again. After all, it has only been less than 7 days since they entered the ocean world. No one dares to believe that Qinfan can fight against such large marine creatures now. It is simply impossible. Qinfan, you can't kill it, let's run away. Old Fusher shouted at the top of his voice. Consume your energy first and fight again tomorrow. It's already late. If we don't continue to fight, we'll just be entangled by these 3 killer whales in the future. Qinfan snorted coldly. Today, either they die or I die. As he spoke, Qinfan stepped on the pumice stone and jumped into the sea backwards. Then, due to inertia, he dived nearly 10 meters. The killer whale that was struggling with the dolphin spotted Qinfan the first time, and immediately gave up the dolphin and rushed towards Qinfan, opening its bloody mouth and rushing towards Qinfan. Let's see who can save you! Qinfan stared at the killer whale that was about to charge up. The mace instantly appeared and supported the killer whale's mouth that was about to bite, buying him a gap of 30 to 40 centimeters. One of his feet just happened to kick on the killer whale's huge teeth, causing the body to turn over, and the dagger was deeply inserted into the flesh on one side of the killer whale. The killer whale was still moving at a very fast speed at this moment. The dagger was so sharp that it encountered such great resistance from Qinfan that it directly cut a gash on one side of the killer whale's body that was more than 5 meters long and more than 20 centimeters deep. Thick blood gushed out. The killer whale screamed in pain again and began to hide in the deep sea. Seeing this scene, Qinfan finally felt relieved. He was carried back to the floating island by the dolphin, still breathing heavily. I finally got it done! Brother, my admiration for you is like the endless torrent of water. The dolphin looked at Chen Fan with stars in his eyes. In the duel with the killer whale, you finally won. You are awesome! Because of the spear gun and your help, otherwise I would have been swallowed by it as soon as I got out of the water, Chen Fan said with a smile. Fortunately, everything is worth it. Its death is only a matter of time. Then let's go and help the great white shark deal with those two killer whales. They are both injured. As long as we join in, we can easily turn the situation around, the dolphin said immediately. Keep them in balance, and it would be best if they all become our food, Chen Fan instructed without hesitation. There's actually no need for the great white shark to survive. I understand. The dolphin actually gave Chen Fan a very human smile, and then dived back into the water. Now we are the snipe and the clam fighting, and the fisherman is the winner, Chen Fan said to himself with a smile. He lay directly on the floating island, crossed his legs, hummed a little tune, and looked very relaxed. The underwater battle was not shown in the live broadcast room. At this time, Chen Fan was actually lying on the floating island and enjoying his time. Everyone was in a daze. What's going on? Chen Fan knows the gap between the two sides. Has he given up? I've said it before, Jiuzhou Chen Fan is nothing special. He can't even beat a killer whale. I despise him. Life goes on, fighting never stops. Has Chen Fan fallen? Nonsense! If anyone dares to scold my husband, I will fight him to death. Underwater, the two killer whales were covered with wounds, and only 3 of the dozen great white sharks were left fighting. The others were killed by the killer whales. Both sides were already at the end of their strength, and the final outcome was probably that both would die in battle. The impact of the dolphins was like a pool of stagnant water being stirred up in an instant, causing both the great white shark and the killer whale to become passionate, but they also all became prey to the dolphins. Dolphin, we are allies, why are you attacking me too? The great white shark only had 1 breath left, and was still hoping that the dolphin could help them. However, the dolphin came up and knocked it over, causing the great white shark to scream. I have a contract with your master. Humph, you have been bullying me. Even if you have a contract with my master, I will still take revenge and kill you. The dolphin roared with gritted teeth, not giving the great white shark any face at all. The fighting in the sea was brutal, but the people on the sea were at ease. Just when everyone was confused, a voice suddenly appeared in the sky above Blue Star. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, kill 3 killer whales. Jiuzhou's fresh killer whale corpses will be amplified 100 times. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, kill 15 great white sharks. The fresh great white shark corpses in Jiuzhou will be multiplied 100-fold. Chapter 32, Wooden House Upgrade, Bachelor Apartment. Silence. Within seconds of this sentence being spoken, the entire blue planet fell into deathly silence. Everyone thought Chen Fan was fighting a killer whale, but only now did they realize that the clown was actually themselves. How did they do that? 3 killer whales, 15 great white sharks, and an army wouldn't be easy to kill, right? Damn it! Someone was stupid enough to bet on whether Chen Fan could kill a killer whale, but he ended up killing an entire army of marine life. Chen Fan, you are my god, I am willing to be your subordinate. Where is the guy who said he would eat shit live if Chen Fan could kill the killer whale? You can eat shit now! Looking at the massive amount of dead great white sharks and killer whales in front of him, the head of state was extremely shocked. Just now, he had thought that Chen Fan was going to die in the whale's mouth, but Chen Fan gave him a huge surprise. Chen Fan, indeed, can defeat thousands of troops. Head of state, Chen Fei wants to see you. At this time, a leader suddenly came in and reported. Let her in. The head of state immediately nodded with a smile. Give the order to start dealing with these bodies immediately and to get the food accumulated in the past few days so that the people can have another full meal. Okay. The leader hurried down to make arrangements. The sea was filled with the corpses of great white sharks and killer whales. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel moved. I didn't expect that they killed each other and attributed the blame to me. It's really exciting. The food that Jiuzhou gets now should be enough for the people to have a full meal, right? Having said that, Chen Fan immediately began to decompose the corpses. Since the 3 killer whales were not complete, he only decomposed them into 12,000 pieces of killer whale meat, 12 pieces of killer whale teeth,
and 3 pieces of broken killer whale skin. As for the great white shark, it was decomposed into shark meat 30,000, shark teeth 30, and shark skin 15. Because of being torn apart by killer whales, the production of shark meat was reduced by half, and even the original high-quality shark skin turned into ordinary shark skin. It seems that when I have enough strength in the future, I still have to do it myself to have enough food and clothing. It has been detected that the number of viewers of the Chosen One Chin Fan's live broadcast room has exceeded 200 million. A lucky gift package of your choice will be awarded. Please keep up the good work. Suddenly, this voice came to Chin Fan's ears again. Am I so popular? There are only over 1 billion people on the blue planet, and 1/7 of the population are looking at me? But I can get some good things from it, and I still welcome more people to come and see me. Chin Fan was so happy that he opened the optional packages in the inventory. Pumice 40, Plant Super Nutrient Solution 10, 1 bottle can last for 1 month of growth. Seawater Purifier Upgrade Manufacturing Diagram 1, Single Apartment Manufacturing Diagram 1. The stuff was the same as before, but the amount of pumice and nutrient solution had doubled, probably because the number of people watching his live broadcast had doubled. However, Chin Fan set his sights directly on the last reward, a single apartment manufacturing map. Anyway, the current wooden house can only be said to be barely enough for sleeping. It would be great if it could be upgraded into a single apartment. But this thing cannot be put into the synthesis column for mass production, it is simply a one-size-fits-all situation. Chin Fan took a look at it immediately. To make a single apartment, you need 500 wooden boards, 200 metal sheets, 100 plastics, 75 cloth pieces, 50 glass, 30 cotton pieces, and 10 pumice stones. There are so many basic materials needed. It is indeed worthy of being a single apartment. This single apartment is 60 square meters in size, with independent kitchen and bathroom. The bedroom alone is 15 square meters, the kitchen and bathroom are 5 square meters each, the 2 square meter fireplace can be used to burn firewood, and the rest is a 28 square meter living room. It's simply perfect. There were still 2 pieces of pumice missing. Chin Fan immediately shouted from the public chat room. 20 units of shark meat can be exchanged for 1 piece of pumice. Hurry up if you want to buy. Master Chin Fan is so short of pumice, so he probably only developed other things before, so the floating island is still only 4 square meters, right? Seeing that Chin Fan is short of pumice, I feel relieved, hee. Although I still have pumice, I don't dare to trade rashly now. Sorry! Suddenly, the entire chat room became lively. A private chat sounded, and a person named Yichuan sent a message. Friend, I have 2 pieces of pumice. I don't want to trade them for food, I want to trade them for something to keep warm. Chin Fan was stunned. Someone actually knew about the extreme cold tide? At that moment, Chin Fan immediately sent a series of question marks, and Yichuan immediately replied. The probability of cotton appearing recently is not small, and I also opened a small stove. These things actually appeared in the hot summer, and the temperature will definitely drop rapidly in the near future. I think you can't be unprepared, right? It seems that there are still many capable people among the chosen ones. Chin Fan smiled approvingly, and immediately put a cotton coat on the trading column. The other party immediately took out 2 pumice stones, and the 2 completed the transaction immediately. You are indeed prepared. It seems that my guess is correct. Yichuan replied immediately. Happy cooperation. Chin Fan said this and was about to start making the single apartment when the dialogue box of the State Council issued a series of prompts. These were several messages sent by Chin Fei. Brother, can you please not work so hard? We have just started. Do you know how nervous I am every day? I almost suffocated when I saw you fighting with the killer whale just now. If anything happens to you, what will you let me do? I hate you so much, my enemy. The series of reproaches made Chin Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Both of them were orphans and were adopted by their original adoptive parents one after another. Although they had no blood relationship over the years, they were better than real siblings. She must be worried about me just as I am worried about her, right? Shaking his head slightly, Chin Fan immediately replied with a few words, telling her not to worry. Don't worry, silly girl, your brother does everything with absolute confidence, don't worry. After a long conversation of comforting Chin Fan closed the panel until she was no longer worried. He then upgraded the wooden house into a single apartment with the wooden house as the center. Although the wooden house was still the main structure, it looked much more luxurious. When you were in it, you could smell a strong wood fragrance. That feeling. The key point is that there is a wooden bed in the bedroom with a 5 centimeters thick mattress, and a smart fully automatic toilet is installed directly into the bathroom, and there is a special place for bathing and washing. It is so thoughtful. As soon as you came in, I felt full and fulfilled. As I was admiring everything, the wooden house suddenly laughed and said, "Do you feel that I am bigger and warmer inside?" "I feel disgusted when you say that." Chen Fan's mouth twitched, and he immediately walked out of the apartment and looked at the island 100 meters away. The super radar suddenly sounded the alarm at this time. Chen Fan was about to check the situation of the super radar, but he caught a glimpse of a person standing on the island in the distance. Chapter 33, Battle Against the Natives. Life hangs on a thread. "Super radar, are you an idiot? You didn't even give any warning just now, and now he has discovered us first." Chen Fan shouted angrily. "I think you are a fool. Because he didn't notice us before and had no hostility towards us. Now that he has become hostile towards us, I gave the warning," Super Radar explained. "No need to explain. Explanation is just a cover-up." Chen Fan waved his hand. "From now on, if you find humans, ships, or marine life of level B or above, call the police." "Alright, even if a mosquito flies by, I'll call the police for you." Super Radar was so angry that he immediately shouted, "I'll wake you up to pee at a fixed time at night." Ignoring the Super Radar, Chen Fan squinted at the people on the island and said in a deep voice, "I wonder if this is a lone native or a chosen one. Since they are hostile to us, no matter what they are, we will just kill them," Old Fusher said without hesitation. "Even if the chosen ones of our country need to unite, it must be based on strong strength. Although Old Pumice is a worthless person, he has spoken human words this time." The apartment also agreed. "Arrow will always support you. Wankai, why don't you go and investigate?" Chen Fan turned his head and looked at Wankai. Wankai had already taken off and circled the island before returning to the apartment. "Boss, that person's clothes are weird. There's a thatched house on the island, and there are dried fish hanging out to dry. He doesn't look like the same kind of person as you guys." "That's the native." Chen Fan nodded, and immediately ordered the propeller to circle the island halfway before entering it. At the same time, he ordered, "If that guy comes over, you should drive at full speed away from the island and don't let him get on our floating island." "Chen Fan, you actually want to fight that native by yourself?" Old Fusher said in surprise. "You're too proud of yourself for just a few dishes and drinking so much." "Don't worry, there are still 3 hours before dark, we can definitely deal with it." Chen Fan shouted in a low voice, jumped directly onto the island, and under the guidance of the albatross, rushed quickly towards the human. The people who were about to leave Chen Fan's live broadcast room were attracted again at this time. Seeing that both parties were running towards the same place, they couldn't help but be shocked again. "Oh my God, Master Chen Fan is so restless. He just dealt with the Marine Corps, and now he's going to fight humans again. That human is so strange, he looks like a savage. Can Chen Fan beat him?" "Humph, Jojo Chen Fan can fight in the water, but he's a fool on land. He will definitely be killed by that savage. If Chen Fan doesn't die, I'll eat shit live." "You haven't even eaten that pile of shit live yet, and you've already ordered another one?" Although the island was as large as 1 square kilometer, the two of them moved very fast and soon only had a distance of less than 50 meters left. Chen Fan finally saw the opponents line up clearly. They were wrapped in animal skins, had dark skin, and had long hair tied up on their heads. They were indeed local natives. Almost at the same time, the native threw the spear in his hand towards Chen Fan fiercely, and it was so fast that it reached Chen Fan in less than 3 seconds. Chen Fan frowned slightly and dodged immediately. With a crisp, puff, sound, the iron spear instantly sank into a tree trunk as thick as a bull. "This guy is very strong," Chen Fan whispered to himself. Seeing the natives rushing over, he raised his crossbow and shot at them. Unexpectedly, the native's dodging speed was just as fast. He dodged the crossbow arrow and punched Chen Fan in the face with his sandbag-sized fist. Chen Fan frowned, and immediately held the dagger forward to meet the native's fist. The native's fist suddenly stopped in midair, and his other hand had already grabbed the spear embedded in the tree trunk. He pulled it out suddenly and swept it towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan had no choice but to roll over and shoot the crossbow arrows at the natives again. The natives dodged to the side and threw the spears in their hands again. Oh shit! Chen Fan felt like his head was about to explode. The strength of this native is really too strong. I have been struggling for several years to support Chen Fei, but I have never fought with such a fierce guy. If I am not careful, I will end up losing my head. Seeing the spear coming at him, Chen Fan instinctively raised his dagger, and the tip of the spear hit the sword hard, making Chen Fan's palm numb, and he could hardly hold the dagger. Seeing the natives rushing up again, Chen Fan gritted his teeth, stood up suddenly, picked up the spear and swung at him like the natives had just done. Bang! What surprised Chen Fan was that the native was so strong that he suddenly reached out and grabbed the tip of the gun. Chen Fan immediately raised his hand and shot a crossbow arrow. Even though the native immediately dodged to the side, the distance between the two sides was too close, and the crossbow arrow still shot into the native's shoulder. The native groaned, immediately dropped his spear, and flashed into the dense forest, disappearing. You didn't kill him even after doing this? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Wang Kai, keep an eye on him! Wang Kai received the order and hovered in the sky, staring at the natives. The people who witnessed the battle in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, but many people were still frightened. That black man was so fierce. Chen Fan was almost killed by him. I was sweating profusely. Master Chen Fan's action this time was not a wise one. If it were anyone else, they would have already become corpses. I've told you that Zhuzhou Chen Fan will die on this island. You still don't believe me. He will definitely not see the sun tomorrow. You shit-eater from East Korea, can you shut your stinky mouth? How could such a native suddenly appear on such a huge island? Could he be guarding some treasure? After a few minutes of rest and his hand recovered, Chen Fan muttered softly. Could it be a silver treasure chest, or even a gold treasure chest? Thinking about it, Chen Fan followed the direction pointed by Wang Kai from high in the sky and soon arrived at the indigenous people's residence. The native was injured and did not return to his residence. He must have hidden somewhere. This place is just a simple thatched hut that can barely shelter from wind and rain. There are a dozen dried fish strung together with hemp ropes in front, and the kitchen utensils are all made of stone, which is extremely simple. This guy, who knows how long he has lived here? Chen Fan muttered to himself. He shot a few crossbow arrows into the thatched hut, and then entered it. Sure enough, he found a box-like object covered with thatch in the corner, which was actually shivering. Well, in this state, it has to be at least a silver-level treasure chest. Chapter 34 Black Technology. Defensive Suit. Chen Fan chuckled and immediately lifted up the thatched mat. Don't hurt me, I'm just a box that got hurt and is healing alone. At that moment, the box immediately broke down and screamed. Stop it, I'm afraid of pain. What the hell is going on? Chen Fan looked confused. This is an object that looks like a golden treasure chest, but its color is between white and gold, as if it has been tortured for a long time and is somewhat mentally ill. I was insulted by a big black man. He wanted me to be his wife. The man in the box trembled and said, He tortured me every day, 100 times, woo-woo. Chen Fan twitched his lips, and saw that the keyhole of this treasure chest was much larger than that of ordinary treasure chests. Could it be that the native? Chen Fan shuddered suddenly, feeling a chill. When you live alone for a long time, everything can become a tool for venting. Don't worry, I'm here, no one can insult you now. Chen Fan laughed, and immediately opened the insulted treasure chest. Defense Suit 1, a thin, transparent and lightweight underwear worn on a person, which can withstand 500 tons of force and absorb half of the attack force and bounce it back within 0.1 second. Isn't this the ultimate black technology? Chen Fan took out the battle suit in surprise, and then put it on innermost. As expected, it fits the body 100. It feels like he is not wearing anything. It can cover all parts above the ankles and below the neck. It is very considerate. It's a pity that I can't protect my head, otherwise I would be invincible. Chen Fan moved around and felt it, then put on his clothes and walked out confidently. Cool. The head of state, who was watching the live broadcast, heard a voice at this time. Chen Fan, the Chosen One, has developed a bug-level black technology. Defensive Battlesuit 100 times amplification, a thin underwear that is transparent and feels like nothing when worn on a person, can withstand 500 tons of force, and absorb half of the attack force and bounce it back within 0.1 second. This. The head of state shuddered as he looked at the hundreds of defensive suits in the inventory, and he couldn't believe it. After putting this on, isn't it equivalent to ignoring all other attacks except for new large-scale lethal weapons such as missiles? Although he and others cannot use it in Jiuzhou for a while, this black technology is extremely important to Chen Fan in the ocean world. Maybe it would be easy to kill that black man. At this time, it had already darkened. Chen Fan used the native stone pot to start cooking the native fish, humming a little tune at the same time, with a leisurely mood like, "I see the smoke rising again, and dust covers the earth. I want to ask the smoke, where are you going?" This scene really stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. The danger was lurking in the dark, but he still had such interest. Is this guy tired of living? Isn't he afraid that the black man will suddenly appear and kill him? I guess the savages are watching him somewhere and are ready to kill him at any time. He is courting death. Bullshit, my husband has his own plans. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Aren't you ashamed? Jiuzhou Chen Fan will die tonight. While eating fish and drinking fish soup, the native in the dark gnashed his teeth in hatred, but his spear was confiscated and his shoulder was injured, so he dared not act rashly. He could only hide and wait for an opportunity to act. In short, if I don't kill you, I will not be a human being. Boss, that guy hid very deep. I couldn't find him after searching for a long time. Wakai smelled the smell and came to Chen Fan's side. He stared at the fish and said, I've been tired all afternoon. I really want to eat some fish. If you want to eat, just say so directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Wankai and scooped a few fish and the fish soup from the stone bowl that the natives used to eat and threw it to Wankai. Thank you, boss. May you make a fortune. Wankai's eyes lit up and he started eating immediately. No need to thank you. You stay alert tonight. I want to lure that guy out and kill him, Chen Fan said in a deep voice. You won't fall asleep, will you? No, my biggest advantage is that I can stay up late, Wankai muttered as he wolfed down his food. Don't worry about me doing it. Looking at Wankai, Chen Fan always felt that this guy was unreliable, but there was no better way for the time being. Anyway, if he couldn't kill him tonight, he would definitely be a huge disaster in the future. At night, with a slight breeze blowing, Chen Fan went straight into the thatched hut and started browsing the content in the public chat room out of boredom. You may not believe this, but I actually fished out some charcoal today. It doesn't feel good to dig out some charcoal on such a hot day. There's cotton and a small stove. This game world shouldn't be going crazy, right? I wonder if there is any great god who knows what is going on. Looking at some speculations, Chen Fan still explained. Everyone can store more charcoal. In about 2 days, an extreme cold wave will appear in the marginal sea area. By then, the temperature will reach -30 degrees Celsius and will last for at least a week. What? How could this happen? Extreme cold wave, -30 degrees Celsius, this is too scary, right? Master Chen Fan, how did you know this news? Is it reliable? I don't even have a wooden house yet. Won't I freeze to death? Charcoal, cotton, stoves, these things are enough to prove the reliability of the information given by Master Chen Fan. Let's salvage the supplies quickly, otherwise when the cold wave comes and the sea freezes, it will be difficult to salvage the supplies. Fuck Chen Fan, give me back more than 500 cotton balls. These words immediately caused a huge commotion in the live broadcast room. No one could believe this fact, but had to accept it. Soon, fewer and fewer people were chatting, and they all probably went to salvage supplies. Seeing that it was already late at night, Chen Fan tidied himself up and went straight to sleep. As time passed, it was already the second half of the night. Occasionally, strange cries of unknown creatures could be heard in the distance, but other than that, the entire island was silent. A figure, holding a large stone weighing dozens of kilograms, came quietly to the outside of the thatched hut, stared at Chen Fan who was sleeping, and smashed it hard on his thigh. This guy protects his head very well. Hitting him in other places may not be fatal, and he may still escape. But if I hit his thigh, he will have difficulty moving. Then won't I be able to do whatever I want? Bang! In an instant, the stone hit Chen Fan's thigh, and there was an immediate crisp sound. The huge rebound force blasted back towards the figure. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! At the same time, Wansai's sharp voice almost spread throughout the entire island. Chapter 35, Kill the Island Guardian, A-Class Freshwater Generator. Chen Fan was speechless, and went straight up to pinch Wansai's long mouth. He had known for a long time that this guy was unreliable. Chen Fan was a light sleeper, and woke up when the natives came 5 meters away from the thatched hut and picked up stones. Fortunately, he had tested the defensive capabilities of the defensive suit in advance, otherwise he would have been exposed just now. At this time, he slowly stood up and walked outside. Looking at the native who had just climbed up with difficulty, he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Is this considered shooting oneself in the foot? You despicable human, you deserve to die! The native's eyes were bloodshot, and he cursed with gritted teeth. I was sleeping, and you suddenly picked up a stone to hit me, and then you said I was mean? Chen Fan stared at the native in amazement. Those who know you are a native, and those who don't know you think you are a victim. Since you have caught me, I won't say anything. Just do it. The native clenched his fists and stared at Chen Fan. This guy was planning to let me let my guard down and then launch a surprise attack. He was pretty strategic. The people of Blue Star who had gotten up to pee, or who had been following Chen Fan's live broadcast, were all shocked. What on earth happened just now? Wasn't this black man trying to sneak attack? How did he get hurt after flying out of the thatched hut? It must be Master Chen Fan who ambushed him in the house. It is reasonable for him to kill him. After all, he is Master Chen Fan. Brothers, I'm new here. Can anyone tell me what just happened? Thank you so much. Humph, the outcome is still undecided, and it's still unclear who will win. Chen Fan nodded directly in line with the native's thoughts and said jokingly, You are very self-aware and know yourself. Bang! At that moment, a 1-meter-long wooden stick suddenly appeared in the native's hand. The front end was sharpened to an extremely sharp point, and it stabbed towards Chen Fan's heart. What shocked the natives was that Chen Fan didn't react at all. Instead, he suddenly felt a terrifying force, and his entire arm was numb from the shock. Chen Fan then raised his crossbow and shot him 3 times in succession, making him lose his fighting ability. If you had begged me for mercy, I would have considered letting you go, but you actually tried to kill me, so I can only send you to death. Come on, do it! Although he didn't understand the situation clearly, the natives still roared at Chen Fan, trying to use the roar to vent the fear of facing death. I'll help you! Chen Fan shrugged slightly, and with a light slash of the dagger, he directly cut the native's throat. Blood spurted out, and almost stained Chen Fan's body. The crowd watching the live broadcast was really shocked when they saw this scene, but many people finally relaxed. It's over. In the end, Chen Fan won the battle. Who among the family members would understand? A living person was killed like this. What did he do wrong? Kill the Virgin Mary first in the end times. In this ocean world where the strong prey on the weak, it's either you die or I live. Master Chen Fan did the right thing. But who could have understood what was happening just now? The savage had clearly hit Chen Fan, so why was Chen Fan not hurt at all? Did the savage find his conscience at the last moment and stop? Despite the cover of night, Chen Fan still felt uncomfortable with this bloody scene, but the strong prey on the weak, and only those who survive can continue to survive in this world. At least on this island, the only existence that posed a threat to his life had been eliminated, and he could finally rest in peace. Detected that the chosen one Chen Fan killed the lonely island guard. Reward A-level fresh water generator manufacturing diagram 1, unique, can harvest A-level fresh water. A-level fresh water can be used to enhance physical fitness, quickly treat trauma, headaches, fever, etc. Please keep up the good work. Suddenly, a voice came to Chen Fan's ears. What an unexpected gain! I originally just wanted to occupy this island to temporarily resist the extreme cold wave, but I ended up getting such a good thing. I feel so cool. However, since this thing is unique, it is estimated that other chosen ones also have hidden tasks that can kill the island guards, but this task has been completed by myself in advance. Even if other chosen ones kill the island guards, they will not get such a reward. In other words, as long as you grow fast enough, you will get more good things. Isn't this fun? But after looking at the virtual panel, it's only a little past 2 in the morning. I should go get some sleep first, and I'll deal with everything after I wake up tomorrow morning. After beating Wankai again, Chin Fan took the surrounding wood and lit a fire in front of the thatched hut, then went back to sleep. The next day, Chin Fan finally woke up at noon. Wankai was gone. Chin Fan stretched and walked out of the thatched hut. It was such a comfortable sleep. There was no pressure. It was great to have food and drink. It's just that the bodies of the indigenous people are a bit discordant. Boss, I'm back. At the same time, Wankai flew back and said before Chin Fan could speak, "There's no danger on this island. There are only some small animals. What called last night was a group of giant macaques, about 20 or so, on the other side of the island." "Great, you've actually investigated it clearly?" Chin Fan asked in surprise. "I didn't do a good job last night, so I have to make up for my crime," Wankai replied embarrassedly. "You've made progress, which is worthy of praise." Chin Fan immediately gave Wankai a big thumbs up, and then threw the manufacturing drawing into the synthesis column. He couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. It seemed that as long as it was something more advanced, there was only one person for each. Last time, he could only make one single apartment, and this time the A-level fresh water generator was the same. Perhaps only in this way can its uniqueness and preciousness be reflected? In addition to the manufacturing diagram, you also need 30 pieces of glass, 20 pieces of cloth, 10 pieces of metal, and 1 piece of pumice stone to make a class of fresh water generator. Note: A-class fresh water generator can produce 100 milliliters of seawater into 10 milliliters of class of fresh water per hour, with a maximum capacity of 2,000 milliliters, and can be upgraded. Not only does the material required increase significantly compared to previous seawater purifiers, but the amount of fresh water produced per hour is also 50 milliliters less, which directly illustrates the saying, "Scarcity makes things valuable." However, you can get 240 milliliters of grade of fresh water in 24 hours. Even if you just use it to strengthen your body, you can quickly become a muscular man. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I felt my stomach growling. It was almost noon and I hadn't had breakfast yet. It was also a good time to fill the fresh water generator with seawater. Everything had to be done back on the floating island. At that moment, Chin Fan quickly rushed back to the floating island, but after seeing everything on the floating island, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Chapter 36: Defeat me and I'll give you my wife. Those who have already started watching the live broadcast are also confused. How come there are so many wooden boxes in just one night? There are even bronze boxes. Are boxes falling from the sky? Master Chin Fan is so lucky. Even when he is not on the floating island, there are people delivering boxes of supplies. How can the other chosen ones survive? Comparison is the thief of anger. Chin Fan's ocean survival is simply a way to stay healthy. I said Chin Fan wouldn't be able to see the sun today. It's cloudy in ocean world today. At one end of the floating island, there were more than 20 wooden boxes piled up, including 3 bronze boxes, which were screaming like prisoners. Chin Fan, you have to thank the dolphins. This is the result of their busy work all night yesterday. Old Fusher immediately shouted at the top of his voice. My family also wanted to repay you for saving their lives, so they salvaged all the supplied boxes within a radius of 30 nautical miles last night. The dolphin immediately said with a smile. This way they can leave with peace of mind. They have left? Chin Fan was stunned. Yes, they were trapped by those killer whales when they were passing by. They had their own destination, the dolphin said, feeling a little sad. It's okay. We'll see each other again when we have the chance. Feeling the dolphin's sadness, Chin Fan immediately comforted him. You'll follow me from now on. I'll give you a name, Xiao Chang. Hello Xiuqiang, I'm Wankai. Wankai burst out laughing upon hearing that. Hello Wankai, my name is Xiuqiang. Xiuqiang also greeted Wankai in a friendly manner. At that moment, Chin Fan set up the A-level freshwater generator and started to prepare lunch. Because Xiuqiang had caught some small fish, shrimps and crabs in the morning, Chin Fan simply made a seafood barbecue dinner, plus some fruit, which took care of lunch as well. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan finally came to the wooden boxes and directly chose to open all of them.
Cotton 5, Huazi 2. Wooden house manufacturing diagram 1, plastic 2. Matai aged liquor 2, pumice stone 2. Bucket noodles 2, cloth 2.
At the same time, a loud voice appeared in the sky above Blue Star. Jojo Chen Fan obtained 3 barreled noodles, 5 breads, 5 mineral waters, 54 wooden boards, 43 metal sheets, 37 glass sheets, 23 plastic sheets, and 12 cloth sheets. These 8 items will be multiplied by 100 times in Jojo. Hearing this voice, other countries could no longer sit still. The head of the beautiful country even found the head of the Sakura country and said,
"You idiot, didn't you say you were going to infiltrate Kyushu to investigate? Where are the results? We have just gathered 100 death squads and are preparing to secretly go to Kyushu to investigate tomorrow. There will be results within 7 days.
The head of the Sakura nation said in a deep voice.
Don't worry, I will do the job. You stupid pig, if there is still no result this time, just wait for the sanctions from the United States.
After a burst of words from the head of the United States, he felt a lot more comfortable. Chen Fan then opened 3 bronze boxes. Super Protective Shield 1, Super Protective Shield, can protect pumice within the shield, immune to all physical attacks, effective for half an hour. Charcoal Gift Pack 1, contains 100 units of charcoal. Sofa Set 1. These are all good stuff, I made a lot of money this time. Fortunately, the sofa set was soft and not heavy, and Chen Fan easily carried it into the single apartment. Now sitting on the sofa, feeling his body wrapped in the softness, everything was worth it. On a rare quiet afternoon, Chen Fan actually fell asleep on the sofa. When he woke up, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This made him feel emotional. After all, he had been worrying about food and clothing all these years and had not had a good night's sleep. This scene of falling asleep in a leisurely manner had never appeared even in his dreams. I should work harder and fight for my and Chen Fei's future.
Chen Fan, are you planning to continue to degenerate like this? The extreme cold wave is coming soon.
Old Fusher suddenly shouted at the top of his voice.
If you don't take some measures, I will be frozen in the sea. What? Do you still want me to drag you to the shore?
Chen Fan said unhappily.
If I can do that, wouldn't I be invincible? I don't care. If I'm frozen in the sea, even if you chip away at such a large area bit by bit, it will take at least 10 days or half a month to chip away.
Old Fusher snorted coldly.
Master Fu, I'm going to start playing badly now. Anyway, you're the one who'll suffer.
Chen Fan frowned. The words are rough, but the logic is not. If this is true, then even the ice sliding device will be useless.
We need help.
Big Monkey? Chen Fan scratched his head, called out to Wang Kai, and immediately returned to the shore. Under Wang Kai's guidance, he quickly found the group of giant macaques. There were indeed more than 20 of them, nearly 1 meter tall when standing up, and over 100 pounds. They were all fat and surrounded Chen Fan the moment they saw him.
Who is the Monkey King? I have a favor to ask.
Chen Fan, with his dagger and crossbow already prepared, looked at the monkeys and asked.
I am.
A bald-headed monkey that was larger than the other monkeys and very intimidating jumped in front of Chen Fan.
Boy, you want to compete for the position of Monkey King, right? Do you think you can beat me?
Chen Fan was stunned. But on second thought, since I don't have the contract document at the moment, asking these monkeys for help would probably waste a lot of good things. But if I become the Monkey King and directly command these monkeys to help, it would be much easier. Chen Fan straightened up immediately and said provocatively,
Why, do you think you are good at fighting? Ha!
The Monkey King burst into laughter, grabbed a big monkey, patted its butt and said,
If you can beat me, not only will I give you the position of Monkey King, but I'll also give you my wife. I'll let you enter the bridal chamber tonight. Look at this butt, isn't it bouncy?
Grass. Seeing the big monkey sticking its butt out towards him, and then turning its head to flirt with him with its big teeth bared, Chen Fan tried hard not to vomit. What the hell is going on? Doesn't it have any awareness of?
You are ugly, and you are not gentle.
The people in the live broadcast room were also confused by Chen Fan's operation.
What is Chen Fan doing? Can he communicate with the giant monkey? Look how happy the monkey is. Didn't you see a giant monkey patting another giant monkey's butt to show it to Chen Fan? I feel like Chen Fan has been alone in the ocean world for too long. Is he planning to find a wife? We can't find a big macaque, that's too ugly. There should be a female chosen one in the ocean world. Can't we wait a little longer? Humph, Jojo Chen Fan is just a pervert. Forget it, let's not talk about the problem first, you should just take action. Chen Fan took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down, and then hooked his finger at the Monkey King. Hurry up and solve it, I still have business to do. The Monkey King was stunned and became furious. It just thought that Chen Fan's words about doing business were about communicating with its wife about life, and it immediately showed its sharp fangs at Chen Fan and pounced on him in an instant. Chapter 37. The cold wave is coming. Is the novice period over? The movements of this giant macaque seemed to be more fierce than those of the island guards. If it weren't for the defensive suit, Chen Fan would not be sure of fighting it. Almost instinctively, Chen Fan raised one arm to block the big monkey's punch. The big monkey was shocked by the rebound force and his eyes widened. His body suddenly fell back, and his two big feet were like two huge hammers, kicking Chen Fan's chest hard. My king is indeed very strong, especially this kick from behind. I guess few people can catch it. The old Monkey King was probably kicked to death by this kick from behind. It's really lucky for us to see it again now. Humph, this is my dream monkey after all, so he must be the best. When the surrounding monkeys saw this classic attack, they all gave the Monkey King a thumbs up. After this attack, wouldn't this person fall to the ground instantly with serious injuries? Bang! But in the next second, the Monkey King screamed, and the whole monkey flew backwards, covering one of his feet and screaming. My foot is broken, it hurts so much. All the monkeys were stunned. After all, this was the Monkey King's ultimate move. The force of the full kick was at least 300 kilograms. However, this human not only did not move at all, but also broke the Monkey King's leg. Welcome to the new king! For a moment, all the giant monkeys knelt in front of Chen Fan, with respectful and humble expressions. The Monkey King's wife twisted her buttocks and came to Chen Fan, constantly throwing seductive glances at him, and said coyly, Tonight I am yours. So fucking ugly. Chen Fan resisted the urge to beat up the mother monkey and said to the 20 or so big macaques, Now you need to help me with something. Don't just say 1, even 10 will do. An older monkey immediately said, You are our king, we were born to serve you. Okay, everyone go find some strong vines now. I want to pull my floating island to the shore temporarily. Chen Fan nodded approvingly, and then made arrangements loudly. All of the monkeys ran off to look for vines. Only the old Monkey King hugged the mother monkey's thighs pitifully. Wife, are you going to abandon me too? Have you forgotten the happy life we had together? I am your monkey baby. You gave me to the new king, didn't you? Besides, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Your only fate is to leave this island. The mother monkey said expressionlessly. My current baby is the new king. No, I don't have a fetish for interracial love. The Monkey King won't leave, and you shouldn't leave him either. Chen Fan couldn't bear it any longer, and immediately said in a deep voice. You are still husband and wife, and I just need you to help me pull the floating island. Is this the new rule for our monkey group? Asked the Monkey King with tears and snot. I will only stay here for a few days and then leave. When your leg injury is healed, I will still be your Monkey King. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, Now take your monkey baby back to your residence. I will tell the monkeys. Thank you, big brother. May you live a peaceful life. The Monkey King was overjoyed and kowtowed to Chen Fan. Only then was he reluctantly helped away by the female monkey. An hour later, Chen Fan led the monkeys back to the beach. The monkeys immediately began to pull the vines onto the floating island, shouting and pulling the floating island. Old Fusher was really shocked. Chen Fan, you have such a trick. You tricked these monkeys into working? Shut your stinky mouth. How dare you disrespect my king? The old monkey immediately shouted angrily. You, a human, became the new Monkey King. It's like a cow taking a sauna. It's really awesome. Old Pumice couldn't help but said with a smile. But it's a favor to be able to let me go to the shore temporarily. Shut up. Chen Fan frowned and immediately scolded in a low voice. In just 10 minutes,
the floating island was pulled to the shore 10 meters away from the sea. At this time, a drizzle began to fall from the sky and the temperature dropped to more than 10 degrees, which was a bit chilly. After driving away the monkeys, Chin Fan went straight into the apartment and drank some hot water while reading the messages in the public chat room.
Damn it, it's raining, the temperature keeps dropping, and I don't even have a place to hide from the rain. I do have a wooden house, but it doesn't seem to be very useful. I can't even light a fire with the small stove. Does anyone have any matches to lend me? Didn't they say that the extreme cold wave will arrive in 2 days? Is this the prelude to the extreme cold wave?
Then a private chat sounded. It was Lian Peipei.
Master Chen Fan, can you give me a cotton coat? It's so cold. It should be okay in the wooden house. Will you be hit by the extreme cold wave first?
Chen Fan made a cotton coat and asked while putting it on the trading column.
How embarrassing. I don't have a wooden house.
Lian Peipei blushed and replied. Chen Fan curled his lips, thought about it, and gave the wooden house manufacturing plan to Lian Peipei.
I happen to have it here, you can use it first. Anyway, we have to get through this difficult time first. Master Chen Fan, you are too good to me, aren't you?
Lian Peipei's eyes turned red. She immediately checked what she had salvaged and put a bag of Longjing tea in the trading column.
I can't take your things for nothing. This is the tea I salvaged. It smells good. I'll trade it to you. Okay.
Chen Fan clicked on the transaction without hesitation. Just now he said that he has become picky about food and feels that plain water has no taste. Now Lian Peipei gave him some tea. Isn't it possible that this girl is his mascot?
I took a look. A-grade T1, Mingqian Longjing, picked from a 1,000-year-old tea tree. Drinking it can relieve fatigue, beautify and lose weight, and detoxify.
Oh my god, sure. When the time comes, using grade A fresh water to brew grade A tea will be simply amazing. The value of what this little girl gave him was far greater than the value of the wooden house and the cotton-padded clothes. Even in the extreme environment of the ocean world, this girl is not greedy for small gains and is indeed a person worth making friends with. It's already evening and it's still raining outside. Especially late at night, the temperature has dropped to around 3 or 4 degrees. If nothing goes wrong, we can sell cotton clothes tomorrow, right?
Sleep.
Early the next morning, Chen Fan woke up to the quack sound of a mother duck laying eggs. Looking at the rain outside, he found that it had turned into snow. The temperature displayed on the virtual panel had reached -4 or 5 degrees Celsius. He could also hear the sound of the wind whistling in the room. It seemed that the prelude to the extreme cold wave had indeed arrived. Chen Fan quickly opened the virtual panel and was stunned. Is the novice period over? Chapter 38 High Explosive Grenade, Go take a hot spring bath. In the chat room, there was another multinational chat room, where the chosen ones from various countries were discussing fiercely.
I'm almost freezing to death. It's -5 degrees Celsius. Even the wooden house can't keep out the cold. Why is the ocean world torturing me so much? As the ace fighter of the Sea Dog Special Forces, I guess there are few people who are more resistant to cold than me. But I really need a cotton coat now. Begailu, it's so cold. Under this situation, the chosen ones of Kyushu must have been frozen to death, right? Fuck you, you're the one who's freezing to death.
Despite this situation, hostile countries led by the United States are still mocking Kyushu, which has caused a strong counterattack from Kyushu's chosen ones. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan immediately made 100 sets of cotton-padded clothes and announced, selling cotton-padded clothes that can withstand the severe cold of -30 degrees Celsius. A set of cotton-padded clothes in the United States, the Sakura Country, and the East Korean country requires 20 pumice stones, or 200 units of basic supplies. If there are other good things, the price can be reduced as appropriate. For other countries, only 5 pumice stones, or 50 units of basic supplies are required. If there are other good things, they can be directly exchanged. There are only 100 sets. Hurry up if you want to buy. Bakayalo, why do we have to treat them differently? The chosen ones from our 3 countries combined can suppress the chosen ones from other countries joining forces. Fuck you, Chen Fan. Kevin Lister from the Sea Dog Special Forces has set his sights on you. ACI. All the chosen ones of the 3 kingdoms began to attack Chen Fan personally, and even agreed not to buy Chen Fan's cotton-padded clothes, and to form a group to kill Chen Fan after the novice period was over. Other countries and the chosen ones of Kyushu all came to Chen Fan to buy. Seeing the transaction volume in the chat room constantly increasing, Yumekawa Naiku, a senior ninja from the Sakura Country, finally couldn't help but took out 20 pumice stones to buy a cotton coat.
Maikawa Naiku, fuck you, didn't you say you wouldn't buy his cotton-padded jacket, you coward? Sumima sang, I'm sorry, it's really cold, saving your life is the most important thing. ACI.
After Yumekawa Naiku set a precedent, other people no longer cared about the anti-Chen Fan alliance, and started to buy cotton-padded clothes from Chen Fan. The chosen ones from these 3 countries alone purchased nearly 1/3 of the cotton-padded clothes. It can be seen that the chosen ones from the 3 countries, headed by the United States, have a very rich foundation. Moreover, Chen Fan has already understood that transactions with other countries can only be completed in this multinational chat room that suddenly appeared, and the exchange still only allows the chosen ones of the country to trade. He made a fortune through other countries this time, but he also roughly saw the current development of the chosen ones in each country. Kyushu can only be ranked 8th or 9th. The beautiful country is still the strongest, followed by the Sakura Country. Using the cloth, plastic and cotton he earned, Chen Fan mass-produced 500 sets of cotton-padded clothes, and immediately put them on the exchange, offering a free promotion. 3 pumice stones or 20 units of basic supplies could be exchanged for them. The Jojo chat room went crazy. Good man, Master Chen Fan is indeed a good man. We can exchange cotton-padded clothes with just these basic supplies. It turns out that our own people are more reliable and capable. Master Chen Fan's move was really awesome. The Americans dared to act so arrogantly. This time, we will let them know the strength of Kyushu. After the novice period, we must unite and let those countries know what the Kyushu spirit is. Chen Fan, you are my god! There are no multinational chat rooms on the panel of the head of Kyushu, but he is still relieved to see that everyone in the chat room is praising Chen Fan. It seems that Chen Fan has done a good thing to strike a blow to the arrogance of hostile countries led by the United States, and to revitalize Kyushu. Seeing that the transaction was almost done, Chen Fan was just about to get up and cook when a private chat notification sounded. It was a chosen one from the bear country named Ivanov. My dear friend, I have a rare item here, and I want to trade something with you. Bring it here and have a look. Chen Fan replied immediately. Ivanov immediately put a high-explosive grenade on the trading list. I want to trade a set of cotton clothes, 10 pumice stones, 5 bottles of mineral water, and some food. High-explosive grenade? Chen Fan was shocked. He didn't expect that these Russians had found weapons with such great lethality. It was simply incredible. However, Chen Fan still replied, You can only exchange for a set of cotton clothes and 20 units of great white shark meat. This is a high-explosive grenade. It's like having an extra life for us. Ivanov replied immediately. 50 units of shark meat. How about this? I'll give you another 10 units of shark meat, a total of 1 set of cotton clothes plus 30 units of shark meat. Chen Fan waited for more than 10 seconds before replying. If you agree, I can put it up for sale now, otherwise forget it. Okay. In the end, Ivanov agreed to the deal. Jojo Chen Fan obtains 1 high-explosive grenade, 30 mineral waters, 50 pure natural high-quality rice seeds, 7 breads, 300 python meat, 300 wood boards, 2,750 metal sheets, 2,300 plastics, 1,850 cloth sheets, 1,500 plastics, 730 glass, 400 cotton, 12 items. Jojo will be increased by 100 times. Just when Chen Fan finished the transaction and was about to have breakfast, a voice suddenly appeared in the sky above Blue Star. Everyone watching the live broadcast looked confused. What the hell is going on? Master Chen Fan got so many things just in the apartment, and even got a high-explosive grenade? This is a great harvest for Kyushu. Who knows what 5,000 rice seeds mean? Chen Fan, never double up. Chen Fan, double the supplies. The head of the country of Asen looked extremely distressed. It's been a week. My country of Asen finally got the precious rice seeds, but Kyushu also has them, and they have fertile black soil, which is a unique advantage. Chen Fan was also delighted. He never expected that after trading with the chosen ones from other countries, he could also become the object of 100-fold amplification. This made it impossible for the amplified things from other countries to escape detection. How cool! After eating and drinking, under Wang-Sai's guidance, Chen Fan, wearing a wolfskin coat, went directly to the hot spring on the island. He took off all his clothes except his underwear, and jumped in to take a bath. This shocked everyone watching the live broadcast. The other chosen ones are almost freezing, but he's actually taking a hot spring bath. Isn't health preservation this good? Master Chen Fan, you are indeed a remarkable man. I want to soak in a hot spring too. I want to take a bath without restraint. I'm willing to do that even if it means death. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, damn it! It was also the first time in more than 20 years that Chen Fan took a bath with fresh water so unscrupulously. The key was that it was warm and very considerate. After soaking in the hot spring for more than half an hour, Chen Fan felt his bones were numb and was about to leave, but he frowned. A leopard actually walked slowly towards him from a distance, and its yellow-green eyes stared at Chen Fan, as if it regarded him as its prey. Chapter 39: Kill the Leopard and Buy a Plant Greenhouse. Wang Kai is such a jerk. Hadn't we investigated thoroughly and found out that there were only that native and the giant monkey on the island? How could a leopard appear? He is indeed an unreliable guy. No matter what he does, he is unreliable. Chen Fan's mind raced, and he immediately greeted Leopard. Brother Leopard, are you coming to take a hot spring bath? No, I'm here to eat you. The leopard said this and immediately pounced on Chen Fan. At that moment, everyone who saw this scene was so nervous. Where on earth did this leopard come from? It attacked right away. Can Chen Fan be its opponent? It is much stronger than that giant monkey. This island is really full of dangers. Why did Master Chen Fan choose this island? Jiuzhou Chen Fan is finally going to die here. This is really gratifying. Bullshit. Chen Fan is the god of the ocean world. He can't possibly die. Puff! Looking at the leopard rushing towards him, Chen Fan raised his hand and shot a crossbow arrow at its heart, but the leopard was so agile that it flipped in the air and barely avoided the crossbow arrow. Then it turned its head and bit Chen Fan's throat. Chen Fan's face changed drastically, and he immediately stretched out his hand to block. At the same time, a dagger appeared in his other hand and stabbed directly into the leopard's heart. The next second, a man and a leopard entered the water at the same time. The blood dyed the entire water surface red. Then the water surface returned to calm. Only the bright red blood proved that there had been a fight here. Everyone was watching the live broadcast nervously. No one knew who would win or lose. After all, the leopard was too strong. It bit Chen Fan's arm in an instant. Could Chen Fan's arm still be there? At least both sides will suffer losses. After more than 10 seconds, Chen Fan finally climbed out of the hot spring and carried the leopard's body to the shore. What a waste of such a pool of hot spring water! Having said that, Chen Fan immediately stood up, put on his clothes, and walked towards the floating island carrying the leopard's body. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, kill a leopard! The fresh leopard corpse will increase Jiuzhou's power 100-fold. At the same time, this voice was heard from the sky above Blue Star, and everyone was stunned. How on earth did Chen Fan do it? The leopard clearly bit his arm, but he was able to turn the tables. This is unscientific. But he is the great god Chen Fan. Whatever happens to Chen Fan is normal. He must have suffered internal injuries. How could Jiuzhou Chen Fan not die? The dagger accidentally pierced the leopard's heart, so the leopard was killed so easily. It's a piece of cake. Return to the floating island, decompose the leopard corpse, and obtain high-quality leopard skin 1, leopard teeth 2, and leopard meat 100. That's great, Chen Fan. You can get such great benefits just by taking a hot spring bath. It seems that the defensive suit has really improved your combat effectiveness. Old Fisher laughed and said. And this is a B-level leopard. So the next step is to deal with tigers and lions, right? Shut up! Chen Fan yelled, and then looked at Wang Kai. Wang Kai, you idiot, didn't you say that there were only those giant monkeys on the island? I looked around for several times, but I didn't see any leopard. Wang Kai knew he was in the wrong, so he grinned awkwardly. I guess it has been sleeping in a cave and came out when the weather got cold? If you report false information to me again next time, I will stew you directly. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Wang Kai. Seeing that it was already noon, Chen Fan immediately took out a few pieces of leopard meat and started grilling it. However, the temperature outside was getting lower and lower, and the heavy snow was still falling. It was estimated that it had reached -10 degrees Celsius. Chen Fan made a cup of Longjing tea with fresh water, threw a piece of leopard meat to Wang Kai, and then began to enjoy the food while watching the snow. Damn, I'm freezing to death! Just after finishing my meal, a weak voice suddenly came. Chen Fan was stunned, then he slapped his forehead violently, thinking that he was too careless and actually forgot about the seedlings in the flower bed. If the barbecue grill had not been lit to restore some consciousness to them, this hard-earned green would have been destroyed after the cold wave. After adding a few more planks to the grill, Chen Fan called out in the chat room. Who has a plant greenhouse, or a greenhouse manufacturing plan? This is a scarce item nowadays. If you have it, you would just use it yourself. Would you still take it out? Master Chen Fan actually has times when he wants to buy something. This shouldn't be the case. I don't know if you have it, but I don't have it. Despite the extreme cold, there were still people active in the chat room. However, Chen Fan discovered that several people who usually spent most of their time in the chat room had not shown up, and wondered if they had died. Friend, I have a plant greenhouse. Within a minute, someone privately messaged Chen Fan. Give me 50 units of food and 50 units of water, and I'll trade with you. Are you kidding me? Chen Fan laughed. Do you think I would be taken advantage of for a so-called plant greenhouse? This thing is very scarce. I am probably the only one in the entire ocean world. Please consider it. After the other party said this, there was no movement. Zhou Wenliang directly put a plant greenhouse manufacturing diagram into the trading column at this time. I just salvaged this thing yesterday. I didn't expect you would need it, so I gave it to you. Chen Fan was stunned. After he exchanged the seawater purifier for his promise to agree to anything he wanted, he never contacted him again. He didn't expect that this guy would take the initiative to give it to him. It seems that this guy, like Lian Peipei, is also a person worth making friends with. At that moment, Chen Fan immediately took out 20 units of leopard meat and completed the transaction with Zhou Wenliang. If you need anything, please tell me at any time. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can still save your life. Thank you. Zhou Wenliang simply replied, and then there was no more movement. There are many people who get things for free in Ocean World, but there are also many people like Zhou Wenliang who rely on themselves. Chen Fan immediately put the plant greenhouse manufacturing diagram into the synthesis column. Production also required 50 plastic, 20 cotton, and 10 metal sheets. Chen Fan immediately made 2 and installed them on 2 flower beds. Finally, I've done something helpful. It's heartwarming and thoughtful. The 2 kinds of saplings suddenly stood up. The cold wave is coming! At the same time, Chuan Fan suddenly shouted. Oh my god, it's so scary! In the distance, I saw a light mist drifting quickly. Wherever it went, everything froze, even the snowflakes were frozen in midair. Why does it feel like it's colder than -30 degrees Celsius? Chen Fan frowned and immediately walked into the apartment. Fuck, brother Fan, boss, there are still us. 2 ducks and an albatross immediately ran after Chen Fan. Chapter 40. New title, Monkey King. Fireplace, light up, light up! As soon as the door was closed, the apartment shouted. Raise the temperature quickly to fight the cold wave. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately took out the wood and charcoal and threw them into the fireplace to ignite them as the apartment instructed. As the flames burned more and more vigorously, the temperature in the room also rose rapidly. Looking out through the window, the cold wave has reached the floating island. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the floating island began to freeze quickly. Old Pumice even let out a series of ghostly cries. I feel chilled to the bone. I feel like my heart has been frozen. There is no love anymore. The next second, the glass was covered with window stains and one could no longer see outside. However, under the baking of the flames, the indoor temperature only dropped by nearly 10 degrees and remained stable at around 20 degrees. There was no need to wear cotton clothes at all. It's like 2 different worlds inside and outside. The temperature outside is probably only -40 degrees Celsius, but the temperature inside is more than 20 degrees Celsius, like ice and fire, the apartment said with a smile. This feeling is so cool. Are you crazy because of the cold? Chen Fan was speechless for a while, then he looked at Ye and Wang Kai.
Whoever dares to urinate or defecate here among the three of you, I will throw it out, and we have to solve it in the toilet. Okay, my brother Fan.
The Drake threw a coquettish glance at Chen Fan again. Looking at the situation, it seems that I can't go out today and can only stay in the apartment, and stare blankly. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Fan was bored and started browsing the public chat room.
A cold wave just passed by me. Fortunately, I had a wooden house and cotton clothes. Although I was shivering with cold, I managed to survive. I am different. I have a small stove in my cabin that is burning red with charcoal. This winter is no longer cold. I have nothing, a cold wave is coming, oh my god, it's so cold. Did this guy freeze to death?
It seems that this extreme cold wave will freeze at least half of the people to death. I just don't know if there can still be more than 3,000 people in Kyushu.
Is there a small stove? Is there enough charcoal?
After thinking about it, Chen Fan sent messages to Zhuo Wenliang and Lian Peipei respectively. Ocean World only knows these two people, so I have to protect them to the best of my ability.
It's so embarrassing. There are more than a dozen pieces of charcoal, but none for the small stove.
Lian Peipei replied immediately.
But it feels okay. I'm not shaking.
Chen Fan immediately handed the exquisite little stove to Lian Peipei.
You must have a lighter, right? Yes, I have matches.
Lian Peipei replied quickly.
Thank you, Master Chen Fan. I owe you this time. I'll give it to you as soon as I get something good. There's no need to be so strict.
Chen Fan replied immediately. Zhuo Wenliang must be an important figure, as he has all these things. Even the wooden house has been upgraded to 4 by 4 meters, with 2 small stoves. It is probably warmer than his place. Time passed by minute, and the people of the entire blue planet were anxiously searching for the chosen one.
What on earth happened in the ocean world? Why can't we see any of the chosen ones? Why is there such a thick fog? It seems to be a cold wave. All the chosen ones are enveloped in the cold wave. I'm afraid many people will die. Asaba, we in East Korea are not resistant to cold.
Time flies, and it was already evening. Chen Fan cooked a bowl of instant noodles in the kitchen for the first time. His family once treasured a barrel box of this stuff, which still had the smell of instant noodles on it. Chen Fan always felt that the taste was not right, so he never ate the instant noodles. He has been here for a week, and this is his first time trying instant noodles. Unexpectedly, the taste is so good, even better than those seafood meals. It was not until now that he realized that it was the smell of something that had been expired for a long time, and it was stinky. Nothing happened that night until the next morning, when the sound of the mother duck laying eggs woke Chen Fan up on time. The snow had stopped, and the fog had disappeared. Putting on his wolfskin coat, Chen Fan opened the door. A gust of cold air hit him in the face and a layer of frost immediately appeared on his eyelashes. The temperature has stabilized at roughly minus 30 degrees Celsius, and the air is exceptionally fresh.
Chen Fan, the sea has frozen, we can leave now, Old Fusher said excitedly. I have never felt the joy of moving forward on the ice, what are we waiting for? The thickness of the ice layer can withstand tens of tons of weight. Do you think we can open the box even if we find it? Chen Fan said unhappily. Are we just going to sit there and watch? Then wait until we find the box and wait for the ice to melt, Old Pumice said nonchalantly. My idea is really great. There should be a flower seed here. That's quite constructive. I'll consider it.
Chen Fan nodded, ordered 3 cigarettes for Lao Fusher, and then went back to the apartment to prepare breakfast. Outside, the old voice of a giant monkey suddenly came over.
My king, I'm here to bring you some wine to keep you warm. A monkey brings wine?
Chen Fan was stunned. A big monkey came up to the floating island carrying a big jar, and explained as he walked.
We hid the wild fruits we picked in a stone cellar to prepare for the winter. Because we had more food, we forgot about the fruits in the cellar. When we remembered it, it was already the spring of the following year. The fruits turned into wine, which tasted very good. Then we gradually developed the skills and habit of making wine. That's thoughtful.
Chen Fan nodded, opened the jar and took a smell. As expected, there was a unique fragrance, and he felt much more energetic. It is detected that the chosen one Chen Fan has been recognized by the monkey group and has been awarded the new title, Monkey King. He can now lead the monkey group and is rewarded with an icebreaker one, placed on the ice. It can quickly break the ice within 5 meters in front of the user, with a maximum ice thickness of 100 centimeters. Please keep up the good work. At the same time, a voice came to Chen Fan's ears. Oh my god, this is awesome! I was just arguing with old Pumice about how to pick up the box, but now there is a solution, right? This is the ocean world wishing they could leave the island. After taking a sip, Chen Fan felt refreshed and said immediately, Old monkey, I am leaving this island. Please give me some more monkey wine as a farewell to me. Leaving? The old monkey was stunned. This was indeed unexpected for him. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. The ice isn't thick enough yet. Chen Fan nodded. You're not so stingy as to not even give me some more wine, are you? No, no! The old monkey grinned and ran away immediately. That's more like it, Chen Fan said with a smile, and then he went back to the apartment and started to eat breakfast. You know what, bread and monkey wine are a perfect match. While eating, Zhuo Wenyang suddenly sent a private message. Brother, do you have any weapons? The more powerful the better, I need them urgently. Chapter 41, The King of Special Operations, Zhuo Wenliang. Isn't the sea frozen? Chen Fan replied puzzledly. Before the cold wave came yesterday, I found a deserted island and found a lot of food in a cave, but there was a wild boar guarding it. I had to kill it to get the food. Chen Fan took a look and immediately put the dagger on the trading board. As for wild boars, I have a simple version of the trap here. You take the dagger first, and I will give you the trap. No need, I always like to confront head-on, Zhuo Wenliang replied, then put away the dagger and remained silent. Oh my god, this guy is really good. It seems that his strength is quite good. Chen Fan couldn't help but nodded with a smile. Thousands of kilometers away, on a small island of only tens of thousands of square meters, Zhuo Wenliang, wearing a cotton coat and holding a dagger, came to a cave and began to knock on the stones beside him. Soon the roar of, "Hey, hey, hey," was heard, and a black-haired wild boar weighing more than 200 pounds rushed out of the cave, baring its fangs and fiercely charging at Zhuo Wenliang. Zhuo Wenliang dodged the wild boar's attack with a beautiful 360-degree turn, then he clenched the dagger and stabbed it hard into the wild boar's back. The wild boar screamed in pain and turned around to bite the dagger. Zhuo Wenliang flew backwards, waving his dagger constantly and making provocative gestures towards the wild boar. Those watching the live broadcast on Blue Star quickly locked onto Zhuo Wenliang's live broadcast room, and were all shocked by the appearance of another fierce man in Jiuzhou. In the freezing cold, this great god actually dared to fight a wild boar alone. Does he think he is the great god Chen Fan? This Zhuo Wenliang is the special warfare king of the Jiuzhou military region. He can be called a land warfare machine. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. But why do I feel that his dagger belongs to Master Chen Fan? Even the tail ring is exactly the same. We are all chosen ones from Kyushu. It's normal for us to have contact. We can help each other. Almighty God, please let the wild boar kill this king of special warfare. The constant provocation made the wild boar even more furious. It ignored its bleeding back and attacked madly again. This time, Zhuo Wenliang did not dodge. He just flashed to the back of the wild boar the moment the wild boar charged at him, grabbed the boar's fangs with one hand, and kept stabbing the wild boar's heart with the dagger. The whole action was done in one go. Even the wild boar didn't have time to react. It started screaming after being stabbed 5 or 6 times, and then it rushed into the cave frantically with Zhuo Wenliang on its back. The entire live broadcast room suddenly fell silent. No one knew what happened in the cave until 5 minutes later, when a voice suddenly came from the sky above Blue Star, Jiuzhou's Zhuo Wenliang, obtain a wild fruit gift pack and kill an adult wild boar. For these 2 things, Jiuzhou will be multiplied 100-fold. I told you that Zhuo Wenliang is extremely powerful, but you still don't believe me. He is the king of special warfare, so how could he not be able to handle a wild boar? We had the great Chen Fan in the past, and Zhuo Wenliang now. We will definitely be able to surpass other countries. Jiuzhou YYDS. Humph, our beautiful country's sea dog special forces are no pushovers. They will kill this so-called special warfare king in seconds. Bullshit, Zhuo Wenliang killed the sea dog special forces like slaughtering dogs. As the war of words between the people of Jiuzhou and other countries escalated, more and more people entered Zhuo Wenliang's live broadcast room to fight. Zhuo Wenliang, who was handling supplies, heard a voice in his ear. It was detected that the number of viewers of the Chosen One's Zhuo Wenliang's live broadcast room exceeded 100 million. A lucky gift package of your choice will be awarded. Please keep up the good work. So many people are watching my live broadcast? Zhuo Wenliang was startled, and immediately looked at the gift pack in the inventory. An hour later, a private chat notification sounded. It was Zhuo Wenliang. In the trading column, there was not only the dagger, but also 50 units of wild boar meat, 5 pieces of pumice, a few peaches, apples, and bananas. Thanks, brother. I killed the wild boar and got a lot of food. Take the dagger. I have other weapons here. Chen Fan replied immediately. Also, there are silver boxes on most islands. I guess that wild boar is the guardian of the silver box. You can go and look for it. Found it. I got an automatic fishing net with a diameter of 5 meters and a 10-meter long rope. I won't have to worry about food and water anymore. Zhuo Wenliang replied immediately. Also, the number of viewers in my live broadcast room has exceeded 100 million. Ocean World rewarded me with a self-selected bag. I chose 20 pumice stones. That's great. Chen Fan was surprised and gave Zhuo Wenliang a big thumbs up. It was probably icy and snowy, so there were no chosen ones to go out under such circumstances. However, Zhuo Wenliang went alone to hunt wild boars, which is why he attracted so many people to watch. The number of people actually exceeded 100 million in one go. I wonder if anyone from other countries has broken this record. Thank you for your weapon. From now on I will give you 1/3 of the prey I get with the weapon. Zhuo Wenliang replied without hesitation after taking back the dagger. That's easy, Chen Fan said, and gave Zhuo Wenliang another bottle of Matai wine. You can have a barbecue tonight. I also have a bottle of wine. Let's toast from a distance. Wine? I was craving for wine. You saved my life. Zhuo Wenliang was also very happy and accepted it without hesitation. Soon, smoke rose from cooking fires in 2 places in Kyushu. Both of them started barbecuing, each taking a sip of strong liquor and a bite of barbecue, enjoying the prosperity of the world. After drinking a bottle of wine, Chen Fan fell asleep on the sofa. It was not until the next morning that Chen Fan was awakened by a series of chirping sounds. He looked at the time and found that it was already past 10 in the morning. He couldn't believe that a bottle of wine could be so powerful. Could he have slept for 12 hours? Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, it was now snowy and the threat on the island had been eliminated. Otherwise, if someone really wanted to harm him, wouldn't he be killed in his sleep? It seems that I must exercise restraint in the future. When they opened the door, they saw the 20-odd macaques. The leader finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Fan. Brother, we've been calling for more than 2 hours. If you didn't come out, we thought. I thought you were lonely to death without my company. The female monkey immediately threw a coquettish glance at Chen Fan. Don't think too much, I just drank too much and got drunk. Chen Fan felt a chill and immediately explained. Seeing that each monkey was holding bottles and jars of different sizes, each filled with different amounts of liquid, it was probably monkey wine to bid farewell to themselves. Wang, we cleaned these bottles very well. They are absolutely non-toxic and pollution-free. The old monkey explained quickly. This is all our inventory. I hope you have a safe journey. Okay, that's thoughtful. Chen Fan laughed and immediately put away all the monkey wine, which was actually 30 L. Fortunately, he could put the wine directly into the inventory, otherwise he would not be able to take it. Afterwards, with the help of the monkeys, the floating island was pushed back onto the ice surface. Chen Fan immediately installed the ice sliding device and quickly headed towards a place. This scene also made the people watching the live broadcast on Blue Star drop their jaws. Chapter 42. Experts attacked, plan to close the country to the outside world. Oh my god, what kind of high-tech is this? It can actually move forward on the ice. In the entire ocean world, I have only seen Master Chen Fan do this. As expected, he is a god-level player who is far ahead of other chosen ones. Love him. Humph, even if he can get on the road, what good will it do? All the boxes are frozen in a layer of ice several dozen centimeters thick.
If he finds the boxes, he can only watch them. What's the point? This is the great god Chen Fan, he naturally has his own way. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Along with the foreigner's sarcasm, a war of words broke out in Chen Fan's live broadcast room. At this time, Wang Kai and the two ducks have come outside. Although the temperature is still minus 30 degrees Celsius, it does not have much impact on the three of them, and they can still play happily. Wang Kai once again acted as a scout and began looking for the box everywhere. The ocean world slowed down briefly due to the cold wave, but Kyushu was in danger. After sneaking into Kyushu, 5 Sakura Country ninjas have arrived at an experimental base, intending to assassinate one of Kyushu's chief scientists, Yang Jiangwo. Since obtaining the cold nuclear fusion reactor, Yang Jiangwo quickly generated a formula for purifying soil nuclear radiation and developed the first generation of potions for purifying soil nuclear radiation. Today is the day for the experiment. After pouring 1 L of medicine into 100 kilograms of soil, Yang Jiangwo looked at the value on the display instrument. After more than 10 minutes, it finally dropped by 0.1, which surprised Yang Jiangwo and other experimenters. This also indicates that the research on purifying soil nuclear radiation is feasible. Although the current purification speed is too slow and the amount of medicine required is a lot, don't forget that this is only the first generation of potions. I believe that with the deepening of research, potions with small dosage and fast purification speed are not a dream at all. Bang! Just when everyone was celebrating, a figure suddenly flashed by. It turned out to be a senior ninja who launched a surprise attack, with the samurai sword pointing directly at Yang Jiangwo's heart. But in the next second, the senior ninja was bounced away, and the arm that drew the sword was directly broken, and even the bone streaks were exposed at the shoulder. The senior ninja just froze where he was, and even forgot to run away. He was so strong that the blow he just struck could have penetrated a piece of steel plate, but instead of hurting Yang Jiangwo, he ended up injuring himself? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The next second, someone shouted, and countless soldiers appeared from all directions, surrounded the senior ninja, and began to chase the 4 people who escaped. This matter was immediately reported to the head of state, who was immediately furious. Investigate, from now on, conduct a thorough investigation throughout Kyushu, kill the spies and suspicious persons from Sakura Country directly, and drive the suspicious persons from other countries out of Kyushu immediately. At the same time, a notice will be issued. The country will be closed off from the outside in 3 days, and no one will be allowed to enter or leave. The military leader was startled and a little shocked. Head of state, do we really have to be isolated from the outside world? With our background, we can definitely do this, the head of the country said with a serious face. In addition, we will launch 18 missiles to Sakura Country as punishment for the last time Sakura Country attacked us, and this time they assassinated an important figure in Kyushu. This? The military leader was stunned again. Just follow my instructions. We in Kyushu don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it, the head of the country said coldly. Last time the Sakura Country attacked, we endured it because we were all working together to overcome the difficulties. But if they keep pushing it, don't blame us for being rude. I'll do it right away. The military leader's expression finally became serious. After saluting the head of state, he turned and left. The head of state then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had already distributed the defensive armor to the more important top members in various industries in advance, thus avoiding tragedy. Otherwise, it would definitely be a huge loss for Kyushu. Chen Fan has once again made an unprecedented contribution to Gyozhou. At this time, Chen Fan was already more than 90 kilometers away from the island and was eating lunch when he heard a noise outside. Pull me, I have tutu, I have tutu. Come and rescue me, I have vegetables, I have vegetables. Save the fucking thing, save the fucking thing. Rescue the hammer? Chen Fan came outside in a daze. The floating island had stopped. He saw 7 or 8 boxes piled up on the sea 5 meters away. They had been frozen into ice and even the sounds had become much weaker. It's not bad that we finally encountered these boxes after walking for more than 3 hours. Chen Fan smiled and immediately took out the icebreaker and aimed it at the ice surface. After pressing the start button, there was a slight bang sound, and it seemed that a shock wave exploded in the ice surface. The ice surface 5 meters in front of him instantly turned into ice chips.
The 8 boxes were immediately pushed up to the ice surface. It turned out that cockroaches had been following the floating island in the sea, and it was it that pushed the boxes up to the surface. This dolphin is good, with lively eyes. This operation once again stunned everyone on Blue Star.
Oh my goodness, no wonder Master Chen Fan dares to advance in the snow and ice. It turns out he has a tool to break the ice. I wonder where Chen Fan got these weird things from. They are so easy to use, aren't they? Humph, it's just an icebreaker, what's the big deal? We have icebreakers in our country. See? They are so arrogant even though they have an icebreaker. If it were a new icebreaker, it would be so arrogant.
Chen Fan immediately opened all the boxes. Wooden boards 5, vegetable gift pack 1. Plastic 3, pumice 2. Cloth pieces 2, cotton clothing manufacturing diagram 1. Unknown metal hammer 1. A voice immediately appeared in the sky above Blue Star. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, get a vegetable gift pack 1, mineral water 3, wood 25, metal pieces 18, plastic 10, cloth 7, 6 items. Jiuzhou will be increased 100-fold. Vegetable gift pack. Although the taste of artificially cultivated genetically modified vegetables is still acceptable, we often see records of delicious vegetables before the nuclear war in ancient books. I didn't expect that Chen Fan would be the first to salvage the vegetable gift package. This not only means vegetables, but also seeds. All countries are simply envious and jealous of Kyushu. Chen Fan was still quite looking forward to the vegetable gift package, but he only now understood that when Mu Xian said, "Rescue a hammer," he meant there really was a hammer. Moreover, after Chen Fan took the hammer and studied it, he was simply amazed by it. Although it was not the black technology left over from the system, it was definitely a one-of-a-kind hammer in the ocean world. Chapter 43, Goudener, Cabbage and Pork Soup. The whole body is bronze, 50 centimeters long, with the hammer body accounting for 20 centimeters. One side is a hammer, and the other side is an axe, with a total length of 30 centimeters. The overall proportions are a bit weird, but it can't stop Chen Fan from liking it. The description is too domineering. Unknown metal hammer, unique, only allowed to be used by the person who opened it, and all attributes plus 30. What does this mean? It means that this hammer can only be used by yourself, and no one else can use it. Moreover, if you can use 500 kilograms of force, then with the attribute bonus, the force will be 650 kilograms. To put it simply, you can challenge opponents of higher levels. I didn't expect that such a small hammer could be so powerful. Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim while playing with the hammer. The key is that you don't feel its excessive weight when holding it in your hand. To describe it in 4 words, it is, do whatever you want. That's not great. To put it simply, it's like an elephant's trunk stuck in a cow's butt. The old nose is awesome. A strange voice suddenly came over. You can call me a dick hammer. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. The hammer, which was originally quite impressive, was lowered by these 3 words. You are my weapon, my life-saving weapon. How can I call you by any name? Chen Fan immediately retorted. As the saying goes, it's easier to live with a bad name. From now on, you should be called Goudener. Gooden, why is this name so weird? Hammer asked suspiciously. Because it's unique, it shows that you have a tough life. Chen Fan explained patiently. I dare say that in the ocean world, there is absolutely no one with the same name as you. Okay, from now on I'll be called Goudener. Hammer replied seriously. From now on I, Goudener, will fight side by side with the boss and kill all enemies. Hee hee. Old Pumice couldn't help laughing out loud after all. Why are you laughing? No, I'm just happy to have a new partner. That's not good, there's nothing wrong with you, old man. Gooden also burst into laughter. After putting away Goer, Chen Fan opened the vegetable gift package, 5 pumpkins, 5 cabbages, 5 garlic sprouts, 5 peppers, and 5 leeks. Except for the pumpkin and cabbage, which are 5 pieces, the rest are 5 gene each. Chen Fan had never eaten these vegetables except pumpkin. Although they were sold in stores, they were not only newly bred after mutation, but also ridiculously expensive, which was simply unaffordable for a poor man like him. However, he still knew the specific cooking methods. Well, tonight's recipe, cabbage and pork soup. Afterwards, under Wansai's guidance, the floating island almost no longer had a set route. Basically, they would go to wherever the wooden boxes were gathered. Until the evening, Chen Fan fished up more than a dozen wooden boxes here and there, increasing Jojo's number by 100 times again. Because it was too cold, Chen Fan returned to the apartment after 6 o'clock in the evening. He waited for the floating island to slide to the location where the wooden boxes were located and then picked them up the next day. According to the cooking method he remembered, Chen Fan boiled 6 bottles of mineral water, cut 2 pounds of pork, threw it into the pot and boiled it for more than half an hour. He then threw in the chopped cabbage and sea salt and boiled it for about 20 minutes. A pot of cabbage and pork soup with good color, aroma and taste was ready. He took a sip and couldn't help but groan. "Oh my God, is this the taste of the most original cabbage? It's so fragrant and sweet, it's simply indescribable." In Chen Fan's impression, meat should be more delicious than vegetables. However, after eating cabbage, Chen Fan completely understood what deliciousness was. The food he ate before entering the ocean world was not even eaten by dogs. With a big bowl of pork and cabbage soup and 200 milliliters of monkey wine, Chen Fan felt unprecedented satisfaction. Seeing that there was still half a pot of food, Chen Fan thought for a moment, then immediately took out 2 bowls and gave one to Zhuo Wenliang and one to Lian Peipi. This was a huge surprise for Lian Peipi. "Master Chen Fan, you are so kind to me. I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. It feels like a dream." "It's not a dream, it's a gift," Chen Fan replied. "I made too much and I can't finish it all, so I'll share some with you." "Thank you, Mr. Chen Fan." Lian Peipi immediately replied to Chen Fan with a long string of hearts. Chen Fan, however, seemed a little serious. He hadn't eaten it for a long time, which meant he had eaten it before. This girl should be from a wealthy family in Jiuzhou, but she was able to hold on until now without any problems. She was really strong. Zhuo Wenliang's behavior was not extremely exaggerated. He just said thank you. After all, they were in the ocean world and everything was self-explanatory. "It's a pity that the dish isn't stir-fried, otherwise the taste would be much better." After eating, Zhuo Wenliang returned the bowl and made a comment. "I know that. We need oil, onions and ginger," Chen Fan replied immediately. "But cooking oil is so scarce that it may be hard to find. Have you ever thought about refining it yourself? Can I refine it myself?" After hearing Zhuo Wenliang say this, Chen Fan immediately became impatient. After all, since he could say so, he must have found a way to refine edible oil. In this way, wouldn't the deliciousness be elevated to a higher level? "There is no vegetable oil, but cooking with animal oil will be more fragrant," Zhuo Wenliang explained. "You and I both have wild boars in our hands. There is a layer of white fat on the wild boar. Cut the meat into thumb-sized pieces, pour 50 milliliters of fresh water into the pot, then pour the fat into the pot, turn on a low heat, and stir-fry slowly. Soon the oil will be refined. After filtering, put it in a jar for storage. The remaining meat residue can be used for cooking or making dumplings." "Make dumplings." Chen Fan carefully remembered Zhuo Wenliang's words. When he saw the last 3 words, he couldn't help but curl his lips. 10 years ago during the Spring Festival, the country gave everyone 10 dumplings for free. The dumplings were filled with mutated beef. Chen Fan would remember the taste for the rest of his life. "It seems that I have all the ingredients except flour. When I have flour in the future, I can try making dumplings." "I have everything you mentioned. I'll try to refine lard tomorrow," Chen Fan replied immediately. "Thanks for letting me know." "It's my duty," Zhuo Wenliang responded directly with an "okay" gesture. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan had nothing to do, so he sat on the bed, opened the virtual panel and looked at the message in the public chat room. "On the 2nd day of the cold wave, I was almost frozen to death. I couldn't feel my feet for the whole day. I was so pitiful. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Anyway, I am warm and full now, and I even want to masturbate. Everyone please help others if you have the conditions. In a natural disaster like this, it's better to overcome the difficulties together." As I was watching, I suddenly heard about the death count of the chosen ones from various countries. Chapter 44, Refining Lard, Chen Fan's Eating Show. Bryn Smith from the United States was frozen into an ice sculpture and died by a sudden cold snap. Tanaka from Sakura Country had a difficult childbirth and was dragged 100 meters into the air by the Golden Eagle King, where she fell and was smashed into a pulp and died,
Kim Dong-suk of East Korea was attacked and killed by his country's chosen one. Jeojo Eugene was frozen to death. Ocean World only announced typical cases of death in various countries, and finally summarized the death toll in each country. It is simply unimaginable. 1.5 million people in 150 countries, 1 million people have died in less than 10 days, and 700,000 people have died in the cold wave in the past 2 days alone. As for Kyushu, after 10 days of consumption, there are still 4,000 people alive, which is considered a relatively high survival rate among more than 100 countries. If we continue like this, it will be good if each country can have 1,000 people left in less than a month, Chen Fan said to himself in a deep voice. Especially since there is a threat from birds in the sky. What is a golden eagle king? The golden eagle king is about 2 meters long, has a wingspan of about 5 meters, and weighs about 50 kilograms. It can pull living things weighing less than 100 kilograms into the air, and its attack power is very strong. It is definitely a sea-level creature, Old Fusher immediately introduced. But we have been running around everywhere, and we haven't encountered this thing in the past 10 days. We are really lucky. No wonder, such creatures are not something that ordinary humans can defeat. If we have firearms, we can compete with them, Chen Fan suddenly realized. I hope we can wait until the later stage to encounter them. Not only is it easier to face this kind of raptor, it is not as easy as fighting against a Class B killer whale. I can only say that I hope I don't meet him too early, Old Fisher answered timidly this time. Oh my God, how can a real man admit defeat? Just do it. Gooden couldn't bear it even in the inventory. Brother, if we meet him, we'll chop him. I'm so fierce. Okay, I'll let you chop him down when we meet him, Chen Fan replied immediately. But now, it's time to go to bed. Without paying attention to anything else, Chen Fan fell asleep directly. The next morning, Chen Fan got up early, picked up duck eggs, soaked a bucket of instant noodles, and cooked some small fish and shrimps. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan began to cut the wild boar fat. Although the wild boar had been broken down into 500 g portions, it was still relatively easy to shave. In just over an hour, more than 40 kilograms of fat was separated. Zhou Wenliang also sent a private message and traded 50 kilograms of fat meat to Chen Fan. It's not a specially raised farmed pig. Wild boars are relatively strong, so there are only about 50 units of fat meat. You don't need it? Chen Fan asked doubtfully. When it's done, give me 10 kilograms. I can eat it for a year, Zhou Wenliang replied directly. You can keep the rest. This guy is quite calculative. Chen Fan agreed and set up an iron pot in front of the apartment. He built a temporary stove with pumice stones, lit the wooden boards, put water and fat in, and started frying slowly over low heat. This scene also made the people in the live broadcast room a little confused. What is Master Chen Fan doing? Why does it look so technical? Is he cooking meat? What do you know? This is called oil refining. It extracts animal fat into edible oil for use in cooking. This is very common in wealthy areas. We ordinary people basically can't enjoy it. Humph, what's the big deal? Eating oil will make you fat. We in Sakura Country don't eat oil. You can't eat them, right? It's shameful to say that the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Soon, clear lard appeared, and along with the sound of sizzling, the rich fat began to shrink gradually. In the end, 10 kilograms of fat were used to produce 7 kilograms of lard. The oil yield was really good. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, put the lard into the stone bucket, and started refining the second pot. It took Chen Fan a whole morning to refine more than 60 kilograms of lard and 30 kilograms of meat scraps. After keeping 50 kilograms, he gave the remaining 10 kilograms to Zhou Wenliang. At noon, Chen Fan directly prepared the most correct way to cook duck eggs, fried eggs. As the rich aroma of lard wafted in his face, Chen Fan beat 2 duck eggs into the pan, and when one side was fried until golden brown, he clumsily flipped the pan and started frying the other side. Just looking at the expression on Chen Fan's face, the people watching the live broadcast on Blue Star could no longer hold back. This guy was doing healthcare in the early days, how come it has become a food show now? Isn't this too tempting? High-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. I seem to see the smooth baked eggs dancing on the tip of my tongue. How wonderful it is! Compared to other chosen ones, Chin Fan's live broadcast is simply a beautiful enjoyment. It's so stress-relieving. Humph, Jiuzhou Chin Fan, I really hope he will choke to death on a bite of fried egg. With everyone's witness, Chin Fan started a nearly perfect eating show. In less than half an hour, a voice came to his ears. It is detected that the number of viewers of the chosen one Chin Fan's live broadcast room has exceeded 300 million. A lucky gift package of your choice will be awarded. Please keep up the good work. Oh shit! Chin Fan was shocked. He just had a simple fried egg meal, but 300 million people watched it. Is this more attractive than a battle? What a simple temptation. Chin Fan immediately opened the self-selected package and took a look. Pumice 60. Plant Super Nutrient Solution 15. 1 bottle can equal 1 month of growth period. Seawater Purifier Upgrade Manufacturing Diagram 1. Crossbow Upgrade Manufacturing Diagram 1. Pumice, Pumice, I want Pumice! Old Pumice's ghostly howling voice came over. 60 yuan! Chin Fan finally understood that as long as he didn't choose Pumice, the number of Pumice would increase by 20 pieces for every 100 million viewers. So why didn't he take a chance and choose 100 pumice pieces when the number of viewers exceeded 500 million? At this moment, Chin Fan decisively chose the crossbow upgrade manufacturing diagram. After all, at present, the role of weapons is much more important than pumice. Put the crossbow upgrade manufacturing diagram into the synthesis column. To upgrade the crossbow, you also need 5 wooden boards, 3 metal sheets, and 1 glass. It can be made into a chain-heavy crossbow. Not only the weight is increased by 3 pounds, but also 3 crossbow arrows can be fired continuously. It even has a crosshair. Not only the range is increased by 10 meters, but the power is also doubled. At least for attacking wild boars, it can easily penetrate the body of a sea-level wild boar at close range. The power is simply amazing. Ding ding ding! While playing with the crossbow, the super radar suddenly issued an urgent alarm. Chin Fan was startled and immediately ran to take a look. It turned out to be a golden eagle king charging towards him from hundreds of meters away. Fuck! I just prayed last night that I wouldn't encounter it, and here it comes today. It must have heard my prayers and deliberately gone against my will. Chin Fan's mouth twitched and he started cursing. Chapter 45. Fighting the Golden Eagle King and Harvesting High Explosive Grenades. Run! Old Pumice shouted immediately. You are probably no match for it now. Why are you running? Cut it, cut it! Gaudener immediately yelled. Only cowards would run, ha ha ha, just do it! I don't want to die outside like this. Chin Fan rolled his eyes and strode into the apartment. Oh my god, brother, you are such a coward! Gaudener looked hopeless. You can't even give me a chance to show off. Bang! Almost at the moment when Chin Fan ran into the apartment, a loud bang was heard, and the Golden Eagle King swooped down. Because Chin Fan dodged in time, it directly vented its anger on the sail and forcibly pulled the sail up from the roof of the single apartment. My dear fourth uncle, I'm afraid of heights. With a scream, the sail was grabbed and flew high into the sky. Shit! Chin Fan frowned and immediately left the apartment. He watched the sail rise to a height of more than 100 meters and then be thrown down. The sail weighs more than 100 kilograms, and its free fall alone can make a hole in a bachelor apartment. It seems that today will not end peacefully. Chin Fan stood directly near the harpoon, looked up at the Golden Eagle King, and at the same time put up a super protective shield. I'm going to fall apart, help! Seeing that it was about to fall to the ground, the sail could not help but scream, and finally hit the protective shield and broke into pieces. The Golden Eagle King also swooped down at the same time, aiming directly at Chin Fan. Everyone watching this scene in the live broadcast room widened their eyes and clenched their fists tightly. That's the king of birds of prey. Chin Fan actually plans to fight the Golden Eagle King head-on? According to what I know, Tanaka Nanxing of Sakura Country is a jonin with strong combat power. Could it be that Chin Fan's strength has surpassed that of the jonin of Sakura Country? Look, Jiuzhou Chin Fan will definitely die in the mouth of the Golden Eagle King today. To use the words of your Jiuzhou, it is karma. Bullshit, my husband is the best, he will definitely kill the Golden Eagle King. As the war of words among countries escalated again, more and more people flocked to Chin Fan's live broadcast room,
participating in the war of words while watching the battle between Chen Fan and the Golden Eagle King. Seeing that the Golden Eagle King was less than 10 meters away from Chen Fan suddenly raised his crossbow and pulled the trigger at the Golden Eagle King's abdomen. 3 crossbow arrows shot out like lightning, and even made a sharp sound of breaking through the air. However, as a C-class bird of prey, the Golden Eagle King had top-notch reaction speed and agility. It immediately turned its body to the side and barely avoided the crossbow attack, but it was able to adjust its body's shape in an instant. However, it was only 5 meters away from Chen Fan, so it only took a blink of an eye to catch him. Chen Fan's mouth curled up slightly, and he bent his body slightly, then he shot up, and Gooden attacked the Golden Eagle King. "I'm going to cut you!" Bang! The Golden Eagle King looked at Chen Fan like an idiot, not taking him seriously at all. After all, he was just a human who had just entered the ocean world. He still wanted to fight me. The Golden Eagle King only wanted to say to Chen Fan, "Kill." Before it could even utter the word, its claws had already hit the super protective shield, followed by its entire body, which made its head dizzy. At this moment, the axe blade had already hit the Golden Eagle King's abdomen. Even though the thick feathers were blocking it, the blow still left a wound more than 20 centimeters long and 5 centimeters deep in its abdomen. Immediately after Chen Fan landed on the ground, he reached for the spear gun, turned his body, pointed the spear gun 60 degrees upward, aimed at the wound on the Golden Eagle King's abdomen, and pulled the trigger. "Damn it!" The Golden Eagle King screamed and flapped its wings to fly quickly into the sky. However, after 50 meters, the fishing line became stretched and the Golden Eagle King was temporarily trapped. "I'll tell you what I'm saying. It's fine if you listen to me," Goa laughed and said. "I just don't know if this fragile spear can pull that bastard. I can bear a maximum weight of 100 tons. Even a killer whale can't pull my body, let alone this little Golden Eagle King?" The spearman immediately replied in a delicate but domineering manner. "You think too much. Emma, big sister?" Godan was stunned, then burst into laughter. "As the saying goes, men and women work together, and work is not tiring. If we attack together, won't it be powerful? We have trapped this guy, but it is still difficult to pull it down and kill it," Chen Fan said in a deep voice. "Since it is willing to fly, let it fly first. It can also be regarded as consuming its strength. It won't be too late to deal with it after it has rested for a while." At that moment, Chen Fan was drinking tea while watching the Golden Eagle King flying in all directions at high altitude, as if it was performing a flying show for Chen Fan. This scene also made those who were just nervous about Chen Fan feel a little weird. Those who were bad-mouthing Chen Fan also shut their mouths obediently. "I told you, my husband is so awesome, how could a mere Golden Eagle King be his opponent? You still don't believe me? As the saying goes, I would rather eat 4 ounces of bird than half a pound of beast. I think Master Chen Fan will definitely show us eating again. Baga, that damn Golden Eagle King is such an idiot, why didn't he kill Jojo Chen Fan? Now it seems that your Sakura Country's Jonin isn't that great." Less than 10 minutes later, a voice came to Chen Fan's ear, detected that the number of viewers of the Chosen One Chen Fan's live broadcast room has exceeded 400 million, and a lucky gift package of your choice will be awarded. Please keep up the good work. That's 400 million people? If I were fighting a more terrifying existence, wouldn't I get more? Chen Fan rubbed his hands, opened the self-selected package and took a look. Pumice 80, Plant Super Nutrient Solution 20, 1 bottle can equal 1 month of growth. Seawater Purifier Upgrade Manufacturing Diagram 1, High Explosive Grenade 5. High Explosive Grenades 5. Chen Fan's eyes widened, he was so excited that he couldn't say anything. In the ocean world, such weapons of mass destruction could definitely save his life, especially since he had 6 of them in his hand. This was definitely his biggest trump card. Moreover, Chen Fan took a look and found that the explosion radius of this high-explosive grenade is 20 meters and it weighs about 500 g. That is to say, a high-explosive grenade can cause huge damage to everything within a 20-meter range. At least it will explode within 5 meters of the enemy and can definitely kill the opponent. Cool. It's coming down, it's coming down! At this moment, Go Daner shouted again. Boss, keep cutting it, screw its claws, screw its claws! Chen Fan raised his lips and secretly took out a high-explosive grenade. This time, we have to hit it with 1 shot. Chapter 46 Talent, Primary Healing. As he said this, he put away the crossbow and goer, and just waved the high explosive grenade in his hand at the Golden Eagle King. The Golden Eagle King thought Chen Fan's action was just a provocation. You have put away all your weapons. Are you trying to lure me into attacking you? Do you really think I am stupid and don't know that there is a transparent protective cover 3 meters away from you? The Golden Eagle King did not intend to fight with him. After all, he was now tied up, and being dragged down would only become increasingly disadvantageous to him. He now just wanted to land steadily on the transparent protective cover, and then take off with all his might, hoping that the huge force could break free from the harpoon with barbs. In this way, even if a piece of flesh is torn off, at least I can escape alive, and there will be plenty of opportunities to take revenge on him in the future. Chen Fan kept staring at the Golden Eagle King. He pulled the ring when it was 30 meters away from him. When it was 10 meters away from him, he suddenly threw the grenade into the air and activated the super protective shield. The Golden Eagle King had no idea about the high explosive grenade and ignored it. He continued to dive downwards and prepared to land. However, the moment the grenade touched the Golden Eagle King, it suddenly exploded. Boom! The huge impact force caused the floating island to shake violently even through the super protective shield. The Golden Eagle King was blasted high into the sky by the explosion and the subsequent impact force, and was blown more than 20 meters away before freely falling towards the floating island. Chen Fan immediately removed the super protective shield and let the Golden Eagle King fall to the ground. Even when hit by a powerful weapon like a high explosive grenade, the C-rank Golden Eagle King did not suffer serious injuries. There was only a hole in his abdomen, and his internal organs were blown away. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, kill a Golden Eagle King! The fresh Golden Eagle King's corpse will be multiplied 100 times in Jiuzhou! At the same time, this voice suddenly appeared in the sky above Blue Star, causing the entire Blue Star to explode. As expected of the great god Chen Fan, he is worthy of being the king of the sea. Jiuzhou is lucky to have Chen Fan. It's unbelievable that Jiuzhou Chen Fan actually has a weapon of mass destruction like a grenade. It's so scary! Jiuzhou Chen Fan, damn it! Chen Fan, never double up! Chen Fan, double the supplies! Chen Fan decomposed the body of the Golden Eagle King and obtained 20 wings and 60 eagle meat. Feather wings are some feathers about 20 centimeters long. I always feel that this thing is useless like shark teeth and killer whale teeth, but since it can be decomposed, it should have its uses. The Golden Eagle King was only a small episode for Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan ran to salvage 7 or 8 boxes from the ice. Then the floating island quickly moved again. Wakai, who had just hidden somewhere, finally led the way as if nothing had happened. Chen Fan opened all the wooden boxes. Wood 7, plastic 5. Carpet grass seeds 10,000, fertile black soil 100 kg. Pumice 3, glass 2. Carpet grass seeds can actually produce this kind of thing, and there are 10,000 of them at once. Are they planning to turn the entire floating island into grass? However, the huge floating island is made up of bare rocks except for the places you need to go, which does lack beauty. But let's wait until enough fertile black soil is accumulated before we talk about this. However, the increase to 1 million seeds in Kyushu made the top leaders of Kyushu excited. After all, this kind of seeds were not stored in the beginning, and now Jiuzhou's technology for purifying nuclear radiation in the soil has made revolutionary progress. Jiuzhou can first take out 100,000 seeds to cultivate more seeds. After the nuclear radiation in Jiuzhou's soil is purified, carpet grass can be planted directly across the country. In this way, within a few months, Jiuzhou will be green again. Chen Fan has once again made an unprecedented contribution to Jiuzhou. The head of state immediately called a senior leader and issued a top order. Immediately arranged to issue Chen Fan a first-class Medal of Honor and confer him the title of Unparalleled Patriot. Yes! The leader shouted, and immediately stepped back to make arrangements. After finishing all this, Chen Fan was about to go back to the apartment to rest, but he saw the only sail left. He couldn't help but pinch his chin and said, "It seems that the sail is not very useful when sailing on the ice, and it will increase the load. We should remove it first." "No, I don't want to die." Chuan Fan heard this and immediately started to yell. "I followed your orders in all my actions and worked hard without complaint.
Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. You can't just throw me away. Oh my God, my friend, you don't know your place. Goer couldn't help but yell. I didn't say I don't want you anymore. When the ice melts, you'll still be you. I don't need you now, so why don't you just go to sleep? What else do you want from a bicycle? But Chuan Fan wanted to say something, but Chin Fan broke it down and classified the materials into different categories and put them into the inventory. Everything is quiet. After doing all this, Chin Fan smiled, clapped his hands, turned around and went back to the apartment. After accumulating for the past few days, Chin Fan had accumulated more than 800 milliliters of grade of fresh water. He boiled the water and brewed a cup of Longjing tea. Then he opened the virtual panel and looked at his information. The Chosen One, Chin Fan. Island area, 170 square meters. Skills, none. Weapons, mace, spear gun, crossbow, dog egg. Talent, primary healing, can slowly heal wounds, healing 1 per minute. Black technology, super protective shield 2, 13 minutes 1, 30 minutes 1, cold nuclear fusion reactor, super radar. Oh shit! Chin Fan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe this fact. Something actually appeared in his talent, and it was the ability to heal injuries. Doesn't it mean that if he gets injured in the future, even if he ignores it, he will be able to fully recover in 100 minutes, and there will be no scars left? Strange, how did this talent appear? It's too cool, right? Chin Fan said to himself happily. It's related to the title. Old Fusher immediately acted as a popular science teacher. Every time you get a new title, you will get a talent or skill, and it's any random talent or skill. Chin Fan suddenly understood. So, it appeared after he got the title of Monkey King last time. Moreover, it seems that it can be upgraded. When it becomes advanced or top-level healing, wouldn't he be an indestructible cockroach? It seems that I need to get more titles, so that I can be invincible, Chin Fan said to himself with a smile. Don't even think about it. You don't know how hard it is to get a title. Not only is it random, but you may not even know how the title was obtained. Old Fusher poured cold water on Chin Fan. Just let it be. At this moment, the private chat notification sounded, and it was a message from Lian Pei. Master Chin Fan, check the multinational chat room, someone is targeting you. Chapter 47. The Three Kingdoms Alliance issues a declaration of war to Chin Fan. Targeting me? Chin Fan couldn't help but be speechless. What the hell can I target you for? Isn't it just that the cotton-padded clothes I sold to you are more expensive? However, Chin Fan immediately opened the multinational chat room and took a look. At this moment, the 3 countries led by the United States were clamoring. Jiuzhou Chin Fan, if you have the guts, come out and let's fight to the death. Bakayalo, doesn't Jiuzhou Chin Fan think he's so awesome? Why doesn't he dare to come out? He knows he's no match for us, so he's become a coward, right? ACI. Chin Fan shook his head and immediately replied. I am Chin Fan. What's the point of you guys talking nonsense here? Do you dare to reveal your location? After the novice period is over, our 3-nation alliance will fight you to the death. John, the Chosen One of the United States, immediately issued a declaration of war. Of course, if you are afraid, just ignore what I said. This sentence immediately made the Chosen Ones of Kyushu furious, and they immediately started to retort. John, as an elite of the Sea Dogs Special Forces, don't you feel ashamed to challenge an ordinary person to a duel? Master Chin Fan is good at ocean exploration, but he may not be very strong in combat. You can come at me. There is no need for 3 countries to target just one person. That's right, using numbers to bully the minority, is that still considered a manly thing? The 3 kingdoms' chosen ones didn't care about the ridicule from the 9 provinces' chosen ones, and continued to yell at Chin Fan crazily. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, just shout Grandpa John, I was wrong, I am a waste. It's actually no big deal. That's right. Although there are not many chosen ones who have joined our 3 kingdoms alliance, there are still more than 30 of them. Killing you is like killing a dog. ACI. Chin Fan gradually became serious. If it was a battle between the chosen ones of their own country, it would not matter, but the 3 kingdoms alliance issued a declaration of war to themselves, then it was not just their own business, it was more about Kyushu and the face of the country. If I don't accept the challenge, it will only mean that Jeojo is showing weakness. As a big country, although Kyushu's overall strength is not as good as that of several countries headed by the United States, it is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied. These powers have not defeated Kyushu on the Blue Star, and they want to defeat Kyushu's chosen one in the ocean world. Is this possible? Chun-Fan no longer hesitated and immediately replied. Sure, I accept the challenge. Master Chun-Fan, this is a trap. How can you defeat the Three Kingdoms Alliance alone? The three countries led by the United States are completely in cahoots with each other. They say there are only more than 30 chosen ones, but there may be more. Don't be fooled. We are not fit for fighting right now, especially such a large-scale battle. A group of Kyushu chosen ones immediately began to persuade them anxiously. Chun-Fan continued to reply. After the novice period is over and all the chosen ones from different countries enter the same sea area, I will tell you my coordinates and I will be waiting for you there. I want you to know that I, the chosen one of Kyushu, am not so easy to bully. If you have the guts, I'll let you show off for a few more days. I'll kill you after the novice period is over. Jeojo will still have no achievements in the ocean world. Humph, during the novice period, they are protected in the novice village so they won't be killed. But after the novice period, the chosen ones of Kyushu are just lambs to be slaughtered, the prey of all countries. ACI. The chosen ones of the three countries, led by the United States, began to mock wildly again. Chun-Fan, however, sneered and directly left the multi-country live broadcast room. Almost immediately, Zhou Wenliang sent a message. Brother, you are too impulsive. The Three Kingdoms Alliance is probably not that simple. If I refuse, it will be a disgrace to Jeojo. Chun-Fan replied immediately. The Three Kingdoms Alliance has forced us to this point. If I don't express my opinion, it's not my character. Call me when you fight. I'll have a share in the glory of Kyushu. So Wenliang said this without saying anything else. Lien Pei, as a girl, was not afraid at all. Master Chun-Fan, I support your decision, and I will go with you when the time comes. Okay. Some other chosen ones from Kyushu also chatted with Chun-Fan privately, expressing their willingness to contribute when the time comes. Chun-Fan agreed without hesitation. After all, I am not a god. I can deal with a few by myself. A dozen chosen ones are okay, but it is hard to say if there are more. Besides, I will definitely reveal the coordinates by then. Even if I don't inform them, they will definitely go there spontaneously after seeing the coordinates. By then, this is no longer a battle fought by myself. Of course, it's still a long way to go before that day comes, at least half a month later. You're challenging the chosen ones of the Three Kingdoms alone. Do you think you're a Superman? Old Fusher suddenly said. Why don't you just wait until we get back to your world and find someone to assassinate them? Chun-Fan nodded slightly, and suddenly his face changed. He asked in disbelief. What do you mean, go back to Blue Star? We were forcibly taken to the ocean world, can we go back? I don't know. Why are you asking me? Old Fusher was shocked and quickly explained. Do you really think I know everything? Don't show off to me, I know you must know something. Chun-Fan shouted. We are on the same boat, why are you hiding it from me? Old Fusher, stop talking so much about drinking. What are you pretending to be all day long for? Go Daner also shouted loudly. Brother asks you a question, answer it clearly, don't make me cut you. Gooden, you're pretty awesome, aren't you? Old Fusher said anxiously. When I was wandering in the ocean world, you weren't even born yet. Stop pretending, brother, if you let me out, I will give them both electric cannons. Goa was furious. Shut up! Chun-Fan shouted. Old Fusher, tell me what you know right now, or I will dismember you right now. At worst, we can just break up. Look, why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say anything. Old Fusher said unhappily. Give me 2 huazi first. After Chun-Fan lit 2 cigarettes and inserted them outside, Old Fusher took a deep breath and replied. As far as I know, after the novice period, the surviving chosen ones will have 3 days off to return to their own world, and will be forcibly pulled back after 3 days. Isn't this great? Chun-Fan's expression changed and he suddenly became excited. I can meet Chun-Fei. And next, there will be a new batch of chosen ones entering the novice zone. Old Fusher's next words made Chun-Fan's face change, and he immediately asked loudly. Another 1.5 million people? Chapter 48. If you want to save your father, bring the bronze box in exchange. If nothing unexpected happens, yes, Old Fisher said seriously. However, by then you will have entered the Forbidden Sea, and all 1.5 million people will enter the novice zone. The only thing that is interconnected is the chat room. The chosen ones of the Forbidden Sea and the Marginal Sea are in the same chat room, and they can also conduct transactions. Old Fisher, why do you know so much? Chen Fan finally asked the question. It seems like you are a rogue. It is impossible for you to know so many secrets. Because there are more than just you in the ocean world. 3 years ago, I worked with other world's chosen ones. Old Pumice sighed, blew out a smoke ring, and then said seriously. At the beginning, I had developed to an area of 1 square kilometer, but it was destroyed in a battle. After that, I drifted and eventually came to the Marginal Sea area, where I met you. So you really have a past that you don't want to recall. Only then did Chen Fan understand why this old thing would be sentimental sometimes. It was actually reminiscing about its former owner. There is one last thing. During the 3 days when you return to your world, you will return to the original point when you were teleported to the ocean world. However, when you come back, no matter where you are, as long as the chosen one is not dead, you will be forcibly teleported back. Old Pumice did not answer, but told Chen Fan the last piece of information. After organizing the information, Chen Fan immediately edited it and sent it to the head of state. After seeing the news, the head of state couldn't help but shudder. He really didn't expect that the chosen ones would return. Although there were only 3 days, it would allow them to write down as much of their experiences in the ocean world as possible, and spread them across the country in order to prepare for the second wave of chosen ones entering the novice area. Chen Fan, is this information reliable? After thinking for more than 10 seconds, the head of state asked seriously. The reliability is 90. Chen Fan replied with certainty. Also, I am the only one who knows this news. No one else knows it. The head of state's expression changed again. He simply couldn't believe that Chen Fan would bring such explosive news, which would definitely give Jiuzhou Chosen One an advantage in the upcoming novice area. Without any hesitation, the head of state immediately summoned several military leaders and ordered them to immediately dispatch 10,000 military helicopters, park them at the place where the chosen ones of Kyushu left, and be ready to pick up the chosen ones to go to the capital at any time. But thousands of these chosen ones have died, a leader couldn't help but ask. This is not a problem. By the end of the novice period, we will have at least 1,000 people. This is our most precious wealth. Bringing them to the capital and protecting them will be a great deed. The head of state took a deep breath, then slowly stood up and ordered in a very serious manner. Remember, this is top secret. Even the soldiers who are carrying out the mission cannot know the content of this mission until the last moment. Those who violate this will be dealt with according to military law. Yes. Several military leaders immediately straightened up and saluted the head of state vigorously. Everything is going on in full swing. The floating island finally stopped at a place where more than a dozen boxes were gathered. However, it was already night time. Chen Fan had even eaten dinner and was about to check the chat room and take a rest when he suddenly sat up with a swoosh, ran out quickly, and started bombarding the ice surface with an icebreaker. As the ice was shattered, there was a slight bang sound, and Xiqiang jumped out of the water like an arrow, sliding on the ice for a long time before finally stopping. Electric arcs kept appearing in the water, and even Chen Fan's hair stood up. This is actually an electric eel, such a long electric eel. Chen Fan was stunned, and then shouted in disbelief. This is a Class B electric eel. One is 10 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh. It can release a high voltage of 100 volts. Old Pumice said dimly. One Class B electric eel is enough to electrocute a killer whale. There are at least 5 of them below. Brother, avenge me! Xiaoqiang burst into tears. Look how shocked I am! Chen Fan was stunned and stared at Xiqiang's but for a long time. So miserable, the anus is swollen from the electric shock? Can you please focus on the real thing? Xiaoqiang's anus tightened. Caudal fin, tail fin! Chen Fan then noticed that one of Xiaoqiang's tail fins had been electrified and turned black, and he probably couldn't swim very well. Boy, hand over the dolphin if you know what's best for you. You want to snatch the food that's already in your mouth? As soon as an electric eel emerged from the water, it shouted at Chen Fan. Otherwise I'll electrocute you to death. Xiao Chang is under my protection. If you want to eat him, you have to ask me first. Chen Fan slapped his chest fiercely. Electrocute me? You are not qualified. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, an arc of electricity hit Chen Fan. Fortunately, Chen Fan was protected by a defensive suit and did not suffer too much damage. However, this made him furious. He raised his heavy crossbow and shot at it. I am a human being, and I am threatened by an electric eel like you. Puff! Although the electric eel tried to dodge, Chen Fan was too fast and a crossbow arrow pierced the electric eel's neck. The electric eel screamed and fell backwards into the water. Chen Fan was quick-witted and cast a fishing net directly at it. Before it could react, he pulled it onto the floating island. Hand over my grandpa! An electric eel yelled immediately. How dare you, despicable human, launch a sneak attack? My motto is to only look at the results, not the process. Anyway, your grandfather is in my hands now, Chen Fan said calmly. If you want to save it, you can. Exchange it with 4 bronze boxes. Are you kidding me? Another electric eel emerged from the sea. My dad is about to bleed to death. Where do you want me to get 4 bronze boxes for you? Excuse me, is this a problem I should be concerned about? Chen Fan squatted down, looked at the electric eel with disdain and said, You should know how long your father can hold on. Instead of bargaining with me, you might as well go find the bronze box. You! The electric eel was furious, but there was nothing he could do, so he immediately took the 3 electric eels back into the water. Chen Fan, you are such a fool, threatening a few fish to do hard labor for you, Old Fisher said with a hee-hee smile. This kind of shameless spirit is very much in my heart. It's already night time, and I came here in the freezing cold of over 30 degrees Celsius to deal with them. How can I not charge some interest? Chen Fan snorted coldly. But how should I eat this electric eel? You can't eat me! As soon as these words were spoken, the electric eel screamed, and its body sizzled with electricity, electrocuting itself to death. Chapter 49. A family must be in good order. The scene was surprisingly quiet. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This guy is too angry, he electrocuted himself to death? Electric eels can release very strong currents in water, but on land, the air becomes a huge resistor. The current has nowhere to go, so it can only shock itself, Old Pumice explained. But now, the problem you need to consider is how to explain to the 4 electric eels. At least you have to get those 4 bronze boxes out, right? We can only take it one step at a time. Let's go to sleep first and talk about it tomorrow. Chen Fan shook his head, then disassembled the electric eel and obtained 1 electric eel skin, 1 electric storage capsule, and 100 eel meat. Electric eel skin, electricity storage capsule? Chen Fan's expression changed. He saw that the electric eel skin looked like a snake skin and was very complete. At first glance, he thought it was an electric eel lying there. The battery storage bag stores 100,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Oh my god, this electric eel is really a good thing. 1 electric eel can actually store so much electricity, Chen Fan said in disbelief. It will take a family many years to use it all, right? Chen Fan couldn't help but look forward to the other 4 electric eels. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, kill an electric eel. The fresh electric eel corpse of Jiuzhou will be multiplied 100-fold. At the same time, this voice was heard again in the sky above Blue Star, causing people who were about to go to sleep to look at Chen Fan's live broadcast again. Master Chen Fan is so hardworking. He gets up in the middle of the night to kill marine life. And it's an electric eel? I can't believe that Ocean World has already counted the number of deaths today and will also report Chen Fan's gains. It's incredible. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, how come he wasn't electrocuted to death by the electric eel? Don't you dare say bad things about my husband! After hearing this, Chen Fan immediately sent a private message to the state councilor, telling him about the battery storage capsules contained in the electric eel's body. The dissection required professional electricians and experts. This gave the state councilor a huge surprise. These were 100 battery storage capsules that could store 100,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Although Jiuzhou is no longer used, it can be used as a bargaining chip for negotiations or transactions with other countries. After this period of isolation, I believe it will give a surprise to all the countries on Blue Star. Brother, what should I do?
Xiao Chang couldn't help but ask loudly.
I will die soon if I stay on the island.
They are looking for the bronze box and will only be on the water surface. If you enter the water now and sink to the bottom of the sea immediately, you can avoid them, Chen Fan said immediately.
Wait until tomorrow morning, I will be able to deal with them, and you will be safe. Brother, you still have a solution.
Xiao Chang was stunned, and immediately said with a smile,
I love my brother every day.
As he said this, he swung his tail, twisted his body, went back into the water, and disappeared in a dive.
Instead of talking nonsense, you might as well get me a few more boxes,
Chen Fan muttered unhappily.
Go to sleep.
Time flies, and it is already early the next morning. After Chen Fan woke up, he immediately heated up some oil in a pan and made some fried eel slices. He then left the apartment, looked at the glimmering light under the ice, and immediately took out an icebreaker to blast the ice apart. The next second, 4 electric eels popped out and asked loudly,
Where is my grandpa? Isn't it over there?
Chen Fan pointed at the eel skin not far away and said,
For its sake, I poured a basin of water on it every once in a while. I didn't sleep well all night. Why don't you push the bronze box up to me? Let my grandpa go first,
the electric eel threatened loudly.
Otherwise I won't give you the box. I won't let your grandfather go if you don't give me the box,
Chen Fan said, striding forward and stepping on the eel's skin. This frightened the 4 electric eels so much that they immediately pushed up the 4 bronze boxes and shouted through gnashed teeth,
Why don't you return my grandpa to me?
Chen Fan shrugged and immediately kicked the eel's skin back into the water. 4 electric eels immediately rushed forward, and then shouted,
Why is there only a piece of skin left? To be honest with you, I fired your grandfather, and this is what's in the bowl.
Chen Fan grinned and said awkwardly,
How about I give you a few pieces? Beast, beast!
The electric eel went crazy, carrying electricity in its body, and rushed directly towards Chen Fan.
I'll electrocute you to death.
Chen Fan had been thinking about how to deal with them during this process. He never thought that this family of electric eels would be so aggressive. What was the point of this suicide attack? After dodging the electric eel, Chen Fan took the initiative to attack. All 3 crossbow arrows were fired, hitting an electric eel. At this time, the broken fishing net was also thrown out, covering the 3 electric eels. The 2 electric eels that were not injured immediately rushed out, and the spear gun shouted,
I'm coming, I'm coming!
Chen Fan took 2 steps at a time and came to the spear gun, aimed directly at an electric eel, and shot out instantly, directly piercing the electric eel. Even though the electric eel instantly released 1000 volts of high voltage, making the entire spear gun, hissing, it was of no use at all. 2 were caught in one net, and 1 escaped. Chen Fan immediately looked at the super radar and started detecting. What Chen Fan didn't expect was that this guy didn't run far away, but was swimming within 100 meters, as if looking for an opportunity for revenge.
Are all these electric eels so aggressive?
Chen Fan pinched his chin and thought for a while, then asked the spear gun.
Little spear gun, aim at that electric eel, can you hit it? As long as it is within the effective range, it will be able to hide,
said the spear gun confidently.
But with the ice blocking it, it is still a bit difficult. Then think of a way,
Chen Fan said, and temporarily started eating the eel's slices. After eating and drinking, Chen Fan was surprised to find that his hair was standing up again. Then he realized that it was the surviving electric eel whose body was stuck to the underwater ice and was constantly discharging electricity.
Sister, do you think it will work?
Old Pumice said with a smile.
It can only reach my body through a thick layer of ice. Besides, the power generation device on my body can generate tens of thousands of times more electricity than you per second. This bastard killed my family. I will kill him no matter what,
the electric eel said, gritting his teeth.
You were born to be hunted. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak,
Old Pumice said unhappily.
If you don't run away when I give you a chance, you will die.
Do you think I would?
Puff!
The electric eel sneered and was about to retort when the harpoon instantly entered the water and rushed up in less than a second. The electric eel had just turned around when it was pierced through the body.
Yes!
Chen Fan laughed and became excited immediately.
Little spear gun, good job! Boom!
Almost in the next second, the spear gun seemed to be caught by something, and it was about to drag the entire floating island into the water. Chapter 50: Escape from the Shark's Mouth, A-Level Megalodon.
What's going on?
Chen Fan's face changed drastically, and he turned to look at the super radar. But I saw a huge monster tearing the electric eel and the spear apart, not caring at all about the 1000-volt current released by the electric eel.
A-level marine life, Megalodon!
Old Pumice screamed.
This is impossible. A-level creatures should be in the Forbidden Sea. How could they appear in the marginal sea area?
The electric current of an electric eel can even electrocute a killer whale, but in front of a megalodon, it is just like a snack. This is enough to prove how terrifying the megalodon is.
Put back the barbs and don't fight hard,
Chen Fan shouted loudly the next second. The spear gun also understood the difference in strength between the two sides. Without saying anything more, he retracted the barb and immediately began to retract it. Finally, it returned to the tripod, but a faint mark appeared on the spear.
Bang!
It seemed that the recovery of the harpoon angered the megalodon, and its huge body slammed directly into the ice, causing faint cracks to appear on the ice that was already nearly 1 meter thick.
Turn direction and run!
Chen Fan's face was as gloomy as water. He didn't hesitate at all and immediately retreated. However, the megalodon seemed to be targeting Chen Fan specifically, and did not leave. Even through the thick ice, it continued to hit him, as if it was determined to knock the floating island into the water.
Was he sent by that big shot who has his eyes on me?
Chen Fan muttered in a low voice.
Chen Fan, this is not a solution. We can't fight against an A-level megalodon,
Old Fusher shouted at the top of his voice.
We need to come up with a countermeasure. Gaga, let's do it,
Go Daner said unconvinced.
Brother, let me out. I must cut a hole in its body. What are you doing? Do you have any self-awareness? We are made of the same material. Can't you see that my body is covered with wounds?
The spear gun snorted.
What a reckless person. Even though I was scolded by a beautiful girl, I actually felt sweet inside. Hee hee.
Goer smiled and stopped talking. Chen Fan thought about it for several seconds. Seeing that the ice had cracked again, he immediately came up with a plan and said directly,
Little spear gun, I'm going to pull you off the floating island now. Let the floating island continue to move forward. I have to blow it up. When the grenade is thrown out, you pull me back. Okay.
The spear gun agreed, and Chen Fan immediately pulled the spear gun and jumped off the floating island. This scene really shocked everyone watching the live broadcast.
What on earth is going on? I also saw something hitting the ice below. Is it trying to smash the floating island? Why do I feel like the big guy below is always targeting Master Chen Fan? Otherwise, if the ice is so thick, is it necessary to hit the ice again and again? But why did Chen Fan jump off the floating island, holding a spear gun and planning to fight that behemoth to the death? Haha, this time Jiuzhou Chen Fan will definitely die. Today, our Sakura country will celebrate as a whole country.
Sure enough, after Chen Fan jumped off the island, the megalodon also stopped and kept hitting the ice where Chen Fan was. With a cracking sound, the ice finally cracked. Chen Fan had already pulled off the grenade ring and threw it into the water. At the same time, a bloody mouth rushed out of the water and bit Chen Fan. Fortunately, the fishing line had passed a distance of 50 meters, and a huge pulling force allowed Chen Fan to avoid the attack of the megalodon under his acceleration.
Good boy, you dared to play tricks on me?
A deep voice came, and it turned out that most of the megalodon's body jumped out of the water, trying to slide and bite Chen Fan.
You are looking for death. Boom!
At the same time, a high-explosive grenade exploded next to the megalodon. The huge power of the explosion instantly blew the megalodon upside down, and the ice within a radius of 20 meters was blown away. Even Chen Fan fell into the water. Fortunately, he had rushed out of the 20-meter explosion range at this moment, and was directly pulled onto the ice by the spear gun. The megalodon has returned to the water at this time. Except for a pool of blood on the sea surface, there is no trace of it. However, there is no information that it has been killed. It is estimated that it was just temporarily injured and left. Chen Fan then breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and ran towards the floating island. The people of Blue Star who watched this scene also breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed.
Chen Fan's operation was really amazing. He was able to escape from the mouth of such a huge shark. He can brag about it for the rest of his life. What kind of shark is that? How can it be so big? It's almost twice as big as a killer whale. I'm not sure. The war destroyed too many books. We have no way of knowing many of them. Fuck, why didn't that big shark kill Jojo Chinfan? It's such a waste. ACI. After returning to the floating island, Chinfan immediately went into the apartment to warm himself by the fire and changed into new clothes. He then analyzed in a deep voice. Could that guy also come from the crack between the Forbidden Sea and the Marginal Sea, just to kill me? At present, everything is possible. Old Fisher snorted coldly. The guy who is targeting you may be from the Forbidden Sea. We will know everything after the novice period is over and we enter the Forbidden Sea. We still have to find a way to kill this megalodon first. Chinfan lay on the sofa with a look of despair on his face. Although the sixth person in the system has given him too many surprises and benefits, the corresponding dangers are also much greater than those of other chosen ones. He is so tired. The key is that even high-explosive grenades can't kill it. How can we seek justice? This guy can't be killed so easily. He's an A-level creature. The mermaid warriors have to avoid him. Old Fisher snorted coldly. We have to hide if we can. Haha, let's do it. Godana shouted again. Whoever is afraid is a coward. Fuck. As for Gooden, Lao Fusher didn't know how to respond except to curse him. It's totally disgraceful. The remaining 3 electric eels were once again amplified to Jojo. Chinfan gave 2 of the electric storage capsules to Lianpei and Zhuo Wenliang respectively, which made Zhuo Wenliang very happy. I didn't expect you to get such a good thing. It's a pity that I don't have something of equal value to exchange with you. That's a bit far-fetched. We are friends now. Just think of me when you get good things in the future. Chinfan replied immediately. Lianpei was so excited that she couldn't say more. Master Chinfan, you don't know, I opened a radio, but it had no electricity. I wanted to trade it for something, but you sent me electricity. I love you so much. As long as it's useful. Chinfan was surprised for a moment, then replied. I didn't expect this girl to be able to open up household appliances. As expected, she can open up all the weird and strange things. Next time she opens up one of these things, I'll have to ask her for one. Thinking about it, Chinfan finally set his sights on the 4 bronze boxes not far away. Chapter 51. What do men like to watch? It's bad. He's targeting us. What should we do? What should we do? Can't see me, can't see me. Bad guys, don't even think about opening our door. I know Kung Fu. The 4 bronze boxes immediately began to resist. Don't worry, I will be gentle with you. Chinfan smiled and immediately opened all the bronze boxes. Fully automatic fishing net 1. Cooking seasoning gift pack 1. 4K high definition smart TV 1. A Loki gift package 1. Oh my god! What a great harvest! Chinfan's eyes widened. He didn't expect that all 4 bronze boxes would contain such good things. He was just envious of Lianpei's radio, but it turned out that he already had a TV. What a huge difference! The fully automatic fishing net, like the spear gun, has a triangular bracket more than 1 meter high. On top is a horn-shaped launcher that can launch a fishing net with a diameter of 5 meters and a length of 20 meters. Not only can it set its own target, but it can also automatically send and receive, on average once every half an hour. I almost never need to do it myself, and my mother doesn't have to worry about me fishing anymore. After placing the tripod 2 meters away from the spear gun, Yu Wang immediately greeted her. Hello, sister. You can call me Sister Wang. Are we partners from now on? Are you still so sociable? Chinfan said with a smile. Little Spear Gun doesn't have a name yet, so let's call him Little Fish from now on. I can still accept this name, Fish Gun said tenderly. I don't need to envy others for having names anymore. Hee hee, you're really good at joking, sister. Yu Wang suddenly laughed. Back in the apartment kitchen, Chinfan opened the gift bag of cooking ingredients. 1 peppercorn, 1 star anise, 1 angelica root, 1 cinnamon bark, 1 cooking wine, 5 onions, ginger and garlic. Chinfan was overjoyed. Although he had never cooked with these things, he had seen them in an incomplete cookbook. Only a small amount of them was needed to cook delicious dishes. Now he was given 1 or 5 kilograms of them.
Wouldn't they last for a long time? Without hesitation, Chin Fan immediately took out 3 kilograms of wild boar meat and 5 kilograms of pork bones that would not be used after being disassembled. After blanching them with a few slices of green onion, ginger and a little cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, he began to add the spices and cook them over medium-low heat. After that, Chin Fan came to the TV and installed it directly on the TV wall in the living room. The power of the cold nuclear fusion reactor was immediately allocated to the TV. The TV was turned on directly, revealing a colorful picture, and then it turned into a handsome cartoon character. "Hello, my master. I am your most loyal servant Xiao Jiji, dedicated to serving you. What are you good for? I can play anything you want. In the old days when there were televisions, men could just recommend me what they wanted to watch. Okay, please wait. Come on, baby. Oh yes, fuck me, come on." Soon, disgusting images appeared on the TV. They were from Europe and America. Old Fusher whistled excitedly. The apartment was drooling. Chin Fan was stunned. "Xiao Jiji, what are you playing? It's too perverted, isn't it?" "Master, didn't you say to play what men of that era liked to watch?" Xiao Jiji said a little aggrievedly. "This is what men love most. You only like to watch this, nothing else?" Chin Fan was speechless. "There are other movies, too, like action movies, gunfight movies, and the like," Xiao Jiji said, and played Terminator. This made Chin Fan smile. "This is what men should watch. I'll just play these movies from now on." After finishing a drama, the pork was almost cooked. The whole apartment was already filled with a rich aroma, making Chin Fan swallow his saliva constantly. "Forget it, I'll have lunch first, and then open the last box." Thinking of this, Chin Fan immediately sprinkled a handful of salt, then used a stone bowl to hold a pound of pork, a few pork bones, and a few spoonfuls of soup, and took a sip of the soup. It was delicious. With a snap of his fingers, Chin Fan gave some of the rest to Wang Kai and the couple, and finally divided it into 2 parts and gave them to Zhuo Wenliang and Lian Peipi. "Fuck, Master Chin Fan, you actually have condiments?" Lian Peipi went crazy. "Condiments are very precious things anywhere." "I just happened to get it," Chin Fan replied calmly. "Eat now, or it will get cold." "Yeah, thank you, great Mr. Chin Fan," Lian Peipi replied excitedly. "Brother, you really surprise me more and more. I feel like we are not in an ocean world." Zhuo Wenliang sighed helplessly. "Good things keep coming out." "I'm just lucky," Chin Fan replied. "Opportunities and dangers coexist. I was almost swallowed by an A-level megalodon just now." "Megalodon? A-level?" Zhuo Wenliang asked doubtfully. "No matter it's marine creatures, land creatures, or aerial creatures, they are all divided into many levels from D level upwards. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. The wild boar you killed before should be C level. Don't you know?" Chin Fan asked back. "I really don't know about this. This is our first time entering the ocean world. Everything is slowly explored in the unknown," Zhuo Wenliang replied seriously. "You know so many things, which is definitely a huge benefit for exploring the ocean world." Chin Fan couldn't help but nod slightly. He was able to seize the initiative because of old Pumice's popular science, and the ability to communicate with any creature. It seems that when he has nothing to do now, he has to write down some basic knowledge and experiences of the ocean world to provide the greatest convenience for future novices in Jiuzhou, so that Jiuzhou can be invincible in the ocean world. After talking with Zhuo Wenliang, Chin Fan came outside with the wine and food. On a pumice stone in front of the apartment, he began to eat meat and drink monkey wine in big mouthfuls, hoping that the number of spectators could break the record again. This also made the foodies of Blue Star stunned and drooled. "What is Master Chin Fan eating? I want to eat it too." "The meat that Master Chin Fan eats is stewed meat, which is stewed with spices. It is very delicious." "What's so great about that? Allah is a vegetarian now, and only barbarians eat meat." "I'd rather be a barbarian, I'd rather eat meat." Even though a lot of people were extremely greedy, the number of viewers ultimately did not exceed 500 million. Perhaps he now needs a bigger explosion point to bring the number of people watching his live broadcast to a higher level? Some small regrets. After eating and drinking, Chin Fan remembered the Loki gift package and immediately opened it. Chapter 52, Electric Shotgun, a Woman. Electric shock gun 1 can instantly generate 1 million volts of high voltage current, can be used 3 times after fully charged.
Another powerful weapon!
Chen Fan's expression moved and he immediately took it in his hand. This stun gun is about 1.5 meters long, with 3 thin electric current transmitting devices on the top. After pressing the switch, the stun gun will instantly burst out 1 million volts of current, which lasts for 3 seconds. The key is that your own floating island is a charger. You can charge it whenever you need it. It couldn't be more convenient. The power of this stun gun is 100,000 times that of the electric eel's burst current. It's like a piece of cake to use it against a megalodon. Chen Fan sneered as he played with the stun gun. I can't wait to kill the megalodon, ha ha ha! You have to shock it, and if you can't do much damage to it, it will kill you, Old Pumice said unhappily. It's better to try with other powerful creatures first.
That's right.
Chen Fan thought about it and finally nodded. There were no boxes or anything like that at the moment, so Chen Fan did not stay outside any longer. He turned around and went back to his apartment to watch TV. Until the evening, Chen Fan wrote some thoughts about ocean survival and sent them to the dialogue box of the head of state. Then he looked at the message in the public chat room.
I don't know if you have ever had this feeling, but the floating island frozen in the ice always trembles slightly, as if some terrifying giant creature is walking on the ice, shaking the ice. I'm not sure about this. Anyway, everything is quite stable here, there is no movement. What a coincidence. I also feel the same thing here, but it's very slight. Could it be that you are closer to the place where the vibration is coming from, and I am farther away, so this is the case? Could it be that you are at the border between the novice area and other places? Are there giant creatures walking or fighting outside? As the discussion intensified, more than a dozen people came forward to say that they felt shocked, and even people in multinational chat rooms were talking about it. If this is the case, then these chosen ones are probably located at the junction of the Marginal Sea and the Forbidden Sea. I just don't know what happened in the Forbidden Sea, whether it is related to the big shot who is targeting them, or the A-level marine life. Finally, Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. MD, I'm almost having paranoid delusions, go to sleep. Nothing happened that night until early the next morning, when Chen Fan was awakened by the sound of ducks laying eggs. Looking at the bright sunshine outside, Chen Fan couldn't help but stretch himself. He felt the temperature had risen slightly, which should mean the cold wave was gradually receding. I took the duck eggs and prepared to go back to make breakfast, but when I passed the super radar, I was shocked. Old Lei, there is a chosen one in another 50 kilometers, and you didn't warn me? The other party has no hostility towards you, nor does he pose any threat to you. Why should I call the police? That's because they didn't notice me. If they did, they would definitely be hostile to me, okay? Then at least there's no hostility now. Grass. Chen Fan's face looked a little ugly. The super radar was currently acting completely according to his own preferences. He was afraid that it would delay his own work in many cases. He still had to find a way to get it done, otherwise he would suffer in the future. However, Chen Fan didn't say anything at this moment, and went directly to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Anyway, there were still nearly 2 hours before the other party arrived, so everything was still in time. An hour and a half later, when the distance to the opponent was less than 3 kilometers, Chen Fan stopped the floating island, set up the ice sliding device, started moving forward after half an hour, and then ran quickly towards the front on foot. This operation confused some people who were watching Chen Fan's live broadcast. What is Master Chen Fan doing? Why did he suddenly abandon the island and run away? Is he planning to exercise, or is he fed up with the boundlessness of the ocean world? After all, Chen Fan has been alone for the past half-month. Many people who are used to the hustle and bustle would have collapsed after encountering such a thing. Hey, great news! Natural disasters and man-made calamities didn't defeat Jiuzhou Chen Fan. It was Chen Fan himself who defeated him. Chen Fan has his reasons for every move he makes. Maybe he discovered something? After running for more than 10 minutes, Chen Fan finally arrived in front of a floating island. This floating island is actually 60 square meters in size, with a fully automatic fishing net and a 4x4m wooden house. There are dried fish drying outside, and even stone pots and pans. However, Chen Fan searched up and down the floating island but did not find any human figure. Could it be that the guy discovered my arrival and thought I was here to rob him, so he ran away? Chen Fan rubbed his hands. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a big misunderstanding? Wait a minute. Maybe when he can't bear it anymore, he will come out to see me. Whoosh! Just as he had this thought, he heard a sound of breaking through the air. It was actually an arrow shot from a distance. When Chen Fan turned around, the arrow had already hit his chest. At the same time, a figure rushed forward as fast as lightning, holding a longbow in his hand, and shot it at Chen Fan's forehead, intending to finish off Chen Fan as soon as possible while he was shot. Bite! What the other party didn't expect was that the arrow shot at Chen Fan actually bounced back and went straight towards her. However, her strong reaction ability allowed her to dodge the arrow with a dodgy body. However, the longbow attacking Chen Fan also deviated from its trajectory. Chen Fan seized the opportunity, and with the egg in his hand, he smashed it against her chest. However, her speed was beyond Chen Fan's expectations. She dodged Chen Fan's attack with a flash, and then kicked Chen Fan in the waist with a whip kick. The whole movement was smooth and even the experienced Chen Fan was caught off guard. However, wearing his defensive battlesuit, Chen Fan ignored it, spun the axe in the air for several circles, and chopped at the opponent's arm. Her strength was so great that the rebound force acting on her was also very strong, causing her to groan and stagger backwards, eventually falling into a rectangular ice trough that had been chiseled nearly 50 centimeters deep. She just avoided the attack of the axe, and her fur hat flew off, revealing her long black hair that almost covered her entire face. A female? Chen Fan was stunned. Now he finally understood. No wonder he didn't notice the woman just now. It turned out that she had dug a hiding place 10 meters away from the floating island. Boom! In the split second that Chen Fan was stunned, a huge red tentacle suddenly stretched out from the ice trough and swept the woman directly into the sea. Chapter 53. A hero saves a beauty and fights an octopus in the water. Chen Fan was confused. Who could have thought that there was such a huge octopus hiding under the water? It was because the ice layer chiseled by this woman was only 20 to 30 centimeters away from the underwater that the huge octopus had the opportunity to take advantage. Help! Help! The woman's floating island spoke. Why are you still standing there? She just wanted to kill me, why should I save her? Chen Fan asked back. This is a woman. You are a hero who saves her. She will definitely be willing to marry you. Fu Dao appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him. Kissing during the day and having sex at night. Don't you like this kind of life? But if I save her, I will become a licker, a saintly womanizer? Chen Fan shook his head. This is not good. Then I'll give you a reason to save her. Fu Dao was furious. She is the only one who survived among the 10,000 chosen ones of Kyushu. She is your compatriot and your comrade in the future fight against hostile chosen ones from foreign countries. Are you going to watch your comrade die without saving her? Fuck! Chen Fan was speechless. He was actually moved by a stone. He immediately took off his coat, took a sip of liquor, and jumped into the water. This scene shocked everyone on Blue Star. This guy, they were fighting just now, and now he jumps into the water to fight a sea monster in order to save her? Although Master Chen Fan is powerful, he is so chaste at this moment. Isn't he afraid that the woman will repay his kindness with hatred? Humph, Jojo Chen Fan, you are actually obsessed with sex. How is this different from being a dog licker? Shut up, you keyboard warriors. Chen Fan saved his fellow countrymen from Jojo. The two sides started fighting without saying a word before, which was just a misunderstanding. Does survival in the ocean require a life and death struggle? A war of words had already broken out in Chen Fan's live broadcast room, but Chen Fan had already seen the woman who was struggling. It was a giant octopus, with a head as big as a truck and 8 tentacles, each of which was more than 10 meters long. Even though the woman kept poking the octopus's tentacles with a long arrow, it was no more pleasurable for the octopus than being tickled. Oh my god, how come this thing is so big? Gooden laughed excitedly. Brother, let's hurry up and do it. Chen Fan held his breath and came in front of the octopus. Under the defensive battle suit, there seemed to be no pressure in the water at all. Chen Fan easily chopped the octopus with an axe. The octopus didn't take the tiny human seriously at all. It waved one of its tentacles towards Chen Fan,
intending to knock him out first, and then swallow the woman and enjoy him slowly. Bang! Even in the water, the sound of the octopus tentacles attacking Chen Fan could be heard, but the huge rebound force directly blew the tentacles away. At this time, Chen Fan's axe just happened to chop into the octopus tentacles, and the whole person was thrown out by the tentacles. He accidentally came to the side of the woman and directly put his arms around the woman's waist, so he was not thrown away. The woman looked at Chen Fan in surprise. She really didn't expect that he would jump into the sea for her. She pointed upwards at him, indicating that Chen Fan should ignore her and run away immediately. Chen Fan shook his head, and Daner changed to a crossbow and pulled the trigger at the giant octopus's eyes. The enormous force made the crossbow arrow shoot out quickly even in the sea, but a series of bubbles immediately attracted the attention of the octopus, and it sent out a tentacle to block the attack. Stun gun! Stun gun! Danner suddenly shouted. Brother Emma, why did you forget the stun gun? Shock it to death! Chen Fan really wanted to give Gaudener a beating. This is happening in the water. If they use a stun gun to attack, the giant octopus will be electrocuted. Then wouldn't the two of us in the water be electrocuted to death as well? Why is this kid so fierce? Bang! Seeing that another tentacle of the octopus was coming towards him from the side, Chen Fan immediately turned around, took out the dog balls and started chopping at the tentacle that was entangled with the woman. Blue blood immediately gushed out. The octopus finally let go of the tentacles because of the pain. Chen Fan immediately pulled the woman and swam upwards. However, after the tentacle was blown away by the rebound force, the octopus stretched out another tentacle. Seeing that he had been in the water for 3 minutes and was about to reach his limit, Chen Fan could only take out a high-explosive grenade, pull the ring and throw it down. Then he hugged the woman in his arms and left his back to the octopus. The next second, the tentacles directly wrapped around the two people and quickly pulled them towards it, but there was a loud bang, and the grenade exploded. The tentacles that were wrapped around the two people finally loosened. Chen Fan was able to get away and grabbed the woman and swam quickly towards the sea. It's been 5 minutes. Why hasn't he come up yet? Could he have drowned? You know, he was fighting a sea monster in the water, and there was a female burden with him. It would be strange if he didn't die. Yoshi, Jiuzhou Chen Fan will definitely die this time. Our Sakura country must celebrate. ACI. More and more people gathered in Chen Fan's live broadcast room. All the people in Jiuzhou didn't dare to breathe. They stared at the water without blinking, and all of them prayed that Chen Fan could rush out of the water like a god of war. But everyone felt that this idea was a bit unrealistic. After all, Chen Fan was very powerful on land, but in the water, he was dominated by sea monsters. Gurgle! Just as he was thinking about it, he saw a huge bubble suddenly burst out from the water, as if a violent explosion had occurred underwater. Then with a splash, Chen Fan grabbed the woman's collar and returned to the shore from the water. I'm suffocating! Lying on the ice, Chen Fan gasped for breath, and for a moment, he didn't even feel the cold. Even if he could hold on for another 10 seconds, he would have drowned. Everyone in the live broadcast room finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, and started typing away on their keyboards. See? This is my chosen one of Kyushu. This is the great god. The hero saves the beauty and fights the sea monster. I've said for a long time that Chen Fan would never lose. He has brought us so many surprises. He is the god among the chosen ones of Kyushu. Sakura Nation, I'm afraid you won't be able to celebrate in this lifetime. Wait until all of Sakura Nation's chosen ones die, then the whole country will mourn. Babayilla! The woman had fainted and was probably drowning. Seeing the surrounding ice full of cracks caused by grenades, Chen Fan was afraid that the giant octopus would make a comeback, so he immediately grabbed the woman and strode towards the outside. Boom! In just 5 seconds, a loud noise was heard, the ice was instantly broken, and a giant octopus jumped out of the water. Chapter 54. If you want to save someone, why do you have to stick out your tongue? Everyone finally saw the true appearance of the giant octopus and couldn't help but gasp. Its body is as big as a truck, and each tentacle is more than 10 meters long. Its terrifying aura alone is enough to give people a great sense of oppression. However, after being destroyed by the high-explosive grenade, 2 of the giant octopus's tentacles were blown off and sank into the water, and one of its eyes was also missing. In a rage, all of its tentacles lashed out at Chen Fan and the others like hammers. Although Chen Fan was not hurt by the high explosive grenade explosion just now, the impact force for a moment made Chen Fan feel uncomfortable. Now looking at the tentacles that were pulled up again, Chen Fan could no longer bear it. After those tentacles were knocked out by the rebound force, Chen Fan rushed up directly with the stun gun. Giant octopus rages. This is the first time that it has suffered such an injustice since it grew up. How could a giant B-level octopus be controlled by tiny humans? With a roar, the two middle tentacles of the giant octopus entangled with each other, intending to give Chen Fan a fatal blow. It was at this moment that the stun gun was inserted fiercely into the soft skin of the giant octopus. A high-voltage current of 1,000,000 volts instantly burst out and spread throughout the octopus's body, causing the octopus's body to begin to tremble violently. This lasted for a full 3 seconds before it finally fell heavily on the ice and slowly slid into the water. At the same time, the floating island came quickly, and the little fish shot at the giant octopus, stopping the giant octopus from sinking. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, kill a giant octopus. The fresh giant octopus corpse of Jiuzhou will be amplified 100 times. The voice from the sky immediately spread to every corner of the blue planet. The people watching the live broadcast were either excited or disappointed, and once again started a new round of verbal battles. Jiuzhou Chen Fan should have died today. He is so lucky. Fuck! It doesn't matter. He will die anyway after the novice period ends. You will be the ones to die. You have always been jealous of others. From now on, we in Jiuzhou will not have anything to do with you. We will close our country and will not have any contact with you. That's right, your chosen ones are generally not strong, just wait for your death. Chen Fan finally had time to take a closer look at the woman. She had an oval face and very delicate features. Even after being exposed to the wind and sun on the sea for so long, her skin was still fair and smooth. She was simply a girl with natural beauty. Chest compressions, artificial respiration. The woman's floating island couldn't help but yell again. You just rescued her, are you going to let her drown? Chen Fan nodded repeatedly, and without thinking too much, he immediately started chest compressions and artificial respiration, repeating it 7 or 8 times. The woman finally spat out a large mouthful of seawater with a wow, and began to breathe hard. Fortunately, he was rescued. Bang! The next second, the woman slapped Chen Fan on the face. Chen Fan was quick to grab her wrist and said, I saved you, and you hit me? Save me, save me. Why are you sticking out your tongue? The woman screamed hysterically. Do I need to stick out my tongue for artificial respiration? The woman's words were clearly heard by everyone watching the live broadcast. Everyone had a strange expression on their face, especially the men, who felt like they had a close friend who only men could understand. Chen Fei's face turned red, and she cursed, not knowing whether she was angry or shy. You stinky hooligan, you have no shame. I didn't stick out my tongue. Chen Fan was confused. Why would I stick out my tongue as a virgin? You know whether you stretched it or not. The woman glared at Chen Fan fiercely. Then she shuddered and sneezed. She couldn't help but hugged her arms with both hands. Don't worry about this for now. Come with me into the room and warm up. Chen Fan also felt the biting cold, and immediately got up and walked into the apartment. After seeing the huge apartment, the woman couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but then she thought that the man had just saved her and would definitely not have any bad intentions towards her, so she snorted coldly and followed him into the room. Then a warm current hit her face and her whole body became warm. The woman's clothes were wolfskin coats that she had made herself. Although the workmanship was not very good, it was still able to keep out the cold. After giving the woman a cup of hot water, Chen Fan immediately said, Your clothes are all wet. Take off your coat and I'll help you fix it so you don't catch a cold. There's no cold medicine in the ocean world. The woman stared at Chen Fan in silence for 7 or 8 seconds before she took off her wolfskin coat, revealing a nightgown-like outfit underneath. Chen Fan guessed that this woman must be a killer, that's why she had such strong skills. Otherwise, he drank A-grade fresh water and ate the flesh of so many B-grade and C-grade creatures. His physique became much stronger, so it was impossible for him to be unable to beat her. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Fan immediately threw the simple wolfskin coat into the synthesis column. When he took it out, it had become much more refined. He then handed it to the woman and said, "Go to the bathroom and change your clothes. Dry the wet clothes by the fireplace before changing into them." The woman still said nothing and just did as she was told. Fortunately, Chen Fan had on his defensive suit, so his body did not get wet. He put on his wolfskin coat and left the apartment. Looking at the giant octopus that had been pulled up by Xiaoye, and the two broken tentacles that had been pushed up by Xiqiang, he could not help but smile and nodded, and directly dissected the octopus. Octopus teeth 18, octopus meat 3000. This giant octopus weighs more than 1.5 tons, which is really incredible. "Are you the great god Chen Fan?" A voice came from behind. A woman wearing a wolfskin coat jumped off the floating island. "It's true that hearing about someone is worse than meeting them in person." "You know me?" Chen Fan asked in surprise. "I've often heard and seen your deeds, but I originally thought that they were just SOSO. I didn't expect that your strength is beyond my imagination," the woman said calmly. "Especially such a terrifying octopus, you can kill it so easily. You really live up to the title of Great God." "You're overpraising me." Chen Fan smiled slightly. "I'm just luckier than the other chosen ones." "I know you have killed other chosen ones of Kyushu. What are you going to do with me now?" the woman asked. "I didn't mean to kill you," Chen Fan said helplessly. "It was you who launched a surprise attack on me. But you are the first man who took my first kiss. What do you think you should do?" The woman hugged her shoulders and leaned against the door frame. Her two white and tender hemispheres were exposed under her wide collar, as well as the deep and charming cleavage in the middle. "I really didn't stick out my tongue." Chen Fan slapped his forehead, looking hopeless. Chapter 55, Water Repellent Beads, A Scary Woman. "The problem now is that at least hundreds of millions of people in the live broadcast rooms saw you kiss me. My innocence has disappeared with your breast attack and forceful kiss," the woman said lightly. "I'm afraid I can only follow you from now on. Come on, if I knew you were going to pester me after I saved you, I might as well just let the giant octopus swallow you," Chen Fan said unhappily. "I'll have a farewell dinner later, and then I'll continue wandering." "So heartless?" The woman suddenly became resentful and turned towards the apartment. "We just met by chance. Why are you talking to me about love between men and women?" Chen Fan snorted coldly and followed him into the apartment. It has been detected that the number of viewers of the Chosen One Chen Fan's live broadcast room has exceeded 500 million. A lucky gift package of your choice will be awarded. Please keep up the good work. What the hell? Chen Fan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Whether it was fighting against the megalodon or the giant octopus, the number of spectators had not broken through. But a woman came and broke through? What the audience in the live broadcast room likes to watch is the love-hate entanglement between men and women, rather than constant fighting? If he plays a couple role with this woman for a few days, will the number of viewers exceed 600 million? Chen Fan shrugged and opened the self-selected package. Pumice Stone 100, Plant Super Nutrient Solution 25, 1 bottle can be used for a month of growth. Seawater Purifier Upgrade Manufacturing Diagram 1, Water Repellent Bead 1, after taking it, you can stay in the water for 30 minutes without breathing. Hateful. Chen Fan was torn between the water repellent beads and the pumice stone. After all, it is unlikely to exceed 600 million viewers in the future, at least not in the short term. However, the temptation of the water repellent beads is too great. No one knows when they will enter the water again. If the time exceeds their limit by then it will be over. Chen Fan, don't forget your promise, Old Fisher said. When you have 100 Fisher, choose Fisher. If you choose anything else, I will fight you to the death. Yes, the area of our floating island is still too small, so it is necessary to choose pumice. The apartment also advised. Pumice is always available, but if I get the water repellent beads one day late, I might be in danger for a day. Chen Fan shook his head and decisively chose the water repellent beads. He swallowed the thumb-sized sea blue bead directly. What are you eating secretly? The woman was sitting on the sofa, planning to watch TV. When she saw Chen Fan coming and swallowing something, she couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Aphrodisiac? Fuck! Old Fisher was shocked. This girl is very fierce. I'm afraid you can't subdue her.
The water repellent beads I just got allow me to stay in water for half an hour without holding my breath within half an hour after taking them, Chen Fan explained. You have such a good thing? The woman's eyes widened with disbelief. We all have live broadcast rooms. For every 100 million viewers, Ocean World will give you corresponding rewards, Chen Fan explained. When the number of viewers in your live broadcast room exceeds 100 million, you will understand. The woman suddenly realized. I didn't expect Chen Fan to know so much, and it seems that the number of viewers in his live broadcast room has already exceeded 100 million. I couldn't help but ask. Since we are friends now, can you provide me with some help in the future? Of course, no problem. Chen Fan nodded. After all, we are both chosen ones of Kyushu, and we will be compatriots fighting side by side in the future. If you need anything, I will help you as appropriate. I'm hungry. The woman stretched. I'm going to watch a movie. Can you make me a delicious meal during this time? It's almost noon, and I have to eat too. Chen Fan nodded slightly and immediately went into the kitchen. Chen Fan, judging by your attentive and dog-licking look, you must have stuck out your tongue, Old Fisher said with a grin. How does it feel to kiss? Stick out your sister's tongue. Chen Fan gnashed his teeth in anger. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. For a moment, both those who could speak and those who couldn't speak laughed in glee at his misfortune. Chen Fan was used to being with Chen Fei, and when such a woman suddenly appeared, he just felt uncomfortable all over. Dealing with a woman was worse than letting himself fight with a megalodon. Although she praised Chen Fan's cooking skills, Chen Fan still felt very uncomfortable. It was not until the end of the meal that Chen Fan finally stretched himself and said, It's getting late. I should leave now. My name is Xiao Yutong, the woman said immediately. Before entering the ocean world, I was a lay disciple who practiced in a temple in the mountains. That's great. Chen Fan nodded. Let's add each other as friends. I'll give you something, and then we'll say goodbye. Are you really going to leave me here alone? Xiao Yutong asked with a smile. We just passed each other by chance, but became familiar with each other because of the giant octopus. People even thought we were a couple. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Xiao Yutong, immediately added Xiao Yutong as a friend, and took out 100 units of killer whale meat and 5 bottles of mineral water to trade with her. Okay. Xiao Yutong shrugged, stood up and took off her wolfskin coat, immediately revealing her black underwear and her graceful curves. Chen Fan turned around immediately as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and asked loudly, What are you doing? You're just wearing my clothes, look how scared you are. Xiao Yutong rolled her eyes, put on her night clothes, and then left Chen Fan's floating island. Go quickly! Chen Fan felt relieved and immediately whispered. The ice gliding system was activated and immediately moved quickly to one side at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Do you think I'm a man-eating monster? Why are you running so fast? Looking at the floating island gradually going away, Xiao Yutong laughed playfully. Those who watched the live broadcast discussed the relationship between the two. What on earth were they doing in the room for so long? Chen Fan has been holding it in for so long that he must be exhausted. He must be doing something that both men and women like. Anyway, this girl named Xiao Yutong will definitely follow Chen Fan in the future. Impossible, Master Chen Fan is not that kind of person, he is a gentleman. By the way, did he stick out his tongue? It's finally over. What's the point of being with a woman? Chen Fan finally lay on his back on the sofa. Xiao Yutong's body fragrance was still lingering on the sofa, which made him sigh. I just thought she was going to follow me. It is detected that the number of viewers in the Chosen One's live broadcast room has exceeded 500 million. Unlock the hidden task. Do you want to start the hidden task mode and complete it? At this moment, a voice suddenly came to Chen Fan's ears. Chapter 56. Break through 500 million people and unlock hidden tasks. Huh! Chen Fan was stunned. Is this a benefit that Ocean World gives to itself? 500 million people, currently 1/3 of the total population of Blue Star. I didn't expect that I would attract so many people to watch, and also trigger the hidden benefits of the Ocean World. I can perform the tasks assigned by the Ocean World and then get rewards? Start the hidden mission mode, Chen Fan said immediately. Scanning for hidden tasks. A hidden mission has been detected.
The Chosen One needs to investigate the cause of the inexplicable vibration at the junction of the marginal sea area and the Forbidden Sea within 72 hours. You will receive a generous reward. Do you accept it? Next, the voice in Chen Fan's ear appeared again.
Old Fusher, what is this operation?
Chen Fan was a little confused.
I'm not too sure. The master I followed didn't trigger the hidden mission mode.
Old Fusher replied immediately.
72 hours, which is 3 days. How the hell am I going to find out?
Chen Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. The Chosen One can choose to accept or reject. After rejection, the hidden task mode will be automatically closed. The voice came to Chen Fan's ears again.
Aren't you forcing me to accept it? What else can I say? Just accept it.
Chen Fan had a look of despair on his face. He didn't say anything else and chose to accept it immediately. If you accept it, there may still be a chance of completion, but if you refuse, you will miss this model. Only a fool would choose to accept it.
Since we want to investigate, we must go to the border,
Old Fusher immediately said.
Even if it's the coastal area, the area is very large. You only have 3 days, so you should leave quickly. Then we have to figure out where the border is first.
Chen Fan thought for a while, then immediately opened the virtual panel, found the Chosen One who felt the ice surface vibrate yesterday, and sent a private message.
Brother, can you tell me your approximate coordinates?
Master Chen Fan? The other party immediately recognized Chen Fan, but still asked cautiously.
What do you want to do? I have accepted the challenge from the 3 hostile countries. I plan to go to the border to get to know the environment first,
Chen Fan said, and directly took out 20 units of killer whale meat.
Otherwise, if I wait until the novice period is over before going there, I might be in a passive position. That's right. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle.
The other party agreed with Chen Fan's words. After receiving the killer whale meat, he immediately sent the approximate coordinates to Chen Fan. Chen Fan immediately input the super radar and began to continuously expand the range to the southwest, 1,500 kilometers.
At a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, it will take 50 hours to go full speed ahead, and we don't know how far we are from the junction yet. We have a long way to go.
Chen Fan pursed his lips.
Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go full speed ahead.
At that moment, the floating island immediately changed direction and moved forward at full speed towards the southwest. At this time, Kyushu's plan of isolation had been officially implemented. All foreigners were cleared out of Kyushu. Kyushu people who did not return from abroad within 72 hours were also directly blocked outside. Kyushu's land area of 9.6 million square kilometers was directly shrouded in a super protective shield. The head of state currently has 199 super protective shields in his hands. He took out 48 of them directly, intending to block Kyushu for 24 hours, and then have 1 million soldiers patrolling the entire national line in a circular manner. This move shocked all countries. Several countries led by the United States formed a multinational alliance to jointly put pressure on Kyushu. At the same time, they held an online meeting to plan to launch an attack on Kyushu. In response to the pressure from the multinational alliance, the head of state could not help but sneer.
If I were afraid, I would not have made this decision. The United States instructed the Sakura Country to send ninjas to raid important figures in Kyushu. Do you think I am still in the dark? What nonsense!
The head of the pretty country's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted angrily.
What the Sakura Country does, the pretty country has no control over. I hope you take back what you said, otherwise I will sue you for defamation.
Head of Kyushu, are you really going to do it on your own? The head of East Korea threatened.
Be careful, East Korea will attack you first. After all, we are not far away. In Jeojo, we always believe that if no one offends me, I will not offend anyone.
The head of Jeojo said disdainfully.
Whoever wants to attack Jeojo, come on, but you must remember one thing. When the time comes, don't blame Jeojo for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Having said that, the head of Kyushu directly closed the online video.
The leader of Kyushu is too arrogant. He dares not take our multinational alliance seriously. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. You are a stupid idiot. You failed in the assassination attempt. There is no point in your existence in the Sakura Country. I don't know why it failed. President of the beautiful country, Whatever you think we should do, we will listen to you. Then let East Korea teach Kyushu a lesson first. They are close, so everything will be convenient. Yes. Along the way, Chin Fan never stopped except to pick up boxes. However, Chin Fan temporarily piled up the boxes and planned to open them all at once when he reached the junction. With more boxes, the chances of getting good stuff might be greater. When will the ice melt? If we have fully automatic fishing nets, we won't have to fish by ourselves. Chin Fan stretched his body, looked at the setting sun in the distance, and shouted. Full speed ahead. We won't stop today until we reach the coordinates. The ice is about to melt, Old Pumice said suddenly. Chin Fan heard this and glanced at the temperature on the virtual panel. It was -20 degrees. The temperature had risen by 10 degrees in one day. This made Chin Fan's face change. The temperature has been rising. Won't it be above zero soon? Cold waves come and go quickly. Since the temperature is going to rise now, it will reach over 20 degrees by tomorrow noon at the latest. Old Pumice replied immediately. Of course, this is my previous experience. I can't say whether it is the case now. You can't blame me if you guess wrong. Chin Fan pinched his chin and thought for a while, but didn't think much about it for the time being. He just started to make charcoal grilled octopus at the door of the apartment. After grilling it for half an hour and sprinkling it with barbecue seasoning, it melted in the mouth and was extremely delicious. After eating and drinking, Chin Fan went back to his room to watch a movie until around 9 o'clock in the evening. Chin Fan looked at the virtual panel again and saw that the temperature had risen from -20 degrees to +18 degrees, an average increase of 1 degree per hour. Tomorrow at noon, the temperature will be at least above 15 degrees. At that moment, Chin Fan came up with a plan and made a decision that went against his ancestors. Chapter 57, Violating the Decision of Our Ancestors, Chin Fan is a traitor. Chin Fan, you are crazy. You are selling the ice sliding device now. Aren't you afraid that we can't reach the junction on time? Upon hearing the news, Lao Fusher was shocked. After the ice melts, we can use foresails and propellers to increase horsepower. We can increase our speed from the original 54 kilometers per hour. Chin Fan analyzed. So even if we wait here for 15 hours until the ice melts at noon tomorrow and then move forward, we can make up for the wasted time within 15 hours. What you said is just the most ideal situation. How come you don't know that there might be unexpected events? Old Pumice snorted coldly. The ocean world is all about excitement and adventure. If everything goes according to the rules, what's the fun in that? Chin Fan laughed and immediately entered the multinational chat room and shouted. I have a spare set of ice sliding equipment here, 30 kilometers per hour. If you're interested, you can chat privately. If the price is right, we can trade. This Lao Lu actually has such a good thing. How could he be willing to sell it? I'm afraid he has some bad intentions. They already have one copy, so it's reasonable for them to sell another one. They can't just let it go to waste, right? Then why didn't he sell it to them, the chosen ones of Kyushu, but to us instead? If you sell it to us, you can ask for a higher price. Are you a fool? All of a sudden, everyone started to join the discussion, and many people began to chat privately with Chin Fan, and everyone offered a different price. A chosen one named Xiaosun from the United States, who had already challenged Chin Fan, took out a super sail and said, Friend, this super sail I made can increase the speed by 40 when used on a ship. It's definitely a good thing. This thing is really good, but it's freezing and snowy right now, with temperatures of 20 to 30 degrees below zero. Who knows when the cold wave will pass and when the ice will melt? Chin Fan replied immediately. So this thing is of little use to me right now, but if you have other good things, you can bring them out as well. If I think it's appropriate, I can trade with you. Xiaosun gritted his teeth. He has been trapped for 5 days since the sea froze over. He doesn't want to stay in this damn place any longer. Otherwise, when the food and water are exhausted, all the best things he has will be wasted. After making the decision, Xiaosun took out another thing. This is a fertile black soil gift pack. You can cover your floating island with fertile black soil and use it to grow various plants. Anything else? Chin Fan asked. My friend, don't push your luck. Xiaosun was trembling a little. There's nothing I can do. Many chosen ones are talking to me, so the one who offers the highest price will win. Chen Fan replied. We are doing business. You still want to deal with me? Do I have to give you a friendly price? After 3 seconds of silence, Chen Fan replied. Forget it, I'll talk to someone else. Xiao Sun took a few deep breaths and took out another silver box. I don't have many good things, mostly food and water. I found this silver box before it was frozen, and I have never been willing to open it. This is the greatest sincerity I can show. If you want anything else, I really don't have it. Okay, after all, your attitude is pretty good, so I'll make a deal with you. Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth and immediately completed the deal with Xiao Sun. Seeing the transaction news in the multinational chat rooms, the people of Jiuzhou were furious and started to curse Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you traitor, you actually want to sell such a good thing to the chosen one of the enemy country. Did you do it on purpose? Damn it. I thought you were a good person who would lead us, the chosen ones of Kyushu, to dominate the ocean world, but you ended up trading such an important thing with the United States. Are you trying to please the United States on purpose because the multinational alliance led by the United States wants to target you? Yo, it turns out that Jiuzhou Chen Fan is also afraid of death and plans to become a running dog of the United States. Congratulations. Traitor beast, you're making me so angry, Chen Fan, I want to challenge you in a duel. Chen Fan did not answer the message and posted another message. I still have an icebreaker here. It can be placed on the ice surface and can quickly break the ice within 5 meters in front of the user. The maximum thickness of the ice that can be broken is 100 centimeters. Hurry up if you want to buy it. This is another good thing. With it, we can salvage the box from the ice. It's really a magical tool. Chen Fan is a running dog. He didn't sell it in the Jiuzhou chat room or the exchange, but sold it here. Has he really compromised? It's a pity that it's still a little expensive. It would be perfect if it were cheaper. Ding ding ding! Just after the transaction, a piercing alarm sounded. Chen Fan quickly looked at the super radar and was stunned. There is actually a polar bear running towards us like crazy? Polar bears are also top tier in Class B. They can come here in an hour. This time we're going to have some fun. Old Pumice snorted. I just traded the ice sliding system. Otherwise, I can still move forward. Let's walk it for a while longer to consume its combat power. What's coming will eventually come. It's not like we haven't killed B-Class before. Chen Fan didn't seem too nervous. I just wonder where the polar bear came from. How could it be able to accurately spot us from 100 kilometers away? Just as he was thinking about it, Zhou Wenliang's private message lit up. Brother, don't let outsiders take away the wealth. What do you mean by this? If nothing unexpected happens, the ice will melt tomorrow. These useless things must be exchanged for some valuable supplies. Chen Fan stopped thinking about the polar bear for the time being and immediately replied. It's better to cheat the multinational alliance than to cheat other chosen ones, right? Fuck, is this true? Zhou Wenliang asked in disbelief. Of course it's true. After Chen Fan replied, he looked at the private chats. Some people exchanged 60 pumice stones, and some people exchanged heavy crossbow arrows. In short, everyone showed their utmost sincerity. Old Pumice roared again. You have missed too many pumice stones. If you don't choose pumice this time, believe me, I will curse you to sink and capsize. Just as Old Pumice said, 60 pieces of pumice are indeed not a small number, and it is the best choice to use them to exchange for the icebreaker that is about to be useless. However, Chen Fan still asked. 60 pieces of pumice, you are very sincere, but I think you can add something else. After all, if you have an icebreaker, you have a wooden box that allows you to go anywhere on foot. The other party was silent for more than 10 seconds. Seeing that Chen Fan stopped talking, he finally took out another crossbow and said, I even gave you a weapon for self-defense. I just wanted to take a gamble. If you don't trade with me, then I have no choice. Okay, I'll make a deal with you. Chen Fan replied immediately. Even if I suffer a loss. With that, the two of them immediately completed the transaction. Chen Fan's actions once again caused a burst of curses from the chosen ones of Kyushu. A dozen of the more radical chosen ones of Kyushu even agreed to beat Chen Fan up. In response to this, Chen Fan just smiled and did not reply. Anyway, everything will be decided tomorrow, and we will see who is right and who is wrong. And now, what he had to do was to deal with the top B-class predator, the polar bear.
Chapter 58. Fighting the Polar Bear. Did it tire itself to death? An hour passed in a flash. At this time, the ice layer trembled slightly, and a huge white monster was seen running wildly from a distance, and slammed into the floating island fiercely. Chin Fan was standing on the edge of the floating island and watched the polar bear crash into the super protective shield. The huge impact force actually knocked the floating island frozen on the ice more than 10 meters away. However, the polar bear was also stunned and sat on the ground for a long time without recovering.
"Isn't this guy too strong?" Chin Fan said in surprise. "This B-level polar bear is 5 meters long and weighs nearly 3 tons. The thickness of its fur is at least 10 times that of a sea-level wild boar." Old Pumice snorted coldly. "If we want to kill it, I'm afraid we can only blow it up." "Don't forget we still have the stun gun," Chin Fan said calmly, took out the stun gun, and shouted at the polar bear. "Brother Bear, come and play." This operation really shocked the Blue Star people who were still watching the live broadcast late at night. "Is Chin Fan kidding? Provoking such a huge polar bear in the middle of the night?" According to records, the largest polar bear is only about 2 meters long, but this one is 5 meters long. What did it eat to grow so big? It's simply invincible on land. The key is that Chin Fan faces such an existence. I can't think of any other possibility except being killed. Yoshi. Zhuzhou Chin Fan will definitely die. The polar bear shook its head, walked quickly to the floating island, and stood up. With a body more than 5 meters tall, even though Chin Fan was standing on the 1-meter-high floating island, he still looked like a baby. "Boy, you are so arrogant!" Looking down at Chin Fan, the polar bear's voice was extremely cold. "I'm not being arrogant, I'm just confident in my own strength," Chin Fan said with a grin. "You will soon become my food. I can only say that I have roasted bear paws to eat." "Court death!" The furious polar bear became even more furious, and it slapped Chin Fan hard with its huge paw. The terrifying force hit the super protective shield, and immediately a roar was made. But not only did it fail to hit Chin Fan, but its palm was numbed by the shock. Just when the polar bear was puzzled about this, Chin Fan held the stun gun and poked it into its abdomen. The hissing sound of the electric current was particularly dazzling in this dark night. The high voltage current of 1 million volts could easily burn a Class B organism to black. What shocked Chin Fan was that such a terrifying electric shock gun did not cause any harm to the polar bear. The polar bear even said jokingly, "You may not know that my fur is the best insulator. Electric shock has no effect on me." "Then how can I kill you?" Chin Fan asked. "Even if there is a way, do you think I will tell you?" The polar bear shouted angrily. "Your floating island is actually protected by a layer of transparent material. Do you dare to come out and fight me in a one-on-one fight? If you don't tell me how to kill you, I won't go out and fight you in a duel." Chin Fan replaced the stun gun with Go Danner and said while waving it gently. "If you don't come out and fight me, I won't tell you how to kill me," said the polar bear with his neck stiff. "Haha, let's do it," Goa laughed. "You only need me to kill it. Look at my body making intimate contact with its skin. Yes, you can kill me with your axe, but this can't be done with just 1 or 2 strokes," said the polar bear, concentrating all his strength on his palms and slapping the super protective shield again. Boom! With a loud bang, the ice was broken into pieces and the floating island was thrown into the water. The ice layer has indeed become much thinner. Before, an A-class megalodon couldn't even break it open, but now a B-class can easily blast it open. Chin Fan muttered to himself as the sharp axe had already chopped off the joint of the bear's paw. The blow was so powerful that even though the polar bear's fur was relatively thick, it still drew blood. The bright blood spurted out, and the polar bear screamed in pain and immediately stepped back. "How is this possible? You can actually hurt my body? Gaga, let's do it. Even if you are B-level, you can't escape from my sharp blade." Gooden was so excited. "Brother Emma, don't just stand there. Cut it, keep cutting it." Although the polar bear was furious, it chose not to continue attacking. After all, the opponent has a protective shield on his body. Even if I continue to attack him, it will be useless. It is better to leave temporarily and wait for an opportunity to attack him again. Thinking of this, the polar bear already had the intention to retreat. Chin Fan also clearly felt the polar bear's intention to retreat,
so he immediately took out a high-explosive grenade and pulled the ring. After counting for a few seconds, he threw it hard at the polar bear. The polar bear almost subconsciously stretched out its claws to knock the high-explosive grenade away, but the grenade exploded instantly. The terrifying force instantly hit the polar bear. Even though the polar bear had thick skin and flesh, it was still blown 5 or 6 meters away by the shock wave of the explosion. With a wow sound, blood flowed from the mouth and nose. At the same time, the ice shattered, and the polar bear and the floating island all sank into the sea. "You beast, you actually have such a powerful weapon! Today I am doomed!" The polar bear swam hard back to the ice and planned to escape. Chin Fan immediately rushed to Xiaoyue and pulled the trigger at the polar bear. The terrifying firing force caused the spear gun to shoot at least 30 centimeters into the polar bear's butt. The polar bear screamed in pain again and immediately began to run back in the direction it came from. The barbs opened and the fishing line was straightened. The polar bear's tremendous strength actually dragged the floating island out of the water, and then rushed forward quickly with the floating island. This scene really excited the night owls who were watching the live broadcast, and they started typing away on their keyboards again. Chin Fan really knows how to play. This polar bear has internal injuries from the explosion, and now it is dragging such a large floating island forward. It must be exhausted to death. Chin Fan is still better at driving these things. Although the device that allowed him to slide on the ice is gone, he found someone to pull the car for free. He really knows how to have fun. Jiuzhou Chin Fan, you deserve to die for abusing polar bears. Fuck, what country is this idiot from? How could he say such a thing? It's disgusting. Although the polar bear was seriously injured, it ran at full speed for more than 100 kilometers in 2 hours. Then it flopped and fell to the ground, motionless. Oh my god, he just died like that! Chin Fan was confused. Exhausted to death? Chin Fan, look what's that in front of you? Old Fushir said unhappily. Now you know how the polar bear appeared, right? Chapter 59, 100-meter iceberg, Chin Fan is cleared. Chin Fan was also confused. Who would have thought that there would be a huge iceberg 50 meters away? Isn't this ridiculous? Faintly, one could still hear Bingshan shouting. Ah Xiong, what's wrong with you, Ah Xiong? Ah Xiong, you can't die! You and I have depended on each other and shared joys and sorrows for so many years. I have always treated you as my own flesh and blood and taught and raised you. I never thought that today I would be sending you to your death. Ah Xiong. The polar bear is dead, and it's crying there, right? Old Pumice said with a laugh. Fortunately, the distance is not far, so we can fix the harpoon on it and continue exploring tomorrow. Chin Fan said as he took back the harpoon from the polar bear and then shot it at the iceberg, hitting the outermost part of the iceberg and penetrating at least 50 centimeters. Oh my god! Bingshan suddenly roared. My ass, who stuck a stick into my ass? It's slippery. Don't you want to prepare a climbing pick? The apartment suddenly asked. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It will be cheaper when the ice melts. Chin Fan laughed and immediately dissected the polar bear, obtaining 1 high-quality bear skin, 4 bear teeth, 4 bear paws, and 3,500 bear meat. Teeth again, dear ocean world, what are the uses of these animals' teeth? Looking at the 4 teeth more than 10 centimeters long in his hand, he did not get any response. You idiot, the ocean world has supreme rules. Maybe they will explain it to a small participant like you. Old Pumice said gloatingly. Why aren't you making me laugh to death? Okay, let's call it a day for now and go to bed. Chin Fan waved his hand, turned around and went back to his room to rest. In the sky above Blue Star, many more people were watching the live broadcast. After hearing the sound of the Kyushu amplification 100 times in the sky, they couldn't help but sigh and shook their heads. Master Chin Fan is truly a god. Such a huge polar bear was actually exhausted to death in the end. It's really unbelievable. Speaking of which, what did Master Chin Fan see that made him so happy? Is there some treasure ahead? I don't know, I can't see it. Humph, Jiuzhou Chin Fan is such a person that he can laugh happily even when he sees a pile of dog shit. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Chin Fan woke up on time. He stretched himself and walked out of the room in his wolfskin coat. He was startled. It's too damn hot. Chin Fan immediately took off his wolfskin coat, and then he felt a little more comfortable. But then he heard a crack, and the ice could not bear the weight of the floating island and sank into the water. I glanced at the virtual panel and saw that the temperature had already reached 5 degrees Celsius. Wouldn't it be easy for it to rise to over 20 degrees Celsius by noon? Damn it, I actually forgot to sell the wolfskin coat as well. What a loss! Chin Fan slapped his forehead and was speechless. Even the wisest man can make mistakes. Selling those 2 items is already good enough, Old Fusher said unhappily. Don't open the virtual panel. The 2 people who bought your items must be cursing at you now. Don't be in a hurry, have breakfast first, Chin Fan said with a smile and immediately started preparing breakfast. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the morning that Chin Fan temporarily changed into the clothes he wore when he came here before. Then he stood up and looked at the iceberg in the distance. He immediately opened the virtual panel. As Old Fusher had expected, Chiao Sin and another person named Ethnovich had sent Chin Fan hundreds of private messages, full of obscene language that was simply disgusting to look at. Chin Fan laughed so happily that he blocked the 2 of them directly. Then he opened the public chat room and took a look. The tone of the 9 provinces chosen one had already changed 180 degrees, and the screen was full of praise. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I actually cursed Master Chin Fan. I am simply not a human being. No wonder Master Chin Fan would sell things to the hostile chosen ones. It turns out that he already knew that the temperature would rise and the ice would melt. Those 2 idiots were simply taken advantage of. I can't help but laugh just thinking about it, haha. I now unilaterally declare that Master Chin Fan is my idol and I will definitely believe in him unconditionally from now on. Originally, Chin Fan was planning to buy it in his own chat room, but after a change of mind, he came to a multinational chat room and posted a message directly. I need a set of ice climbing equipment now. If you have any, you can buy it privately at a high price. I wouldn't sell it to a dog, you're just a bastard, a scum, fuck you. Begaialu, you have brought great shame upon our father Chiao Sin and father Isanavich. You deserve to die. Ashi. Many people in the chat room were originally talking about this matter, but after discovering Chin Fan, they directly made Chin Fan the target of attack. If spit could drown a person, then Chin Fan would have been drowned long ago. However, even so, many people still contacted Chin Fan privately. However, in view of the fraud incident yesterday, these people were very cautious. The cheapest item among them cost 50 units of meat and 5 bottles of mineral water. This made Chin Fan speechless, and he said directly, "The cold wave has passed, and the temperature is gradually rising, but there is an iceberg more than 20 to 30 meters high in front of me. I want to go up and take a look. Do you really think we will enter the Ice Age next? How do I know if what you said is true?" The other party was still very vigilant. "I sold it yesterday to the United States, which is hostile to me. You are in a neutral position, why would I lie to you?" Chin Fan replied unhappily. "You want to exchange it? 500 milliliters of fresh water and 10 units of killer whale meat. I give you 10 seconds to consider it. If you don't, I won't wait any longer." As he spoke, Chin Fan put the items on the trading column. The other party must have been struggling with his own thoughts. 9 full seconds passed, and just when Chin Fan was about to cancel the transaction, the other party finally chose to trade. "Little guy, I can't catch you," Chin Fan snorted coldly, then walked out of the apartment. Looking at the iceberg in front of him, he immediately used the recovery function of the harpoon. Although the floating island had been sunk into the water, the powerful force of the harpoon still slowly pulled the floating island towards the iceberg. "You know what, even though Xiaoyar is the only girl here, she is definitely the strongest among us." The single apartment couldn't help but praise. "That's right, not only is it strong, but the butt is also big, she will definitely give birth to a boy." Old Fusher couldn't help but laugh lewdly. "What the hell does this have to do with having a boy or a girl?" Xiaowei was angry. "Shut up!" For a moment, everyone couldn't help laughing out loud. Soon, the floating island arrived in front of the iceberg. Although the iceberg did not look small from a distance, only when it was in front of it could one find that it was more than 100 meters high and extended for more than 200 meters. It was already a real iceberg. Chapter 60, Bronze Box, Silver Box, and a Little Brown Bear. "I wonder if there are any good things up there." Rubbing his hands, Chin Fan immediately put on his mountaineering equipment and smashed 2 mountaineering picks directly into the iceberg.
Oh, who is spanking me?
Bing Shan suddenly roared angrily.
If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Sorry, I have to go treasure hunting on you, so I have no choice but to do this.
Chin Fan chuckled.
Did I hurt you? Let me blow it for you. There's nothing up there, so you don't have to go up there.
Bing Shan snorted coldly.
You're the one who killed Ah Xiong, who depended on me for life, right? You have such a cruel heart. It was it that had to pull the cart for me and exhausted itself to death. What does it have to do with me?
Chin Fan said unhappily.
Besides, if you say there is nothing, then there is nothing. Do I believe it?
As he said that, he continued to climb up slowly, which made Bing Shan howl like a ghost. He endured it for more than 10 seconds before shouting loudly.
All right, go down and pass by my left side. The left side is flatter and it won't hurt me that much. If you cooperate sooner, I can take the things and leave sooner, and you will suffer less physical pain. It will be mutually beneficial for us.
Chin Fan snorted coldly, immediately returned to the floating island, and quickly came to the left side. Sure enough, if the arc of the iceberg was 60 degrees, then this side was only 30 degrees, so it was very easy to climb up.
Ah, you hurt me. Ah, you're pressing my hair. Ah, you. Shut up.
Before he climbed up, Bing Shan said something, which made Chin Fan grit his teeth in anger.
An old man is so pretentious. Do you think you are a delicate beauty? Do you believe that I will dig a few more holes in your body? Hey, I'll shut up first.
Bing Shan heard this and quickly shut his mouth. Chin Fan then climbed to the top with great concentration, but he heard a crunching sound, and his teeth chattered. This made Chin Fan frown and he immediately lay down. He then discovered that there was a silver treasure chest not far away, and he was shivering from the cold.
The treasure chest can still tremble?
Chin Fan was so surprised that he laughed. He immediately strode forward and hugged it in his arms.
You are mine! Help! Someone is committing hooliganism!
The silver treasure chest immediately began to tremble violently. Chin Fan didn't have time to deal with it, so he threw it directly into the system inventory. When he returned, he opened it together with the treasure chest he had traded yesterday.
Crack, crack.
Is there any sound of teeth chattering? Chin Fan was delighted. There was a silver treasure chest. Following the sound, he soon found a furry brown thing that looked like a big Tibetan mastiff. It was shivering from the cold. It seemed to have heard Chin Fan's voice and immediately turned its head, revealing a bare face. 2 snots flowed out of its nose, which it swallowed back with a swish. It shouted pitifully at Chin Fan.
It's cold. Could this guy be the son of a polar bear?
Chin Fan asked suspiciously.
Polar bears are white and this one is brown. How can they be related by blood?
Iceberg said unhappily.
The polar bear snatched this one from a female bear on an island and forced her to be his godson. Fuck, there is such a thing?
Chin Fan was stunned.
Which island? Keep going in the direction you came from. You still have a long way to go. Okay, follow me. It won't be cold once we get off the iceberg.
Chin Fan made a prompt decision. Since there is a creature like a mother bear on the island, it is probably guarding the silver treasure chest. Wouldn't it be great to use it to exchange the silver treasure chest with the mother bear?
Bing Shan, do you have any other good stuff here?
Chin Fan asked.
If you say no, then I'll go look for it myself. I'm telling you.
Iceberg was shocked and shouted.
On the right side, there are 2 bronze boxes frozen at sea level. There are no good things anywhere else. If it's not a good thing, other things will be fine.
Chin Fan shouted immediately.
There's nothing else left.
Iceberg was almost dead with grievance.
I swear I'll be melted by the sun, it's really gone. Okay, I have only one advantage, I am simple and trustful.
Chin Fan shrugged slightly, and immediately slid down the iceberg from the right side with the little brown bear. As expected, they saw 2 bronze boxes embedded outside the ice. When they saw Chin Fan, they immediately asked for help.
Good brother, save me. I am willing to devote myself to you. I am very talented. Save me first, and I'll give you my bra.
Oh my god, why are these 2 guys more perverted than each other? Chin Fan's mouth twitched, and he immediately picked up the mountaineering pick and started to dig, which really made Bing Shan wail.
Stop digging! How can I take out the bronze box without chiseling it? Chen Fan said unhappily. Wait for you to melt naturally? You're such a jinx!
Bing Shan snorted coldly, then said,
I can get it off my body myself, just like shedding dandruff.
Nausea. Chen Fan was speechless for a while, watching a large piece of ice being peeled off from the iceberg. Chen Fan immediately chiseled out 2 bronze boxes, put them into the storage box, and shouted,
Old iceberg, thank you for your hospitality. Little brown bear, let's go!
Having said that, he walked back with the little brown bear. The little brown bear weighed less than 200 pounds, and he sank with every step he took while walking on the ice. The thickness of the ice was less than 15 centimeters, so there would be no problem at all if they set off after having lunch. The people who were watching the live broadcast were also filled with emotion.
No wonder Master Chen Fan lost the icebreaker and ice sliding device yesterday. The cold wave is over and the ice is about to melt. There are hundreds of thousands of live streaming rooms, but only a few dozen seem to have encountered icebergs. This ratio is really incredible. Chen Fan is really very lucky. There are both a silver treasure chest and a bronze treasure chest. Master Chen Fan has made a fortune this time. But there is still a bear. Are you planning to eat it? Humph, with Jiuzhou Chen Fan's character, he will definitely eat that poor little brown bear.
Soon they returned to the floating island, and Chen Fan immediately said with a smile,
Little bear, you will live here for the time being. I will take you to find your mother. Really? Asked the little bear happily. Of course. I have only one good point. I am honest and never lie. Isn't your strength simple and trusting? That's 2 advantages.
Chen Fan laughed and touched the little brown bear's head, then threw a few units of killer whale meat to it.
You must be hungry, let's eat. Boss, I want one too, I want one too.
The albatross immediately ran over, and the 2 ducks also looked at Chen Fan pitifully. Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head slightly and threw a few more pieces to them. Until this moment, Chen Fan took out 2 silver treasure chests and a bronze treasure chest, rubbed his hands, and said with a grin, Now, it's time to harvest! Chapter 61, Fully Armed and Ready to Set Sail. At that moment, Chen Fan took the lead in opening the 2 bronze boxes. Boutique Fashion 6, suitable for 20 degrees Celsius - 40 degrees Celsius, self-cooling, self-cleaning, invulnerable, self-repairing. Super Protective Shield 1, Super Protective Shield, can protect pumice within the shield, immune to all physical attacks, effective for half an hour. They are all good things. Not to mention the Super Protective Shield, the key is that this high-quality fashion is exactly what I need right now, and there are 6 sets at once, which is simply awesome. Chen Fan immediately returned to the room and took out all 6 sets of fashions, which surprised Chen Fan, 3 sets of men's clothes and 3 sets of women's clothes. Fuck, I'm not a transvestite, why are you asking me to wear women's clothes? After taking a look, both men's and women's clothing, although they look a bit simple, they are never boring, and the material is also unknown. It feels very cool to the touch. However, it is said to be invulnerable to swords and guns. Chen Fan immediately took out Gooden and chopped at one of the fashion sets, but heard a puff. Although it did not cut through, a deep mark appeared. However, to Chen Fan's surprise, the mark quickly returned to its original state. Although it is slightly inferior to his own defensive suit, it should be considered one of the best in the ocean world. Chen Fan immediately changed into a fashionable outfit, then left the bachelor apartment, and started to open the silver treasure chest. However, he saw that the silver treasure chest that came down from the iceberg was actually jumping up and down, as if it was about to jump into the water. Don't run! Chen Fan was shocked and chased after him immediately. Goodbye! The silver box laughed, and jumped directly into the sea, but there was a crisp, bang, sound and Xiqiang pushed it back with his head. Without waiting for the silver box to react, Chen Fan rushed over and opened it. One exquisite bow and stern can automatically adapt according to the size of the front and rear floating islands, durability 100 out of 100. Chen Fan's expression moved, and he took it out immediately, and placed the bow in front. The bow actually automatically merged into the floating island. It was Kyushu red, slightly tilted, and there was a big dragon head at the front, which actually had a strong Kyushu style.
Oh my god, it's true that clothes make the man, and I, Master Fu, have become more handsome? Old Fu Sure suddenly shouted excitedly. Chin Fan added the stern at the back, so that the front and rear floating islands had an arc, the forward resistance became smaller, and the speed of the floating island would become faster. God help me! Afterwards, Chin Fan looked at another silver box. Since the transaction, this silver box has been silent. He wondered if it was killed by Chiao Sun. Without thinking any more, Chin Fan immediately opened the silver box. Huazi 3, Treasure Map Fragment 3, 3/12. Oh my god, I don't know if it's because other people have already got it, so it has become a second-hand treasure chest when it comes to me, and the things I got from it can only be said to be slightly better than the bronze box. Chin Fan shook his head slightly, and immediately took out 3 firecrackers, lit them and inserted them into the old pumice stone. Old pumice immediately began to suck vigorously, groaning from time to time. I haven't sucked hard for several days. It's so addictive, ah. Did you get annoyed? Chin Fan curled his lips, then took out the super sail and placed it on the bachelor apartment. Not sure if it matched the bow and stern, but the super sail was also red. Moreover, as long as the direction was chosen, it would automatically adjust the angle, which was very considerate. Very good! Chin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Do you like me? I like myself too, Chuan Fan said with a happy smile. I finally breathed in some fresh air. It feels so good. What? You have breathed before and then were sealed? Chin Fan asked suspiciously. Yes, 3 years ago I once raced on the ocean, but later I was put into a white box, Chuan Fan said with emotion. Thank you for giving me a second life. I must cooperate with you. That's a nice thing to say. Compared to the 2 wild sails before, it's so likable. Chin Fan laughed and gave Super Sail a thumbs up. Thumbs up for you. Thank you, I give myself a thumbs up too, Super Sail said happily. Next, Chin Fan looked at the pumice in his hand. The sum of the pumice he had obtained through trading and his own opening had reached 130 yuan without him noticing. Even Chin Fan himself was shocked. I thought it was only 100 yuan, but I didn't expect to have accumulated so much. It's time to upgrade again. If you had chosen those 100 pumice stones last time, it would have been 230. Old Pumice shouted angrily. You successfully missed the opportunity to make me stronger. It's okay, it's not too late now, Chin Fan said, and immediately added all the pumice stones to the floating island. With a faint light, the floating island suddenly became 300 square meters with an area of 1520. Ha ha ha, it's grown nearly half as big again. This feels so cool. Old Fusher laughed excitedly. Hurry up, give me a few more huazi. I want to celebrate. Chin Fan shrugged slightly, and immediately ordered 3 more cigarettes for Lao Fusher. As for the fertile black soil gift package, let's wait until the area becomes larger. Everything is fine now. After taking down the plant greenhouses on the 2 flower beds and disassembling them, Chin Fan temporarily went back to his room to watch TV. There were still 2 or 3 hours before the ice layer completely melted, so it was just the right time to have lunch and set off. The head of state, who had received 100 super protective shields at this time, couldn't help but be moved. After the last isolation, East Korea sent people to cause trouble, but they were blocked outside the super protective shield. He was still considering whether to waste some more super protective shields, but Chin Fan sent him another 100. Now he has 251 in his hand, so he will take out another 48 and blockade Kyushu for another 24 hours. However, the head of state still manipulated the East Korean country's 50 death warriors into Kyushu, and then closed the place. Can we go in? The East Korean warriors were planning to try whether they could enter Kyushu, but they were pleasantly surprised to find that they could enter without any obstruction. 50 warriors immediately rushed into Kyushu. The leader smiled slightly, with a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth. Now let's kill as many people as we want in Kyushu and do whatever we want. Don't move, Kyushu Special Forces! Before he finished speaking, hundreds of fully armed soldiers had surrounded the East Korean death squad from all directions. Seeing this scene, all the East Korean warriors changed their expressions. How could you sick men of East Asia know our whereabouts? This is impossible! Those who violate our 9 provinces will be punished no matter how far away they are.
The leading officer laughed coldly. I already knew your whereabouts a long time ago, and I just wanted to give you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, I will give you 4 words. Surrender your weapons and I won't kill you. Ah, brothers, kill them! The leader's face turned cold, and he immediately roared. Chapter 62, Floating Island Speeds Up, Powerful Windshield. 50 death warriors all drew their short blades that gleamed with cold light and shot towards the Kyushu Special Forces like arrows shot from a bow. Pa pa pa. Dozens of submachine guns immediately attacked the death warriors. These powerful death warriors, with their swords swift as lightning, became sitting ducks when facing firearms. More than 40 people had died in just a dozen seconds, and only 7 or 8 were left. They had been shot several times and lay on the ground in fear, dumbfounded. What era is it now? You're still playing with knives? The chief officer laughed jokingly. Bury the dead on the spot, and take the living back for strict interrogation. We must find out their purpose and the mastermind behind them. With that, the group handcuffed the 7 people and took them back. After watching a movie, it was almost 12 o'clock, so Chun Fan immediately took out the wild boar meat and started roasting it. The little brown bear looked at it eagerly and couldn't help asking, My benefactor, what is this? Why does it smell so good? It's barbecue. Can I have one bite, just one bite? No, you'd better just eat raw meat. Children can't be picky about food. If they are picky about food, they won't grow tall. Chun Fan rolled his eyes. It's such a big one, it must eat at least 7 or 8 kilograms in one meal. How can Brother Fan have so much time? Is he just cooking for you? It is better to eat it raw, so that the nutrients are not lost, and it is safe and healthy. After lunch, Chun Fan yelled, then stood up and looked towards the southwest, laughing. The ice has completely melted, we can set sail, propeller, sail, what are we waiting for, send it on. Following Chun Fan's order, the propeller began to rotate, and as the super sail adjusted the angle, the floating island jumped out with a whoosh. To Chun Fan's surprise, the speed of the floating island has almost reached 72 kilometers per hour, and standing on it is actually a little unstable. Fortunately, there is some strong convection at the bow, which can offset some of the wind force, allowing Chun Fan to move freely. However, like the duck couple, they had already run into the duck coop and lay down. The speed has increased by more than 20 kilometers. As far as I know, even the fastest speedboat can't reach this speed, right? Chun Fan rubbed his hands excitedly. It's a pity that there's no windproof device, otherwise it would be even more amazing. It should be possible to get it out of the treasure chest, but I don't know when it will be available. Old Fusher shouted immediately. It's really fast. I'm choking when I talk. Ahem. Chun Fan shrugged slightly and immediately entered the apartment. Anyway, we now have fully automatic fishing nets. As long as there is a box, it can salvage the fish. You don't need to worry about it at all and can be a hands-off boss. Days like this are truly divine days. Even the people of Blue Star who were watching the live broadcast were almost speechless. It's only been more than half a month, and Master Chun Fan has already developed automation. He doesn't need to do anything? That fishing net is so annoying. It can catch all kinds of fish and supply boxes by itself. How expensive would it be if it were converted into money? Humph, go ahead and degenerate. Jiuzhou Chun Fan is now well fed and warmed. The next step is to think about lust. He will degenerate soon. Fuck you, that's why you're depraved. However, due to Chun Fan's current situation, there are fewer viewers in the live broadcast room. After all, compared with other chosen ones, Chun Fan's live broadcast room always looks very out of place. But Chun Fan was happy to have some free time. It had been more than half a month. He could finally take a break from his busy life, right? Before I finished watching a movie, a private chat notification sounded. It was Lian Peipei. Master Chun Fan, I found a device that I think is quite good, but I don't think I will be able to use it in my lifetime. I wonder if you can use it. As he said that, he directly placed the device on the trading column, which made Chun Fan's eyes widen. What he thought came true, this turned out to be a powerful wind blocker. When used on a boat, it can form a powerful arc-shaped windshield at the bow, which not only blocks wind troubles, but also accelerates by 2. It is simply invincible. Chun Fan immediately took it, and at the same time gave Lian Peipei the crossbow he had traded with Isanavich.
This is a self-defense weapon. I just traded it with the big enemy from the United States last night. You can use it." As he spoke, he made another 100 crossbow arrows and put them on the trading column. "Master Chen Fan, you are so kind to me, aren't you?" Lian Pei said excitedly. "I just got the sailboat paddles and was planning to start moving forward to salvage supplies. I was worried about not having weapons to defend myself, and you gave me such a powerful weapon. I don't know how to repay you. You are my mascot. Besides, I also need the thing you gave me right now. Let's consider it a transaction." Chen Fan replied happily. "Really? Then I feel a little relieved." Lian Pei made a face. Chen Fan thought for a moment, and then took out another set of women's clothing. "Put on this set, it's suitable for wearing in temperatures between 20 degrees Celsius and 40 degrees Celsius. It's self-cooling, self-cleaning, invulnerable, and can also self-repair. It's also a kind of protection for you." "Oh my God!" Lian Pei on the opposite side suddenly cried out in surprise. After so many days of abuse, her clothes had already become dirty and smelly. But when she needed clothes the most, the great god Chen Fan shone into her dark world like a beacon. What a great fate it was to meet him! "Has Mr. Chen Fan heard of me and is he interested in me?" Thinking of this, Lian Pei immediately accepted the fashion. "Thank you, Master Chen Fan. When I have something good, I will definitely trade it to you as soon as possible." "Then I'll be waiting for your good news." Chen Fan smiled and replied immediately. At that moment, Chen Fan ran out of the apartment and placed a powerful windshield behind the bow. After emitting a faint white light, the powerful windshield started working directly. Although the speed increase is not noticeable, the huge wind resistance is indeed no longer felt on the entire floating island. This is the correct way to open the floating island. I can feel more at ease when laying eggs. The mother duck quacked happily, and Wonkai slowly landed on the single apartment again, chirping, which complemented the duck's calls. At this moment, the super radar's alarm suddenly sounded again, which made Chen Fan very angry. "Damn it, it's been less than a day since it was quiet, and there's another special situation. It's been so long, I should have driven out of the rich area that the system has assigned to me, right?" As he said that, he immediately ran to the super radar and took a look. He couldn't help but frown. It turned out to be the megalodon that I ran away last time. It's coming back again? Chapter 63, Another Battle with Megalodon, A Close Call. Last time, it was difficult for it to deal with us because of the ice barrier. But today the ice has melted, so it is easier for it to attack, so it came again. Old Pumice shouted loudly. "I just don't know if our electric shock gun will work on it." "Megalodon, you can use super heavy cannon to attack," Super Sail suddenly said. "We have just started to develop. How can we have such powerful weapons?" Chen Fan curled his lips and said, "The most powerful ones are electric shock guns, spear guns, and high-explosive grenades." "That's a bit risky." Super Sail stopped talking after hearing that. "If it's a blessing, it won't be a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided," Xiaower said immediately. "I want to compete with the Megalodon in pulling power. In about half an hour, we will encounter it. Let's take it one step at a time." Chen Fan nodded slightly and said no more. Fortunately, the super protective shield can last for more than an hour. Perhaps with the help of the super protective shield, we can deal with it properly. In the tense atmosphere, half an hour passed quickly. The huge dorsal fin was like an arrow shot from a bow, quickly attacking this side. Then the Megalodon suddenly jumped out, opened its bloody mouth and bit the floating island fiercely. Even with the super protective shield, Chen Fan still felt a strong sense of oppression, so he simply stopped the floating island. One side of the Megalodon's body looked like it had just recovered, and scars could still be seen. Its not-so-big eyes stared at Chen Fan intently. "Boy, you attacked me last time and left me seriously injured. Today I'm going to make you pay." "Brother Megalodon, we can actually discuss some things." Chen Fan smiled warmly at Megalodon. "I just want to know, who is targeting me?" "Don't you know who you have offended?" Megalodon asked coldly. "Damn, just as the mermaid said, I offended the boss." Chen Fan shook his head. "Since I entered the ocean world, I have always followed the rules and never offended anyone. If you can survive today, go ask it yourself." Megalodon laughed coldly, turned around suddenly,
and its huge tail was like a steel whip, lashing towards the floating island again. Freed from the constraints of the ice, the megalodon only wanted to kill Chunfan this time, even if it meant fighting him to the end. The situation here immediately attracted the attention of countless Blue Star citizens.
This guy is more than twice as big as the previous killer whale. It's too scary. It seems like it came specifically to kill Master Chunfan. I remember that when the ice was very thick, a huge monster attacked Chunfan, but was later beaten away. Could it be this big guy? So, it must have the Master Chunfan. What on earth is this guy? He would wake me up in shock even if I dreamed about him, right? Humph, this is the legendary megalodon, the most terrifying predator in the ocean. Jiuzhou Chunfan is definitely dead this time. Our Sakura country can celebrate as a whole country. Celebrate again? Celebrate your sister, go eat shit on live broadcast.
Taking out the heavy crossbow, Chunfan raised his hand and fired 3 crossbow arrows. However, such an attack was no better than a tickle for the megalodon. It even laughed at Chunfan jokingly. I really don't understand why it regards you as a thorn in its side. With your attack power, you are not even as good as me. I feel ashamed for you. It seems that the guy who ordered it is even stronger than A-level. What the hell should I do? Shaking his head slightly, Chunfan hooked his finger at the megalodon. In that case, I won't play games with you anymore. I will kill you first, and then slowly investigate the person behind you. With you? Megalodon laughed. If you weren't protected by a membrane, you would have been dead a long time ago. As it spoke, the megalodon dived into the water. It's going to attack the floating island from below, Old Pumice shouted immediately. Speed up and move forward. Chunfan continued to use the super protective shield and shouted loudly. The propeller and the super sail immediately rushed forward, barely avoiding the attack of the megalodon. However, Chunfan strode forward, rushed to the stern and jumped directly towards the megalodon. At the same time, an electric shock gun appeared in his hand, and he pressed the button towards the megalodon's mouth. An extremely strong electric current exploded instantly and hit the megalodon, causing the entire body of the megalodon to be electrified, and the more than 10-meter-long body began to tremble violently. After 3 full seconds, the power of the electric shock gun was exhausted, and Chunfan was forced to fall into the mouth of the megalodon. At this time, the megalodon did not move at all, and Chunfan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He could only pray that he had electrocuted this guy to death, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with him. However, the megalodon suddenly moved slightly. Damn, he didn't die even after this? The next second, Chunfan put away the stun gun and rushed towards the megalodon's mouth. However, the megalodon had already started to move. You stupid human, you tried to electrocute me with the stun gun, and you foolishly ran into my mouth. Are you trying to become my food on purpose? I'm going to chew you into pieces. As it spoke, the megalodon suddenly closed its mouth. At that moment, everyone watching the live broadcast took a deep breath. What the hell is Chunfan doing? He actually got into the megalodon's mouth. This is not the way to seek death. It's terrible. Damn it, Chunfan, you have to hold on. Jiuzhou can't live without you. I've said it before, today is the day when Chunfan dies, and the whole country of Sakura celebrates. Hi, great job. Impossible. Master Chunfan has created so many miracles for us. We have followed him all the way and witnessed his growth and strength. He can't just die like this. A miracle can't possibly happen. Chunfei bit her index finger, her eyes reddened. Brother. At the critical moment, Chunfan took out the mace and put it in the megalodon's mouth, but the megalodon's teeth were so big that even with this, there was only a gap of more than 10 centimeters, and the mace could not come out at all. Damn, what's stopping my teeth from closing? The megalodon was furious, shaking its body violently and increasing the force of its teeth biting. There was only a crackling sound, and the mace also made a sound for the first time. You old man, hurry up and run, I can't hold on any longer. I can't get out. Chunfan frowned. I don't know if my defensive suit can withstand its bite. Gaga, let's do it. Gooden screamed immediately. Brother Emma, can't we just break its teeth and get out? I don't know if there is still time. Chunfan's expression changed, but he was a little pessimistic. He immediately took out the dog egg and smashed the nearly 20-centimeter long tooth of the megalodon with a hammer. Chapter 64. The one targeting me is SS level? Ah. Gooden's hammer was hard and heavy, and it didn't look big, but it smashed the megalodon's teeth with just one blow. Along with a scream from the megalodon, the bite force began to become stronger, and the 20-ton bite force instantly broke the mace into several pieces. Fortunately, before that, Chin Fan had grabbed the shark's tooth and jumped out, barely avoiding the bite, and even threw a high-explosive grenade into its mouth. Damn human, not only did you stick a thorn in my mouth, but you also broke one of my teeth! The megalodon was furious. He thought that with his strength, he could easily control Chin Fan after the ice melted, but the result was still like this. It's thrilling and exciting. Chin Fan actually came out of the megalodon's mouth. Damn it, this is a terrifying prehistoric creature. It can easily control the killer whale, but it can't handle Jiuzhou Chin Fan? Don't forget, our Chin Fan can also control the killer whale. In this way, wouldn't it be easy to control the megalodon? Chin Fan, never double up. Chin Fan, double the supplies. This scene attracted worldwide attention. Everyone was excited beyond words. The thrilling feeling was even more exciting than watching an action blockbuster. Boom! The next second, a high-explosive grenade exploded in the megalodon's mouth. The megalodon opened its bloody mouth with a wow, and spat out at least half of its 200 teeth. The blood instantly dyed the entire sea red, but the megalodon suddenly changed direction and planned to escape. It didn't die even after this? Chin Fan was dumbfounded. Is this the vitality of an A-level marine creature? It only has one breath left, don't let it get away. Old Fusher yelled at the top of his lungs. Chin Fan, you idiot, really amazes me, Fusher. You can handle an A-level megalodon now. It's really great. I envy myself for finding a fairly powerful master. Super Sail also said with a smile. I hope I can completely deal with it this time, otherwise there will be nothing I can do. Chin Fan whispered, controlling the harpoon and shooting at the megalodon's tail. The fishing line was instantly straightened, and the megalodon swam deeper and farther, trying to drag the floating island into the water, but the 300-square-meter floating island was too much for the megalodon to drag. For a moment, the two sides had turned into a contest of strength, and it depended on who could pull the longer one. Comrades, work harder, hee. The competition has reached its climax. What are you doing? Shout, cheer for Xiaoyuer. Listening to the ghostly howls of old Fusher, Chin Fan couldn't help but yelled, then shook his head and said, Even though this guy was blown half to death, he still has so much strength. Unless we blow it up again, we may not be able to deal with it this time. You only have 2 high-explosive grenades left. Old Pumice said unhappily. Think carefully, don't lose both the lady and the troops. I know this, but the key point now is that I still want to ask it who has been trying to kill me, Chin Fan said, and made a prompt decision. Xiaoyuer, start retrieving the spear gun and pull up the megalodon. I'll try. I may not be able to pull it. After all, my pulling force is only 100 tons, Xiaoyuer said, and started trying immediately. However, the megalodon must have been at the end of its strength. After fighting for more than 10 seconds, a hissing sound was heard, and the little fish was able to slowly pull the megalodon up. The megalodon was in a state of disarray, with one of its eyes falling out. Looking at the high-spirited Chin Fan, it gnashed its teeth and roared, Kill me if you dare! I still want to know who wants to kill me and who I have offended. Chin Fan squatted down and looked at the megalodon, and asked with a smile. Don't worry, I won't tell you even if you kill me, Megalodon said weakly. It's an existence that you can't even reach. Even if you are 10 times stronger, you will still die if you meet it. That means it is 10 times more powerful than this megalodon. It's probably an S-class existence. No, SS class, Old Pumice said in despair. Chin Fan, you idiot, you have offended such a terrifying existence. Don't you think you are courting death? SS level? Chin Fan pursed his lips. Since we have already offended him, there is nothing to say. Anyway, he is not in the marginal sea area. Once we enter the Forbidden Sea, everything is possible. There is a surprise waiting for you in the Forbidden Sea, just go and die, ha ha. The megalodon laughed madly, but the laughter stopped abruptly. A-level megalodon dead. It was detected that the chosen one Chen Fan had killed an A-level marine creature for the first time. A surprise gift pack was given to the chosen one Chen Fan. Please keep up the good work. The next second, the sound of the ocean world reached Chen Fan's ears. What? I discovered another hidden bug. There is a surprise gift package for killing A-level marine creatures. So, won't there be rewards as well if I kill S-level or above for the first time? Suddenly I feel full of hope for the future. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and immediately opened the surprise gift package. Pumice 100, soy sauce 1, vinegar 1. What a joy! I actually have 100 pieces of pumice. I can continue to grow stronger. Old Pumice was stunned and couldn't help laughing. Chen Fan, you have done something great again. This is something I never expected. Chen Fan shrugged and said, I can only say that everything is the best arrangement. At that moment, Chen Fan decomposed the megalodon and obtained 1 high-quality shark skin, 10 shark teeth, and 120,000 grade A shark meat. Sure, there are 60 tons of grade A shark meat alone. If you eat it all by yourself, it will take you a lifetime, right? The key is that food like grade A can definitely strengthen your body and is no different from grade A fresh water. Cool. At the same time, a voice appeared in the sky above Blue Star. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, kill an A-level megalodon. The fresh megalodon corpse of Jiuzhou will be amplified 100 times. A-level? Why is it suddenly ranked? Is A-level very powerful, or does it have other uses? It seems that even killer whales didn't have levels before. If such a terrifying creature is given levels, perhaps its meat will be more delicious and it will have other advantages, right? What's so great about that? Soon there will be A-level creatures being hunted in our beautiful country. Oh, we are looking forward to it. Looking at the vast amount of megalodon corpses, the head of state couldn't help but take a deep breath. He already knew the benefits of A-level marine life. Eating them could actually strengthen the body, cure diseases, and eliminate disasters. Wouldn't it be possible to eat more and quickly eliminate the effects of nuclear radiation on the Chinese people? Chen Fan has achieved another unprecedented feat. Chapter 65. Say no with your mouth, but your body is honest? Chen Fan had adjusted the angle at this time and headed forward again. As the time came to evening and the sky gradually darkened, Chen Fan stood at the bow and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. There are still 40 hours left to find out the truth, and there are still 1,000 kilometers to reach the coordinate area. I don't know if we can make it in time. But no matter what, we can't stop tonight, otherwise everything will be over. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Fan went back and started to cook a feast with the meat of the megalodon, while browsing the public chat room while eating dinner. Ever since the ice melted, the sea has been rough here. The ocean outside the novice area seems to be carrying out some kind of activity. I can't sleep well at night. Have you ever thought about leaving? It seems like this has been affecting you for a few days. Aren't you afraid that the novice area will be broken through and some terrifying marine creatures will kill you? With oars but no sail, you can't go anywhere even if you want to. Then we can only take it one step at a time. I hope everyone will be safe before the novice period ends. It seems that the abnormality at the junction has not ended yet, so I have every opportunity to investigate everything clearly. That's not bad. Without any worries, Chen Fan watched the movie peacefully, waiting for the time to be over before going to bed. In a certain corner, stars were gathering little by little, and then a huge floating island quickly floated out from the darkness. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes suddenly danced with excitement. Yes, I finally entered the novice area of Jiuzhou. Chen Fan, you bastard, how dare you cheat me? I will make you die without a burial place. I will kill all of you, the chosen ones of Jiuzhou, fuck you. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Chen Fan woke up and found that the speed of the floating island had slowed down. He walked out of the single apartment quickly, and saw an island appear in front of him. The little brown bear even stood up, pointed at the island, and looked at Chen Fan. My benefactor, this is my home. Is your mother at home? Chen Fan's expression changed, and he immediately asked with a smile. My mother was at home when I was taken away, the little brown bear said excitedly. But I don't know now. Then you must know how to get to your home, right? I know this. Well, let's go to the island and I'll take you home. Chin Fan said with a chuckle as he let the floating islands slowly approach the shore. Then, under the guidance of the little brown bear, he quickly walked towards home. This island is not small in area and is rich in species. However, even a pack of wolves retreated after seeing the little brown bear, for fear of being approached. The little brown bear was like the king here, swaggering all the way. After walking for more than an hour, he finally arrived at the heart of the forest, outside a huge tree hole. Mom! Boom! The next second, a huge brown bear nearly 5 meters long rushed out of the tree hole. After seeing the little brown bear, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes, and then rubbed his eyes again. Then he rushed over and hugged the little brown bear in his arms. My son, I thought I was dreaming. Woo-woo, how come you have gained weight during these few days since you left, woo-woo? This guy is only a little smaller than the polar bear. Although he is no match for the polar bear, this guy is at least above average in Class B. You despicable human, how dare you take my son away? I will kill you! The next second, the mother bear suddenly glared at Chin Fan with bloodshot eyes, protected the little brown bear behind her, and roared at Chin Fan. The violent aura and the horrible smell of blood alone made Chin Fan couldn't help but take a few steps back. If he confronted this guy head-on, he was afraid that he would not be his opponent at all, right? Mom, this is my benefactor. He saved me. Seeing this, the little brown bear immediately stopped him loudly. He saved you? The mother bear looked at the little brown bear suspiciously, and then she suddenly realized. Yes, it was a polar bear who took you away. Look at my memory. I actually forgot. So you are my benefactor. Have you had breakfast? Are you tired? Do you want to go home and have a rest? Then I won't be polite. Chin Fan smiled slightly, and immediately walked into the tree hole. The mother bear was stunned for a moment. This human being had turned the tables and was not at all shy at all. This tree hole is nearly 100 square meters in size, with some wild fruits and other things piled on the side, but the silver box is particularly eye-catching. Chin Fan's expression also changed. Without waiting for the mother bear to speak, he said with a smile. Mom, don't be too grateful to me. I just survived a life-threatening situation and killed the polar bear to save your only son. On the way here, I not only protected it, but also kept feeding it with B-grade killer whale meat. It's not a big deal. If you repay me with a silver treasure chest, I will be very angry with you. The mother bear looked at Chin Fan in confusion. You've already said everything, so what else can I say? I can only give you the silver treasure chest. The mother bear waved her hands and said with a smile. Look, I am poor and have nothing to repay you. The only valuable thing in my house is this silver treasure chest. What kind of bear would I be if I don't give it to you? No, if you have other things at home, I don't mind giving them to me. Chin Fan waved his hands repeatedly, and at the same time stood up and put away the silver box. Then I'll take this silver box. Grass. You say no with your mouth, but your body is honest? It would be fine if you just took the silver treasure chest, but you actually want something else? Can't you see that there are only a few wild fruits left in such a huge house? Mom, why don't we give Uncle Bai's treasure to our benefactor? The little brown bear said suddenly. What are you talking about, you naughty kid? The mother bear slapped the little brown bear on the back of his head. That's your Uncle Bai's lifeblood. You might as well take his life than to ask him for it. Right, I just narrowly escaped death and saved your only precious son. What's the big deal? You still want Uncle Bai's lifeblood? No. Chin Fan immediately waved his hands and said, I'm embarrassed to even take the silver treasure chest. That's right. If there were no benefactor, you would never see me again in this life. The little brown bear also said pitifully. Which is more important, your son or Uncle Bai's life? Look at you, of course you are important. The mother bear slapped the little brown bear on the back of the head again. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll take you to get your Uncle Bai's life back. As she spoke, the mother bear took the little brown bear's hand and walked out of the tree hole quickly. Chin Fan followed closely behind, wondering what kind of treasure it was. Could it be more valuable than the silver treasure chest? Chapter 66, Uncle Bai's Lifeblood, Super Purifying Fluid. As they moved forward, the two bears and one man soon arrived at an open grassland. Several female deer were surrounding a male deer with two huge antlers, cheering continuously.
Wow, Brother Bai is so handsome. I'm here to announce you. Brother Bai is the most handsome. I really want to give birth to babies with him, a litter of handsome little deer. Brother Bai, I love you. I want to date you. The male deer held his head high, as if he was a noble and inviolable male god, but he looked down on the female deer. Please don't be like this. It's hard for me to choose. Old White, let me lend you my treasure. The mother bear strode forward and said with a smile. What treasure do I have? The stag was stunned and didn't understand what the mother bear meant for a moment. Uncle Bai, didn't you say you had a treasure that all girls like? The little brown bear shouted immediately. My mother wants to give it to my benefactor. Huh! The male deer was startled, then he understood what the female bear meant, and turned around and ran away. Chen Fan's face also changed greatly. If that was the case, then the male deer's life force would be. It was too late. The mother bear grabbed the deer's neck, and before the deer could react, she grabbed it with her other paw and pulled it. A terrible scream was heard, and the deer immediately lay on the ground and wailed. The mother bear came over with the deer's penis in her hand, smiling and saying, My benefactor, this is a great tonic. Everyone on Blue Star was watching this scene, and they were completely confused by what they saw. What kind of mysterious operation is this? Pulling off the deer's penis and giving it to Master Chen Fan? According to the records, is it true that the female bear gives the lifeblood of another male of the opposite sex as a sign of courtship? Does the female bear want to have sex with Master Chen Fan? Jiuzhou Chen Fan is so perverted. I can't even imagine what that scene would be like. There must be a misunderstanding here. Maybe it's just a simple gift. Chen Fan didn't know what to say. I thought the lifeblood the mother and son were talking about was a treasure comparable to a silver box, but it turned out to be the lifeblood of the stag. The key point was what I wanted to do with it, to make soup. But since they had already given it to me, it would be bad to refuse it, so I had to bite the bullet and accept it. Okay, I'll be disrespectful to refuse it. Having said that, he put away the deer whip and turned away. Several female deer also lost interest in the male deer and turned away, leaving only the male deer still screaming. Little sisters, don't leave, didn't you promise to give birth to handsome little deer with me, woo-woo? I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. When he reached the shore, Chen Fan immediately said goodbye. See you again if we're lucky. My benefactor, let's have a meal before we go. The mother bear stood up straight. Shall I pick some fresh wild fruits? No, I have other things to do. Chen Fan waved his hands repeatedly. He didn't dare to stay any longer. The thinking patterns of this mother and son were much more unique than those of ordinary people. He didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he immediately jumped onto the floating island and ordered the propeller to move away from the island. Chen Fan, did you gain anything from your trip to the island? Why did you come back so soon? Fuck, I got a JB. If you don't have any harvest, just say you don't have any harvest. Why are you scolding me? If you don't have 3 Huazi Fi, I will never let you go. Old Fusher was speechless, and immediately started to rob Chen Fan. After setting up 3 Huazi, Chen Fan took out the silver box and opened it. Super Purification Liquid 1:1:10000000 can purify 10,000 square kilometers of land/ocean to the greatest extent. Another black technology? It seems that I don't need this thing for the time being, but Jiuzhou is in urgent need of it. With a 100-fold increase, wouldn't it be possible to temporarily purify 1 million square kilometers of land? It's so exciting. At the same time, the voice came to the ears of the head of state. Chen Fan, the chosen one, has released a bug-level black technology, Super Purification Liquid 1:1:10000000, which can purify 10,000 square miles of land/ocean to the greatest extent. The head of the state shuddered. Ever since Yang Jiangwo developed the first generation of potions for purifying soil nuclear radiation, he has been researching the second generation day and night. However, he didn't know what went wrong and it has been stagnant. Now, he has the Super Purification Liquid. Even if he only uses the Super Purification Liquid, he can purify 1 million square kilometers of land centered on the capital. Thinking of this, the head of state immediately summoned several top scientists including Yang Jiangwo, and gave Yang Jiangwo a Super Purification Liquid. After listening to the head of state's story, Yang Jiangwo couldn't help but tremble, and asked in shock. Head of state, how did you get this? This is too valuable. This can definitely change the history of Blue Star. This is Chinfan's exclusive black technology. Except for Jiuzhou, no other country can develop it at all. The head of state said seriously. So, for us in Jiuzhou, this is a top secret for the time being. These words made everyone present tremble. Once upon a time, foreign powers blocked all cutting-edge scientific and technological advances from Jiuzhou, making the development of Jiuzhou very difficult. Unexpectedly, as the end of the world approaches, Jiuzhou actually possesses so many black technologies that can change the status quo, and they were all obtained by Chinfan. God bless the 9 provinces. 1 bottle of purification liquid can be mixed with 10 million kilograms of water, and then sprayed on 10,000 square kilometers of land. The land and water sources contaminated by nuclear radiation will be purified soon. The head of state made a prompt decision. Professor Yang, I will give you 3 bottles for research, and the rest will be given to the military. With the capital as the center, we will purify 970,000 square kilometers of land first. No problem, I'll speed up my research. Yang Jiangwo straightened up immediately. The soil nuclear radiation purification technology has encountered a bottleneck. I believe that with the help of the super purification liquid, I can quickly research it out. By then, the nuclear radiation and nuclear pollution in my entire Kyushu can be purified. It's time to plant green plants and grain seeds. The head of state took a deep breath and said lightly. We only need to use 50,000 square kilometers of land to grow food, which can solve the problem of food and clothing for the country's 400 million people. The goal of feeding the people of the country is not far away. Looking at the experiences that Chinfan had written to him about surviving in the ocean, the head of state felt even more gratified. If Jiuzhou could have a few more Chinfans, how invincible would it become? When this kid's novice period is over and he temporarily returns to Jiuzhou, I must give him a nationwide reward. It was noon and Chinfan was preparing lunch when the floating islands slowly stopped and actually arrived at the coordinate location. The sea here was indeed rough, with huge waves constantly hitting from the front, and even the 300 square meter floating island felt the bumps. It seems that we are very close to the truth, Chinfan couldn't help but said with a smile. If we continue to move forward, we may be able to enter the Forbidden Sea. Just give it a try and you'll know, said the super sail with a grin. Propeller, what are you still standing there for? Keep moving forward. Chapter 67, Isanavich's Declaration of War. As these words were spoken, the propeller started to operate at full power, coordinating with the super sail and continuing to move forward. Chinfan immediately came to the super radar and began to zoom in on the screen. He saw that nearly 2,000 kilometers ahead, there was a huge tsunami rushing towards this side. The waves were hundreds of meters high. It was obvious that it was heading towards the entire Novice area. Fuck! Chinfan couldn't help but yelled after seeing this scene. What the hell is this? How could such a huge tsunami suddenly appear? You asked me, who should I ask? Super Radar said unhappily. The tsunami is extremely fast. It can reach 2,000 kilometers in 3 hours, Old Fisher said in a deep voice. I'm afraid we can't escape. We can only wait for the tsunami to hit and leave it to fate. We finally got here. If we encounter a tsunami, we don't know where we will be washed away. We still have to find an island first, or at least fix the floating island, Chinfan said in a deep voice, and immediately began to look for it. Lao Lei, why don't you help me find it? What's it got to do with me? Super Radar said defiantly. It doesn't matter. If I'm finished in the super tsunami, then there's no need for you to exist. Let's die together. Upon hearing this, Chinfan shrugged his shoulders and was no longer in a hurry. He went straight back to the single apartment and sent a private message to Zhuo Wenliang and Lian Peipi. There is a super tsunami brewing outside the Novice area. If nothing goes wrong, it will reach your place today. Hurry up and find an island or something to fix the floating island, so as not to be washed into the sea and encounter danger. Super tsunami, my god! Lian Peipi was immediately shocked. But luckily I have an island here that is not too big. I just don't know if there is any danger on it. I don't even have the courage to explore it. Now you have to go up and explore, Chinfan said seriously. And find a way to stabilize yourself, Otherwise you may be washed away by the tsunami. This tsunami is hundreds of meters high. I understand, thank you, Master Chen Fan. Lian Pei immediately ran to prepare. However, Zhou Wenliang was currently in the vast ocean, with no islands around him. He could only temporarily decide to fix himself on the floating island and drift with the current, which was not a bad idea. Then, Chen Fan glanced at the public chat room again. No one in the Chosen One was talking about this matter. Chen Fan frowned. It seemed that this super tsunami really came from the Forbidden Sea. All the Chosen Ones in the Novice Zone would not be immune to it. He immediately reminded them. Everyone, there is a super tsunami hundreds of meters high rushing in from the outer sea. It will sweep the entire Novice Zone today. Everyone, pay attention. Fuck, how could this happen? This is so scary. I have been staying where I am without moving. Should I move? No matter how we move, the tsunami will hit us from all directions. No matter what we do, we can't escape the tsunami. We will all die. Master Chen Fan, do you have any good ideas? We have managed to hold on until now with great difficulty, and I don't want to die. Yes, Master Chen Fan. For a moment, the entire chat room was in chaos, and everyone placed their hopes on Chen Fan. Chen Fan immediately replied. If there are islands nearby, fix the floating island on the island and tie yourself to a tree or a rock. If there are no islands nearby, tie yourself to the floating island and let it drift. This is the only way at the moment. In this case, everyone can only hope for the best. Chen Fan, you bastard, I'm Esanavich, where are you? I want to challenge you in a duel. Just as Chen Fan was giving advice, a Chosen One named Lu Xiaodong sent a private message. Isanavik, why does this name sound so familiar? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. Are you stupid? Didn't we sell the icebreaker to this guy? Old Pumice shouted. Why did you suddenly think of such a name? Then he should be in the novice area of the United States. Why is he here? Chen Fan muttered, and immediately replied. Dude, are you kidding, pretending to be Esanavich? Fuck you, I found a loophole in the novice area and entered your Jiuzhou novice area. The other party replied. You'd better give me a coordinate now, I want to avenge you for playing a trick on me, otherwise I will kill this guy now, and then kill other Jiuzhou chosen people until you agree to accept my challenge. Your three-nation alliance has already challenged me. We will fight after the novice period is over. Can't you even wait for half a month? Chen Fan said speechlessly. You idiot, you cheated me out of 60 pumice stones and a crossbow. How can I swallow this? Isanavich must have gone crazy. We've found the island! At this moment, the super radar suddenly shouted. Didn't you say it's none of your business? Chen Fan said unhappily. I've figured it out. Together we live, apart we die. We should unite. Super Radar said seriously, even though his tone was still cold. Besides, I've been very cooperative with you. Chen Fan, with a drooping face, came to the Super Radar and took a look. More than 100 kilometers away from here was an island of several 100,000 square meters, which was quite suitable. After taking a look at the coordinates, Chen Fan ordered the propeller and super sail to move forward, and sent the coordinates to Isanavich. I am heading to this island. Let's settle any grudges on this island. When I land on the island, that will be the day you die. After saying this, Isanavich immediately returned to his floating island and entered the coordinates on the virtual panel. The distance was only about 300 kilometers, and it would only take 3 hours to arrive. At that moment, Isanavich wiped Lu Xiaodong's neck, snatched away all of Lu Xiaodong's things, and enlarged his floating island to 500 square meters. Then he started the floating island, and actually used a wind turbine. After the huge windmill started to turn, the speed of the floating island was even faster than Chen Fan's floating island. After more than an hour, Chen Fan arrived at the island. He used a spear gun to fix the floating island to the rocks on the shore, and let Wang Kai fly high into the sky to observe Isanavich's movements. Then he boarded the island with an electric shock gun that was 1/3 charged and could only be used once, as well as a heavy crossbow and other weapons. Oh my god, there are some problems! Just a few minutes after Chen Fan landed on the island, Wang Kai landed in front of Chen Fan again. Boss, there are 2 savages on this island, and they have discovered us. 2 savages? Chen Fan was shocked. Last time, just 1 savage was enough to deal with me,
but this time there are 2 savages, and I also have to deal with salvage. It's a headache. Chapter 68. Am I your long-lost brother? Just as he was worrying, 2 savages had gathered together and were planning to come towards Chen Fan. After Wang Kai discovered this situation, he reported it to Chen Fan again. Chen Fan's face was as gloomy as water. It seemed that the other party was planning to join forces to deal with him. If he only dealt with one, it might be very easy, but dealing with 2 at the same time would be a bit risky even with the help of the floating island. His mind raced, and he considered for more than 10 seconds before he took a deep breath and strode towards the 2 savages. Boss, are you looking for death? Wang Kai was stunned when he saw this scene. Could it be that the boss was so frightened that he ran away to die? Wang Kai still remembers clearly how difficult it was for him to deal with that savage. The crowd watching the live broadcast was stunned. Have you become too arrogant to deal with 2 savages? I can't imagine the scene of Chen Fan fighting 2 people alone. If it was just 1 savage, it would be fine, but 2 savages. Yoshi, the things I prepared last time to celebrate the killing of Jiuzhou Chen Fan haven't been used yet, but this time I can finally use them. Chen Fan, you must hold on. After all, you can easily control even a megalodon. The 2 savages had already formed an alliance, ready to kill the invader with the power of thunder and divide his wealth equally. One of the savages even prepared to attack immediately after seeing Chen Fan. I believe that if the 2 of them join forces, killing this chosen one will be as easy as child's play. However, the 2 of them were stunned to see Chen Fan holding a lot of meat, slowly walking towards them, and singing loudly at the same time. Friends walk together for a lifetime, those days are no longer there, a word for a lifetime of love and a glass of wine, friends have never been alone, a friend you will understand. What kind of operation is this? The 2 of them were stunned. It didn't look like they were preparing to attack them. Didn't they agree that they and the chosen ones would only be enemies and not any other relationship? Thank you 2 brothers for coming out to greet me. This is a little gift from me to you. It's not much of a compliment, but please accept it. Chen Fan smiled warmly and sincerely, and handed the shark meat to the 2 men with both hands. A-level, megalodon? Savage A had already recognized the type of fish and immediately shouted. You actually killed an A-level megalodon? I was lucky to kill him. Chen Fan lowered his attitude as much as possible and said with a smile, Brothers, I didn't mean to come to this island. It was mainly because a super tsunami was about to come, and I wanted to find a place to avoid the tsunami, so I had no choice but to go ashore. You won't blame me, right? The 2 looked at each other and seemed embarrassed. You said that if you came up and started fighting, even with a bad attitude, we would have started fighting right away. But you sang, gave gifts, and called us Big Brother all the time. Your enthusiasm made us mistakenly think that we were your long-lost brothers. How could we have the nerve to fight? Well, I'll deliver the meat directly to your house. It's too heavy for me to carry. Seeing that the 2 of them didn't say anything, Chen Fan continued. It's almost noon. I'll cook and we can have a drink. You still have wine? Savage B asked in surprise. Strong liquor, light liquor, whatever you choose, Chen Fan answered proudly. When they heard that there was wine, both of them showed a strong desire in their eyes. At this time, there was no need to distinguish between friend and foe. They took Chen Fan directly to their nest, a cave 2 meters high and several meters deep. The smell in the cave was touching. There was a pile of uneaten bones on the side, which actually looked a bit like human ones. However, what interested Chen Fan the most were the 2 silver boxes under the bones. There should be a black man guarding each silver box, and he didn't know if he would have a chance to get them. There is still about an hour and a half before the super tsunami arrives here, so there is still time for everything. Chen Fan directly set up the stall and started making barbecue. He also took out a bottle of Matai and 1 El Monkey wine. Half an hour later, the 3 of them started drinking 1 cup after another in front of the cave. This operation stunned the crowd of spectators on Blue Star. This is too cool. If you can't beat them, just join them and fight with them. I thought Master Chen Fan was going to die, but it turns out he already had a plan. Damn it, Jiuzhou Chen Fan should be dead by now. Why didn't those black people kill him? Master Chen Fan, you are indeed my idol, hee hee. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Wankai has reported Isanavich's whereabouts. He will reach the island from the side in 5 minutes. However, the tsunami will arrive in only 20 minutes. Chen Fan couldn't help but swallow all the monkey wine in the cup, then sighed.
Brother, you are so young, why are you sighing?
Savage A punched Chen Fan immediately. Let's live together in this world, live a carefree life, drink and sing, share the prosperity of the world. Who the hell are you talking to?
Brothers, I'm glad to drink with you, but my enemy is here and I have to fight him,
Chen Fan said seriously.
You should hide first, otherwise I will get hurt if a fight breaks out later. What are you talking about?
Savage B was already unhappy after saying this.
Your brother and I don't dare to say that we are invincible, but we are definitely very powerful. No matter who the opponent is, if he dares to attack you on our territory, then there is no doubt that we must kill him. How can I have the nerve to ask you to help me take action against my enemy? That's so embarrassing.
Chen Fan was stunned and immediately said awkwardly.
It's not for anything else, it's because we are your brothers.
Savage agreed.
Brother, don't worry about it. We will start fighting later, and you just watch and play. Okay then.
Looking at the two people's solemn promises, Chen Fan laughed wildly in his heart, but his face still had an embarrassed expression. Sure enough, blindly using violence to solve problems will only lead to more violence. Peace-loving people like me who know how to use violence to fight violence can make themselves invincible. Isanavich, how can you be immortal? According to Wansai's report, Chen Fan greeted the two of them and walked straight towards Isanavich. Isanavich had already reached the island, holding a heavy crossbow in one hand and a shining firearm on his waist. He looked around vigilantly while walking quickly forward. He concluded that Chen Fan had already been lying in ambush on the island, waiting for him to arrive and give him a fatal blow. However, as an elite of the Sea Dog Special Forces, Isanavich did not take Chen Fan seriously at all. After all, any conspiracy or trick will be vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 69: A Showdown Between Real Men. In just 5 minutes, the two met each other. When Chen Fan saw Isanavich, he was stunned for a moment. This guy turned out to be a middle-aged man. He was wearing work pants on the lower body, a camouflage vest on the upper body, a red cloth strip on his head, and various oil paints on his face. He looked like a tough guy.
Is this the elite of the legendary Sea Dog Special Forces?
Looking at Isanavich, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh.
So manly. Chen Fan, I didn't expect that you would get your comeuppance so soon after you tricked me, right?
Isanavich waved his crossbow and said jokingly.
Everyone says that Jiuzhou's Chen Fan is invincible and has made great contributions to Jiuzhou in the ocean world. In my eyes, all this is bullshit. Yeah, I'm shit, but when I fight with others, at least I won't use any external force. I'll just fight with my bare hands.
Chen Fan nodded immediately.
I'm not like some people who value weapons more than their own fathers. Without weapons, they are nothing. What?
Isanavich was stunned. Isn't this talking about me? Is he implying that your brother Ethan won by relying on weapons? The next second, Isanavich slowly put the crossbow, saber and other weapons on the ground one by one, and said coldly,
Okay, today I will let you know what a fight between men is.
Chen Fan sneered and threw the crossbow to the ground. This operation immediately shocked all the people of Kyushu on Blue Star.
The other party is an elite of the United States Sea Dog Special Forces. He is a real man. Is Master Chen Fan a little too proud to want to fight him unarmed? Why do I feel like he wants to die? Chen Fan is also a man who has killed a Class A megalodon single-handedly. This is a duel between men. Only those with bare hands are heroes. Humph, the elites trained by Daddy of the beautiful country can easily kill Chen Fan of Jiuzhou in seconds. That's right, as the overlord of Blue Star, Daddy from the beautiful country will eventually become the strongest in the ocean world. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, the worst decision you have ever made in your life is to give up your weapon and fight me.
Isanavich smiled coldly, and as he said this, his body rushed towards Chen Fan like the wind.
Bang!
Chen Fan stood there without moving at all, but he heard a crisp sound, and a stone suddenly flew out from the side and hit Isanavich. The huge force knocked Isanavich to the ground.
Oh!
The next second, two savages rushed out, shouting and attacking Isanavich with spears in their hands. Isanavich's face changed drastically, and he turned around and was about to reach for the crossbow not far away, but Savage B had already thrown out his spear, which instantly pierced his shoulder and nailed Isanavich to the ground. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What era is this? Are you still playing one-on-one duels? Do you think you are a Western warrior from 100 years ago? Chen Fan laughed so hard that he slapped his thigh. A duel between men? Are you making a movie? This is a show of skill that makes people lose their sight. Chen Fan, this old man, is so cute. He talked to those two savages for so long. Was he discussing how to deal with the American soldiers? Jiuzhou Chen Fan is so shameless that he actually teamed up with outsiders to deal with us Blue Star people? Now you say we are all from Blue Star, but didn't you just say that Blue Star belongs to your beautiful country? I admire Chen Fan. He should use whatever means necessary to deal with the enemy. Who would dare to fight alone unless it is absolutely necessary? You two actually teamed up to plot against me? Isanavich glared at Chen Fan angrily. What kind of man are you? Sorry, men also need to rely on their IQ when fighting. Chen Fan squatted in front of Isanavich and asked. Tell me, how did you get into the novice area of Jiuzhou? What are the loopholes between the novice areas? Why should I tell you? Isanavich snorted coldly. Don't worry, even if you torture me to death today, I won't reveal a single word. Puff! As soon as he finished speaking, Savage A inserted the hollow reed into Isanavich's aorta. Hot blood spurted out of the reed and splashed all over the ground. What kind of operation is this? Chen Fan was stunned. Torture him, brother. In half an hour, he will bleed to death. Savage A explained patiently. Just let him wait here to die. Do you think he will not confess? Isn't this too cruel? Chen Fan asked in surprise. It's drizzling. Savage A winked at Chen Fan. Fuck, what the hell are you talking about? Isanavich could see his blood gushing out, and he felt a sudden fear in his heart. You have half an hour left before all the blood in your body will run out, so you'd better tell the truth so I can help you stop the bleeding, Chen Fan said in a deep voice. You don't have much time. That doesn't matter. I will definitely not survive in your hands, so why should I tell you? Isanavich smiled coldly. Let me tell you the secret, and then you enter my beautiful country to massacre? After hearing these words, Chen Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. As Isanavich said, if it were me, I would definitely not say it. Let me ask you one last question. Chen Fan turned around and put away Isanavich's weapon. Did you kill the man called Lu Shadong? Of course, we are on the opposite side. If we encounter the enemy, we must kill them. Then a life for a life. As Chen Fan spoke, he stepped forward and slashed his neck with Isanavich's saber. Boss, the tsunami is coming! At this time, Wankai shouted from the sky. 5 minutes at most! Brothers, I will come back after the tsunami is over. Chen Fan said this and ran away. Hey, wait until the tsunami is over before you leave. Aren't you going to die? The two savages were confused. Knowing there is a tiger in the mountain, why do you go there? What a joke! Isanavich's belongings are still on the shore. Once the tsunami passes, I'm afraid I'll miss out on 100 million. He ran to the shore, released the harpoon, and jumped onto the floating island. The whole action was done in one go, but the shore was already covered with huge waves, and nearly 1/3 of the island was submerged. The tsunami is coming too fast! Chen Fan couldn't help but say in a deep voice. Stop bullshitting! The wave will hit us in a minute or two! Old Pumice shouted at the top of his voice. Hold on tight! Without saying anything more, the propeller turned rapidly, and the floating island quickly moved to the other side. Soon, the huge floating island of Isanavich was seen. The strong pulling force actually broke the rope that was tied to the island, and it was now being carried to other places by the waves. Seeing that the floating island was about to float past him and huge waves hundreds of meters high were already hitting him, Chen Fan gritted his teeth, wrapped the harpoon around his waist, turned sideways and jumped towards the floating island that was about to go away. Are you crazy? Old Pumice was shocked and immediately yelled angrily. Chapter 70. Fighting the Tsunami, Golden Treasure Chest. This scene shocked everyone on Blue Star. This is a huge wave hundreds of meters high. Even a large ship could be blown apart. How dare Chen Fan jump down like this?
He considered Isanavich's property as trophies and planned to collect them all, but the tsunami did not give him time, so he jumped in a hurry. Isn't this just about choosing money over life? If you lose something, you can try hard to get it back, but if you lose your life, it's really gone. Gyozho Chunfan will definitely die. The people of Sakura celebrate nationwide. Great! Boom! Almost at the same time when Chunfan jumped into the water, a tsunami came. Even with the super protective shield, the floating island was still blown away by the violent waves. At this time, Chunfan had already grabbed the rope connecting the Isanavich floating island and smiled. Now you are mine! As he said that, he immediately packed up the entire floating island and threw it into the inventory. Bang! The next second, the 50-meter reinforced fishing line was straightened. The huge pulling force made a loud noise even in the water, and it broke at Chunfan's waist. However, under the defensive suit, Chunfan did not feel any pain. Pull me back! Then, Chunfan immediately gave instructions to Xiaoer. Even in the fast-flowing water, the spear gun that could pull 100 tons of gravity began to slowly pull Chunfan towards the floating island. What is that? In the huge waves, Chunfan actually found an extremely long red tentacle that was 7 or 8 meters thick. It almost spanned the entire tsunami wave and stretched out for thousands of meters. Boom! Then, the red tentacles hit Chunfan's body. Even with the defensive suit on, he still felt his blood boiling. But no matter what it was, Chunfan put it into his inventory as soon as possible. Then he grabbed the fishing line, turned over, and headed towards the floating island at a faster speed. In short, under the big waves, all kinds of fish appeared, and some seemed to have broken through the barrier at the junction. Chunfan initially estimated that the tentacle should belong to some S or even SS level terrifying existence. Chunfan, there is a golden color in the distance! Xiaoyue suddenly shouted loudly when he was still more than 10 meters away from the floating island. Sure enough, about 10 meters away from Chunfan, a golden light almost blinded Chunfan's eyes. It was square, had legs and feet, and looked like a golden treasure chest. Oh shit! Chunfan's face changed drastically. He tried hard to float to the surface without even taking a breath. He shouted, "Sister Net, catch it!" Before he could finish his words, he was thrown back into the water by a huge wave. The distance is too far, how can we cast the net? The fully automatic fishing net said unhappily. Besides, what time is it now? We can't just cast the net casually. The waves are too strong, and I can't start it now, the propeller said regretfully. I'm afraid I will miss the golden treasure chest. Swoosh! Chunfan's face turned green. If he lost this opportunity to make a fortune, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Just as he was thinking about this anxiously, a creature suddenly jumped out from the side. It was a cockroach. It held Chunfan's waist and pushed him towards the golden treasure chest. Even in the midst of rough seas, Xiuqiang remains very steady. I've come to the edge of the sea, why is someone chasing me? When the golden treasure chest saw Chunfan, it ran away. That's right, this guy actually ran directly out of the water, leaving only a string of fine bubbles for Chunfan. Xiaoyu, let me go, I'll chase you. Can you do it? Aren't you afraid of getting separated from the floating island? With Xiaoqiang and Wankai here, we won't get separated. This is a golden treasure chest. As he spoke, Chunfan broke away from the spear gun and quickly chased after the golden treasure chest under Xiaoqiang's powerful output. As the distance was getting closer and closer, the golden treasure chest actually grabbed the tail of a salmon with one hand, turned around and slapped Chunfan in the cheek. Fuck you! Laugh! Chunfan held the saber in his hand and cut the salmon into 2 halves. Oh my god! Looking at the fish tail in his hand, the golden treasure chest screamed and ran faster. The gold treasure chest already has hands and feet and can attack people. If there is a diamond treasure chest on top, I can't imagine how perverted it would be. Chunfan was a little speechless, and took out Godaner, who immediately yelled excitedly. Ha ha, let's do it, little treasure box, here I come! Bang! The next second, the hammer hit the golden treasure chest hard, and the golden treasure chest kicked its legs, seemingly knocked unconscious. Chunfan hugged the golden treasure chest and threw it into the inventory. MD, I'm finally rich now, a golden treasure chest.
After getting the treasure chest, Xiaoqiang carried Chen Fan and quickly chased the floating island. Fortunately, the huge wave had passed, and the propeller made the floating island dive into the water at the critical moment, thus avoiding the impact of the huge wave. Soon the two sides met up. Xiaoqiang's body froze while he was moving at a high speed, and he threw Chen Fan back to the floating island like he was throwing a sack. Chen Fan lay directly on the pumice stone, looked up at the sun in the sky, and couldn't help laughing. The people of the 9 provinces of Blue Star finally put their minds at ease. This bastard makes our hearts go up and down every time he does that. It's really scary. This shouldn't be the case. How come he wasn't beaten to death in such a big wave? How come Jiuzhou Chen Fan is so lucky? Jiuzhou Chen Fan, you'd better die soon. The food that Sakura Country prepared to celebrate your death is about to go bad. Humph, my husband will never die. He will be the god of war who puts an end to the chosen ones of you Sakura Country, hee hee. Chen Fan, you old fool, don't take others with you even if you die. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Old Fusher started to curse at the top of his voice. Don't you know that if you are finished, then everything we have will be finished too? That can't be helped. It's a 500 square meter floating island after all, Chen Fan said with a grin. It's also the first time I've seen a golden treasure chest after all. Is it really a golden treasure chest? Old Pumice was startled, and then he became excited. Those are rare things in the Forbidden Sea, and you actually got it in the marginal sea area. Everyone, now is not the time to talk about this. We are in trouble. Super Radar, who had been very aloof, suddenly shouted as they were chatting. What are you saying? When have we not encountered troubles? Old Pumice said disdainfully. We have survived the tsunami, okay, my dear? Then take a look, what is this? Super Radar snorted coldly. Hearing this, Chen Fan immediately came over and looked at the picture displayed on the Super Radar. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This is... Chapter 71, Top of Class B? He died so casually. A B-class apex predator, the swordfish! Old Pumice cried out. It's a terrifying existence that can easily kill killer whales and is not afraid of A-class megalodon sharks. This was a black fish that was over 10 meters long, with a white belly and a body covered in bones. However, from its mouth, there was a sharp protrusion that was 5 centimeters thick and more than 2 meters long, like a spear. It moved at an extremely fast speed, almost 200 kilometers per hour. At the moment when Chen Fan went to see it, this guy was less than 30 kilometers away from the floating island. There are new situations every day. Chen Fan took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly. B-level apex predator? In the marginal sea area, this thing is probably the most terrifying thing. It can kill a killer whale in an instant. Old Pumice snorted coldly. Your luck is really touching. You have encountered everything. This is a gift from the system, Chen Fan said unhappily. No matter what, since this guy is coming towards us, there is no reason not to fight him. Just electrocute him to death. Having said that, Chen Fan went straight back to the edge of the floating island and waited quietly for the arrival of the swordfish. At this moment, the people watching the live broadcast were completely confused. The super tsunami had already passed, and Chen Fan should have had a good rest, but now he looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Could there be a second wave of tsunami? Just when everyone was puzzled, a figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed, jumped out of the water, and stabbed Chen Fan, who was standing on the edge of the floating island, with a spear. This guy must weigh nearly 2 tons. Even with the super protective shield, Chen Fan felt a little nervous and couldn't help but hide to the side. Puff! Almost in 0.1 of a second, the swordfish had already bombarded up, and the indestructible protective shield was pierced with a hole with a diameter of 5 centimeters, and the spear also penetrated nearly 50 centimeters into the protective shield. What the hell? Chen Fan was stunned. Fortunately, his instinctive reaction made him dodge, otherwise there would have been a big hole in his forehead. What's going on? Why am I stuck? Swordfish was also horrified. Can anyone help me get out of this damn thing? As he spoke, he began to shake his body violently. I'll help you, Chen Fan said, taking out the stun gun, pressing it against its body and pulling the trigger. For a moment, the swordfish's body trembled with the sound of the electric current. Fuck you, you're shocking me? You are the one who electrocuted me,
And you even want to kill me. Ideals are full of hope, but reality is very skinny. I'm a Class B apex predator, I'm awesome. Oh, is that so?
Chen Fan glared, took out his axe and chopped at the 50-centimeter-long spear. Although the swordfish spear was indestructible, the spear was still cut off after more than 10 hits with the axe. The swordfish, which had been so lively and energetic, suddenly wilted and lay powerlessly on the ground without any movement.
It just died like that.
Chen Fan looked at the swordfish in bewilderment.
Isn't this an awesome B-class apex predator? It died so casually, didn't it? Every living creature has its weaknesses. I guess it didn't expect to be embedded in the super protective shield?
Old Pumice said with a laugh.
It died so miserably in this life. Won't it become a laughing stock in the swordfish circle? Jiuzhou Chen Fan, kill a swordfish. The fresh swordfish corpse of Jiuzhou will be amplified 100-fold.
At the same time, this cold voice finally sounded in the sky above Blue Star. It's just that everyone only saw the strange shape of this fish and had no idea about how terrifying it was. After all, it was easily killed by Chen Fan, so how powerful could it be? No matter how awesome it is now just a dish on the table of people in Kyushu. Under the protection of the super protective shield, the tsunami did not cause any damage to the floating island. Only the duck couple's home was scattered, but it was not a big deal. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and immediately took out the spoils of war, Savage's floating island.
How can you be older than me?
Old Fusher went berserk on the spot.
Isn't it normal for it to be bigger than you? You're old and ugly, with a mouth full of yellow teeth. Do you still expect yourself to be tall, big, and long-lasting? Said the enemy floating island disdainfully. Fuck!
These words almost caused Lao Fusher to have a myocardial infarction.
Old Pumice, are you really so old and ugly, with a mouth full of yellow teeth? Asking me this is like asking you whether you stuck out your tongue when you gave Xiao Yutong artificial respiration. I understand your pain.
Chen Fan curled his lips and rubbed his hands immediately, not giving the enemy's floating island any chance to talk to him. He directly broke it up and merged it into his own floating island. Together with the 100 pieces of pumice he got from the last gift pack, the old pumice stone directly expanded from 300 square meters to a 900 square meter floating island.
It feels so good to have bigger nostrils.
Old Fusher took a deep breath.
My nostrils have become bigger, and my breathing is smoother. Of course, when I smoke Chinese medicine in the future, I will have to increase my 3 nostrils to 6. It's only as big as 2 basketball courts,
Chen Fan said calmly, and took out a complete set of wind turbines.
This thing is really useless. If I sell it, I think it can fetch a lot of money. This tsunami is likely to kill a lot of people. We can't sell them for a high price now,
Old Fusher immediately said.
It's better to store them first and wait for them to appreciate in value.
Chen Fan thought about it, and it seemed to be true, so he took out the tentacle again and placed it on the floating island. Even the floating island would be crushed and sunk.
What the hell is this thing? Is it a worm? Why didn't I see Master Chen Fan conquer it? It looks like a tentacle. Whose tentacle is so long? It must be several thousand meters long. What kind of monster is Jiuzhou Chen Fan? Why does he always have good things happen to him? We can easily control the megalodon, make friends with mermen and savages, and easily survive the tsunami. Our Chen Fan is not a monster, but a legend.
Seeing such huge tentacles, all the people who were paying attention to Chen Fan were shocked. They racked their brains to figure out why there were such long things in the world, longer than worms.
What could it be?
Chen Fan was also thinking about this problem. At first he just thought it must be a good thing floating over from the Forbidden Sea, but he didn't think much about what kind of creature it was. Only then did he suddenly discover that this thing actually exuded a faint fragrance. Was it already cooked when it floated over?
It's bad, Chen Fan, you've provoked something you shouldn't have provoked.
Suddenly, Super Sail roared in fear.
We will all die, we will all die. Do you know who the owner of this thing is?
Hearing Super Sail's terrified roar, Chen Fan couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. Chapter 72, SSS-level creatures, crazy ideas.
I know that very well.
Super Sail took a deep breath and said very seriously.
It is not S nor SS, but SSS level, the real killing machine of the Forbidden Sea. Its tentacles can even extend to every corner of the Forbidden Sea to a certain extent. So awesome? Old Fushur was a little shocked. I, Master Fu, also spent time in the Forbidden Sea. How come I don't know about it? You are in a low-end game, how can you be qualified to know SSS-level terrifying creatures? Supercell said unhappily. This guy must have fought with an equally invincible existence, and the other party chopped off his tentacles alive. The tentacles were also washed away to the coastal areas by the power of the tsunami. Is this tentacle poisonous? Wakai began to be curious. Why did you say that we will all die? This tentacle is actually alive. If it is well preserved within half a year, it can be attached to its body. It is seriously injured now and will not come looking for it, but after its injuries are healed, do you think it will come back to look for its tentacle? Supercell snorted coldly. That is SSS class. Even dozens of SS class can only regret the existence of the Northwest. You don't understand the fear of being dominated by SSS class. These words really shocked Chen Fan. It's hard for me to deal with A level now, let alone SSS level. I can't even imagine it. Chen Fan, listen to me and throw away this tentacle. Old Fushur admitted his fear on the spot. We can't deal with this at all. Don't forget that you might have offended a SS level boss. He has been hunting you down since you entered the ocean world. If you offend an SSS level existence again, your life will be over. Chuan Fan, you just said how terrible it is, but what are its benefits? Chen Fan asked. Since it is emitting a faint fragrance, I don't think that SSS grade has no benefits, only disadvantages. As for the benefits, it's just for curing diseases and detoxifying. If you have any disease or are poisoned, as long as your strength is not stronger than SSS level, eating even 50 g of its meat can slowly eliminate the negative effects on you. Another thing is that if you are injured, eating its meat will help you recover much faster, about 30 faster. Supercell thought for a moment and immediately replied. Also, it can enhance physical strength. If you eat it every day, your strength can be doubled every month. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. This tentacle stretched out for 3 kilometers and weighed at least 200 tons. Even if I ate 1500 g of it every day, it would take me several lifetimes to eat it. The key point is that there are so many benefits. Would I be willing to throw it away? Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth and directly decomposed the tentacle, obtaining 400,000 pieces of deep-sea demon squid meat. I told you to throw it away, but you fucking decomposed. You don't want to live anymore? Old Pumice went berserk. You want to die, but we want to live. Chen Fan, he's sinking and capsizing. Chen Fan, he's a fool. Anyway, I've already offended a big guy as soon as I entered the ocean world. So if I offend one, it's the same as offending two. What's the difference? Chen Fan said disdainfully. Don't forget, this deep-sea demon squid ran away with injuries. It will take at least a month to recover and look for its tentacles. We have another month to develop, and we don't know how far it will develop. How can I be afraid? Crazy, all crazy. Old Fushur took a few deep breaths, but he couldn't catch his breath. Chen Fan, Master Fu, I am so unlucky to have met you. Risks and opportunities coexist. Let me give you 10 cigarettes to relax you. Chen Fan laughed, and immediately ordered 10 cigarettes for Lao Fushur. When Chen Fan decided to keep the deep-sea magic squid tentacle, a voice appeared in the sky above Blue Star. Jojo Chen Fan, you have obtained a fresh SSS-level deep-sea magic squid tentacle. The fresh deep-sea magic squid tentacle Jojo will be amplified 100 times. SSS-level deep-sea demon squid, what is that? Does that mean that the giant worm that Master Chen Fan got is actually just the tentacle of a creature? Oh my god, such a big thing is just a tentacle. Then how big is the main body of this deep-sea monster squid? Master Chen Fan seems to have gained a lot of good things in this super tsunami. I don't know whether I should envy him or hate him. Oh my god! What's so great about it? It's just a tentacle. We in East Korea will get it in the future. For a while, everyone on Blue Star was discussing this so-called SSS-class deep-sea demon squid. After all, it seemed like the previous A-class megalodon that Chen Fan had to work hard and almost sacrifice his life to deal with. This thing this time might be much stronger than the megalodon, right? Upon hearing this voice, Chen Fan immediately had a private chat with the head of state.
The head of state was looking at the tentacles that had already filled the entire square, and was a little overwhelmed. After all, he didn't know what the SSS level stood for. But after seeing Chen Fan's news, he took a breath of cold air. He didn't care about anything else but one thing: curing diseases and detoxifying. Only 50 G was needed to eliminate the negative influence on a person. Can this mean that the people of Kyushu can be saved from the effects of the remaining nuclear radiation? Although 100 years have passed since the nuclear war and humans have reproduced for 2 generations, the nuclear pollution remaining in the air, water, and soil has caused the people of Blue Star to be more or less affected by nuclear pollution. Many people have developed various strange diseases, and some have even undergone mutations without even knowing it. This has also caused the life expectancy of the people on Blue Star to drop from an average of 78 years old 100 years ago to an average of 50 years old. At least 1/3 of Kyushu's scientists are researching in this area, hoping to find a way to eliminate the impact of nuclear pollution on the human body as soon as possible. This is also one of the head of state's obsessions. But now, it is possible that Chen Fan could solve the problem with just one tentacle, which would definitely be an eternal achievement. Chen Fan, you have truly made a great contribution to our Gyoujo for eternity, the head of state replied solemnly. You deserve to be commemorated and admired by the people of Gyoujo for eternity. You are too kind, Mr. King. Making Gyoujo a better place is the goal of all of us, Chen Fan replied immediately. Distribute it as soon as possible, and it will also help alleviate the suffering of many people. Okay. After the head of state replied, he immediately summoned the military and experts in this field. After hearing the introduction of the head of state, Cheng Tian, a top genetic expert, could not help but tremble, and his voice began to tremble. Head of state, what do you mean? Chapter 73, a great achievement for all ages, ready to unbox. That's right, our people are saved. The head of state nodded heavily. Not only can the problem of nuclear pollution be solved, but it can also improve the physical fitness of our people. This is definitely the best news in Gyoujo in the past 100 years. Chen Fan is truly the lucky star of our Gyoujo. The military leader couldn't help but sigh. Immediately decompose all the tentacles and make them into 400 million portions. Add 50 G of other meat, make them into cans, and distribute them to every citizen. The head of state made a prompt decision. This time, each person can only get 50 G of tentacle meat, and at least 50 G is needed to eliminate the negative effects on the human body. Therefore, this matter must be kept secret from other countries for the time being, even from the people of Kyushu, to avoid being monopolized by others. Head of state, don't worry about this matter. I promise I won't let you down, the military leader said very seriously. I can issue you a military order. I trust you to do the job. The head of state immediately smiled and nodded at the military leader. After dealing with the tentacles, Chen Fan took out the hot weapon seized from Isanavich. It was silver in color, and felt very heavy in his hand. It was a very classic pistol, Desert Eagle. Oh my god, there are only 9 bullets! Chen Fan was a little helpless. But the power of a pistol is more than twice that of a heavy crossbow. Is Isanavich here to kill you? Why do I feel like he's here to give you benefits? The bachelor apartment said with a smile. If there are more people like this, wouldn't we be rich? That's for sure. It's just a pity that we didn't find out how he entered the Kyushu novice zone. Chen Fan smiled and nodded. But this is a difficult thing. I don't think other people would know it. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately opened the public chat room and took a look. At this moment, there was still widespread grief. Fuck! I'm almost dead! This tsunami is too powerful! A fish actually hit me in the face. There are fewer people chatting now. There weren't many people in the Kyushu novice zone to begin with, and now even more people have died. Fortunately, Master Chen Fan notified me in time, which saved me from danger. Master Chen Fan is my second parent. I don't know how Master Chen Fan is doing. I really want to thank him in person. Just as Chen Fan thought, it was just a super tsunami and many faces in the chat room were no longer there. A conservative estimate is that hundreds of people had been killed. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh, and immediately sent a message. Everyone, please pay attention. I just killed a chosen one who sneaked in from the United States. I don't know if there will be chosen ones from other countries entering the Kyushu novice zone.
If you encounter a suspicious floating island, you still have to pay attention. Master Chen Fan, I'm so glad you're okay. How did they get into our Jojo Novice zone? They actually dared to come to our territory and kill people. This is simply outrageous. It's a pity that the multinational chat rooms have been closed as the ice melted, otherwise I would have gone over there and scolded them. Many chosen ones began to pay attention to Chen Fan. Chen Fan greeted Zhuo Wenliang and Lian Peipei. Fortunately, nothing happened. Lian Peipei even killed a D-level wild boar and immediately traded 200 units of wild boar meat, which was rejected by Chen Fan. Master Chen Fan, if it weren't for you, I would have died by now. I finally got some food, please accept it. Lian Peipei made a face. Otherwise, I will be embarrassed to accept your gift in the future. Okay then, I'll take it. Chen Fan accepted the wild boar meat. Do you need anything else? If I have it, I can trade it to you. Maybe I'm short of a small boat. Lian Peipei thought for a moment and then replied. If I had a boat, I could use this island as a base and go out to salvage supply boxes and the like. That would be very convenient. Chen Fan no longer hesitated and directly gave the wind turbine to Lian Peipei. Install this device on the floating island, and the wind can take you anywhere you want to go. Oh my god, it's so valuable! Lian Peipei was so excited. After all, a delicate girl could not move more than a few kilometers even if she rode on the floating island for a whole day. With this magical tool, she could go wherever she wanted and her mother would no longer have to worry about her survival. As for Zhuo Wenliang, there was nothing much to say. After the super tsunami ended, he continued rowing. Just this one time, it was actually more than 300 kilometers away from the island. The power of the tsunami is indeed far-reaching. Chen Fan glanced at the super radar and immediately ordered the propeller to continue moving in the direction of the island. There are still 10 hours to investigate the cause of the inexplicable vibration at the junction of the marginal sea area and the Forbidden Sea. I don't even know where to start the investigation. We can only place our hopes on those two savages. They are right at the border. Maybe they know something? If you can find out the reason, that would be the icing on the cake. If you can't find it, there is nothing we can do, Supercell said with a smile. After all, you have tried your best. Being able to get a reward means an extra guarantee of success, Chen Fan said, rubbing his hands impatiently and taking out the golden treasure chest. Since it is a golden treasure chest that is rare even in the Forbidden Sea, the good things inside must be incredible, right? I'll fight! Just as he released it from the inventory, the golden treasure chest shouted, and kicked Chen Fan's chest with legs as thick as matches. However, the huge recoil directly bounced him away, but he still roared firmly. The gangster knows martial arts, no one can stop him, come here! Brother, is it that serious? Chen Fan said unhappily. I just want to open you up and take what's inside you, why are you playing with my life? You're still a long way from getting me. The golden treasure chest said this and immediately ran towards the sea. I don't want to play with you anymore. Bang! As soon as his body flew into the air, Xiao Chang rushed up and whipped his tail towards the golden treasure chest. However, at the moment of hitting the treasure chest, the two matchstick hands of the golden treasure chest directly hugged Xiao Chang's tail. The huge force actually threw Xiao Chang into the air and threw him towards Chen Fan. I will smash you to death with a dolphin! Hey hey hey! But in the next second, the golden treasure chest realized that it let go too late and actually threw Xiaoqiang back into the water. Due to the inertia of this force, it flew towards Chen Fan. You see, you are saying one thing and thinking another, right? Isn't Chen Fan's father's embrace warm enough? Even Chen Fan was confused by this move. Then he smiled, took out the dog egg and smashed it at the golden treasure chest. Chapter 74, Island Evolution Mechanism, Xiao Yutong's Legacy. Help! I'm dying! Bang! The golden treasure chest screamed and was hit by Go again. It fell to the ground with a thump. It tried to struggle to leave, but was hit several more times by Chen Fan and stopped moving. Great, I can finally see what's in the golden treasure chest. Chen Fan rubbed his hands with a grin, then opened the treasure chest, Island Evolution Mechanism 1. What the hell is this? Chen Fan was confused. Just a picture? It's actually. Seeing this thing, even Old Pumice and Super Sale were shocked. Then Old Pumice laughed excitedly. Fuck, I'm rich. I've really made a fortune this time. It's so cool. Ha! No one told me what this thing is.
Chen Fan's face turned dark and he almost squeezed out the question through his teeth.
This is the island evolution mechanism. It can transform me into the most ideal island form in your mind.
Old Pumice immediately explained.
And it seems that it is effective from 1,000 square meters to 100,000 square meters. What I mean is that I can interfere with the changes of the floating island, so that forests, lakes, hills, etc. will appear on the floating island?
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes.
That's right, and you only need to evolve from this map. You don't need to move these things from other places.
Chuan Fan also explained.
Don't you have the fertile black soil gift pack? You only need to use it as the foundation. In the future, every time the floating island increases by 1,000 square meters, it will automatically evolve slowly until it reaches 100,000 square meters, and then it will become the most ideal island in your mind. The island evolution mechanism. I remember that among the tens of millions of chosen ones 3 years ago, only 7 appeared. This is an absolute treasure,
Old Fusher said excitedly.
MD, I envied others for being able to turn into a defensive and handsome island. I didn't expect that this time. Fusher also realized his dream.
Chen Fan, you are my god!
Now you're not going to tell me that you've been unlucky for 8 lifetimes just to have known me? What are you talking about? Knowing you is a blessing to my ancestors, haha!
As Old Pumice said this, he couldn't help laughing excitedly again. There was still some time before reaching the island, so Chen Fan immediately evolved a floating island on the blueprint, turning one side into a hill hundreds of meters high. On the hill there were various low vegetation and fungi, and a naturally formed freshwater river flowing down the mountain to the opposite side of the hill, into the underground, and finally back to the mountain, forming a closed loop. On both sides of the mountain are forests that extend forward. There are various trees that can grow to tens of meters high, as well as various animals and plants that rely on the big trees. They complement the hills and form a complete ecosystem. On the other side, surrounded on 3 sides, is Chen Fan's residential area, which is divided into several places including living area, poultry and livestock area, plant breeding area, leisure area, etc. It looks very much like a small manor. Of course, there's only grass in the front, which is completely empty, and you can directly see the sea outside the island. Except for the open side here, the outermost part of the rest of the place is a 5-meter wide defense device, with spears and sharp blades that can be seen everywhere. It is the strongest defense that even an A-level existence cannot break through. This is the paradise of my dreams. I have only seen it in books before, but I didn't expect it to be realized in the ocean world. Looking at the blueprint, Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction. It's amazing, Old Fusher said excitedly. If I can grow it to 100,000 square meters, it will definitely be an unrepeatable work of art. Chen Fan shrugged noncommittally and immediately integrated the island evolution mechanism into the floating island. Now, we just have to wait and see what the first evolution will be like after adding another 100 pieces of floating stones. Seeing that it was already evening and they would reach the island in just over an hour, he felt he should eat something first, so he took out 5 portions of magic squid meat and grilled them directly. While he was eating it himself, he also let them have a taste. After all, it was the meat of an SSS-level creature, absolutely top-notch. Thus, under the setting sun, a live broadcast of a handsome man barbecuing attracted many young girls. Oh my God, what a divine beauty! This beauty is too good to be true. I love it! What kind of delicacy did Master Chen Fan make? It feels like it melts after being slightly grilled. It must be very fragrant, right? This is the food show that Master Chen Fan is broadcasting to us, but why do I feel even hungrier after watching it? My husband seems to be the most handsome no matter what he does, hee hee. Indeed, this meat is from SSS-level marine life and should be very tough, but it was cooked after only a few minutes of roasting. If it continued to roast, it would melt. Chen Fan immediately gave 1 portion each to Wang Kai and the duck couple, and then gave 1 portion to Lian Peipei and Zhuo Wenliang. Just as I was about to eat my portion, the private chat notification sounded. It turned out to be Xiao Yutong, who I hadn't contacted in the past few days. It seemed that she had put all her things into the trading column and wanted to trade them to me. This made Chen Fan stunned. Sister, what are you doing? During the tsunami, a branch pierced my body and I lost a lot of blood.
I don't think I will survive this night, Xiao Yutong replied. After all, we kissed and sealed our love. I will leave everything I have to you, and I will have no regrets. Is she leaving her belongings to me? Is she treating me as her fiancé or something? Chen Fan felt a headache and immediately took out 100 milliliters of grade of fresh water and 1 unit of magic squid meat. Since you are so kind, I can't just ignore you. Pour this water on your wound and eat the meat. We'll talk after tonight. It's useless. This wound is very close to my heart. I lost too much blood and went into shock once. Even the best medicine can't save me. Since you can think of me, then listen to me. There is no need to waste so much time talking. Take it away quickly. If you think you will die tomorrow, it will not be too late to give it to me later. Oh well. Xiao Yutong responded with a shy expression and accepted the item. She's almost dead, yet she still has this expression on her face. Could it be that I have conquered this woman? Chen Fan shook his head slightly. I was just about to taste the meat of an SSS-level creature, so I can only roast another one. You are too naive. Why don't you just accept the things? Why do you care about other people's business? You must have stuck out your tongue at that time, said Old Pumice unhappily. After all, we are compatriots from Kyushu and have a common experience. They are planning to leave their inheritance to us, so we can't do a bad job, right? What does this have to do with the Virgin Mary? Chen Fan said unhappily and immediately started to grill the magic squid meat again. An hour later, Chen Fan returned to the island and headed quickly towards the savage cave. However, after arriving at the cave, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. What the hell just happened? Chapter 75. At the critical moment, I actually guessed it right. Savage A's arm and leg seemed to have been torn off alive, and the ground was covered with blood. There were a dozen black rats as big as cats attacking his other leg. Fortunately, he still had a hand holding a spear to drive them away, so he was not eaten alive. Savage B was lying on the trunk of a big tree, blood was dripping from his fingertips, and he had been unconscious for a long time. The surroundings were also in a mess, as if they had been ravaged by something. It was extremely miserable. Chen Fan immediately went over and killed the black rats, then pulled Savage A aside. Brother, what happened here? One-eyed wolf, Savage A said weakly. The tsunami just dissipated, and we weren't ready yet, and the one-eyed wolf attacked us and took the silver treasure chest back. Take it back? Chen Fan was stunned. So you guys stole those 2 silver boxes from the one-eyed wolf? Don't say such harsh words. We just took it here for safekeeping. Savage A shook his head and said. Who knew it would attack us by surprise? It's worth it that I blinded one of its eyes. Shit, who is the good guy between you two? Chen Fan was speechless. After all, he had helped him deal with Isanavich, so he couldn't take advantage of his misfortune. He immediately took out a unit of magic squid meat. This is the meat of the deep-sea magic squid. I don't have anything to heal you. Eating it might help your injuries. SSS level, deep-sea demon squid? Savage A trembled as he said this. He was so excited that blood spurted out from his broken leg. This tsunami was caused by the battle between the deep-sea demon squid and its mortal enemy. You actually killed the deep-sea demon squid? No, I just picked up one of its tentacle. Chen Fan shook his head. Originally I would have died for sure, but with this piece of meat my chance of survival is 30. Savage A said, and immediately began to wolf it down. Chen Fan rescued Savage B, fed him some water, and let him eat a piece of magic squid meat. Savage B hated the one-eyed wolf even more. Brother, take a rest for a night. Let's kill the one-eyed wolf tomorrow morning, and the 2 silver boxes will be yours. You offended it just for the silver box, right? Now you want to give it to me? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. We were just curious and wanted to take it for a look. We only poked out one of its eyes. How could it be so desperate that it almost killed us? Savage A said angrily. We just want revenge now. We just want to kill it. Okay. Chen Fan shrugged. I was already interested in the silver box. You guys helped me a lot, but I was embarrassed to ask you for it. Now that I'm avenging my friend and stealing the silver box at the same time, I have no guilt. But 2 brothers, when the cold wave came last time, the ice layer was shaking violently for several days. Do you know what the reason was? Chen Fan asked, changing the subject. How would we know? What does it have to do with us? Savage Bee asked. We have always adhered to the principle of not getting involved in matters that do not concern us. Grass. The last hope is gone, and there is still no way to enter the Forbidden Sea. What the hell should I do? After lighting a few tree trunks in front of the cave, enough to burn for a whole night, Chen Fan went straight back to the floating island. While watching TV, I thought about checking the public chat room to see if I could find any inspiration. I feel lonely, cold, and lonely. When will this kind of life end? How are you all doing now? We had 10,000 chosen ones in JoJo back then. Are there still 3,000 of them now? This is a long-lasting process. I just hope everything will end as soon as possible. I've had enough. Don't forget, after the novice period ends, we still have to fight the chosen ones of the enemy country. Now is just the beginning. Apart from idle chat, there is really no useful information at all. The ocean world also began to count the deaths after the tsunami. The voice resounded throughout the ocean world and Blue Planet. Isanavik of the United States failed to kill Chen Fan and was killed by having his neck cut. Nanako Matsushima of Sakura Country died after her uterus was pierced by a swordfish. Lee Byung-sung of East Korea was choked to death by the tsunami. Jiojo Xiao Shuai. There were only 500,000 people left, and 200,000 of them died in this tsunami alone. Fortunately, Chen Fan gave Jiojo an early warning, so less than 1,000 people died. Even so, the number of Jiojo's chosen ones was reduced from 4,000 to 3,000. This is a much crueler way of dying than before. Even Old Fisher couldn't help but sigh. It's also because of the cold wave, otherwise at least 700,000 people in the entire novice zone would have survived. Everyone is entering the ocean world for the first time, so death is normal. But now that everyone is familiar with it, the death rate won't be so high. Chen Fan nodded. And with everyone's experience, when the second batch of chosen ones enter the ocean world, the death rate will be greatly reduced. Only then will the countries really start competing. There are still 10 days left until the novice period ends. Old Fisher fell silent when he said this. Shaking his head, Chen Fan couldn't bear to watch the movie because the truth had not been investigated clearly. He went back to the bedroom, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. After tonight, the 72 hours will be over, and I'm afraid I'll have to say goodbye to the hidden task that I unlocked with great difficulty. Just when Chen Fan was about to fall asleep, he suddenly sat up with a click. An idea suddenly occurred to him, and he said to himself seriously. Brother Savage said that this super tsunami was caused by the battle between the deep-sea demon squid and its mortal enemy. A battle between creatures of their level should not be over in a short time. It is very likely to last for a long time, 3 to 5 days, or even 7 to 8 days. If that's the case, then the reason for the inexplicable vibration at the junction of the marginal sea area and the Forbidden Sea is the battle between the deep-sea demon squid and its mortal enemy. It is detected that the Chosen One has to investigate the cause of the inexplicable vibration at the junction of the marginal sea area and the Forbidden Sea within 72 hours. The hidden task has been completed. A surprise gift package has been obtained. Do you want to open it? As Chen Fan said this voice suddenly came to his ears. Fuck, it's really a surprise. Chen Fan burst into laughter. It was originally just a guess, and I set it out with an attitude of giving it a try, and it turned out to be right. It turns out that in the future, when I encounter a problem that I am not sure about, I have to rely on guessing. Maybe it will be right? At that moment, Chen Fan immediately said, Open it! The surprise gift package is opening. Congratulations to the Chosen One for receiving 100 pumice stones, 1 basic supplies package, and 50 kilograms refined flour. The pumice is coming! The pumice is coming! Quickly expand the floating island to 1,000 square meters and carry out the first evolution. Almost at the same time, old pumice screamed. Chen Fan did not hesitate and directly added the pumice stone to the floating island, waiting for the evolution results. Chapter 76. Evolution begins. Battle against A-rank one-eyed wolf. Several minutes passed without any movement. Could that island evolution mechanism be out of date? Chen Fan asked in confusion. Don't worry, let the island evolve for a while, Old Pumice said with a smile. We'll see tomorrow morning. That's right. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, and then looked at the flour. There was a full 100 kilograms of it. This was a magic tool for making dumplings and various pasta. The dumplings stuffed with mutated beef that I ate back then were not made of pure flour. I never thought that we can all eat dumplings made of pure flour now. Mom, I have made it. Sleep. While the people of Blue Star were sleeping in a daze, a voice suddenly appeared in the sky. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, obtain 50 kilograms of refined flour. Jiuzhou will be increased by 100 times. This sentence was like a thunderclap, shocking many people. Oh my God, what was Master Chen Fan doing in the middle of the night? He actually got so much flour all at once. I suddenly want to eat dumplings. The last time I ate dumplings was 10 years ago, right? Master Chen Fan, so cool. The capital was shocked and called the head of the Jiuzhou Material Bureau over overnight. Immediately, grind the soybeans, millet, and black rice and stock into flour, mix it with the 10,000 kilograms of flour, prepare the filling, and strive to ensure that every citizen of Jiuzhou can eat 20 dumplings. Head of State, if we do this, we will empty our Jiuzhou granary. As soon as these words came out, the head of the Materials Bureau was shocked. You don't need to worry about this. I'll give you 7 days to pack it up and put it in the cold storage, the head of state said seriously. Do it now. Yes. The head of the Logistics Bureau said no more and ran out immediately. The head of state took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. He planned to wait for the chosen one of Kyushu to return to Kyushu, and then give 20 dumplings to every citizen so that the whole country could celebrate. Time flies, and it is already early the next morning. When Chen Fan woke up, he immediately ran out of the apartment impatiently. Sure enough, the entire floating island showed a faint evolutionary shape, and even a small bulge appeared where the hill was. The prototype has already appeared, but you didn't pour the fertile black soil in advance, so the evolution is not perfect. Old Pumice concluded directly. You were careless, weren't you? It's my fault. I was too excited last night. Chen Fan nodded, and without hesitation, he opened the fertile black soil gift package and got 10,000 kilograms of fertile black soil. It's worthy of being a big gift package. I got 10 tons of fertile black soil in one go. Chen Fan's expression moved. Under the influence of the island evolution mechanism, the fertile black soil was evenly fixed on the entire island, but it was only a thin layer. Although it's not much, but by using this soil, when the floating island is 10,000 square meters, it will definitely evolve to perfection. Chen Fan nodded with a smile. Look forward to it. At this moment, Chen Fan evenly spread the seeds of carpet grass around the apartment. He believed that after a period of time, this place would become a lush green meadow, which would be great. Until this moment, Chen Fan ran to prepare breakfast with a smile and greeted Xiao Yutong, but Xiao Yutong did not reply and he did not know what the specific situation was. It was not until after breakfast, when he saw that it was almost time, that Chen Fan came to the cave with 2 pieces of magic squid meat. After a night of rest, Salvage A is now in stable condition, and Salvage B has recovered 80. While eating the magic squid meat, he said confidently, Brother, although the one-eyed wolf is an A-level land creature, we can definitely kill it if we work together. Grade A? Chen Fan was stunned. I knew that the one who could beat the 2 savages into this state must not be a good person, but I didn't expect it to be A-level. Then I must give 100 of my energy to deal with it. At that moment, Savage B brought Chen Fan to the one-eyed wolf's territory and yelled towards the front. Oh, ho, ho. Whoosh! In just a few seconds, a shadow suddenly appeared. It was a wolf that was over 1 meter tall and 3 meters long, covered in gray hair. A deep scar on one of its eyes made it even more terrifying. Are you bringing humans here to die, or to sacrifice to me? This is my brother. Let's come together to kill you. Savage B gritted his teeth and said, How dare you sneak attack us after the tsunami? You are destined to become a corpse. Just you guys? The one-eyed wolf sneered. Brother Wolf, my main goal is actually your silver box. Just give it to me and maybe we can solve this peacefully. Chen Fan showed a kind smile to the one-eyed wolf. You also know that we humans all love animals. You love animals, but you still ask me for a treasure chest? I'll kill you first. The one-eyed wolf roared angrily and pounced on Chen Fan. As an A-level land creature,
The one-eyed wolf's speed has reached the extreme. Even though Chen Fan was unable to react in time, Savage Bee's spear swept towards the one-eyed wolf, temporarily blocking its attack. However, the one-eyed wolf's huge claws hit the spear, and Savage Bee was temporarily repelled. Pa pa pa! It happened in a flash. Chen Fan took out the Desert Eagle and fired 3 shots at the one-eyed wolf's head, directly into the one-eyed wolf's body. The one-eyed wolf groaned, and its eyes suddenly turned blood red, but it did not dodge. Instead, it continued to move forward, tilted its huge mouth towards Chen Fan and bit him fiercely. A sneer flashed across Chen Fan's lips. He raised his left hand and let the one-eyed wolf bite him. In his other hand, the Desert Eagle was aimed at the one-eyed wolf's head. Be careful, brother! Savage Bee was terrified by this scene. How could you fight like this? With your small arms and legs, wouldn't you get your arms bitten off by the one-eyed wolf? Puff! The one-eyed wolf felt something was wrong the moment it bit down, and without hesitation, it fell to the ground. At the same time, the bullet had been fired, just brushing past its head, only injuring the wolf's fur. You made me angry! The one-eyed wolf stood 10 meters away from Chen Fan, whimpering constantly. Emotionally speaking, I love you from the bottom of my heart. Chen Fan spread his hands and said, I'm sorry for hurting you like this. Brother, you have to be careful. This guy has a strong defense. I'm afraid your weapon can't penetrate his fur. Savage became closer with lingering fear. You really scared me to death just now. The crowd watching the live broadcast was also terrified and terrified. Master Chen Fan really doesn't care about his life when fighting. Does he have any defensive items? If it was an ordinary person, his arm would have been torn off by that bite, right? This wolf seems to be harder to kill than the killer whale. Is it a higher level? Higher is better. The stronger it is, the greater the chance of Jiuzhou Chen Fan dying. This is a good thing. Sakura Devil, get out! After hearing Savage Bee's instructions, Chen Fan directly replaced Desert Eagle with Go Danner. Haha, let's do it. Brother Emma, you should have replaced me a long time ago. It's useless no matter what you change. Both of you will die today. The one-eyed wolf roared and forced out the bullet that had hit its body. Then he shook his body and attacked again. Chapter 77, Killing the A-Level Hurricane Wolf, the Savage's Reminder. This is possible? Chen Fan was stunned. He really didn't expect that a weapon like the Desert Eagle couldn't penetrate the fur of an A-level creature. If it was an S-level or above creature, would thermal weapon attacks be useless? Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan held good and tightly and strode towards the one-eyed wolf. The one-eyed wolf did not choose Chen Fan this time. It just made a feint and pounced on Savage Bee. Its 2 huge claws were extremely sharp, more than 10 centimeters long, and went straight to Savage Bee's head. Savage Bee was horrified and in panic he blocked his body with the spear. The huge force hit the spear, causing it to bend 120 degrees and almost hit his chest. The one-eyed wolf originally planned to pursue the victory and kill Savage Bee in one go, but he felt a pain on his butt. It turned out that Chen Fan had hit his butt with an axe, which actually cut through the fur and penetrated at least 10 centimeters into the flesh. He screamed in pain and twisted his body in the air. The claw that originally belonged to Savage Bee hit Chen Fan. Bang! Chen Fan pulled out his axe and swung it towards the wolf's claws, cutting off the sharp nails. The other hand had already taken out the stun gun, pointed it at the one-eyed wolf's stomach, and pressed the button instantly. A strong electric current flowed through the one-eyed wolf's body, causing him to tremble all over. 3 seconds later, he immediately ran more than 10 meters away. You electrocuted me? I've said before I can't bear to hurt you emotionally. Chen Fan spread his hands and said, but I want to take the silver box, and you won't let me. If I let you take the silver box, I won't be called Hurricane Wolf. The one-eyed wolf yelled and circled around Chen Fan. As it turned, a strong wind blew around, almost raising dust and obstructing vision. Chen Fan finally understood the true meaning of the name Hurricane Wolf. Damn it, A-level already has such a skill, S-level must be even better? As he said that, Chen Fan found a perfect spot and slammed into it hard. What an idiot! When I'm spinning at high speed, the force is at least hundreds of tons, and you still want to. Bang! The one-eyed wolf looked at Chen Fan with disdain, and was about to give Chen Fan a hard blow, but there was a loud bang. The moment the man and the wolf came into contact, the one-eyed wolf was knocked away.
Boom!
Savage B, who had been looking for an opportunity to take advantage of, jumped out at this moment, holding the spear in both hands and stabbed at the one-eyed wolf. The one-eyed wolf stared with its eye, watching the spear pierce into its only remaining eye.
Ah!
The next second, the one-eyed wolf turned into a blind wolf, screaming and struggling everywhere.
Fuck you, you bad guys, I'm going to fight you. What do you mean by protecting animals? If I were somewhere else, I would be a first-class protected animal at least. How dare you kill me? Brother, your shot is very artistic. How high? It's as high as 3 floors.
Chen Fan gave Savage B a thumbs up, then holding Go Dan, he quickly walked up to the blind wolf and smashed it hard on the head with all his strength. The blind wolf shuddered, the axe bit into his bones, and he fell to the ground without moving. It was detected that the chosen one Chen Fan had killed an A-level land creature for the first time. A surprise gift pack was given to the chosen one Chen Fan. Please keep up the good work. At the same time, the sound of the ocean world reached Chen Fan's ears.
Huh!
Chen Fan was delighted. He thought that he had received all the benefits for killing an A-level creature after killing the megalodon last time. It seems that he can get a gift package for every kill of an A-level or higher creature on land, sea, or air for the first time.
This is too awesome.
Chen Fan immediately opened the surprise gift package and received 100 pumice stones and 1 seawater to tap water converter manufacturing diagram. Seawater to tap water converter? Chen Fan immediately threw the manufacturing drawing into the synthesis column and found that this was also a unique manufacturing drawing. It also required 400 metal pieces, 100 cloth pieces, 50 cotton pieces, and 10 glass pieces. After it is produced, it can be directly connected to the wash basin, solar energy, wall-mounted boiler, etc. In other words, Chen Fan only needs to pour seawater into the water tank and he doesn't need to worry about anything else. It can be used at any time. Although the converted tap water is not good to drink, it is completely sufficient for cooking and washing. In this way, you can wash and brush your teeth as you please every day, and even take a 1-hour hot bath. Just thinking about it makes me happy.
Brother, what are you laughing at?
Savage B couldn't help but ask when he saw Chen Fan laughing foolishly.
Nothing. I got 2 silver treasure chests for free. Of course I'm happy.
Chen Fan laughed, and immediately put away the 2 silver treasure chests with the help of Savage B. After finishing everything, Chen Fan was about to say goodbye, but Savage A finally reminded him.
Brother, I want to advise you, if nothing else, don't enter the Forbidden Sea. What do you mean?
Chen Fan asked in confusion.
Our novice period is about to end, and we must enter the Forbidden Sea after that. Don't you know who you have offended?
Savage A said seriously.
If you enter the Forbidden Sea, it will definitely summon all its forces to kill you. Before this, he had sent killer whales and megalodons to kill me.
Chen Fan sighed.
But I really don't know who I offended. I'm just a newbie who has just entered the ocean world for 20 days. Who could I offend?
The two looked at each other, with a trace of tangled struggle on their faces. Finally, Savage B spoke up.
We can't tell you who you offended. I can only tell you that if you must enter the Forbidden Sea, you must be careful of the Swamp of Despair. You can't reveal anything at all? If we tell it, our entire tribe might be wiped out. I just want to ask, how does this existence compare to the SSS-level deep-sea demon squid? They are the same, only stronger, not weaker.
Grass. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. He had no idea how he had offended such a terrifying existence. So, the other party must also be at the SSS level? I've offended 2 SSS level bosses before entering the Forbidden Sea. How sour. After having lunch with the 2 brothers, Chen Fan returned to the floating island and put the matter aside for the time being. It would be a blessing in disguise, but disaster is unavoidable. After all, this is a world of survival in the ocean. If it is too comfortable, wouldn't it be a true way to maintain health? When a person dies, birds fly up to the sky. If a person doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years. Go to hell. Turning his head and looking at the more than 20 boxes of supplies that the fully automatic fishing net had salvaged during this period, Chen Fan shook his head and took out 2 more silver boxes.
Never mind, let's open all the boxes first.
Chapter 78. A meal of dumplings that everyone is looking forward to.
You can't open me!
Just as it was about to be opened, a silver box started yelling.
Then I'm wondering, is there a silver box that I can't open?
Chen Fan asked with a smile.
I have a deadly poison that will kill you,
Bai Xiang said pitifully.
Really, a force melon is not sweet. A force melon is not sweet? If you don't force it, you won't even have a bitter melon to eat.
Chen Fan rolled his eyes and immediately opened both silver boxes. Loki's small poison needle 2 can paralyze A-level creatures for 3 seconds. Super Simmons 1, fall in love with sleep in 5 minutes. No wonder he said he was poisonous. It turned out that he had 2 injections of anesthetic that could paralyze Class A creatures for 3 seconds. Couldn't he easily kill Class A creatures twice? As for this Super Simmons mattress, is there anyone in this world who doesn't like to sleep? At that moment, Chen Fan immediately replaced the mattress with a Simmons mattress, which was 30 centimeters thick. When he lay on it, his whole body sank slightly. That feeling was amazing. Then Chen Fan opened all the supply boxes. Wood plank 7, glass 5. Pumice 3, plastic 1. Universal fillings 5, can make 5 gene of dumpling fillings at a time, so delicious that you'll bite your tongue, cloth pieces 3. At the same time, Jiuzhou received 100-fold increase in massive supplies, which really made other countries envious.
I was just about to eat dumplings, and the fillings are here. Ocean World is really taking good care of me.
Chen Fan smiled and rubbed his hands.
It's decided. Today I'll eat the ones with deep-sea squid filling, and tomorrow I'll eat the ones with leek and duck egg filling. If the deep-sea squid knew that you had wrapped its tentacles, it would rush into the novice area at night and tear you apart, said old Pumice angrily. It's better to have pus coming out of the sore than to be poor. I've already offended you, so I'll eat first,
Chen Fan said, and immediately sent a private message to Lian Peipei.
Can you make dumplings? Yes, I've guaranteed it once,
Lian Peipei replied almost instantly.
That's great. I have dough and stuffing here. Please help me make dumplings. We'll have dumplings tonight,
Chen Fan replied immediately.
Make 100. No problem, I guarantee you'll get the job done,
Lian Peipei replied excitedly.
It only takes about 3 kilograms of stuffing and 3 kilograms of flour.
Chen Fan directly gave Lian Peipei 5 kilograms of flour, 5 kilograms of magic squid meat, 1 bag of all-purpose stuffing, and 3 bottles of mineral water.
I'll give you these, pack them all, you don't have to do anything else in the afternoon. I obey your command,
Lian Peipei replied and immediately started to work. On Blue Star, everyone quickly noticed Lian Peipei and was stunned.
Oh my God, are they making dumplings? Look at the meat and noodles. They should be given to her by Master Chen Fan. Is Lian Peipei Master Chen Fan's girlfriend? I feel tired and don't love you anymore. Actually, I want to say that I can be a concubine to Master Chen Fan. She is my daughter. Oh my God, Peipei is still alive and well. This is great news. This is great news for our Lian family. I envy their life in the ocean world. I want to eat dumplings too.
After arranging everything, Chen Fan exhaled a breath of turbid air and planned to have a good rest. The private chat rang again. It was Xiao Yutong.
Dear me, Fan, I slept for more than 10 hours, but my wounds are slowly recovering and I feel better. Thank you for saving my life again. It's my duty to save you, but can we please not address you in such a cheesy way?
Chen Fan replied, feeling relieved.
You saved me twice and had physical contact with me. I will definitely marry you,
Xiao Yutong replied.
When you saved me the first time, our fates were linked together. Come on,
Chen Fan replied unhappily.
You are quite skilled, and you will be a powerful force against the hostile chosen ones in the future. There is no romance between us. From now on, I will cover your food for 3 days, and we will have nothing to do with each other after that. Humph, I, Xiao Yutong, have you in my hands. Even Jesus can't stop you. I said it,
Xiao Yutong replied immediately. I am indeed a saint and a fucking bootlicker. If I hadn't saved her back then, there wouldn't be so many troubles. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, she's a woman from Kyushu. Lying on a lounge chair and enjoying the sea breeze, Chen Fan spent a wonderful afternoon. Until the sun set, Lian Peipei traded the dumplings to him.
Master Chen Fan, I have made them. I have made more than 200 dumplings. Okay, I'll make the dumplings now, wait and eat. After receiving it, Chen Fan immediately ran to the kitchen and made 120 dumplings in one go. He gave 30 dumplings each to Lian Peipei, Xiao Yutong, and Zhuo Wenliang, and a dish of vinegar. Fuck dumplings! Zhuo Wenliang was so excited. And there's vinegar! I happen to have some flour, so I asked a friend to make some for me. Eat them while they're hot, Chen Fan said as he came outside with the dumplings and vinegar. He started eating while looking at the sunset. The deep-sea squid meat is already delicious, and with the versatile fillings, it and vinegar are a perfect match. I almost bit my tongue while eating it. Chen Fan swore that this was the most delicious meal he had ever eaten in his life. It could not be described as delicious. Those who were watching the live broadcast also swallowed their saliva silently. If I can have a meal of dumplings, it would be worth dying for. I watched the live broadcast room of Jiuzhou Chosen One. There were 4 people eating dumplings. The 4 of them must have formed an alliance. I envy those 3 people. They can eat meat by following Chen Fan. What's so great about that? We in Sakura Country don't eat dumplings. We all eat sashimi. You are eating nuclear contaminated sashimi. No wonder the death rate in Sakura Country is so high. It's because of eating nuclear contaminated sashimi. 30 dumplings, so full. Chen Fan simply did radio gymnastics while watching an action movie in the living room, quietly enjoying the temporary comfort of the ocean world. Even Lao Fusher and others were considerate, and didn't say anything, just looked at Chen Fan quietly. Until late at night, when Chen Fan was about to go to bed, a voice suddenly came to his ear. A hidden mission has been detected. The Chosen One needs to kill the mermaid killer. A generous reward will be given. Do you accept it? Accept, Chen Fan answered without hesitation. Aren't the mermaids quite friendly? Why are there killers? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. If I kill the mermaid killer, doesn't that mean I'm enemies with the mermaids? Or is it that this mermaid killer wants to kill me? How could I give you such a mission without any reason? Super Radar said unhappily. It has already set its sights on you, and it's right near you. Why are you telling me this now? Chen Fan was startled and immediately walked towards the Super Radar. I think you still want to die with me. Chapter 79. The mermaid killer wants to team up with the lamprey to kill me? No, he has been lurking 3 kilometers away and has no plans to take any action, so I didn't have any early warning. Super Radar explained quickly. Haha, let's do it. Brother Emma, I might as well smash this radar. You won't cooperate at all, Go Daner said eagerly. If you don't care about your master, no matter how powerful and awesome it is, it's useless. You misunderstood, I just don't want to disturb Chen Fan's rest. Super Radar continued to explain. Brother Emma, please forgive it this time, Go Daner immediately advised. I am its elder brother. I guarantee that Gaga will be loyal to it in the future. Chen Fan didn't say anything and just kept staring at the Super Radar. Sure enough, 3 kilometers away, a mermaid who looked a head taller than Fish Turtleby but much uglier than the other 2 was holding a harpoon and staring at the floating island, but she didn't take any action for the time being. No one knew what she was thinking. It seems that this guy has me in his grasp, Chen Fan said in a deep voice. Old Lei, keep an eye on him. As long as he enters the 2-kilometer range of the floating island, call the police immediately. Don't hesitate. Okay, Super Radar replied immediately. Okay, let's go to sleep first. It's useless to be on guard all the time. Chen Fan was careless. He said this and lay down on the Simmons mattress. Within 5 minutes, he was snoring softly. The mermaid did not move all night. It was not until the next morning that Chen Fan woke up and made a seawater to tap water converter and placed it on one side of the single apartment. What's not so perfect is that this thing is not automatic. There are 2 large water tanks that can hold 6 tons each. Seawater needs to be poured into the first tank manually, and the seawater is automatically converted into tap water and flows into the second tank, and then into the apartment for people to use. Chen Fan immediately got 2 25L buckets and started filling the water tank with 2 buckets of water at a time. It took him a whole morning and 240 buckets of water before he finally filled the water tank. This is really not something a human being should do,
Chen Fan sighed while lying on the recliner, and drank a full cup of Longjing tea brewed with great fresh water. Only then did his fatigue disappear. After preparing lunch, Chen Fan gave each of the 3 people a portion, and said while eating, "Should we continue forward and see what it looks like when we reach the real border between the marginal sea area and the Forbidden Sea? The further we go, the more powerful creatures we should find," Old Pumice said seriously. "Class A creatures should have belonged to the Forbidden Sea, but now they frequently appear in the marginal sea areas. This is not a good sign. As the saying goes, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish," Chen Fan said nonchalantly. "We have been through so much hardship all the way, why should we care about the danger?" "That's right." Old Pumice was convinced. At this moment, the floating island adjusted its direction and quickly moved towards the border area. The automatic fishing nets and dolphins also salvaged bronze boxes from time to time. It seemed that the further they went, the more bronze boxes there were. Of course, as the floating island moved forward, the mermaid killer also followed directly, but always kept a distance of 3 kilometers. No one knew what this guy's purpose was. For the time being, apart from the threat of the mermaid killer, there are no other threats, and Chen Fan is happy to be free. He sits in the living room, watching TV, drinking tea, and feeling relaxed. Before the movie was finished, Zhou Wenliang sent a message. "Brother, you are heading away from the novice zone, right?" "Yes, is there any problem?" Chen Fan replied calmly. "I know a few chosen ones who are also near that place. They told me that they have been attacked by a strange fish since last night," Zhou Wenliang explained. "This strange fish is more than 1 meter long, with a mouth like a suction cup and full of teeth. They will jump out of the water to attack people, and will tear off a large piece of flesh when they touch the body. The key is that they live in groups. Once you encounter one, there may be many underwater." "Okay, I got it. I'll pay attention to it," Chen Fan replied immediately. "My God, there are actually such creatures!" Chen Fan pinched his chin. "Old Pumice, do you know what this creature is?" "Class B, lamprey." After Chen Fan described the characteristics, Old Pumice and Super Sail answered almost in unison. "Within a 100-kilometer radius, there are at least a dozen groups of these things, and each group has dozens of them," Super Radar also immediately reminded. "But there is no group targeting them for the time being." "Shit!" Even the usually aloof Super Radar suddenly swore at this moment, and then warned. "There are 3 groups, a total of more than 200 lampreys coming towards us from 3 directions. It is estimated that they will all be here in an hour." "What?" Chen Fan frowned. "The mermaid killer has also moved, and it is closing the distance between us." Without waiting for Chen Fan to speak, the Super Radar warned again. "Chen Fan, this guy is too fast. While I am talking, the distance between him and us is only 1 kilometer, but he has stopped temporarily." "I understand. He's waiting for the lamprey," Chen Fan suddenly realized. "Want to join forces with the lamprey to deal with me?" Although the lampreys are B-level, they appear in groups and their overall strength is no less than that of A-level, so they are also products of the Forbidden Sea, Old Pumice said. "They actually came towards us with such a purpose this time. I can't guarantee that it has nothing to do with that powerful existence. If it's just a mermaid killer, it's easy to deal with. If both sides join forces, there's no way to defeat them." Chen Fan pinched his chin and thought for a while. "Lao Lei, is there an island nearby?" "No," Super Radar replied immediately. "But there is an abandoned warship 100 kilometers to the west." "Warship?" Chen Fan was stunned. "That's right, a dilapidated warship over 100 meters long. It should be abandoned by a savage tribe," Super Radar introduced. "Within 300 kilometers, there is only one thing like this that can be temporarily stationed. There are no extra islands, unless we go back to the 2 savages." "Then let's go to the warship," Chen Fan ordered without hesitation. "We will be there in an hour, which should be enough to avoid the attack of the lampreys. If the lampreys don't arrive and the mermaid killers don't take action, we have a chance." As these words were spoken, the propeller started to operate at full power, and under the power of the super sail, it rushed rapidly towards the west. Just as Chen Fan guessed, the mermaid killer was still just following from a distance, and did not take any action, which made Chen Fan temporarily relieved. An hour later, the floating island finally arrived at the warship. It was made of wood, and was more than 10 meters high. It gave people a very spectacular feeling. However, Chen Fan pinched his chin and said, "Why do I feel that it is very similar to the ship carrying the natives that we encountered before?" Chapter 80, Aboriginal Nightmare, Smallpox Virus. "Young man, did you recognize me?" The warship smiled. "I hope you are well." "It's really you." Chen Fan slapped his thigh. "Last time you came here for my floating island, and I thought you couldn't see me, but it turns out." Puff! After a loud laugh, Zhang Chuan said quickly, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Actually, I did it on purpose last time. The lamprey is 3 kilometers away from us and will be here in 1 minute." Super Radar shouted immediately. "Also, the mermaid killer is coming soon. Warship, let me get on." "You don't respect me." "How did I disrespect you? You asked me for help and you didn't even call me brother?" "Brother, let me go up." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a ladder suddenly slid down. After Chen Fan cast a protective shield on the floating island, he immediately climbed onto the warship. The moment the mermaid killer caught up, the ladder was also taken back. Bang! The mermaid killer stared at Chen Fan and threw the harpoon at him suddenly. When Chen Fan dodged it, the harpoon sank deeply into the mast of the warship. "Damn it, it hurts!" The warship screamed immediately. "It's a pity that I can't put the floating island away. If I keep wasting time like this, won't my super protective shield be gone soon?" Looking down at the floating island, Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself in a deep voice. The next second, Chen Fan was suddenly stunned. He was pleasantly surprised to find a floating island column suddenly appeared in the inventory. He was speechless that he didn't even know when it appeared. Is it that after I unlock a certain title, or successfully complete a task, I get some benefits? Without having time to think about it, seeing that the effectiveness of the first super protective shield was about to completely disappear, Chen Fan immediately put the floating island into the floating island column. Unable to board the boat temporarily, the mermaid killer aimed his spearhead directly at the floating island, intending to destroy Chen Fan's floating island first, and then find a way to get to the island and kill Chen Fan. Just as he was about to pounce on the floating island suddenly disappeared, tricking the mermaid killer into stumbling and falling into the water with his arms and legs spread out. He was so angry that he couldn't stop roaring. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you! I must kill you!" "Brother Chuan, the lampreys can't come up, but the mermaid killer can definitely come up, you have to tell me at any time," Chen Fan said in a deep voice. "You are my brother!" "Don't worry, your brother will protect you!" Zhang Chuan laughed. With the promise of the warship, Chen Fan immediately began to explore the ship, and the number of people from Blue Star entering Chen Fan's live broadcast room began to increase again. How did Master Chen Fan do this? He found a large ship so accurately. And the most important thing is that the ship even lowered the escalator for him to get on board? He must have been forced onto the boat to avoid the mermaid. It's strange that Chen Fan made friends with the mermaid, so why would the mermaid want to kill him? It turns out that Chen Fan from Jiuzhou also has someone he is afraid of. The mermaid will board the ship tonight, and will surely kill him inside the cabin. The day when our Sakura Country celebrates is not far away. If Master Chen Fan doesn't die, are you going to eat shit live again? Chen Fan had already entered the cabin. While searching around, he asked, "Brother Chuan, you don't seem to have any problems. All functions are complete. Why did those natives abandon the ship and run away?" "It's hard to explain. Those natives had a nightmare that they couldn't escape, and this nightmare appeared on me. They were forced to abandon the ship and run away." The warship sighed. "Otherwise, how could they leave me when I am so powerful and domineering?" "What nightmare?" Chen Fan was stunned and suddenly had a bad feeling. "Smallpox," Warship said helplessly. "One of the natives was infected with the smallpox virus, which caused me to be covered with this stuff." "Fuck!" Chen Fan screamed. Even though it was the year 2123, Chen Fan still knew what smallpox was. It was a virus with a very high mortality rate. How could he be on a ship full of smallpox? "You cheated me!" The next second, Chen Fan shouted angrily. "You begged me to let you up, not me inviting you up. How can this be called a trap?" Zhang Chuan said aggrievedly. "Grass." "Brother Emma, what are you afraid of?
Don't you have super purification liquid? Go Danner in Chen Fan's hand suddenly said. Pour it out, and do it. Yes. Super purification fluid can purify everything, even nuclear pollution, let alone the smallpox virus? Chen Fan immediately took out a tiny drop of super purifying liquid and dropped it on the ground. Then the drop of purifying liquid began to spread in all directions. However, Chen Fan seemed to vaguely see a ball of faint filth being chased by the super purifying liquid. Could this be the smallpox virus? They seemed to be heading in a certain direction. Didn't the patient infected with smallpox get off the ship? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. He was abandoned in the deepest room on the second floor. After the warship gave the answer, Chen Fan immediately rushed to that room and found that all the filth on the entire ship had poured into that room. When I opened the door, I saw a native, but he seemed to have been dead for a long time, with red spots all over his face. But at the moment when all the filth entered his body, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted in a hoarse voice. What did you do to me? Holy shit, the smallpox virus actually controlled this corpse to chat with me? Chen Fan immediately took out the super purification liquid and threatened. Do you want to live or die? Looking at the bottle, Tianhua showed a fearful expression. What do you want to do? There's a mermaid outside who wants to kill me. If you infect him with the strongest virus, I won't purify you, Chen Fan said seriously. Otherwise, I will send you back home now. Okay. The smallpox virus snorted coldly, his body stiffened, and he walked slowly outside like a puppet. Oh my god, you can even chat with the smallpox virus? Zhangchuan was stunned. This is too cool. I have no choice. It's for survival, Chen Fan said, and took out a lighter to light a piece of wood. I'll give you a chance. If you have any other bad things, just tell me, or I'll burn you to death. Yes. The warship was shocked. I tell you, put out the fire first. Hurry up and tell me, Chen Fan shouted impatiently. At the bottom of my cabin, there is a raccoon dog that I caught from the Forbidden Sea. The 9-section raccoon, caught from the Forbidden Sea? Chen Fan's face changed slightly. This guy must be S rank? No, it has no level. No level? What's that for? You guess? Grass. Chen Fan frowned and directly clicked on the warship. Chapter 81, A Close Call, Facing the Mermaid Killer. What the hell is this time, and you're still being clever? The emotional intelligence of this warship is worrying. I'll tell you! The burning warship screamed. Stop burning it! Only then did Chen Fan put out the fire. The civet cat is on the deserted island of the Forbidden Sea. Although it has no strength, it is the favorite of the natives. The captain of the warship breathed a sigh of relief and explained. It's because the civet cat eats the fruit of a plant on the deserted island, but it can't digest it, so the fruit will be excreted directly with the feces. The natives collected the pooped fruits, cleaned them, dried them, and ground them into powder, which they drank with water. They thought it was very delicious and gave the drink a name they thought sounded good, called shit water. Natives, do you have such a bad taste? So, these natives went to so much trouble to catch such an animal from the Forbidden Sea just to drink its shit? Chen Fan asked with some impatience. No, the young man of this indigenous tribe wants to marry a princess from another tribe, and the 9-section raccoon is a betrothal gift, Zhangchuan explained. Originally they went there to give a betrothal gift, but ended up running into this. I see. Chen Fan suddenly realized what was going on, and ignored the raccoon for the time being. He followed Tianhua onto the deck and came to the side of the boat. The mermaid killer was looking for a way to get on board at this time. The entire surface of the ship was extremely smooth, and it was indeed a very difficult task to get on board without the help of any tools. Seeing Chen Fan and Tianhua at this time, he was also extremely angry. Chen Fan, come down and die. My friend, I have a gift for you, Chen Fan replied with a smile. The mermaid killer looked coldly at the ceiling. Tianhua's way of giving gifts was also very rough. He directly tore off an arm and threw it to the mermaid killer. The mermaid killer took it without hesitation and looked at Tianhua with some confusion. After all, this was the first time he saw someone giving a gift in this way since he was a child. Giving a hand to himself? I gave him smallpox. He will show symptoms within a day. Smallpox immediately whispered. Can you let me go now? As you wish. Chen Fan shrugged slightly, and a drop of super purification liquid was directly ejected onto its body. You tricked me! Tianhua's face changed drastically, and he pounced on Chen Fan with his fangs and claws. However, the power of this drop of super purification liquid was so strong that the native's entire body was disappearing quickly. Before it pounced on Chen Fan, it had already turned into a pool of water, and in the end even the pool of water disappeared. Not only was the mermaid killer confused, but the people watching the live broadcast were also bewildered. Isn't he friends with that savage? He asked him to give a gift to the mermaid and then killed him. What kind of operation is this? This is such a mysterious operation. Master Chen Fan has fallen. Confucius couldn't understand it, Mencius couldn't understand it, and Laozi couldn't understand it either. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The savages and the mermaids must be Chen Fan's enemies. What they did just now was just a delaying tactic. Yes, that must be the case. After all, it is the smallpox virus. If you are infected with it carelessly, it will be difficult to control. When it can be easily solved, it is better to deal with it directly. After taking a deep look at the mermaid killer, Chen Fan returned to the cabin. Let's ignore that guy for now. It will be easier to deal with him tomorrow when he gets his smallpox attack. There are hundreds of lampreys gathered below me. They have attached their mouths to my body and are slowly biting my body. At this moment, the warship suddenly said, Hey boy, who did you offend? Why are so many people targeting you? Stop talking nonsense and just tell me whether they can bite through you. Chen Fan frowned and immediately asked in a deep voice. I can only hold on for 12 hours. If I wait any longer, I'll start to leak, the warship said loudly. Their teeth are so scary, so scary. Then it can last until tomorrow morning. Let them nibble slowly. It will also consume their energy. Chen Fan didn't take it seriously and went straight to the kitchen. Although these savages live a very primitive life, they are still quite particular about food. They have common kitchen utensils, and they also hang a lot of dried birds. Although I don't know what ingredients they are pickled with, they smell good. There are quite a few fruit wines in the cabinet nearby, but unfortunately the taste is far inferior to that of monkey wine. Brother Chuan, how do we eat this thing? After taking down the two birds, Chen Fan asked suspiciously. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about eating? What else can we do? We have to eat anyway. How can we fight without food? Put it in the steamer for an hour. Then we can have dinner around 8 p.m., which is not too late. Chen Fan snapped his fingers and started operating immediately. You know what, it tastes really amazing. Even Lian Peipei and the others praised it highly. I feel like it would taste even better if eaten with dumplings. We must make dumplings stuffed with leeks and duck eggs tomorrow. Ding ding ding! Just as half of the bird was eaten and drinking a sip of water, the super radar suddenly rang sharply, and at the same time the warship screamed. Come up, the mermaid is coming up! The walls of the ship are extremely smooth, how could you let him get up? Chen Fan shouted in a low voice and rushed out holding the desert eagle. Just then, the mermaid killer slowly pulled the harpoon off the mast, stared at Chen Fan and said, I was planning to kill you, but you let someone lose an arm to disgust me. If I don't chop you into pieces, I'm not the mermaid's gold medal killer. Looking at him like this, he doesn't look like he's already in a state of viral attack. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile and said, What hatred or grudge do you have? You chased me for hundreds of kilometers and wanted to kill me. Why don't you sit down and talk? Wait until I destroy you, then we can talk slowly. The mermaid killer clenched the harpoon and attacked Chen Fan instantly. This guy's speed is actually comparable to that of the hurricane wolf. Chen Fan immediately raised the desert eagle and fired 2 shots at the mermaid killer, but the mermaid killer moved so quickly that he dodged it with a quick move. The harpoon swept across and pointed directly at Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan did not retreat but advanced, stretched out one arm to block, and fired another shot towards the front. The mermaid killer lowered his body, and the bullet just grazed his scalp. He was startled, and before he could react, he felt a huge recoil force in his hand. The harpoon hit Chen Fan's arm and was bounced back. Bang! While the mermaid killer was confused, Chen Fan raised his hand and fired 2 more shots.
The distance between the two was too close, and even though the mermaid killer moved as fast as lightning, one bullet still hit him in the shoulder. However, when Chen Fan pulled the trigger again, the bullet was already used up.
See how you can resist!
The mermaid killer shouted, and his body was close to Chen Fan, grabbing Chen Fan's neck. Chapter 82, Mermaid Killer, the most courageous man on the sea.
Oh my god, Master Chen Fan is going to be killed! How can this guy be so powerful that he can actually get close to Master Chen Fan? Master Chen Fan, hold on, we can't live without you. Jiuzhou Chen Fan can finally die. Yo, the whole country is celebrating. Great! ACI.
For a moment, everyone on Blue Star began to pay attention to the situation in Chen Fan's live broadcast room, especially the people from Jiuzhou. Their hearts were in their throats, and they stared at Chen Fan, not daring to breathe. Many people even began to pray to gods and Buddhas, praying for Chen Fan's safety. Chen Fan did not expect that the mermaid killer was so tough. Even after being injured, he still managed to attack him, and he used great force. Chen Fan felt a strong sense of suffocation, as if his cervical vertebrae were about to be broken. In just 1 second, Goer took action and chopped the mermaid killer's arm with the sharp axe. The mermaid killer couldn't help but groan, and wanted to continue to exert force, but Chen Fan's second attack had already arrived, so he could only temporarily avoid the attack, quickly withdrew his hand, and retreated 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Ahem. Chen Fan covered his throat and coughed violently a few times, staring at the mermaid killer.
Fuck, you are really willing to use force.
Looking at the killer mermaid's feet, which are actually the two ends of the tail fin, they are not far apart, but they move so fast.
Nature is truly amazing.
Shaking his bullet-hit arm slightly, the mermaid killer gnashed his teeth and shouted.
Boy, you really surprised me. No wonder it targeted you. If you grow up, you will really threaten it. Who?
Chen Fan continued to be confused.
Who on earth wants to kill me in the Forbidden Sea?
You don't need to know.
Dead people don't need to know so much,
said the mermaid killer, tightening his grip on the harpoon and attacking again. Chen Fan was so angry that he vomited blood. There are so many people here, and they just come to kill me. The key is that they don't even tell me who is targeting me. It's just a name. There's no way the other party would know it if I tell them, right? Holding Gooden, Chen Fan strode forward and hacked at the mermaid killer, venting his frustration. Both hands of the mermaid killer were injured. Although his speed was still incredibly fast, his movements were slower than Chen Fan's. For a moment, he seemed to be unable to hold on. He could not help but retreat repeatedly, planning to jump back into the water temporarily and wait until the lampreys bit through the bottom of the boat tomorrow, and then Chen Fan would enter the water to take action. Using the same old trick, the mermaid killer suddenly threw a harpoon at Chen Fan, and then quickly rushed into the sea.
Want to run?
Chen Fan looked crazy. He ignored the harpoon attack and moved the small fish on the floating island to the deck. He shot at the mermaid killer the moment he entered the water. Staring at the spear gun, 2 seconds later, the reinforced fishing line began to be pulled quickly and finally straightened.
Hit it!
Chen Fan's face lit up with joy.
I almost pierced his fish tail and drove the barb into his flesh. Unless he cuts off his tail, there is no way he can break free, said Xiaoyue. Thanks to the defensive suit, it always works unexpectedly.
Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief.
Let's kill this guy today and focus on dealing with the lamprey tomorrow.
As he spoke, he began to slowly retract the little fish. The fishing line kept being pulled forward, and the tripod almost made a creaking sound. The wooden deck was still not strong enough. Chen Fan could only hope that the mermaid killer would be gentler, otherwise the cute little fish would be killed.
Chen Fan, I can't hold on any longer, but there are still 10 meters to go. I'll help you.
Seeing that the deck was about to be lifted up, Chen Fan grabbed the tripod with one hand. 10 seconds later, the mermaid killer grabbed the railing of the warship with both hands, staring at Chen Fan with bloodshot eyes.
You are really good. You can beat me before you even leave the novice area. My face turns red when you praise me.
Chen Fan grinned at the mermaid killer, looking like a sunny and smiling boy.
Am I praising you?
The mermaid killer roared, exerted force with both hands, flipped his body in the air, and lashed Chen Fan's head with his huge tail.
Bang!
Chen Fan raised his hands to block without hesitation. There was a very crisp sound, and the powerful recoil force acted on the fish's tail, which actually broke directly at the place where it was hit by the harpoon. The mermaid killer's face changed drastically, and he fell to the ground, gritting his teeth and cursing. Why? You know I have a strong recoil force, but you still dare to hit me with your tail. Are you crazy? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Now I'll give you a chance to live. Do you want it? No! The mermaid killer shouted without hesitation. The smile on Chen Fan's face froze. He didn't even want to live anymore, so what was there to be upset about? You just want to ask me who wants to kill you. Do you think I will tell you? The mermaid killer said with a ferocious look. If I can't kill you, I will make you anxious to death. As he spoke, he exerted force with both hands, twisted his body, and jumped off the warship. There was a slight bang sound, and the broken fish tail was torn off by it, and then most of his body jumped into the water. What a guts! Looking at the remaining fish tail, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. With a wound like this, won't it get infected immediately if it touches water? The problem is that fish cannot live without water. Warship sighed. I'm afraid it won't survive. That's great, Chen Fan said with a smile. In any case, the threat of the mermaid killer no longer exists. We can only wait to deal with the lamprey tomorrow. With that, Chen Fan returned to the cabin, leaving behind the unsatisfied spectators. Master Chen Fan is so awesome that he forced the mermaid to self-harm and run away. Who else is there? Fuck, Jojo Chen Fan, what a trouble! Oh my god, I, the East Korean nation, refuse to accept this. You little countries, what's the point of not obeying? Just go to bed. While Chen Fan was looking for a place to live, he asked unhappily. I say, isn't there a more comfortable place to live? Even after being purified, there is still a smell. Natives? How clean can you expect them to be? Warship said unhappily. Why don't you go to the second to last room on the first floor, where the gunpowder is stored? It's drier and smells better. Gunpowder? Chen Fan was stunned and immediately ran to the room mentioned in the warship. There were more than 20 barrels of gunpowder, almost filling up half of the room. Why don't I use this gunpowder to blow up the lampreys? Then, Chen Fan had a bold and crazy idea. Chapter 83. I asked you to call me brother, and you want to kill me? No, absolutely not. After hearing Chen Fan's idea, the warship suddenly roared. You want to deal with the lamprey, why do you have to bring me with you? But tomorrow morning, when the lampreys bite through the bottom of the boat, you will still sink. Chen Fan spread his hands and said, Do you want to die quickly, or suffer and slowly wait for death? What I mean is, no matter what happens, I will definitely die, right? John Chuan said through gritted teeth. I just asked you to call me brother, but you actually want to kill me? If the lamprey bites through the bottom of your boat, your chance of sinking is 100. If I use gunpowder to blow it up, your chance of being blown to pieces is only 50. Chen Fan said very seriously. I don't know what you are thinking. If it were me, I would definitely choose gunpowder. Bomb it, bomb it, bomb it! The warship was speechless. I am so unlucky to have met you. Chen Fan chuckled and then asked loudly. Lao Lei, can you detect the situation outside in the floating island column? Of course, otherwise why would it be called the floating island column? Super Radar replied. At present, only these 3 waves of lampreys have launched an attack. The remaining ones are 100 kilometers away from the warships and have no intention of coming over. As long as we kill this batch, we will be safe temporarily. Chen Fan immediately moved out more than 20 barrels of explosives, and then connected the gunpowder barrels with ropes. Each gunpowder barrel was about 10 meters apart, and then they were moved to the deck one by one, just surrounding the entire ship. Afterwards, Chen Fan began to take inventory and organize the fuses of the gunpowder barrels. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and there were still hundreds of millions of people watching Chen Fan's live broadcast, and the number of viewers was increasing as time went by. What is Chen Fan doing? Why is he not sleeping at night? Is that a wooden barrel filled with red wine? I don't know. I just made the mermaid killer self-harm and escape. I thought he was going to sleep, but he ended up moving out so many barrels. Fuck, what did I miss? A great match. Humph, Jojo Chen Fan is a warmongerer, always fighting blindly, too violent. Fortunately, there were enough fuses, hundreds of meters long, Chin Fan used ropes to place the gunpowder barrels one by one on the water surface about 3 meters away from the warship. The long enough fuses were led to the center of the warship. By 11 o'clock in the evening, more than 20 fuses had been connected to each other.
Brother Chuan, are you ready?
Chin Fan asked with a smile, taking out a lighter.
No, you are my brother!
The warship immediately shouted loudly.
Almighty Lord, my dear Poseidon, the most beloved Mazu, and the Dragon King, the god of the sea, please protect me. The gods you believe in are too diverse. Won't they fight for your protection?
Chin Fan sighed, took a deep breath, and then lit the main fuse. A hissing sound was heard, and in the dark night only more than 20 lines of fire were seen moving quickly towards the sea surface. It looked quite beautiful in the live broadcast room.
Is this dynamite? I know, he wants to blow up the ship. To blow up the ship, just detonate the explosives on board. Why do we need to do this? It's time-consuming and laborious. Master Chin Fan must have his reasons for doing this, we just have to watch. Humph, Jojo Chin Fan, you are just trying to attract attention. Boom!
10 seconds later, as the first gunpowder barrel exploded, all the gunpowder barrels exploded, bringing a splendid fireworks show. However, the horrible impact force made the ship shaky and seemed to be turned into a pile of debris at any time. The warship was constantly screaming,
"Oh my God, my butt hurts, my waist hurts, my feet."
Chin Fan entered the cabin and curled up his body to protect his limbs and head, intending to use his defensive suit to resist the impact after the hull was destroyed. However, despite the violent shaking of the ship, the scene that Chin Fan had expected did not occur. From beginning to end, only the screams of the warship could be heard.
Is the quality of this ship okay?
Chin Fan's expression changed, and he immediately rushed to the deck. He saw that the warship was surrounded by fish belly white, which were densely packed with the corpses of lampreys. Although the warship had some damage, it was far from the extent of seawater backflow. This time, the bet on the warship was right.
Brother Chuan, are there any surviving lampreys?
Chin Fan asked immediately.
What the hell? The shock wave of the explosion was so strong. These lampreys are not tough. Some of them have been blown into pulp. How could any of them survive?
Warship shouted at the top of his voice.
My durability was originally 70, but now it's only 20. I can't stand it anymore. At least it won't sink.
Chin Fan laughed.
I have more food, so I won't stay up all night fishing for lampreys. Let's find a place to sleep.
With that, Chin Fan returned to the cabin in a leisurely manner, leaving behind the audience who were still not satisfied.
As a die-hard fan of Chin Fan, I can only say that this wave is beautifully done. It is simply a visual feast. I just gave a close-up of the sea surface, which was full of fish carcasses. It turns out that Master Chin Fan was trying to fry fish. Jojo Chin Fan is simply shameful. Doesn't he care about animals in the ocean world? I, Sakura Country Mei Chuan, will report Chin Fan under my real name. Get out! Get out right now!
Just as he found a place to sleep, Chin Fan heard a voice in his ear, detected that the Chosen One killed the mermaid killer, the hidden mission has been completed, and a surprise gift package has been obtained. Do you want to open it?
Wow, it looks like the mermaid killer didn't leave the warship and planned to cooperate with the lamprey to kill me tomorrow morning. In the end, I blew him to death. This is such an unexpected gain.
Chin Fan was stunned and couldn't help laughing.
Start!
The surprise gift package is opening. Congratulations to the Chosen One for receiving 100 pumice stones and 5 high-explosive grenades.
Okay, both the pumice and the high-explosive grenade are very useful. This wave is very good.
Chin Fan nodded with satisfaction.
I can sleep well now.
It was past 11 o'clock and he was ready to go to bed, but Chin Fan still habitually glanced at the public chat room.
Did you hear that? There was a violent explosion on the sea just now. It seemed like something exploded. Where were you and why didn't I hear you? I was asleep, but was awakened by the shock twice, 3 seconds apart, and the 2 explosion points were probably only a few dozen kilometers apart. My hen!
Looking at the chat room that was starting to become active, Chin Fan frowned. He had only exploded once, but there were 2 explosions.
Who caused the other explosion?
Everyone is numb. Such a starting speed caused most of the Dragon Country compatriots to sprain their backs.
I'll go! I think I saw my great-grandmother. Isn't she starting too fast?
At this moment, William stood with his chest out and his head raised proudly on the deck of the Burke-class destroyer, looking at the 055 destroyer of Longwa not far away, with a look of disdain on the corner of his mouth.
Next second,
the 055 destroyer rushed forward several hundred meters like crazy, stunned Williams for a moment.
What the hell? What the hell?
Williams rubbed his eyes frantically. Who the hell has ever seen a destroyer speed up to 30 knots?
Captain, what's going on? Isn't the maximum speed of the Dragon Country's 055 destroyer only 30 knots? How come the starting speed jumped to 30?
The captain was also confused. He glanced at the 055 destroyer, which was gradually moving away, and then conducted a simple test with a speed measuring instrument. Then he replied,
Colonel Williams, from my current observation, the maximum speed of the 055 destroyer of Longwa remains at around 32 knots, and there is no upward trend. I think the other captain may have made a mistake in control. He may have touched the floor.
The term floor oil has also come out? You must be used to driving. Since the speed did not continue to increase, Williams felt relieved.
Okay, then let's speed up and return home as soon as possible. Clear!
The citizens of Dragon Country sitting on the deck felt much more relaxed. They looked towards the sea and felt how refreshing the sea breeze was.
Commander, at the current rate, how many days will it take to return home?
Someone asked. 055 large destroyer is like a flood beast. Sun Jianshan took a look at the radar map and found that the 055 destroyer had already sailed out of the Black Sea and could now speed up. So he smiled and said,
Everyone gather together for warmth, hold each other's hands, our destroyer is going to speed up. Speed up? How many levels can it be increased? Holding hands isn't necessary, is it?
Some people looked helpless. Sun Jianshan spread his hands and continued to remind,
Everyone, I hope you can obey orders.
Since the leader has said this, we cannot but give him face. So, all the compatriots on the 2055 modified destroyers held hands and were connected in heart. The next second, Sun Jianshan raised his lips slightly and said into the intercom,
Speed up!
The words haven't finished yet. The modified 055 destroyer was like a ferocious beast, emitting a violent roar. Then it rushed across the vast sea. From a distance, it looks like a silver stream of light drawing an arc in the blue starry sky. The speed is comparable to that of a spaceship.
Whoosh!
The waves on both sides were blown up to more than 10 meters high. At this moment, all the Dragon Country citizens on board the 055 modified destroyer were shocked. They could clearly feel the strong wind blowing wildly on their faces. Some people can't even open their eyes.
Oh my God! Am I not dreaming? My heart can't take it anymore. Give me a heart pill.
The speed directly reaches 500 knots.
I finally know why the chief doesn't allow people to take pictures.
Why?
Because it's so fast. Who can hold the phone? You're not going to be blown away yet. Fortunately, everyone was holding hands with each other, otherwise, they would have flown away long ago. Can a destroyer be so fast? I can't see the scenery on both sides clearly. The wind is too strong.
At this time, Sun Jianshan reminded,
Everyone, everything that happened today must be kept confidential. When you step off the ship, you will all sign a confidentiality agreement.
Everyone said in unison,
We all understand.
We sailed on the sea for a total of 1.5 hours. After reaching the military port, the two destroyers braked suddenly and drifted, and then docked safely on the shore. All compatriots, get off the destroyer. As time was running out, Sun Jianshan ordered the captain to set off again and head to Ermao's home. It is estimated that with 2 more trips, all Chinese in Ukraine will be safely evacuated. At the same time, the fleet of Burke-class destroyers of the lighthouse country led by Williams was leisurely sailing across the Pacific Ocean. He picked up the red wine glass and clinked it with the captain. Come back the day after tomorrow, and all citizens of our lighthouse country will be evacuated from Ermao's house.
Celebrate in advance.
The red wine glasses collided with each other, making crisp sounds.
Ha! Our evacuation operation was done very well this time. The Dragon Kingdom has been left far behind, the captain said with a serious look. In the past, Dragon Country's evacuation operations were always very quick. I don't know why the response was so slow this time.
William sneered. You don't know this.
Our spies have been operating in Long Country, and the information about the evacuation has already been released secretly. It was just intercepted by our spies. As a result, the number of destroyers that Longwa can arrange is greatly reduced. Besides the long distance and the large number of overseas Chinese in Ukraine, Dragon Country naturally has no better choice due to various factors. Let's wait and see the Dragon Nation's image as a responsible great power completely collapse. Ha!
Just when the lighthouse country was feeling relaxed and at ease, and thought that the image of the Dragon Country was about to collapse, Sun Jianshan once again led 2 modified 055 destroyers straight to the port near Mao's home.
2 more trips and it should be almost done.
Sun Jianshan showed a smile.
Thanks to Lin Yun.
If it weren't for Lin Yun, this evacuation operation would definitely be criticized. By then, Longwa will be criticized by others. The image of a responsible major country will completely collapse. The modified 055 destroyer is like Neza making trouble in the sea. On the boundless sea surface, a storm arose. Just reached the Black Sea border. Sun Jianshan suddenly received a call from Isam Khan.
Son, don't blame us for taking the initiative. In order to lighten your burden, I have asked 500 brothers from the Dragon Nation to board our ship.
Ah? Sun Jianshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Isam is really cute. Sun Jianshan smiled and said,
How can I blame you? In fact, we have already made a detailed plan and we can evacuate all the Chinese in Ukraine today. But you helped me, and I'm very grateful. Let's have a drink together later.
That's a must, said Isam Khan. At the same time, China has been paying close attention to the movements of Pakistani warships. It was discovered that they were actually helping Long Country evacuate its citizens. Ono Kajiro, who was in charge of the evacuation, slammed the table angrily and said,
Baka! Baba Yang dared to help the Dragon Nation in front of my father. They will pay the price.
A moment later, Ono Kajiro called Williams and told him about this matter. Williams was also furious. The red wine in my hand suddenly lost its fragrance. The captain asked in panic,
Colonel, what happened?
Williams smashed the wine glass with force.
Fuck! Pakistan is helping Longwa evacuate its citizens. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. You, continue to communicate with Ono Jijiro and ask him to use airburst torpedoes to interfere with the Pakistani destroyer.
The captain immediately understood Williams' intention. Interfere with the warship's forward speed and slow down the fleet's return time. Doesn't Pakistan want to help Long Country? Then let's stay together. After the captain talked with Ono Kajiro, a strange sneer appeared on Ono Kajiro's mouth.
Hee, playing dirty is our strong point.
On the 3 Pakistani destroyers that were sailing away from the edge of the Black Sea, everyone was cheering, singing and dancing. The brothers from Pakistan and Longwa hugged each other, boasting and chatting with each other. Suddenly an airburst torpedo hit from the side. The shocking sound startled everyone. Isam Khan spilled the beer on the floor. He walked to the control room with a serious look.
What's going on?